With a single word, break up, for years of sweet dreams were shattered, all because she awakened an S-level talent, while he remained an ordinary person. In the couple's apartment outside Yunwu University, Mo Xiyun's graceful figure was faintly visible under her white robe, with her white silk stockings adding an extra touch of allure. She spoke coldly to the handsome Luo Xiao standing before her. I've awakened an S-level ability, and your aptitude no longer matches mine. Let's break up. This sudden declaration left Luo Xiao stunned. Break up? Awakening an S-level talent? He reached out in disbelief, trying to touch Mo Xiyun's forehead. Just days ago, they were planning their future after graduation, and now they were parting ways. He even suspected that his lover had been possessed by an abyssal soul beast, as such a genius hadn't appeared in Kaiyun City for a century. A brilliant light erupted from Mo Xiyun, forming two pairs of luminous wings behind her. This scene completely shocked Luo Xiao. Legend had it that only those who awakened the holy light angel talent could manifest such wings, and four wings signified S-level power. You saw it for yourself. I've awakened the S-level light holy body. Mo Xiyun announced haughtily. The Imperial University has already approved my transfer application. With my talent, I will at least become a 7th-level powerhouse, possibly even an 8th-level martial sovereign. And you, without any abilities, will likely never reach the 3rd-level evolver. Luo Xiao fell silent, then asked self-deprecatingly. We were just on a date 2 days ago, so you must have awakened your ability as recently as yesterday. And in just 1 day, you're already eager to leave me behind. Caught off guard, Mo Xiyun's face showed anger, but before she could speak, Luo Xiao interrupted. Fine, let's break up. But I have one condition since we're ending things. Why not have one last time together? Blushing, Mo Xiyun agreed to the request. After half an hour of intimacy, she dressed and prepared to leave. I'll repay the money you supported me with in a few days. No need. That was money I spent on my future wife, and you're just a stranger now, Luo Xiao said calmly. His words pained Mo Xiyun, but thinking of the gap in their futures, she bit her lip and left the apartment, filled with memories. Luo Xiao then messaged the landlord to end the lease, packed his things, and returned to the dorm. Hey, why are you moving back in? Did you break up with your girlfriend? A young man, just over 1.6 meters tall, was taken aback when he saw Luo Xiao. His face was filled with disbelief, as if he had seen something that shouldn't exist. Luyun, you know the answer. Zhao Wu glanced at Luyun with a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. If he didn't break up, how could Luo Xiao bear to come back? His girlfriend is known as the top beauty of the school. Luo Xiao helplessly glanced at the two of them. Will you die if you don't mention the breakup? Seeing this, Zhao Wu quickly changed the subject. All right, let's not talk about that. Are you going to join the summer job I mentioned yesterday? Luyun and I are all set to sign up. It's perfect timing since you're here. Luo Xiao then remembered the summer job Zhao Wu mentioned. The so-called summer job was actually to collect bodies in the Beast Zone. It's the year 2174. 150 years ago, numerous underground passages suddenly appeared on Earth. These passages led to unknown spaces, continuously emitting vast amounts of energy. Plants and animals began to evolve after absorbing this energy, and humans soon discovered ways to absorb it too, joining the evolution wave. Those who could absorb energy were called evolvers, making up 1/3 of the normal population. Luo Xiao was one of them, but unfortunately, he had low talent and absorbed energy slowly. A few evolvers also awakened special abilities, making their combat power several times or even dozens of times greater than that of ordinary evolvers. Over the past 150 years, many powerful beings emerged among humans, and Earth expanded to 10 times its original size, with its surface area increasing more than 100-fold. However, the beasts continuously emerging from the caverns pushed humanity to the brink of extinction several times. Despite Earth's expansion, the population barely reached 1 trillion. Humans primarily lived in base cities. Luo Xiao's home, the Kaiyun Base City, was a 6th-tier base city with a population of over 3 million, and there were thousands of such cities in the Huaxiao region. Surrounding the city were 21 caverns of varying levels, and the one Luyun and the others were going to work in was a 4th-tier cavern, the lowest level. Their task was simple: retrieve the bodies of fallen warriors. They would receive different compensations based on the level of the bodies. Even the lowest level 1st-tier evolver's body could earn them at least 1,000 federal credits, equivalent to a month's living expenses. Last vacation, a classmate hit the jackpot while collecting bodies and found a 3rd-tier evolver's body, earning a one-time reward of 150,000 federal credits from the Federation. This amount was enough to cover their family's expenses for a year. Luyun and the others came from ordinary families, so they were naturally tempted by such lucrative rewards. Although there was some risk involved, as 1st-tier evolvers, as long as they avoided dangerous areas, the chance of finding bodies wasn't low. The mortality rate was usually less than 1 in 10, and during a single vacation, they could retrieve at least 10 1st-tier bodies. If lucky, finding a few 2nd-tier bodies would cover several years' living expenses. Although risking my life for a mere 10,000 federal credits seems a bit foolish, I have no choice. Luo Xiao frowned slightly as he looked at the recruitment flyer in his hand. The advent of the martial arts era has made survival increasingly difficult for ordinary people. For many, 10,000 federal credits equate to 3 or 4 months' salary, enough to buy a few body-strengthening potions that can quickly enhance one's abilities. I'm going. Of course, I'm going. Luo Xiao clenched the flyer tightly. He had originally planned to join this operation, but because Mo Shiyun had asked him to accompany her, he was considering declining. Now, without any such concerns, he was free to proceed. The City Defense Army base at Gate 7 was the nearest recruitment spot for the corpse retrieval team. Nearby were 3 caverns, 2 of 4th tier and 1 of 5th tier. This dangerous job, trading life for money during holidays, attracted few university students. Fortunately, Luo Xiao and his companions were quite capable, and with the student benefits policy, they easily passed the assessment. The squad leader personally distributed their gear, brand new uniforms, standard weapons, and identity badges with points. To their surprise, each of them also received a first-tier energy crystal, a treasure worth 10,000 federal credits, containing a large amount of pure energy that could be directly absorbed to enhance one's strength. Luo Xiao and his friends were visibly excited. Just then, a notification suddenly echoed in Luo Xiao's mind. Ding! Pure energy detected. Do you wish to absorb it? His pupils contracted sharply as a virtual interface appeared before him, displaying the prompt. Could this be the system that Lu Yun keeps talking about? Luo Xiao's heart raced, but he suppressed his excitement and refrained from immediately choosing to absorb it. After all, making the crystal disappear in front of everyone would be hard to explain. This is a special benefit this year, the squad leader explained. In recent years, the casualties among the City Defense Army have been increasing. The city lord allocated funds to encourage more people to join the corpse retrieval team, so that the fallen comrades can be returned home quickly. You all are lucky to have joined at the right time. Of course, you must complete a month's service. For Luo Xiao and his friends, who were primarily in it for the money, this condition was not a big deal. After the squad leader finished his instructions, an elderly man led them to their dormitory. Although the rooms were small, each was a single occupancy, and the living conditions were decent. Once back in his room, Luo Xiao eagerly took out the crystal. Ding! Energy substance detected. Do you wish to absorb it? The familiar prompt confirmed that it was not an illusion. Absorb. Luo Xiao commanded without hesitation. 10,000 federal credits might be substantial, but this gamble was worth taking. Ding! Command accepted. Commencing absorption. As the notification faded, the blue energy crystal quickly lost its luster, turning into a wisp of powder that silently scattered to the ground. Ding! A clear chime echoed in Luo Xiao's mind, as if a door to an unknown world had swung open. The system's cold, mechanical voice followed. Congratulations, you have absorbed a Tier 1 energy crystal, earning 10 simulation points. Including the initial 3 simulation points, you now have 13 opportunities to simulate in a low-level world. Luo Xiao raised an eyebrow, calculating inwardly. 1,000 Federation credits for a simulation seemed like a fair trade. However, he quickly frowned, unable to resist asking, what exactly is the purpose of this simulation? Although unsure if the mysterious system could hear him, he couldn't help but speak. Almost instantly, the system responded. This system is a supreme simulator, allowing the host to simulate in worlds of various levels. After each simulation, you can draw rewards, including skills, martial techniques, experience, cultivation, weapons, magical artifacts, innate abilities, and superpowers. The higher the world level, the greater the chance of obtaining powerful rewards. Hearing this, Luo Xiao's eyes lit up, and his heartbeat quickened. The possibility of acquiring innate abilities and superpowers. Did this mean he could become a superhuman in the future? Even though it was just a low-level world, who knew what unexpected gains might come? Without hesitation, Luo Xiao decisively chose to start the simulation. After all, this was a chance worth 10,000 Federation credits, and he secretly hoped for some good luck. Ding! Consuming 1 simulation point. Simulation starting. The system's voice chimed again. You have 10 free attribute points. Please allocate them. Initial attributes: Physical 1, Soul 1, Perception 1, Constitution 1, Luck 1, Appearance 1. The average person has a normal level of 1 point. Luo Xiao furrowed his brow, pondering carefully. If an average person had 1 point, then his 10 free attribute points could make one attribute 11 times the norm. Physical and Soul, as fundamental attributes, might not require much attention since they could naturally improve with cultivation. In contrast, Perception, Constitution, and Luck seemed to be the real keys. After careful consideration, Luo Xiao made his decision. Add 2 to Luck, and 4 each to Perception and Constitution. He silently prayed that this allocation would bring him good fortune. Allocation complete, the system announced again. Please choose one of the following talents as your initial talent. White talents. 1. Herculean strength, strength 200. 2. Swift as wind, speed 200. 3. Brilliant mind, exceptionally wise, perception 1, constitution 1. 4. Fortunate. Luck 2. Green talents. 1. Lone Star. Anyone kind to you will suffer misfortune, but you will gain unparalleled cultivation talent. Perception 5. Constitution 5. 2. Steadfast. You act cautiously, avoiding many fatal dangers. Luck 5. The system added. Choosing a green talent requires an additional consumption of 10 simulation points. Standing at a crossroads in life, Luo Xiao's mind raced as he weighed the potential benefits and drawbacks of each talent option. At this moment, he understood that his decision would profoundly alter his destiny in this simulated world. To Luo Xiao's surprise, the system not only provided options to allocate points, but also offered special attributes to choose from. While the white attributes had no side effects, the green ones provided more benefits. Particularly, the Heaven's Lone Star attribute, despite causing the loss of family and friends, granted an impressive 10 points in both insight and constitution, making it the top choice. Luo Xiao thought, since it's not my real family that's affected, such high talent is worth it. With determination, he chose the Heaven's Lone Star without hesitation. Even though it required spending 10 simulation points, Luo Xiao believed it was worth the investment and decided to give it a try. Ding! The system notification chimed, indicating the completion of the talent selection. The initial attributes were set: physical body 1, soul 1, insight 10, constitution 10, luck 3, appearance 1. The simulation officially commenced. In the first year, Luo Xiao was born in Luo family village. His father, Luo Changge, was overjoyed and wished for his son to be fearless, initially naming him Luo Dayton. However, after his mother's strong objection, they finally settled on Luo Wuwei. Luo Xiao was exceptionally gifted, able to speak at just 6 months, earning him the title of a child prodigy. In the second year, Luo Xiao, having just learned to walk, could already recite poems, and his fame spread far and wide. Many old scholars came in hopes of taking him as a disciple, but his parents politely declined, citing his young age. Strangely, ever since Luo Xiao's birth, his father always returned from hunting with plentiful catches, and the family's wealth steadily increased. Seeing this, Luo Xiao realized that insight was closely related to intelligence. Although high intelligence doesn't necessarily equate to high insight, once insight reaches a certain level, intelligence is undoubtedly high. In the third year, 2-year-old Luo Xiao clamored to study. His parents sent him to a private school in the neighboring village, run by Luo Xiao. In just 6 months, he learned all the characters, causing Luo Xiao to exclaim that he must be a star of literature descended to earth. In the fourth year, 3-year-old Luo Xiao had already mastered the 4 books and 5 classics, and was well-versed in various anecdotes. He was surprised to discover that this world had martial artists and sects, but his focus on scholarly pursuits left him uninterested in fights and conflicts. Luo Xiao couldn't help but shake his head at this point, thinking, how did this kid turn into such a bookworm? In the 8th year, a disaster dramatically altered Luo Xiao's life. One day, returning from studying at Luo Xiao's, he found his village pillaged by bandits. His family had perished under the bandits' blades. Fortunately, a white-clad hero passing by intervened, slaying the bandits and saving the remaining villagers. Only the wealthiest family was entirely wiped out. Overnight, Luo Xiao became an orphan. This tragedy planted the seed in his young heart to become a hero. He immediately knelt, begging the white-clad hero to take him as a disciple. Unfortunately, the hero was unwilling to take on a student and left behind only a basic sword manual before departing. System notification: Luo Xiao received the item Basic Sword Manual, Low-Level Technique. System rating: 2 stars. Orphaned, Luo Xiao was taken in by his teacher, Luo Xiao. Filled with gratitude, he secretly vowed to repay Luo Xiao's kindness. The curse of the Heaven's Lone Star finally manifested, with Luo Xiao's parents passing away so swiftly. More startling was that only his family suffered such a fate in the entire village. Luo Xiao lamented the harshness of this talent. At this point, Luo Xiao began to wonder if he too bore the curse of the Heaven's Lone Star. Nonetheless, this simulation had granted him the Basic Sword Manual, a low-level technique that opened the path to cultivation for him. Luo Xiao was overjoyed at this point. With his strong foundation, this basic skill should help him quickly improve his strength, right? In the 9th year, while studying, you also practiced swordsmanship. After a month, you mastered the basic sword technique, increasing your physical strength by 5. After 6 months, you became proficient, adding another 10 to your physical strength. In the 10th year, you continued practicing swordsmanship while studying and upgraded the basic sword technique to an intermediate level. You mastered the technique, increasing your physical strength by 20 and gaining the skill of entry-level sword mastery, enhancing all sword techniques by 150. By the 15th year, after years of hard work, your basic sword technique reached perfection, and your physical strength reached 100 points, 100 times that of an average person. The basic sword technique was further improved to an advanced level, greatly increasing its power. Your sword mastery advanced to a subtle realm, enhancing sword power by 200. You once wiped out a band of hundreds of bandits overnight. This event shocked the surrounding villages, but no one knew the perpetrator was seemingly powerless. In the 16th year, you turned 15. Thanks to Luo Xiao's recommendation, you passed the child examination, the county examination, and became the top scorer in the provincial examination, earning the title of Luo Jiuan. Luo Xiao was overjoyed and held a grand banquet. However, late at night, Luo Xiao accidentally knocked over a candle after drinking too much, and by the time villagers reacted, the fire was uncontrollable. You escaped because you were invited to tea by the county magistrate, but when you returned, your home was reduced to ashes. The entire Lu family of 13 perished in the fire. Deeply affected, you spat blood and fainted. Upon waking, you were mentally shattered, obsessively practicing swordsmanship at home, no longer reading or interacting with anyone. Fortunately, the county magistrate paid for your care, ensuring you were well fed and clothed. In the 21st year, after 5 years of practicing the basic sword technique, your physical strength reached 300. Your sword mastery achieved a perfect level, allowing you to enhance sword moves by 300. With a single strike, you could split mountains and rocks. Only then did your inner demons gradually subside, and when the county magistrate visited and saw you were no longer as crazy, he smiled and promised to marry his daughter to you. You were deeply grateful and thought about repaying him in the future. In August, the Turks invaded, and Yunshan County was the first to be besieged. The county magistrate's entire family was slaughtered, and the county town turned into a river of blood. When you, absorbed in training, arrived, it had become a living hell. The tragedy reminded you of your parents' deaths, driving you into madness. You killed 10 people with each step, single-handedly annihilating a 1,000-strong Turkish army and killing their leader, the second-rate warrior Abu Sodan, in 3 moves. This event shocked the Central Plains, but you disappeared without a trace. In the 22nd year, a white-clad sword demon suddenly appeared in the martial world, causing widespread slaughter. The trail of blood led to the foot of Mount Hua. The leader of the Huashan sword sect, Lu Rufin, confronted you, only to be shocked to see the white-clad sword demon was the child he once gave a sword technique to. He regretted his earlier decision, vowing to kill you. After a fierce battle lasting 3 days and nights, you were ultimately defeated and killed. However, Lu Rufin was also severely injured and eventually died from his wounds. You died, and the simulation ended. As the notification sound for the simulation's conclusion rang out, Luo Xiao held his breath, eagerly awaiting the results. As the simulation progressed, vivid and thrilling scenes flashed through his mind. He saw himself in the simulation, seemingly cursed, as misfortune befell anyone who treated him well. This realization sent a shiver down his spine. The talent of the heavenly calamity Lone Star is truly terrifying. Luo Xiao mused to himself. Despite its significant drawbacks, its power was undeniably formidable. The ability for a single person to annihilate an army of thousands suggested a strength likely reaching the 3rd or 4th tier. Luo Xiao recalled the evolution system in his world. To become a first-tier evolver, one only needed a strength of 100 kilograms, while the second tier required 1,000 kilograms. A first-tier evolver was not much different from an ordinary person, while the second tier was truly extraordinary. The strength to decimate an army was not ordinary and required at least a 4th-tier existence. If 1 point of physical value equates to 100 kilograms of strength, Luo Xiao raised an eyebrow, calculating quickly. Then my 300 points of physical value are equivalent to 30,000 kilograms, comparable to a 3rd-tier 3-star warrior. In his hometown of Kaiyun Bay City, a 3rd-tier warrior was already at the level of a city defense corps captain, commanding hundreds of people with a starting annual salary in the millions. Unfortunately, this simulation failed due to the talent side effects. Luo Xiao speculated that it might be due to his low soul attribute. Never mind, I'll find out after a few more simulations. He shook his head and turned his attention to the simulation results. The system's prompt sounded right on cue. Ding! Settlement complete. Congratulations to the host for achieving a level rating in this simulation. You can choose one of the following rewards. Watching an advertisement allows you to choose an additional one. 4 reward options appeared. 1. Training experience in martial arts techniques. 2. 22 years of martial cultivation. Physique, 300 basic attributes cannot be carried into the simulation. 3. Fusion talent. Heavenly Calamity Lone Star effective in each simulation. Watching an advertisement can eliminate negative effects. 4. Skill. Sword mastery at perfect level. Luo Xiao gazed at these options, pondering his decision. Each reward had its unique value but also its drawbacks. He needed to weigh the pros and cons to make the choice that best suited his development. Luo Xiao gazed at the 4 rewards that appeared before him, each one incredibly tempting. However, what excited him the most was the Heavenly Lone Star that could remove negative effects. The only thing puzzling him was why he had to watch an ad. But at this moment, he couldn't dwell on it. Luo Xiao gritted his teeth and chose to watch the ad without hesitation to gain the chance to select an additional reward. Ding ad starting. As the notification sounded, everything went black before his eyes. Suddenly, a startling scene unfolded in his mind. A majestic dragon king of the heavenly sea appeared, angrily exclaiming, "How dare a mere son-in-law kill his master? This strike is for your blindness. This strike is for your arrogance." Luo Xiao inwardly groaned. This ad was not only mandatory, but far more terrifying than any he had ever known. To his dismay, it turned out to be an entire short drama of the invincible son-in-law, Return of the Dragon King, which he was forced to watch from start to finish. Once the ad ended, Luo Xiao's mind was filled with the phrase, "Hail the Dragon King," and that iconic crooked smile. The ad was a mental torture. Yet, to his confusion, he felt oddly satisfied after watching it. Ding, you have earned an additional reward selection. Upon hearing the notification, Luo Xiao made his choice without hesitation. I want the Heavenly Lone Star talent to remove negative effects, and the reward of cultivation technique and martial arts experience from reward 1. As for his cultivation level, he figured he could get it in the next simulation and become even stronger. Command accepted. Ad starting. The system quickly responded. Luo Xiao's vision darkened once more as a new ad began. This time, 3 golden characters appeared. Journey to the West. With rousing music, the animated version of Journey to the West unfolded, featuring the line, Brother Monkey, you are truly incredible. Even the 5 Elements Mountain couldn't hold you down," and out popped Sun Wukong. Growing up in a time of struggle for survival, Luo Xiao knew little about these old TV shows and cartoons. Although he had heard of Journey to the West, he wasn't familiar with it. Under the system's compulsion, he spent a full 7 to 8 hours watching Journey to the West and found himself wanting more. He couldn't help but wonder if he might enter the world of Journey to the West in future simulations. After all, the system had mentioned that simulations occur across countless dimensions, and any world was possible. Ding, Heavenly Lone Star talent purified. Negative effects removed. You gain basic attributes. Comprehension 5, Constitution 5. Dinjiar chosen reward, cultivation technique, and martial arts experience is loading. 2 notifications sounded in succession. Instantly, a torrent of memories surged into Luo Xiao's mind. He could clearly feel that his mind was now filled with over a decade's worth of cultivation experiences related to the basic sword technique. In the simulation, Luo Wu Wei had advanced this basic sword technique to a high-level sword technique, which not only included powerful sword moves, but also served as a formidable cultivation method. Luo Xiao focused intently on the attributes table that appeared before him, calculating silently in his mind. Although this low-level world lacked the concept of inner strength, the sword techniques he had mastered contained immense power. His thoughts drifted to other worlds, hoping to find a source energy cultivation technique that would open new paths for his simulated self. The numbers on the attributes table made him frown slightly. Although the values were low, Luo Xiao knew this was only temporary. He was confident that after 2 more simulations, his strength would increase dramatically. Understanding that 1 point of physical strength equaled 100 kilograms of power made him even more eager for future improvements. System, start the next simulation. Luo Xiao commanded decisively. With a soft chime, the second simulation began. The system informed him that he had 10 free attribute points to allocate. Luo Xiao carefully examined his starting attributes. Physical strength 1, soul 1, intelligence 6, bone structure 6, luck 1, appearance 1. He realized that only intelligence, bone structure, and luck would carry over, while the other attributes would reset with each simulation. After weighing his options, Luo Xiao decided to increase luck to 5 points and allocate the remaining points to bone structure. He believed that maintaining intelligence at 6 was sufficient, and increasing luck might yield unexpected benefits. Once the points were allocated, the system presented a selection of initial talents. With insufficient simulation points, Luo Xiao could only choose from the white talents. He eventually selected diligence, which would give him an additional bone structure bonus and help him remain focused during cultivation. With the talent chosen, Luo Xiao's initial attributes were set: physical strength 1, soul 1, intelligence 6, bone structure 14, luck 5, appearance 1. The simulation officially began. Luo Xiao was born in Luo family village, and his father, Luo Chang'e, was ecstatic. Initially, he wanted to name him Luo Bold, symbolizing fearlessness. However, after his mother's strong opposition, they settled on Luo Wu Wei, which embodied his father's hopes while maintaining a sense of steadiness. At just 8 months old, Luo Wu Wei began speaking, displaying extraordinary talent. His brilliance quickly spread throughout the village, with people praising the young prodigy and anticipating his future achievements. In this life, although Luo Xiao's aptitude decreased by 4 points, his natural talent increased by the same amount. It took him 8 months to speak, 2 months later than in his previous life, but he wasn't concerned. This slight difference was enough for him to rise to prominence in this lifetime. In his second year, Luo Xiao had just learned to walk and could already recite poetry. His tender voice articulated the wisdom of the ancients, astounding people from miles around. The title of child prodigy spread quickly, attracting numerous old scholars who wanted to take him as a disciple. However, his parents politely declined, citing his young age. Curiously, after Luo Xiao was born, his father always returned from hunting with a full haul. The family's life gradually improved. Their wooden house became a brick one, and the meals on their table became much more sumptuous. At the age of 3, a martial arts technique called basic sword technique appeared in Luo Xiao's mind. He often practiced with a wooden stick in the yard, capturing the attention of passers-by who marveled at his skills. By the age of 4, Luo Xiao had mastered a fraction of the basic martial arts. His movements became increasingly fluid, and his strength grew. Although his physical stats only increased by 5 points, far less than in his previous life, Luo Xiao remained undeterred. After all, for a 4-year-old to easily swing an adult like a stick was already astonishing. He was confident that as he grew older, his training speed would surpass that of his previous life. By the time he was 5, Luo Xiao had fully mastered the basic sword technique. He not only acquired the introductory swordsmanship mastery skill, but his swordsmanship power also increased by 150. That year, he began studying at Luo Xiao's house in the neighboring village. Luo Xiao, amazed by Luo Xiao's photographic memory, exclaimed that he was a star of literary talent descended to earth. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao's family built the most impressive house in the village, becoming a wealthy household known far and wide. At 7, Luo Xiao's basic sword technique reached complete mastery. His agility was like that of a monkey, and his strength like that of an ox. However, a twist of fate quietly arrived in his 8th year. One day, as Luo Xiao was going to study at Luo Xiao's house as usual, he suddenly felt uneasy. Without bidding farewell to his teacher, he ran home. From a distance, he saw a group of fierce bandits wreaking havoc at the village entrance. As the wealthiest family in the village, Luo Xiao's home was the bandits' primary target. Seeing that his home was about to be breached, Luo Xiao picked up a tree branch and charged into the bandits without hesitation. The bandits, seeing a small child rushing at them with a branch, were initially taken aback before bursting into laughter. They intended to capture this audacious kid alive and use him to force his parents to comply. However, the laughter abruptly ceased. Luo Xiao's figure flickered like a phantom, and the branch in his hand seemed like a divine weapon. Each swing sent a bandit's head flying through the air. In less than a minute, dozens of bandits lay dead, their bodies strewn across the ground. This astonishing scene was witnessed by a passing swordsman in white. The swordsman was stunned and immediately knelt down to seek apprenticeship. He introduced himself as Lu Rufeng, a disciple of the Huashan sect's leader, destined to take over as leader in a few years. He promised Luo Xiao that if he accepted him as a master, he would be the future leader's disciple and, in 20 years, could become the next leader. To demonstrate his power, Lu Rufeng slashed the ground with his sword, creating a trench over 10 meters long. Such a display of force left the young Luo Xiao in awe, and he promptly knelt to acknowledge him as his master. Afterwards, Luo Xiao's parents learned of the event. They were proud of their son's abilities and thrilled that he was accepted into the Huashan sect. In their eyes, the Huashan sect was a prestigious school that even the wealthy young masters from the county town aspired to join. Congratulations on joining the Huashan sect. A system prompt suddenly appeared before Luo Xiao, informing him that he had acquired the Huashan sword technique, a top-tier martial art. He was then presented with a choice, whether to replace his current basic martial arts with the foundational chapters of the Huashan sword technique. Opting for the change would mean that the previously perfected Huashan sword technique would drop to an accomplished level. Is there even a choice? Luo Xiao immediately chose to replace it. He couldn't help but reflect on how Lu Rufeng, the white-clad swordsman who had killed him in the last simulation, was now kneeling and begging to be his disciple in this lifetime. After all, a 7-year-old child with the strength of a second-tier warrior and mastery of extraordinary sword techniques would be revered by any sword practitioner. In this lower-level world, people couldn't discern others' innate abilities as easily as in higher-level worlds. This explained why Lu Rufeng hadn't taken in Luo Wuwei in the previous life. However, in this simulation, Lu Rufeng seemed to have arrived earlier, which meant that even without Luo Xiao's intervention, he could have dealt with the bandits before Luo Xiao's parents were harmed. Without the heavenly evil lonely star, with 5 points of luck, becoming an orphan is nearly impossible, Luo Xiao mused as he continued his simulation. The system notified him that he had successfully replaced his technique and mastered the accomplished level of the Huashan sword technique. He then left his home and officially joined the Huashan sect. His arrival caused a stir throughout Huashan when this new disciple demonstrated the strength of a second-tier warrior. All the elders and disciples were left speechless. His astounding swordsmanship talent quickly spread across central China, drawing shock, suspicion, disdain, and apprehensive glances from all around. Unperturbed by the external clamor, Luo Xiao focused entirely on his training within the sect. Through the teachings of his sect, he gradually learned about the martial world's power hierarchy. Third-tier warriors had physical values between 3 and 10, with strength ranging from 300 kilograms to 1,000 kilograms. Second-tier warriors ranged from 10 to 100. Breaking 100 signified a first-tier warrior, and the legendary innate powerhouses required physical values exceeding 1,000. Since the passing of Wudong sect's patriarch, Zhang Zhenren, innate powerhouses had vanished from the martial world for centuries. Yet, his master firmly believed Luo Xiao would be the next innate powerhouse. In the 10th year, Luo Xiao's training in the Huashan sword technique advanced rapidly, and his physical value reached 100, marking his entry into the ranks of first-tier warriors. While Lu Rufeng rejoiced in his beloved disciple's achievements, he was concerned about his young age and the risk of going astray, so he taught him an intermediate martial art, the calming mind technique. In the 11th year, he made further progress in the Huashan sword technique, increasing his physical value by 50 points. Meanwhile, he reached proficiency in the calming mind technique, raising his soul strength by 5 points and enhancing his swordsmanship to a subtle level, boosting its power by 200. By the 12th year, his Huashan sword technique saw another breakthrough, with a 60-point increase in physical value. The calming mind technique reached mastery, providing him with an additional 10 points in soul strength. So there are techniques to enhance soul strength. Luo Xiao's eyes lit up as he finally understood why he had easily gone astray in the last simulation. The root was his weak soul strength. However, the calming mind technique, being just an intermediate martial art, improved soul strength at only a tenth of the rate that the Huashan sword technique enhanced physical strength, which felt rather slow. It's true that in a lower world, having a method to enhance the soul is already quite fortunate, so you don't ask for more. In the 15th year, at the age of 14, you reached a height of 1.8 meters. Through rigorous training, your physical strength soared to 300 points. Coupled with your mastery of the Huashan sword technique, your combat power rivaled that of the newly appointed leader of the Huashan sect, Lu Rufeng. When Lu Rufeng was once again defeated by your sword, he smiled with satisfaction and encouraged you to go out into the world to gain experience. After all, there was nothing more the Huashan sect could teach you. Reluctantly, you bid farewell to your brothers and elders and embarked on your journey through the martial world. 5 years later, rumors spread throughout the martial world. A swordsman in white emerged, his swordsmanship unmatched. In just a few years, the leaders of 8 major sects fell to him, and he was revered as the white-clothed sword god. Quietly, you returned to your sect to continue your secluded training. In the 22nd year, the Xiongnu attacked Yinshan County. Overnight, the county fell, and innocent civilians were slaughtered. At this critical moment, you re-emerged after 2 years of absence. By now, your physical prowess had reached 999 points, and your soul value was 200 points. Like a deity descending from the heavens, you slew over 1,000 Xiongnu in less than an hour. Without pause, you rushed to other counties occupied by the Xiongnu. Within a month, wherever your sword pointed, the Xiongnu army fell, with over 20,000 slain. The name of the white-clothed sword god once again echoed across the central plains, and storytellers relished recounting your heroic deeds. The Xiongnu king, furious upon hearing the news, ordered his army to hunt you down. However, instead of avoiding the fight, you announced that you would await the Xiongnu army at the foot of Tianshan Mountain. This bold move was like a thunderclap, shocking both the central plains and the grasslands. The Xiongnu king personally led an army of 100,000 to Tianshan's base. He was a top-tier warrior himself, and with his elite forces, he was formidable. Yet, unbeknownst to him, you had secretly allied with the Daxiao army and set an ambush. The Daxiao military god Li Jing led his troops in fierce combat with the Xiongnu forces, while you engaged in a life-and-death duel with the Xiongnu king and his 4 top warriors. This battle shook the heavens and earth, causing the mountains and rivers to pale. Yet, in less than 100 moves, the Xiongnu king and his 4 great warriors fell to your sword. With their leader dead, the Xiongnu army's morale crumbled, leading to a full retreat. The Daxiao forces pursued, leaving only 10,000 of the original 100,000 to escape, with the rest either killed or captured. This battle marked the most glorious victory against the Xiongnu in a century for Daxia. To honor your achievements, the Emperor of Daxia bestowed upon you the title of King Shenwu and granted you a fiefdom of 100 miles. You became the most honored foreign-born king in Daxia. However, wealth and honor did not deter you from pursuing martial arts. As King Shenwu, you continued to shun worldly affairs, dedicating yourself to training in your residence, determined to break through to the legendary innate realm. At the age of 24, in your 25th year, you married Princess Changle, the most beloved daughter of the Emperor of Daxia. The wedding was grand, celebrated across the nation, yet your heart remained dedicated solely to martial arts, indifferent to romantic affairs. This marriage was merely to satisfy the expectations of your parents and the Emperor of Daxia. However, Princess Changle harbored no resentment, as you were her idol, and marrying you was her dream come true. Luo Xiao reflected on this life simulation, his brow slightly raised. Indeed, the innate talent in this life was formidable, reaching the pinnacle of martial arts by the age of 22. Yet, the elusive innate realm remained beyond reach. He pondered why his simulated self was so obsessed with martial arts. Could it be due to innate talent? This white talent was so domineering, turning his simulated self into a martial arts fanatic with a singular focus. Luo Xiao couldn't help but worry. If he integrated this talent, would he also become such an obsessive martial arts fanatic? Dedication is valuable, but such extreme focus seemed excessive, even disregarding romantic relationships. He reassured himself that this side effect should be manageable, considering it was mild compared to the heavenly calamity Lone Star. In the 28th year, you spent every day with Princess Changle, yet your heart remained with martial arts. Even when together, you often involved her in training. After 3 years of marriage, Princess Changle still had no child. Your soul value increased by 20 points, but your physical body had reached its limit. Without breaking through to the innate realm, further improvement was difficult. In the 30th year, fate finally smiled upon you. The news of Princess Changle's pregnancy drew you away from your relentless training. At the end of the year, your first daughter was born amidst a heavy snowfall. Your father, filled with emotion, suggested naming her Luo Xiao. The family exchanged glances, and you ultimately decided to name her Luo Xiao. With the arrival of your child, you remarkably set aside martial arts and spent the following years as a devoted father, accompanying your wife and daughter. Only then did you realize that the most important thing in life wasn't martial arts. Your relationship with your wife deepened, and this ordinary, warm life brought you inner peace, even giving you some insight into the innate realm. By the 40th year, you had lingered at the postnatal limit for over a decade. You concluded that the biggest obstacle to breaking through to the innate realm was the insufficiency of your martial arts techniques. Thus, you began to improve the Huashan sword technique, but progress was minimal. At this time, your entire family entered the court. You seized the opportunity to visit major sects, borrowing their strongest martial arts techniques. Your actions naturally incited anger, but after friendly and thorough exchanges, sects from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks to the 108 mountain ranges all offered their martial arts without exception. Through in-depth study, you finally gained some understanding of innate techniques. However, to fully complete the research, you estimated it would take at least 20 years. Unfortunately, your actions had offended the entire martial world of the Central Plains. All the sects, whether they had been borrowed from or not, united against you. A few days later, over 20 top-tier masters from the Central Plains gathered, their swords aimed at your location. Outside the palace of the god of war, the sounds of battle were deafening. Nearly 100 top-tier fighters and over 1,000 second-tier warriors surged in like a tide, determined to annihilate everyone within. However, they underestimated their opponent's strength. Inside the palace, a lone figure fought like a god of war descended to earth, with blades flashing and blood splattering. He single-handedly faced the onslaught, each move claiming multiple lives. Corpses piled up like mountains, and blood stained the entire palace red. The fierce battle raged on for an entire day and night. When the last enemy fell, this unnamed hero was also at the end of his strength. He staggered to the top of the heap of bodies and gazed down at the fallen martial elites, his eyes devoid of hatred, holding only a faint resignation. I had no choice, he murmured to himself. For that goal, I had to do this. As his words faded, this unparalleled warrior, who had slaughtered over 20 top-tier masters, 80 top fighters, and nearly 800 second-tier martial artists, finally succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed on the mountain of corpses. The news spread, shaking the entire martial world. Lu Rufeng, the head of the Huashan sect, hurried over upon hearing the news and took his disciple's body back to Huashan for burial. Standing atop the mountain, Lu Rufeng looked at his disciple's grave and sighed deeply. Foolish child, even reaching the innate realm, you couldn't escape death. Why be so stubborn? Despite his words, only Lu Rufeng truly understood the origins of his disciple's obsession. It was merely a reflection of his own expectations for his disciple back then. At this moment, Lu Rufeng was filled with regret, yet there was nothing he could do to change it. A notification of the simulation's end rang in Luo Xiao's mind. Reflecting on this legendary life, he couldn't help but feel a myriad of emotions. This version of Luo Wuwei, though extraordinarily talented, never managed to break through to the innate realm. Is the innate realm really so elusive? Luo Xiao pondered. Even with 14 points in constitution, I can't cross that threshold. Could it truly be an issue with the martial arts techniques? Luo Xiao reviewed his experiences from this life and realized the problem might lie in his comprehension. He initially thought 6 points in comprehension were sufficient, but now it seemed lacking. If he could raise his comprehension to over 10 points, there might be hope for a breakthrough. It seems I can only pin my hopes on the 3rd simulation, Luo Xiao calculated internally. However, another question lingered in Luo Xiao's mind. Why did his simulated self act so recklessly? Knowing there wouldn't be time to practice after seizing martial techniques, he still chose this doomed path. This not only led to his own death, but might have endangered his family. Frowning in thought, Luo Xiao soon relaxed. After all, it was just a simulation. Perhaps there were hidden reasons he couldn't understand. Never mind, he shook his head. It's just a simulation. What does it have to do with me? The important thing is to proceed with the third simulation. After the third simulation, Luo Xiao could claim the cultivation rewards. If he truly reached the innate realm, it would mean advancing to a fourth-tier evolver. Moreover, with thousands of years of martial accumulation from the simulated world, his strength would surely surpass the ordinary fourth-tier fighters of this world, which is only a century of evolution history. Ding! The system's notification interrupted Luo Xiao's thoughts. Settlement complete. Congratulations to the host for achieving an A grade rating in this simulation. You may choose 2 rewards from the following. Watch an ad to choose one more. Reward 1. Experience in martial arts techniques. Reward 2. 40 years of martial cultivation. Physical value 999. Soul value 650. Please note, your base attributes of physical and soul values cannot be carried into the simulation. Reward 3. Fusion talent, diligence. Luo Xiao focused his thoughts, weighing the pros and cons of each option, making final preparations for the imminent third simulation. Luo Xiao stared at the system interface, filled with anticipation. This was his final simulation opportunity, and his chance to achieve innate talent hinged on this moment. He took a deep breath and clicked Start Third Simulation without hesitation. The system's notification sounded immediately. Simulation point consumed 1. Third simulation initiated. Simultaneously, a stream of reward information flooded into Luo Xiao's mind. There were 5 reward options this time, achieving an A grade rating, 1 more than usual. Luo Xiao quickly made his decision, choosing rewards 1, 3, and 4. As soon as he made his choices, a torrent of memories surged into his consciousness. He vividly felt the influx of cultivation memories for various techniques. Most notably, the Huashan sword technique and the Serenity technique stood out, along with martial arts from other sects, such as the Kong Tong 7 Wounds Fist. Although most of these were only at the beginner level, they showcased Luo Xiao's extraordinary talent in the simulation. Following this, the perfect level sword mastery memory also came rushing in. Luo Xiao realized that mastering swordsmanship relied entirely on personal insight. Those with low talent might struggle for a lifetime, while those with high talent could master it without a teacher, potentially reaching perfect mastery within a few years and breaking through limits. The system's voice chimed again, listing the rewards Luo Xiao had gained in detail. You have acquired martial arts. Huashan sword technique, grand completion, top-level martial arts, 2.5 stars. Serenity technique, grand completion, intermediate martial arts, 1.5 stars. Tai Chi sword technique, beginner, top-level martial arts, 2.5 stars. You have acquired the talent. Diligence, root bone 2. You have acquired the skill. Sword mastery, perfect level, 300. As the notifications ended, Luo Xiao felt as though he had transformed into a sharp sword. Even with just a simple wooden stick, he could perform powerful sword moves. Although he was currently only a first-tier, 5-star evolver, Luo Xiao was confident he could defeat second-tier, 3 or 4-star opponents with a single strike. Luo Xiao took a deep breath, his gaze fixed firmly on the system interface. System, start the third simulation, he silently commanded in his mind. Whether I can achieve innate talent depends on this final chance. With Luo Xiao's intent, the third and final simulation officially began. The system interface flickered, and a brand new world was about to unfold before Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao stared at the intangible attribute panel before him, contemplating how to allocate his precious 10 free attribute points. He decisively added 4 points to luck, and distributed the remaining 6 points evenly between constitution and comprehension, raising both to 10 points. Points allocated. Luo Xiao muttered to himself, his gaze shifting to the talent selection interface. While the white talents, divine might, and well-off family, were tempting, Luo Xiao's attention was drawn to the green talents. Unfortunately, for some reason, the green talents were not displayed. Luo Xiao speculated that this might be related to his impoverished situation. After weighing his options, Luo Xiao ultimately chose the mastermind talent. I'll need to research the legendary innate techniques. Being smarter can only be beneficial, he thought. With the talent set, Luo Xiao's initial attributes were fixed: physical 1, soul 1, comprehension 11, constitution 11, luck 5, appearance 1. As the simulation began, Luo Xiao felt a dizzying sensation. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a small village named Luo Family Village. He was now known as Luo Wuwei. In just 5 months, the young Luo Wuwei began to speak, astonishing the villagers who speculated whether he was a reincarnated demon. Luo Xiao chuckled to himself, thinking, if my comprehension were any higher, I'd be speaking at birth and would surely be burned as a demon. Realizing his uniqueness was causing the villagers anxiety, the clever Luo Wuwei decided to tone down his talents. He deliberately slowed his development, not walking until 10 months old, and not displaying his proficiency in poetry and prose until he was 2. As time passed, the villagers gradually forgot their initial fears, seeing Luo Wuwei as an extraordinary prodigy. However, this prodigy was a bit peculiar, spent his days practicing martial arts and swordplay indoors, never playing with his peers. This behavior left Luo Wuwei's parents both worried and helpless. By the age of 5, Luo Wuwei had mastered the Huashan sword technique and his carefully devised techniques, reaching the realm of perfection. This achievement significantly boosted his attributes, physical 50, soul 20, and his swordsmanship reached a level of mastery. Meanwhile, Luo Wuwei's father, with his exceptional hunting skills, began a small business, gradually improving the family's financial situation. His mother considered sending him to a neighboring village to study under a master, but Luo Wuwei declined, stating he was already well-versed in the classics. This revelation both astonished and delighted his parents. His father, proud beyond measure, boasted about his son's talents everywhere. Luo Wuwei casually composed poetry and answered questions fluently, demonstrating remarkable prowess in strategy and history. Word soon reached the county magistrate. However, the worldly-wise Luo Wuwei had no desire to attract official attention. He feigned illness, running a high fever for 3 days and nights, baffling local doctors. When he miraculously recovered, he behaved like an ordinary child. This turn of events made the magistrate lose interest, dismissing the prodigy as mere rumor. Although Luo Wuwei's parents were disappointed, their love for their child led them to stop pressuring him to study. Thus, Luo Wuwei successfully avoided unwanted attention and could focus on his path of cultivation. He felt relieved and resolved to work even harder in his training. In the 8th year, through relentless training, the protagonist finally broke through a physical level of 100, becoming a top-tier warrior. His mastery of various sword techniques and martial arts was exceptional, making it difficult for even latest-stage top-tier warriors to compete with him. That same year, the peaceful town faced an unexpected crisis. A band of fierce bandits descended from the mountains, targeting his family home. The family huddled in the main room, listening as the pounding on the front door grew louder, threatening to shatter it. At this critical moment, a figure in white flashed through the courtyard. Sword lights sparkled, followed by screams, and in the blink of an eye, the bandits lay defeated. This timely savior in white was Lu Rufeng from the Huashan sect. Grateful beyond words, his parents knelt and begged Lu Rufeng to take him as a disciple. Lu Rufeng glanced at him, appearing somewhat dull-witted, and with a slight twitch of his lips, politely declined before leaving. Watching Lu Rufeng's departing figure, he calculated inwardly. With his current strength, he could defeat this so-called expert in no more than 10 moves. Shaking his head, he continued to focus on his training. By the 10th year, his parents' business was thriving, and they no longer interfered much with his cultivation. In that year, he achieved the pinnacle of mastery in the Tai Chi sword technique, faintly touching upon a realm beyond perfect swordsmanship. This breakthrough deepened his understanding of swordplay and greatly accelerated his training. In the 11th year, he reached the pinnacle of mastery in the Amei sword technique as well, feeling closer than ever to a breakthrough in swordsmanship. Over the next 5 years, he mastered the sword techniques of various major sects, with the higher realm of swordsmanship within reach. On a day in the 16th year, he stood alone atop the mountain peak. Holding his long sword, he closed his eyes, countless sword techniques flowing through his mind. Suddenly, a fierce sword aura surged around him, and the sound of swords rang across the peak. He opened his eyes sharply, and all the sword energy converged into his long sword. With a resounding clang, a sword aura tens of meters long sliced through the sky, striking the distant mountain with a thunderous roar, carving a 100-meter-long fissure into the earth. At that moment, a mysterious force surged through his body, pushing his physical and spiritual values to 1,000. The system notifications followed. He had successfully entered the Tao through the sword, advancing to the innate realm. His swordsmanship mastery was elevated to the first level of artistic conception, with power increased 5-fold. And he created the innate sword martial art, Heaven Opening, meeting the conditions to clear the lower-level world. Hearing these prompts, Luo Xiao raised an eyebrow. He initially thought mastering all techniques was necessary to create an innate martial art, but specialization in one was sufficient. However, this raised a new question. The innate realm required mastery of sword intent, typically possessed by 7th or 8th tier sword emperors or sword sages. So why was the innate realm here only equivalent to the 4th tier? He quickly realized the reason. The simulated world lacked energy like source energy, so reaching this level in such an environment highlighted the power of these martial techniques. If combined with source energy absorption methods, these top-tier martial arts would be at least 7th or 8th tier in the real world. Let's continue the simulation, Luo Xiao pondered. After all, reaching the innate realm at just 15 in this life promised even greater future achievements, and the rewards would surely be more substantial. So, he chose to continue the simulation. Having become a formidable innate martial artist, You confidently believe you now possess the strength to protect yourself in the martial world. After all, the white-robed swordsman you encountered years ago was only slightly stronger than you before your breakthrough. With this confidence, you decide to embark on a journey through the martial world. However, as you begin to simulate your journey, Luo Xiao can't help but chuckle at his own naivety. It turns out that in this life, your understanding of power was quite simplistic, thinking that reaching the innate realm was enough to dominate the martial world. Upon reflection, you realize this misconception stemmed from a lack of experience. You had never truly encountered other martial artists, with your only reference being Lu Ruffeng. Little did you know, this ordinary swordsman in your eyes would one day become one of the 10 most powerful figures in the martial world. In March, you bid farewell to your parents and left the village where you had lived for many years, officially beginning your journey. However, reality quickly slapped you in the face. You couldn't find a single opponent in the entire martial world who could withstand even one of your strikes. Puzzled, you head straight for the nearest Huashan sect, intending to challenge the head of this prestigious sect. The disciples of Huashan sect, seeing your youth and audacity in challenging their leader, were instantly enraged and attacked you in unison. With no choice, you knocked them all unconscious. From ordinary disciples to elder stewards, none could withstand a single move from you. Had you not held back, the Huashan sect might have been wiped from the martial world by day's end. Your actions finally drew the attention of the new head of Huashan sect, Lu Ruffeng. When he arrived at the martial arts field, he witnessed the astonishing scene of you single-handedly defeating the 10 elders. Lu Ruffeng sensed the aura that all martial artists dream of, the innate realm. He hurriedly stepped forward to apologize, fully aware of the terrifying power of an innate martial artist. Even the combined forces of the 8 major sects could hardly shake you. Upon recognizing Lu Ruffeng's face, you were equally taken aback. This head of Huashan sect was the very white-robed hero who had saved your family years ago. With your reminder, Lu Ruffeng recalled that the little kid who wanted to become his disciple back then was you. Immediately, he turned pale with regret. The 10 elders, upon hearing that their leader had rejected such a swordsmanship prodigy, were so agitated they fainted, their injuries worsening. Fortunately, you explained that your strength had already surpassed Lu Ruffeng's back then, and even if he had agreed to take you as a disciple, you wouldn't have accepted. This somewhat eased Lu Ruffeng's mind. But then he was shocked again. You had surpassed him at just 7 or 8 years old. This fact left Lu Ruffeng utterly dumbfounded. Learning that Lu Ruffeng was the strongest in the Huashan sect, you couldn't help but feel disappointed. After all, you had heard that Lu Ruffeng was one of the top 10 martial artists of the time. It seemed there was no one left in the world who could challenge you. Disappointed, you left, leaving Lu Ruffeng and the others speechless. In the following years, you traveled the world. Though you deliberately concealed your formidable power, you inevitably gained some reputation. By the 20th year, the name White Robe Sword Immortal Luo Wuwei had been recognized by many as a top contender for the next generation of the top 10 martial artists. However, over these years, your mood grew increasingly despondent. You discovered that while your strength steadily increased, reaching an astonishing 180,000 kilograms, your swordsmanship remained stagnant. Even after mastering the sword techniques of various sects to their fullest extent, you still felt you gained little. This bottleneck in your progress left you in unprecedented confusion. Your mastery of swordsmanship has reached its peak, with no room left for improvement. However, you are not obsessed with the sword and have little interest in the slow accumulation of years. Since you have already achieved the pinnacle of swordsmanship, you resolutely decide to embark on a new journey by training with other weapons, starting with the art of the blade. In the 22nd year, you dedicated yourself to mastering the top techniques of the Golden Blade sect. Through relentless daily practice, your skills with the blade advanced rapidly, and you eventually achieved the great perfection level in the Golden Blade technique. Your blade shone with a golden light, and your blade skills reached a state of perfection. While you were deeply immersed in your blade training, a sudden disaster shattered the peace. The Xiongnu army attacked Yinshan County like a fierce storm, quickly breaching the city's defenses. Amidst the chaos of swords and blades, innocent citizens were slaughtered, and cries of anguish filled the air. The flames of war soon spread to your hometown, and upon receiving the dreadful news, you were furious. Without hesitation, you used your Lightfoot skills to rush homeward. However, upon arriving breathless in Yinshan County, the sight before you was heart-wrenching. The entire county had been reduced to ashes. Stumbling back to your home, you found it empty, with no trace of your family. Seething with rage, you retrieved your long-sealed sword and headed straight for the Xiongnu encampment in Yinshan County. Your sword flashed like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of Xiongnu soldiers fell before you. Like a white lightning bolt, you cut through the Xiongnu army, leaving a trail of destruction in your wake. Within a mere month, you were like a deity descended from the heavens, invincible in battle. The Xiongnu army suffered massive losses under your sword, with casualties reaching 100,000. The most astounding battle was when you single-handedly slaughtered 30,000 Xiongnu troops. On that day, The Xiongnu army was fiercely battling the Great Xia forces, and the latter was on the verge of defeat. At that moment, you burst onto the battlefield like a white flash. With your long sword in hand, sword energy swept across tens of meters, and with each strike, hundreds of Xiongnu soldiers perished. The Xiongnu general, encircled in the center, was utterly terrified by this earth-shattering scene. In panic, he ordered a retreat, but before he could finish his command, a swift sword energy swept through, slicing him in half. The fall of the Xiongnu general completely shattered the morale of the Xiongnu army, causing them to scatter like headless flies. You pursued relentlessly, killing with abandon. In the end, although most of the enemy forces escaped, over 30,000 Xiongnu soldiers met their end under your blade. This earth-shattering battle quickly spread throughout the Central Plains through the Great Xia army's accounts. Nearby small nations trembled in fear and sent envoys, seeking to become vassal states of Great Xia. As for you, you earned the title of White-Clad Sword God, and your fame spread across the Central Plains. Everywhere, storytellers recounted the legendary deeds of the White-Clad Sword God. A wave of enthusiasm for sword cultivation swept through the martial world, with even children on the streets wielding bamboo sticks, pretending to be swords, imitating your style. However, just as everyone was still reeling from the shock, an even more astonishing news spread like thunder across the Central Plains. You had single-handedly infiltrated the Xiongnu royal court. Before the eyes of many, you beheaded the Xiongnu king and wiped out the entire Xiongnu royal family. On that day, the Xiongnu court ran with rivers of blood, yet you departed gracefully under the terrified gaze of thousands. The next day, the newly enthroned Xiongnu king's first act was to send envoys to Great Xia, pleading to become a vassal state and swearing eternal allegiance. This unexpected boon delighted the Great Xia leadership, but also filled them with anxiety. Your displayed power was enough to topple a dynasty, leaving the Great Xia royal family in constant fear that you might turn against them. 10 days later, during a morning assembly at the Great Xia palace, you suddenly appeared. The Great Xia generals who had seen you instantly recognized you, and the civil and military officials turned pale with fear. However, when you revealed your purpose, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out you merely wanted Great Xia's assistance in finding your family. The Great Xia emperor immediately issued an edict, and the entire nation was mobilized. Local governments conducted thorough searches. Finally, 7 days later, your family, who had gone into hiding in a neighboring county, was found. The news lifted everyone's spirits, and there was widespread celebration. In gratitude for the Great Xia emperor's help, you agreed to become the national master of Great Xia, a position equal in status to the emperor. The court spared no expense in building a grand, palace-like residence for you, more magnificent than the imperial palace itself. However, you were indifferent to this, choosing instead to live peacefully with your family in the national master's residence. In the 24th year, you perfected all your blade techniques, successfully comprehending a profound blade intent. Building on this foundation, you even created an innate blade technique called Earth Splitter. The blade energy swept across the land, causing it to crack, demonstrating immense power. You begin to contemplate the reason behind the swiftness of the blade technique. Upon reflection, you realize that the path of mastering the blade is quite similar to that of the sword, although the blade is more forceful, while the sword emphasizes skill. With this newfound understanding, you resolutely decide to specialize in spear techniques. Spear practitioners are few and far between, and apart from a handful of top-tier martial arts, advanced spear manuals are scarce. Moreover, the spear shares little in common with the paths of the sword and blade. It's as if you're starting anew, progressing slowly. However, as someone who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts, you are unbothered by this. Time is of little consequence to you. Your parents, however, are increasingly worried about your seclusion and rigorous training, fearing that the Luo family may have no successor. During the Qixi festival, your mother insists on dressing you up and forces you out of the national scholar's residence. Reluctantly, you find yourself wandering the streets of the imperial capital. Before long, you come across a bridge where a riddle-solving and couple-matching event is taking place. Many masked men and women are gathered there, hoping to find their loved ones through their knowledge. Though you lack interest in study, you are naturally gifted and well-versed in the classics, your cultural knowledge rivaling that of the top scholars of the era. In no time, you've solved 10 riddles and matched 3 challenging couplets. Suddenly, countless admiring glances from young women are directed at your tall figure. They eagerly hand you pouches they've prepared, knowing it is tradition for women to give embroidered pouches with poems to their admired scholars, with the riddles hinting at a meeting place. If the feelings are mutual, it could lead to a romantic tale. Recalling your parents' instructions, you find a quiet spot to open the pouches. Most riddles are straightforward, failing to pique your interest. However, a pouch embroidered with gardenias catches your eye. The riddle is quite profound, requiring you to reference classic texts to solve it. Following the address revealed by the riddle, you arrive at the meeting place and are stunned. There, A girl as beautiful as a celestial being is releasing a sky lantern by the pavilion. You must admit, it's the first time you felt your heart stir. You approach, reciting the first half of the riddle. The girl turns at your voice, her face blushing as she completes the second half. You engage in a lively conversation, discussing everything from poetry to tales of the martial world. To your surprise, this seemingly delicate girl is keenly interested in martial affairs, and astonishingly, her idol is you. You don't reveal your true identity, merely introducing yourself as Wu Wei, and learn that her name is Li Ruoxi. Over the following months, you and Li Ruoxi meet frequently. Gradually, you notice that her identity is unusual, as she is always discreetly protected by top-tier martial artists. Yet, you pay no mind to this, knowing only that your relationship grows closer, and you have even exchanged tokens of affection. However, at the end of the year, when you and Li Ruoxi plan to meet on New Year's Eve, she fails to show up. This leaves you puzzled, as she would usually send a message if she couldn't make it. You had planned to confess your feelings and reveal your identity to the one you love, proposing marriage on this day. However, by the next morning, they still hadn't shown up. Just as you returned home in disappointment, shocking news reached the National Advisor's residence. Li Jing, the military god of Xia, had invited you to attend his daughter Li Ruoxi's wedding to the third prince of Xia in a few days. This news left you utterly stunned. It wasn't Li Ruoxi's status that mattered to you, but rather how she could marry someone else. At this point in the simulation, Luo Xiao's expression turned grim. Having just been rejected in the real world and now facing betrayal in the simulation, was this his fate? Luo Xiao quickly dismissed this thought. He was convinced there must be a turning point, believing Li Ruoxi was being forced into it. Despite having only fragments of information, both Luo Xiao and his simulated self refused to believe that Li Ruoxi would change her heart so easily. Driven by this obsession, you sneaked into the Li residence under the cover of night. Soon, you found Li Ruoxi trying on her wedding attire. But when you saw the joyful smile on her face, you suddenly realized a harsh truth. She was doing this willingly. At that moment, you felt like a ridiculous clown. From the beginning, your relationship had been nothing more than a game to her. You didn't rush in like the protagonists in novels to reveal your identity or angrily accuse her of being blind to your feelings, nor did you try to win her back. You simply left silently. After leaving the Li residence, you didn't return home, but instead retreated to the wilderness to begin intense training. Only then did you realize that perhaps training was your only true companion. Your sudden disappearance threw the entire National Advisor's residence into chaos, but given your immense strength, everyone believed you would be fine. Seeing this, Luo Xiao fell silent. Could it be that both in the simulation and the real world, he was destined to meet such women? Luo Xiao took a deep breath, trying not to dwell on it. After all, it was just a simulation. But if he really traversed into this world, such events would happen to him because the person in the simulation was him, sharing the same thoughts and behaviors. This realization left Luo Xiao feeling powerless. In the years that followed, you devoted yourself to training in the mountains. By the 25th year, your physical strength increased by 100 points, your soul value rose by 30 points, and your marksmanship reached the beginner level. By the 27th year, your physical strength soared to 2,100, your soul value increased to 1,200, and your marksmanship reached perfection. By the 30th year, your physical strength hit 2,400, your soul value 1,300, and your marksmanship finally broke through to the first realm, creating the innate martial art called Starfall. The path of mastering marksmanship was indeed fraught with challenges, taking 6 years to fully grasp the innate realm. But you didn't stop there and began focusing on boxing. Boxing was also an extremely powerful martial art that, when mastered, could greatly enhance your strength. Thus, several more years passed. By the 35th year, your boxing skills finally reached the first realm, creating an innate martial art named Destruction. Coincidentally, it was also the Qixi festival, and you instinctively took out the pouch from your pocket. Yes, 10 years had passed, and you still hadn't let go. Over the years, you felt increasingly uneasy. You knew it was due to the unresolved issues from the past. You constantly pondered why Li Ruoxi had betrayed you, wondering if your relationship was just a game to her. You understood that if you didn't resolve this issue, you would eventually lose your sanity. Perhaps, if not for your high soul value, you would have already lost your mind. You decided to descend the mountain. First, to resolve your emotional turmoil, and second, out of concern that things might have changed at home. When you returned to the National Advisor's residence, the entire capital was in an uproar. The Emperor of Xia even visited you personally. It turned out that during your 10-year absence, Xia had undergone drastic changes. The Xia dynasty was on the brink of collapse, and your return gave the Emperor hope. He believed that with you, all threats would be vanquished. Curious about the Emperor's words, you asked for details about what had happened. However, after hearing the Emperor's explanation, you fell silent. To your surprise, the root of it all was somehow related to you. 11 years ago, the Great Xia dynasty was shaken to its core. The third prince requested marriage from the Emperor of Great Xia, wishing to wed Li Ruoxi. the daughter of General Li Jing. Li Jing was not only the strongest general of Great Xia, but also a top-tier martial artist, ranked among the top 10 strongest individuals of the time. Naturally, his only daughter became the object of desire for many princes. However, Li Jing did not hold these princes in high regard. The third prince's request placed the emperor of Great Xia in a dilemma. At this moment, the third prince revealed that he and Li Ruo, she had been in love and secretly dating for a year. This news delighted the emperor of Great Xia, who understood that whoever married Li Jing's daughter would have a strong chance of becoming the next emperor of Great Xia, ensuring decades of stability for the dynasty. Thus, the emperor gladly consented and personally acted as a matchmaker for the third prince. Li Jing, upon hearing the news, was filled with doubt. He had indeed noticed some unusual behavior from his daughter recently, but with the third prince's evidence, he could not outright deny it. Li Jing brought the third prince's words home, and to his surprise, Li Ruo she was overjoyed upon hearing them, insisting that she would marry no one but the third prince. Seeing his daughter's determination, Li Jing no longer hesitated and arranged the marriage with the emperor. However, on the night of the wedding, a shocking news broke out. Li Ruo, she had taken her own life in the bridal chamber. This devastating blow shattered the peace of Great Xia. Furious, Li Jing stormed into the palace and captured the third prince. Under severe interrogation, the truth was finally revealed. The third prince had bribed the guards assigned to Li Jing's daughter, learning about your relationship with Li Ruoxi, and even uncovering secrets known only to the two of you. He used this information to impersonate you and gain Li Ruoxi's trust. However, the truth could not be hidden forever. On the wedding night, as the third prince entered the bridal chamber, Li Ruoxi saw through his disguise. Prepared for this, the third prince attempted to force the situation, believing that once it was done, no one would care about his methods. But he underestimated Li Ruoxi's resolve. She broke free from his control and chose to end her own life. Enraged by the truth, Li Jing killed the third prince on the spot. He then led his loyal followers to break away from Great Xia, using his military influence and formidable strength to establish the Tang dynasty. 11 years passed, and the Tang dynasty flourished, while your departure left many restless, putting the Great Xia dynasty in jeopardy. After hearing all of this, you let out a bitter laugh under the astonished gaze of the emperor of Great Xia. Before the emperor could react, a cold flash swept through the air, and his head was sent flying. Your actions left the surrounding guards in shock. However, before they could respond, a terrifying aura erupted from within you, causing all the royal guards to explode instantly, their blood staining your white garments crimson. You rose slowly, calmly walking out of the Grand Master's residence and heading straight for the palace. The next day, a shocking news spread throughout the Central Plains. The Grand Master of Great Xia had stormed the palace, slaughtering the entire royal family, leaving no one alive. The only survivor was likely the Changla princess, who had left the palace years ago in search of you. After completing all this, you arrived at the Tang dynasty to meet Li Jing. When Li Jing learned that the person his daughter had feelings for was you, he fell silent. He neither resented nor liked you, but sighed inwardly, thinking that if you hadn't concealed your identity, his daughter might still be alive. Li Jing led you to an underground ice chamber. The sight before you was heart-wrenchingly Ruoxi, long deceased, was encased in ice, as if merely asleep. Gazing at your lost love, the bitterness in your heart began to melt away. You smiled gently, shattered the ice with care, and freed Li Ruoxi. Tenderly, you cradled her body and slowly walked away. Li Jing moved slightly, as if to stop you, but ultimately restrained himself. He realized it was time to let go. Allowing you to see his daughter one last time might bring peace to her spirit in the afterlife. Returning to your secluded mountain retreat, you buried Li Ruoxi beneath a gardenia tree. Witnessing this, Luo Xiao sighed deeply. He murmured to himself, "Who would have thought there was such a hidden story? It's truly tragic and lamentable. Though I've reached the peak of martial arts, life has been so bleak." Luo Xiao shook his head in resignation. In the 36th year, Li Jing visited and informed you that he had annexed Daxia, and the Central Plains were now under Tang rule. He granted you the title of God of War King, a status equivalent to his own, making you the foremost king of the Tang dynasty. You were indifferent to this, as long as your parents could enjoy their twilight years in peace. With your presence, no one dared to trouble them. Such was your absolute confidence in your own strength. In the 37th year, your parents, nearing 60, brought a baby girl to the mountain, telling you she was your sister. You were amused, thinking your father had given up on you and was grooming a successor. Nonetheless, you adored your little sister and named her Luoxi, discarding the original name your mother had chosen, Luo Xiao. In the following years, Luoxi grew up and often accompanied you on the mountain. She showed some talent, so you taught her the sky-opening sword technique. Meanwhile, whenever the Tang dynasty faced danger, you would step in to help. Your invincible innate strength was unmatched. Neither individual warriors nor powerful empires could withstand you. The Tang territory expanded rapidly, and during one visit, Li Jing mentioned reaching a place called Rome, where people had blonde hair and blue eyes. This piqued your curiosity, as you hadn't imagined such a people existed. By the 50th year, Luo Xiao was 13 and, under your guidance, had become a second-tier expert with a modest reputation in the martial world. Your parents, now in their 70s, moved in with you on the mountain. Though you were over 50, you still appeared as youthful as a 27 or 28-year-old, a trait of innate experts. You recalled Zhang Zhenren living to over 150 years before passing. However, in recent years, your physical strength had grown slowly, only reaching 2,700 points. You realized your limits were approaching but were unconcerned, as you remained unrivaled in this world. Having mastered 5 martial arts to the first level of intent, you decided to explore the second level. In the 55th year, your father passed away. In the 58th year, your mother followed him. By the 60th year, your sister Luo Xiao had broken through to the first tier, becoming the youngest first-tier expert aside from you. On a whim, she founded a sect named Shenwu Sect, appointing herself as the leader, while you were revered as the ancestor. With your reputation, the sect attracted over 10,000 disciples in its first year, overwhelming the young girl. You sternly reprimanded her, prompting her to regain her resolve. By the 65th year, Shenwu Sect had absorbed many strong practitioners, becoming the strongest sect of its time. Though its foundation was shallow, with you as its guardian, even with only Luo Xiao, Shenwu Sect was unrivaled. In the 70th year, at 69, you looked as youthful as 30-something Luo Xiao. You often urged her to find a partner, but she had only one condition: that he be half as exceptional as you. Unfortunately, that condition seemed impossible to meet. That year, your physical prowess surpassed 3,000, advancing to the mid-stage of the innate realm, but the second level of intent remained elusive. In the same year, Li Jing passed away, and his youngest son, Li Ruofu, ascended the throne as the new emperor of Tang. Your attendance at Li Ruofu's coronation shocked the martial world, as everyone was astonished by your youthful appearance. In the 71st year, a sect called Mingjiao emerged in the martial world, notorious for its ruthless conduct and branded as a demon sect. Its leader, Yi Wufeng, at just 31, mastered the great shift of heaven and earth, defeating all challengers. Even your sister Luo Xiao was defeated within 10 moves. It must be said, your sister's talent wasn't exceptional. Without your help, she might never have reached the first tier, let alone the pinnacle of the first tier. In the 75th year, the martial arts world was shaken. At 35, Yi Wufeng broke through to the innate realm, and the news spread like thunder throughout the martial arts community. Filled with ambition, Yi Wufeng convened a martial arts assembly, aiming to unite the martial world and become the martial arts leader. At this moment, your sister Luo Xiao rushed over, her face flushed with anger. She implored you to come out of seclusion and teach Yi Wufeng a lesson because she had been defeated by him in one move during their last encounter and was also taunted. Gritting her teeth, Luo Xiao said, "Brother, how can I swallow this insult?" However, you remained indifferent. With a calm smile, you said, "Luo Xiao, Yi Wufeng's talent is nearly half of mine. If it doesn't work out, you might as well marry him." Hearing this, Luo Xiao's face turned red with anger. She gave you a fierce look and stormed down the mountain. Months later, the martial arts assembly was held as scheduled. Yi Wufeng single-handedly defeated all the contemporary masters and became the martial arts leader as he wished. However, he soon realized that the title didn't bring much change because, in everyone's eyes, he still couldn't defeat you. Unwilling to settle, the newly advanced Yi Wufeng publicly challenged you, inviting the entire martial arts community to watch. Yet, you never responded, leaving Yi Wufeng feeling humiliated. The senior members of the Ming sect were furious, believing you looked down on Yi Wufeng. At the peak of his life, Yi Wufeng was enraged and led the Ming sect strongmen to attack your secluded mountain. You were initially unwilling to engage, but since they had come to your doorstep, you felt compelled to teach these reckless youngsters a lesson for some peace. So, you slowly emerged from your bamboo hut, and with a single palm strike, a massive 100-meter handprint descended upon the Ming sect's leaders. The terrifying power made Yi Wufeng and his companions' faces pale. Everyone exerted their full strength to resist, with Yi Wufeng even using his innate palm technique. Unfortunately, his technique was as futile as shaking a tree before you and was shattered in an instant. The powerful palm strike heavily injured all the Ming sect's leaders, leaving them on the brink of death. Only a severely injured Yi Wufeng could barely stand, knowing that you had held back. Just before the massive handprint was about to strike him, its power suddenly diminished several times. If it had been a full-force blow, none would have survived. Then, with a casual wave, you sent a gust of wind to sweep the Ming sect members down the mountain, their fates unknown. This battle shocked the entire martial arts world. Everyone was astonished that although you were known as the sword god, suggesting your strongest skill was swordsmanship, you defeated Yi Wufeng with palm techniques, highlighting the terrifying extent of your power. Despite this, you remained indifferent, continuing your secluded life in the mountains. You thought the matter was resolved, but it was far from over. At the beginning of the 77th year, your dear sister Luoxi visited again. This time, however, she wasn't alone. She came with Yi Wufeng, which surprised you. Yi Wufeng looked at you with a smug smile and challenged. Senior, my men are camped at the foot of the mountain. Can you ensure their safety? His words made you twitch slightly. However, knowing your sister's character, you understood that Luoxi wasn't someone easily misled. Besides, she was already 40, though she appeared to be in her 20s. Someone willing to marry her was quite fortunate. Moreover, you knew Yi Wufeng's character well enough to find it acceptable. The so-called demon sect was mostly a group of hotheads who were ruthless only to the corrupt and greedy officials and enemies. Of course, there were a few bad apples, but which sect didn't have some? Even among the reputable sects like the Huashan sect, there are some wicked individuals. However, the entire sect of Yi Wufeng has not killed as many people as you have alone. You are indifferent to this fact, while Yi Wufeng becomes nervous when he meets you, as it's his first time meeting the parents. After repeated assurances, you set the wedding date just 10 days away. The news spreads quickly, causing a sensation across the Central Plains. The leader of the Ming cult is marrying the head of the Xinwu sect, with the king of Xinwu officiating the ceremony. Major sects of the martial world and the Tang dynasty court are busy discussing what gifts to present. The grand wedding takes place as planned, without any unexpected events. After the wedding, you return to the mountain to continue your cultivation. Over the next few years, Luo Xiao and Yi Wufeng have 5 children. Their first son, Yi Tianyu, is born in the 80th year, followed by their first daughter, Yi Qiuyu, in the 81st year, and then another son each year for the next 3 years. Luo Xiao can't help but quip. Are these two bored? Having one child per year without a break. Fortunately, they stop at 5 children. Otherwise, they might have formed a soccer team in a few years. Time flies, and it's now the 100th year. Both you and Yi Wufeng encounter bottlenecks in your cultivation, with your progress and strength at a standstill. You share your cultivation methods with him, and together you attempt to break through. Luo Xiao speculates that his 11 points of comprehension and innate talent may have reached their limits, and reaching the mid-stage of the innate realm was thanks to the foundation built in previous simulations. In the 112th year, your sister Luo, she passes away of natural causes. She was unable to break through to the innate realm and left the world before you. After her passing, Yi Wufeng moves to your mountain to live with you. Although neither of you achieves another breakthrough, your daily martial arts study brings plenty of inspiration. The presence of 2 innate experts leads to the unnamed mountain being called Martial God Mountain by those in the martial world. In the 135th year, you pass away of natural causes. Following your wishes, Yi Wufeng buries you in Li Ruoxi's tomb. 20 years later, Yi Wufeng follows you in death. The simulation ends, and the results are calculated. This time, not only did you live to a ripe old age of 135, but you also reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Luo Xiao hopes for at least its grade rating. The system's voice sounds, calculation complete. In this simulation, you passed away peacefully and reached the peak of martial arts, but regrettably, did not spend your life with your beloved. Rating, grade. You can choose 3 rewards from the following options. Watch an ad to select one more. Luo Xiao gazed at the reward list before him, with 6 options shimmering enticingly. His eyes quickly scanned each item. Cultivation experience in martial arts techniques, 135 years of martial prowess, talent fusion, comprehensive skill experience, 135 years of life experience, and a high-grade ordinary weapon named the Divine Martial Sword. This time, there's a weapon option, Luo Xiao mused to himself. But with only a Oni and a half to rating, it probably won't be very useful. He swiftly weighed the pros and cons and decided to forego both life experience and the weapon. These 135 years of life experience are useless to me, so I'll pass on that. As for the Divine Martial Sword, even though it's the strongest sword of the era, I can't unleash its full power. Using it to its maximum would just shatter it instantly, so no thanks. Luo Xiao made his choice decisively. I'll choose options 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's watch the ad first. Following his command, an unexpected advertisement began to play. This time, it wasn't a cartoon or TV drama, but a novel. Exciting excerpts from Battle Through the Heavens flashed before his eyes. Dochi, 3rd stage. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't underestimate the youth. Ha ha ha. You actually refined a 4th grade pill. How did you do it? Just luck. You actually refined a strange fire. How is this possible? Just luck. These millions of words captivated Luo Xiao, and days and nights passed in the blink of an eye. Luckily, time was frozen outside during the ad. Otherwise, with a longer novel, wouldn't he be watching for months? As soon as the ad ended, a terrifying flood of memories surged into Luo Xiao's mind. 135 years of innate martial arts cultivation experience, mainstream swordsmanship, saber techniques, boxing, spear techniques, staff techniques, and several other martial arts reached the 1st level of mastery. These skills could unleash 500 combat power when using corresponding weapons, comparable to class abilities. No wonder those who master these concepts are called masters, Luo Xiao realized. Suddenly, a violent warm current swept through his entire body. Luo Xiao felt his internal strength surge wildly, skyrocketing from an original 5 points of physical power to an astounding 3,100 points, instantly boosting his strength by 600 times. However, thanks to his martial arts and skill training experience, Luo Xiao perfectly controlled this newfound power. He gently swung his fist, precisely controlling every ounce of force. Even with an incredible strength of 310,000 kilograms, he could specify an exact weight with no more than a slight margin of error. Ding! Reward distribution complete. The system's notification sounded, and Luo Xiao felt the surging power within him, his eyes gleaming with confidence. As a series of reward notifications flashed through his mind, Luo Xiao slowly opened his eyes. His gaze fell on the attribute sheet that suddenly appeared before him, and he carefully examined each piece of data. Name, Luo Xiao. Level, Tier 4, 3 stars. Physical strength, 3,100. Soul, 2,500. Comprehension, 7. Innate talent, 9. Fortune, 1. Appearance, 1. The skills section was filled with various innate martial arts. Heaven-splitting sword technique, 3-star earth-cracking blade technique, 3-star meteor spear technique, 3-star star-shattering fist technique, 3-star sky-covering palm technique, and more. The techniques section was equally impressive, with swordsmanship, blade techniques, spear techniques, and other martial skills all having reached a level of mastery in their first realm. Luo Xiao couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. With his Tier 4, 3-star level, combined with these powerful innate martial arts and swordsmanship mastery, he was already capable of easily defeating ordinary Tier 5 powerhouses. Only those who had awakened powerful abilities and talents among the Tier 5 warriors could withstand a few more of his moves. Mastering the first level of sword intent is equivalent to the level of its class ability user. With these powerful martial arts, defeating Mo Xiun at the same level would be a breeze, Luo Xiao calculated silently. And this is just the strength simulated with a single Tier 1 energy crystal. Now that I have the strength of a Tier 5 powerhouse, earning energy crystals will become exceptionally easy. My strength will only grow stronger. With this thought, Luo Xiao sighed softly, a hint of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. Grandmother, your grandson now has the strength to protect himself. You can rest in peace. Subsequently, a daring idea formed in his mind. Since such miraculous things as the system existed, acquiring the power to resurrect others might not be impossible in the future. At that time, perhaps he could bring back his departed relatives. This thought filled Luo Xiao with renewed determination. First, I need to make money. Luo Xiao quickly refocused on reality. But in this world, as long as you have strength, making money is quite simple. The fastest way is to hunt fierce beasts and sell their corpses. With his current strength, killing Tier 4 beasts was as easy as cutting through butter. A Tier 4 beast corpse could sell for over 2 or 300,000, and a Tier 5 beast could fetch 1,000,000 or more. With this in mind, Luo Xiao decisively made a decision. Screw scavenging, how much money can that make? I'm going to hunt fierce beasts. As for whether revealing his strength would be a problem, Luo Xiao didn't care. Let it be exposed. This world is full of people suddenly awakening powerful talents and seeing their strength soar. Hiding my strength? Who's going to give me money to buy energy crystals? However, for now, he couldn't leave the city and would have to wait until tomorrow. Since he couldn't sleep, Luo Xiao decided to organize the new martial arts and techniques in his mind while staying in his dormitory. As for Mo Xiun, a trace of resentment flickered in Luo Xiao's heart. Once my strength is strong enough, she'll realize how foolish her choice was back then. Although he understood her right to pursue a better life, Luo Xiao's dissatisfaction was still hard to completely dismiss. Moreover, Mo Xiun's ability to attend university was largely due to Luo Xiao's help. Her martial talent wasn't outstanding, and she only barely got into Yunwu University, while the tuition for martial universities was extremely expensive. Mo Xiun came from a poor family and couldn't afford her tuition fees. Luo Xiao generously stepped in, using the living expenses left by his grandmother to support her. During their 3 years at university, Luo Xiao spent any spare time working part-time jobs. However, to his surprise, Mo Xiun broke up with him as soon as she awakened her talents, leaving Luo Xiao feeling both amused and bitter. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of Imperial University in the capital city of the Huaxiao nation's capital base, Mo Xiun stood respectfully in front of Tianyan, the Sword Saint. This vice principal of Imperial University, also one of the top 10 powerhouses in the capital, smiled and said, Mo, from the start of the new term, you'll be a student at Imperial University. Although you've just awakened your abilities and wasted some time, this S-level resource card can help you quickly improve. It contains 10 million alliance coins and some cultivation resources and permissions. You can purchase what you need directly from the Huaxiao Martial Alliance Mall. Aim to become a third-tier warrior before the semester begins. I have high hopes for you. Excitedly, Mo Xiun nodded repeatedly and respectfully accepted the resource card. Thank you, Principal. I promise not to let you down. Although reaching the third-tier warrior level within a month was challenging, she was confident she could achieve it. After leaving the principal's office, Mo Xiun was filled with enthusiasm. She thought to herself, Luo Xiao, if you knew about all the resources I've gained, what would you think? 10 million alliance coins, something you could never earn in a lifetime. And this is just the beginning. Every year from now on, I will receive millions of alliance coins, while you will struggle at the bottom for your entire life. So don't blame me. With that thought, Mo Xiun smiled smugly and headed towards the dormitory arranged by the school. She was eager to begin her cultivation because only by quickly enhancing her strength could she stand out in the talent-filled Imperial University. However, she completely forgot that without Luo Xiao, she might have already been traded by her parents for a bride price. She also overlooked the fact that it was Luo Xiao who provided her with the energy crystals that awakened her talents. In her view, everything she had now was the result of her own hard work. The next morning, Luo Xiao donned the black martial arts uniform of the City Defense Army's scavenger team. This outfit came with an alloy long knife and a handgun for self-defense. Luo Xiao carefully examined the alloy long knife, thinking that its strength was impressive, capable of withstanding the power of an average third-tier warrior. In a simulated world, this knife would be considered a top-tier weapon. This is the advantage of a technological world. Even the lowest-grade materials can be forged into powerful weapons. Luo Xiao then proceeded to the meeting point. Under the leadership of Team Captain Zhou Zida, the team of over 40 members passed through the towering 20-meter-high city walls and arrived outside the Kaiyun base city. All base cities were surrounded by massive walls to fend off the ever-present beasts. However, this method of defense also limited the city's development. Expanding the city was extremely difficult, requiring the clearing of all surrounding caves and the reconstruction of city walls. This was a time-consuming and labor-intensive project, taking at least 20 to 30 years and requiring massive financial support. The towering skyscrapers of Kaiyun City pierced the clouds. With limited urban space and high rents, Luo Xiao was fortunate enough to inherit a house left by his parents near the second ring road. In contrast, Lu Yun and others are forced to live in the slums on the city's outskirts, constantly facing the threat of fierce beasts. To improve their lives, they have no choice but to risk scavenging work, hoping to save enough money to move to the relatively safer third ring. Luo Xiao followed the team out of the 10-meter-thick city walls, immediately wrinkling his nose at the overwhelming stench of blood and decay. The sight that greeted him was a landscape of dark red soil, with claw marks and dents from beast attacks marring the walls. Repair crews were busy restoring the structure, while various machine guns lined the top, ever vigilant against external threats. This wall was initially proposed and constructed by Huaxia. At the time, other countries scoffed at the massive undertaking, deeming it superficial and preferring to focus on technological advancements. However, time proved Huaxia's decision right. In the first 50 years, Huaxia boasted the highest survival rate globally, prompting other nations to follow suit. As the team leader, Zhou Zida explained the precautions to everyone, especially the dozen or so new university students. Folks, we've exited the city. We need to split up now. Each team should ideally not exceed 3 people to avoid attracting beasts. You're free to move around. Remember, the city gates are only open from 6 to 7 in the evening. Miss that, and you'll have to spend the night in the beast zone, which is extremely dangerous. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd began to form teams spontaneously. Experienced veterans quickly grouped together, while newcomers hesitated. At this moment, Lu Yun and Zhao Wu approached Luo Xiao with a burly young man. Luo Xiao, this is Wu Yong, a senior from Kaiyun University, a second-tier, 2-star evolver with incredible strength. We agreed last night to team up with him today, Lu Yun introduced excitedly. Kaiyun University is the top institution in the area, requiring a minimum strength of 700 kilograms for admission, and most students reach the second tier by their junior year. Wu Yong's prowess indeed stood out in the scavenging team. However, Wu Yong glanced at Luo Xiao and frowned slightly. You're Luo Xiao? How strong are you? Any special abilities? Luo Xiao calmly replied. Mid-first tier, just over 500 in strength. As for special abilities, if I had any, I wouldn't be here in the scavenging team. Wu Yong's frown deepened at this. Only just over 500? You'll hold us back. The team leader said teams shouldn't exceed 3 people. Zhao Wu and Lu Yun quickly pleaded for Luo Xiao, but Wu Yong remained firm. Didn't you hear the team leader? This is life and death. Either you go with him, and I'll find someone else, or let him find another team. Faced with this situation, Lu Yun and Zhao Wu fell silent. After all, the difference in strength between a second-tier, 2-star and a first-tier, 5-star was significant, and taking Luo Xiao could be a burden. Seeing his friend's dilemma, Luo Xiao offered a solution. It's fine. I made arrangements with an old man yesterday. You'll be safer with Wu Yong. I'll find the old man. Hearing this, Lu Yun and Zhao Wu were relieved and quickly reminded Luo Xiao to be careful. They then followed Wu Yong away. Luo Xiao watched them leave, then opened his smart wristwatch to check the map of the beast zone. This was a 4th-tier dungeon, meaning there were at least 10 4th-tier beasts, possibly even a 5th-tier one. With my skills, I should be okay, Luo Xiao thought confidently. Even the weakest 5th-tier beast is worth millions in alliance currency. It's worth checking out. Without hesitation, Luo Xiao set the navigation and sped directly towards the 4th-tier cavern. Entering the beast-infested zone, towering ancient trees dominated the landscape, the shortest being several dozen meters tall, with some soaring over 100 meters into the sky. These trees, once national treasures before the cataclysm, were now abundant. The canopy was home to numerous flying beasts, while the ground was littered with scattered beast bones. As a member of the scavenger team, Luo Xiao knew their task wasn't to find intact bodies in this beast-ravaged area. What they usually found were torn battle suits and scattered remains. Harvests that were too damaged often meant meager rewards, sometimes not even worth retrieving. With his formidable strength, Luo Xiao didn't need to tread carefully like others. Instead, he deliberately showcased his prowess, maneuvering through the forest with agility. Many 1st- and 2nd-tier beasts were drawn to his presence, but could only watch as he vanished into the dense woods. These low-tier beasts didn't catch Luo Xiao's attention. He sped forward until he reached a clearing 10 kilometers from the city walls. The clearing was surrounded by numerous beasts, the weakest being at least 2nd-tier, and included massive 3rd-tier beasts towering 7 to 8 meters high, each step shaking the ground. At the center of the clearing was a bottomless pit, from which beasts occasionally emerged. Strangely, these beasts coexisted peacefully around the cavern. Human research over the past century has shown that this eerie peace exists only within a specific range around the caverns. Outside this range, brutal battles among the beasts ensue. These caverns are not mere underground caves, but gateways to unknown realms. Some caverns contain rich energy crystals or rare material veins, which, once discovered, are cleared by human experts and converted into mines. Some even house ancient civilization relics, from which humans have derived martial arts, techniques, alchemy, and crafting methods. These valuable resources have significantly accelerated human development. Luo Xiao surveyed the area and found no trace of other humans, which was unsurprising. The vicinity of the caverns was fraught with danger, and even 4th-tier experts dared not approach rashly. Being surrounded could spell doom for even a 4th-tier master. However, before venturing into the cavern, the troublesome beasts around had to be dealt with. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Luo Xiao brandished his long blade and strode forward. His bold actions immediately drew the attention of the beasts, as a giant beast let out an earth-shattering roar. The surrounding beasts suddenly became alert, their eyes all turning towards Luo Xiao. Recognizing him as an intruder, they surged towards him like a tidal wave. The ground trembled under the stampede, and the roaring was deafening. Luo Xiao took a deep breath, and his entire body radiated with a sharp, blade-like aura. Utilizing his agility skills, he transformed into a black shadow and dashed into the beast horde. His speed was so fast that these 2nd- and 3rd-tier beasts could hardly track him. With a flash of his blade, the head of a 3rd-tier beast split open, scattering red and white matter. The massive beast's body crashed to the ground, causing the earth to quake. This sudden scene left the other beasts momentarily stunned, but they quickly turned reedied and charged at Luo Xiao with abandon. Not scared off? Interesting. Luo Xiao thought with amusement, noting that the beast's unusual reaction suggested the cavern might be hiding more secrets. Without further hesitation, he raised his blade to meet the beasts. These 2nd- and 3rd-tier beasts were insignificant to him, not even requiring martial techniques. With the essence of his swordsmanship, a casual strike was equivalent to conventional innate martial arts. A blade light several dozen meters long rampaged through the air, not condensed from internal or source energy, but purely from the power of blood and energy. In this low martial world, the power that could be unleashed was limited to blood energy. The stronger one's strength, the more potent the blood energy, with a qualitative leap upon reaching the innate realm. However, this power could only be replenished through food, unlike in novels where one could absorb ambient spiritual energy. Thus, after slaying all the beasts, Luo Xiao felt a twinge of hunger. Fortunately, his blood energy was robust, only consuming a tenth of it. If he had expended over half, he might have felt dizzy, akin to low blood sugar. I need to quickly simulate in an intermediate world to find some techniques that can absorb spiritual energy, or else I'll need to eat a whole cow after each battle. Luo Xiao thought with some frustration. This drawback of pure blood energy cultivation wasn't apparent in simulations, but was quite troublesome in reality. Of course, if he had wealth, Luo Xiao could purchase concentrated military rations. One piece could keep an ordinary person fed for months, while with Luo Xiao's physique, 7 or 8 pieces would suffice for a day. However, these were expensive, costing thousands per piece. It was said that there were even more advanced alternatives, but accessing those required joining the military or the Huaxiao Martial Alliance. All of this had to wait until he conquered this cavern. Suddenly, Luo Xiao remembered that the beast's bodies might contain beast cores, which held energy that the system might absorb. He immediately acted, cutting open the chests of the beast corpses and extracting their hearts. The heart, being the core of blood, would contain the beast core if there was one. After extracting from 3 or 4 bodies, he finally found a second-tier beast core. The moment Luo Xiao grasped the beast core, the system notification sounded. Ding. Energy item detected. Absorb. Absorb. Luo Xiao responded without hesitation. It worked, proving that not only energy crystals could be absorbed. In the next moment, a surge of pure energy flowed into Luo Xiao's body, then vanished into thin air. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully absorbed a second-tier 4-star beast core, earning 43 simulation points. A crisp notification sound rang in Luo Xiao's ears, causing his eyebrows to lift slightly. 43 simulation points, equivalent to 43,000 Federation currency, were credited to his account. Luo Xiao quickly calculated in his mind, killing a second-tier star beast of the same level, even if its entire carcass were dismantled and sold, usually only yields a profit of 10 to 20,000. Although 3 to 4 carcasses are needed to produce a single beast core, this method is convenient. Luo Xiao looked around, his gaze sweeping over the star beast carcasses scattered everywhere. Transporting so many bodies back for processing would undoubtedly be a daunting task. The best option would be to contact the military or the Martial Alliance to dispatch someone to collect them. However, doing so would entail paying a commission of at least 50%, leaving him with earnings comparable to directly selling the beast cores, or possibly even less. This solves an urgent problem, Luo Xiao muttered to himself, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. If just the star beasts guarding the entrance can yield so many simulation points, wouldn't the rewards be even greater deeper inside the cavern? Without hesitation, Luo Xiao picked up his weapon and began frantically excavating the star beast carcasses. Every time he found a beast core, he absorbed it immediately. A series of notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. Absorbed a second-tier 7-star beast core, gained 77 simulation points. Ding. Absorbed a third-tier 4-star beast core, gained 457 simulation points. Ding. Absorbed a second-tier 2-star beast core, gained 25 simulation points. Ding. Absorbed a second-tier 3-star beast core, gained 35 simulation points. After extracting the cores from all the star beasts, Luo Xiao's dashboard showed an increase of over 3,000 simulation points. A rough estimate valued this at more than 3 million Federation currency. Suddenly, Luo Xiao remembered a crucial question. System, how many simulation points are required for an intermediate simulation? The system immediately responded, ding. An intermediate world simulation requires 1,000 simulation points per attempt. The price for a low-level world simulation remains unchanged. Luo Xiao's eyebrows raised as he quickly calculated. 1,000 points equate to 100 first-tier energy crystals, or 1 million Federation currency. Although significantly higher than the price for low-level world simulations, considering the substantial benefits of low-level simulations, this price didn't seem too steep. Even with my current capabilities, I can earn enough points in a day of hunting star beasts in the cavern to conduct dozens of simulations, Luo Xiao thought to himself. If I could clear the entire cavern, the simulation points gained would be at least 10 times more than now. Having made up his mind, Luo Xiao didn't proceed with the simulation immediately, but instead headed directly towards the cavern. As for whether the star beast carcasses behind him would be taken by others, he no longer cared. The real treasure awaited him deeper in the cavern. Luo Xiao, wielding a long knife, cautiously entered the cavern. Ahead lay a dimly lit tunnel sloping downward, with first and second-tier star beasts occasionally charging out from the depths. These beasts attacked Luo Xiao on sight, but were swiftly slain by his blade. Luo Xiao worked efficiently, taking the beast cores if present and leaving the rest lying on the ground. Soon, Luo Xiao reached the end of the tunnel. There, a spatial rift stood imposingly, from which the star beasts continuously emerged. On the other side of the rift lay the true cavern space. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiao stepped boldly into the rift. Buzz! With a shimmer before his eyes, Luo Xiao's figure vanished into the rift. Luo Xiao's figure swiftly traversed the air, arriving above a lush, verdant forest. The vegetation here was even more exaggerated than in the beast-infested zone, with the tallest trees reaching an astonishing height of several hundred meters. Although there was no sun, the sky was an eerie bright white, illuminating the ground as if the space had been artificially crafted. Luo Xiao had already gathered information about this cavern. Within the roughly 10-kilometer diameter cavern, 90% of the beasts were first or second tier, with only a few third tier, and just over 20 fourth-tier beasts identified. Whether there were any fifth-tier beasts remained unknown. Due to the lack of mineral resources, this cavern, although weak in power, had not been completely eradicated by humans, mainly to maintain a steady supply of low-level beasts as a source of sustenance for humans. Initially, Luo Xiao only intended to take the corpse of one or two fourth-tier beasts. However, upon learning that the beasts contained absorbable beast cores, a smile curved at his lips. Why not slaughter all the beasts in this space? As for the potential decrease in beast numbers in Cayenne City, Luo Xiao was unconcerned. He firmly believed that, given the choice, most ordinary people would prefer to live in a world without beasts rather than in constant fear. To attract the tens of thousands of beasts in this vast space, Luo Xiao decided to create bait. He quickly gathered firewood and built a massive bonfire, then slaughtered a rabbit the size of a small calf, skinned it, and set it over the fire to roast. To his delight, the rabbit contained a first-tier 9-star beast core, which, when absorbed, yielded 9 simulation points, equivalent to 9,000 alliance coins. While Luo Xiao pondered whether to attempt increasing his luck in reality to boost the probability of beast core acquisition, the aroma of roasting meat had already drawn a formidable beast. A thunderous roar echoed, and a colossal tiger, towering 17 or 18 meters high like a 4-story building, charged out from the forest. This behemoth exerted immense pressure on Luo Xiao, at least a fourth-tier 7-star beast. Luo Xiao's eyes lit up. The roasting meat plan had worked. Without hesitation, he drew his long knife and leaped onto a tree branch to confront the giant tiger. Enraged, the tiger swiped a massive paw at Luo Xiao. As he leapt, the paw smashed the tree in half. Seeing Luo Xiao in midair with nowhere to land, the tiger struck again. However, Luo Xiao had no need to dodge. A terrifying force of blood and energy erupted from within him, a bloody aura soaring skyward. This raw physical power channeled entirely into the long knife. Earth Splitter. With a mighty shout, a massive 30-meter-long blood-red blade arc sliced through the air, striking the tiger. Instantly, the tiger was cleaved in two, the smooth cut resembling a work of art. The blade's momentum continued, carving a massive trench in the ground. With 2 resounding thuds, the tiger's bisected carcass crashed heavily to the ground. Luo Xiao landed softly, contemplating the enormous 4th-tier beast, weighing at least 100 tons, and mused. Even if he could defeat a 5th-tier beast, transporting such a massive body would be impossible. Luo Xiao looked at the massive carcass of the fierce beast before him, his brow slightly furrowed. Despite the tiger's impressive size, it was uncertain whether it had reached the 5th tier. He quickly delved into the carcass, searching for the enormous heart that was larger than himself. After considerable effort melting the heart, he found no beast core inside. This was expected, as 4th-tier beasts only produce a core about 1/3 of the time, and it's more common for them not to have one. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Luo Xiao. Right, the heart of a 4th-tier beast is a great source of nourishment, perfect for replenishing vitality. With this in mind, he swiftly removed the heart, sliced it into thick steaks, and set them on a makeshift fire to roast. Sizzle, sizzle, the flames licked the heart steaks, and the dripping fat produced an enticing sound. The rich aroma of meat soon filled the air, and even Luo Xiao couldn't help but swallow, feeling his hunger intensify. Although it would take some time to cook such a massive heart, he was willing to wait. However, other fierce beasts drawn by the scent of the 4th-tier beast's meat were not so patient. This top-tier flesh had an irresistible allure for any beast. Roar, howl, moo. Suddenly, thunderous beastly cries erupted from all directions, accompanied by the rumbling sounds of the forest, indicating that a large number of fierce beasts were swiftly approaching. Luo Xiao's expression turned serious. Judging by the commotion, at least 4 or 5 4th-tier beasts were closing in. Despite his formidable strength, he couldn't afford to be careless. In a flash, Luo Xiao leaped onto a giant tree over 100 meters tall. From his vantage point, he clearly saw the massive beasts converging from all directions. It was apparent that a fierce battle was inevitable. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on his long blade, the hilt trembling slightly not from fear, but from the surge of excitement and anticipation within him. Soon, a horde of beasts reached the tiger's carcass, fighting amongst themselves to tear it apart, even battling for territory. Luo Xiao's gaze instantly fixed on the most powerful among them, a 4th-tier 8-star beast. Clang! A sharp blade intent erupted from within him, and the terrifying force of his vitality surged into the long blade. Crack, crack, the alloy blade finally succumbed to the violent power, beginning to fracture. Earth Splitter. Without hesitation, Luo Xiao swung his blade, unleashing a blood-red slash 3 times stronger than before, slicing through the shadows of the trees and heading straight for the 4-tier 8-star beast greedily feeding below. By the time the beast sensed danger and looked up, the blade was already upon it. Slash. The blade cleaved through the powerful beast in an instant, splitting it in two. The momentum continued, striking the ground and carving a trench several dozen meters long. The 1- and 2-tier beasts along its path had no time to escape and were all cut in half. This astonishing scene left all the beasts present in shock, and they emitted fearful growls, clearly intimidated by the terrifying display of power. All the fierce beasts backed away in terror, warily scanning their surroundings. They soon spotted Luo Xiao descending from the giant tree. He landed steadily on the corpse of a recently slain beast, fearlessly using a broken long knife to cleave open its heart. Suddenly, something caught Luo Xiao's eye. He had unearthed a blood-red beast core the size of a fist, brimming with powerful life force. This scene instantly ignited the frenzy of the surrounding beasts. Roar! Deafening roars erupted as all the beasts surged toward Luo Xiao like a tidal wave. Luo Xiao was slightly surprised, but then flashed a cunning smile. He held the beast core high, further inciting the beast's madness. Swiftly, he stashed the core away and dashed toward a fourth-tier beast. The beast opened its massive jaws, ready to swallow Luo Xiao whole. However, Luo Xiao's right fist was already clenched tight. Break the heavens! With a thunderous shout, Luo Xiao unleashed a fierce punch. In an instant, a massive blood-red fist shadow, 10 meters in diameter, roared forth and crashed onto the beast's head. Boom! With an earth-shattering crash, the fourth-tier beast's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood rained down, staining the already blood-soaked Luo Xiao even redder. Before the beast's body could hit the ground, Luo Xiao's figure had already ghosted to another fourth-tier beast. What followed was a brutal massacre. Endowed with innate skill, every punch and kick from Luo Xiao carried terrifying power. Beasts of the fourth tier and below fell like paper before him, unable to resist. Deafening booms echoed throughout the cavern as powerful beasts fell one after another. Some even blasted into blood mist. Witnessing this, the once frenzied beasts finally came to their senses. Fear replaced greed, and they began to flee in all directions. However, Luo Xiao, with his exceptional agility and the numerous trees around, made escape impossible for these cumbersome giants. Every fourth and third tier beast met their end at Luo Xiao's hands. Although many first and second tier beasts managed to escape, Luo Xiao didn't mind. These lower tier beasts took time and effort to kill and yielded a low chance of producing beast cores. Even if they did, the simulation points gained were minimal compared to the larger targets. Once all the surrounding beasts had fled, Luo Xiao took stock of his spoils, 7 fourth-tier beasts, over 30 third-tier beasts, and at least 100 second-tier beasts. Processing these corpses was undoubtedly a massive task, ensuring he wouldn't need to return for several days. With a sigh, Luo Xiao found the giant tiger's corpse and pulled out its claws to use as tools. Enhanced by his blade intent, these claws proved even more effective than his previous long knife. After more than 3 hours of hard work, Luo Xiao finally extracted all the beast cores. Ding! A system notification sounded, and Luo Xiao earned 22,411 simulation points. This was equivalent to the amount that would require spending at least 20 million alliance credits on first-tier energy crystals. This hunting truly is the right path, Luo Xiao thought, feeling satisfied with his choice. Luo Xiao stood deep within the cavern, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings as he felt a myriad of emotions. This treacherous place only strengthened his resolve to completely eradicate it. However, the immediate priority was to fill his stomach. Having expended half of his energy, the hunger was becoming increasingly intense. Luo Xiao knew that if he didn't replenish his strength soon, even a dozen fourth-tier beasts could wear him down. This was the frustrating reality of relying solely on physical strength. He reignited a fire, slicing off pieces of a fourth-tier, 8-star beast's heart, each as large as a table, and began to roast them. Although many beasts had come to meet their end, their numbers were not as overwhelming as before. The roasting took over an hour before the meat was thoroughly cooked. Despite the unpalatable taste, Luo Xiao had no other choice. At present, he had no other quick means to replenish his energy and had to resort to this most primitive method. The meal lasted a full 5 hours, and it wasn't until nightfall that he managed to restore his energy to 80%. During this time, he had also slain several beasts, amassing over 20,000 simulation points. Lying atop a giant tree, Luo Xiao gazed at the stars and summoned the simulator. The interface now displayed 2 options. 1. Simulate a low-level world, consuming 1 simulation point. 2. Simulate a mid-level world, consuming 1,000 simulation points. The low-level world required minimal consumption, but its martial arts constraints meant that even after dozens of simulations, one's achievements would only reach the innate realm. In contrast, the mid-level world was vastly different. In the innate realm, one might not even be considered a strong contender, let alone a top-tier one. Rubbing his chin, Luo Xiao pondered deeply. He decided to attempt a mid-level world simulation first. The system's prompt sounded. Command accepted. Mid-level simulation initiated. Please choose 1 initial talent from the following options. Green talents. 1. Divine strength. With equivalent physical stats, your explosive power is 400 of an average person. 2. Body cultivation expert. 10 comprehension when cultivating physical training techniques. 3. Lone star of calamity. Those close to you suffer misfortune, but you gain supreme cultivation talent. 5 comprehension, 5 constitution. 4. Berserk, combat power doubles when severely injured. The system added, note, in mid-level simulations, green talents require 100 simulation points. Blue talents. 1. Swordsmanship genius, 60 constitution when practicing sword techniques. 2. Charismatic, 10 charm, 50 comprehension when practicing agility martial skills. The system reminded, choosing a blue talent requires an additional 10,000 simulation points. Luo Xiao was surprised to see blue talents in a mid-level simulation, though the cost was steep. The bonuses were substantial, starting at 40 points and reaching 50 if there were drawbacks. Yet he felt the cost-effectiveness was lacking. A sudden inspiration struck Luo Xiao. Why not first enhance his constitution to dozens or even hundreds in the low-level simulation, then attempt the mid-level world? This strategy could significantly save simulation points. With this thought, Luo Xiao's eyes lit up, and he decided to give it a try. He promptly canceled the current simulation and prepared to initiate the low-level simulation. After all, his current simulation attributes like constitution were not yet strong enough, making the cost-effectiveness low. Luo Xiao reflected on his experiences in the lower world and realized that there were still many skills he hadn't mastered to their fullest potential. This simulation presented an excellent opportunity, not only to refine these skills, but also to make up for life's regrets and achieve true fulfillment. The system's notification sounded, announcing the start of the lower-level simulation. Luo Xiao carefully examined the talent options before him, ranging from ordinary white talents to rare green ones, each with its unique features. Among them, the green talent Lone Star of Calamity stood out the most. Although it would bring misfortune to those around him, it significantly enhanced his comprehension and aptitude, which would be a tremendous boost for his cultivation. After weighing the pros and cons, Luo Xiao decisively chose the Lone Star of Calamity. The system immediately confirmed his choice and deducted 10 simulation points. Following that, the attribute allocation phase began. Luo Xiao carefully considered how to allocate the 10 free attribute points. Given that the main goal of this simulation was to enhance skill levels, he decided to invest most of the points into comprehension, raising it to 20 points. The remaining 2 points he chose to add to his appearance, secretly curious about experiencing the feeling of being admired. Once the attributes were set, the simulation officially began. However, fate seemed to play a cruel joke on Luo Xiao. He was barely born when his striking appearance drew attention, and the process of naming him became a comedic affair. But the good times were short-lived. His family, worried about the trouble his uniqueness might attract, decided to move. Unfortunately, they encountered robbers on the way, and his entire family was tragically killed. The simulation abruptly ended, leaving Luo Xiao stunned, unable to believe how short his life had been. He quickly realized that this might have been the result of the combined effects of the Lone Star of Calamity and low luck. Reflecting on the past, he understood the importance of luck. The system announced the score for this simulation, a C grade, with no rewards. Luo Xiao accepted the result with a wry smile, resolving to pay more attention to the luck attribute in the next simulation. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiao invested another simulation point, ready to embark on a new round of lower-level simulation. This time, he was determined to achieve greater success while ensuring his survival. Soon, the second simulation commenced. Luo Xiao once again chose the Heavenly Fiend Lone Star trait, and this time, luck seemed to be on his side. During the attribute allocation, he decisively increased his fortune to 5 points, thinking that with the Heavenly Fiend Lone Star, he might not survive a full year without boosting his luck. After finalizing the attributes, his initial stats were fixed: Physical 1, Soul 1, Comprehension 18, Bone Structure 14, Fortune 5, Appearance 1. The simulation officially began. In the first year, Luo Xiao was born. His appearance was more exquisite than that of ordinary infants, prompting his father to excitedly name him Luo Shui Gu. But his mother, with a sigh, changed it to Luo Wu Wei, hoping the child would grow up safely. Luo Xiao's intelligence soon became apparent. He was able to speak at 4 months and walk by 7 months, astonishing people from far and wide, who called him a prodigy. Concerned for his safety, his parents decided to move the family. However, fate had other plans. During the move, a band of bandits suddenly appeared. Luo Xiao perked up, curious to see if his suspicions were correct. Indeed, his parents were tragically killed protecting him. Just as the bandits were about to harm Luo Xiao, an old monk happened to pass by. With a single move of his Dharma fist, the monk drove the bandits away. Seeing Luo Xiao's plight, the old monk took him in as a disciple. Thus, Luo Xiao joined the Shaolin Temple and was given the religious name Zhu Kong. Although his parents met an unfortunate end, at least he survived. Luo Xiao pondered whether, if his fortune were strong enough, he could counteract the effects of the Heavenly Fiend Lone Star. He decided to attempt this when his fortune improved. In the second year, Luo Xiao's innate intelligence earned him the affection of the entire sect. However, on his first birthday, a flood of martial arts knowledge suddenly surged into his mind. Curious, he shared this with his master, causing a stir among the Shaolin leadership. They considered him blessed by the Buddha, especially after he demonstrated a series of innate martial arts. In the third year, Luo Xiao began formal training. His comprehension was astonishing, allowing him to master all martial arts perfectly in just a single thought. He also brought all innate martial arts to great completion. Thanks to these martial arts, the overall strength of the Shaolin Temple increased significantly. In the fourth year, Luo Xiao reached the level of a second-rate martial artist. However, news of Shaolin possessing innate martial arts leaked. 7 major sects, along with dozens of second-rate sects, came to Shaolin, demanding the martial arts be handed over. Naturally, Shaolin's strongmen refused, leading to a massive battle. Despite having innate martial arts, reaching the innate realm was incredibly difficult. Under siege, Shaolin soon fell into a disadvantage. To protect Luo Xiao, his master sent him through a secret passage, allowing him to escape the temple. Days later, Luo Xiao, having wandered miles away, received devastating news. Shaolin had been destroyed, and all those who treated him like family as brothers, uncles, and Grandmaster had perished. The origin of the innate martial arts remained a mystery, as his master and uncles took the secret of his existence to their graves. Overwhelmed with grief, Luo Xiao spat out blood and collapsed on a narrow path. Reading this, Luo Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, with the heavenly fiend Lone Star, anyone who comes into contact with him in the simulation meets a tragic end. He gained a deeper understanding of the power of the heavenly fiend Lone Star. A few days later, you awaken from a coma to find yourself saved. Upon inquiry, you are astonished to learn that your savior is none other than the renowned military strategist Li Jing. Li Jing had arrived to maintain order after receiving news of the 7 major sects besieging Shaolin, and he also sought to uncover the secrets of innate martial arts. Li Jing had good fortune. After Shaolin's fall, he managed to seize an innate martial arts manual called Earth Splitting from an elder of the Kongtong sect. On his way back to the capital, he noticed the scar on your head and recognized you as a Shaolin survivor, so he decided to rescue you. Although Li Jing hadn't participated in the assault on Shaolin, he felt guilty after acquiring the innate martial arts and saved you as a small act of atonement. In his eyes, you were just an ordinary young monk. You joined Li's army and assumed a new identity as Li Ruofeng. Li Jing adopted you as his own son, officially bringing you into the Li household. With the lesson of Shaolin's downfall in mind, you cautiously kept the secret of possessing innate martial arts to yourself, dedicating yourself to rigorous practice day and night in your courtyard. 5 years later, you turned 4. On that day, the Li household was filled with joy as Madame Li gave birth to a daughter. Li Jing was ecstatic and named her Li Ruoxi. As you looked at your little sister, you silently vowed to protect her for life. 2 years later, your martial skills advanced rapidly, and you became a first-rate martial artist. Though only 6 years old, your abilities allowed you to contend with top-tier masters. However, your understanding of martial concepts had yet to fully integrate. Otherwise, you would have been unmatched beneath the innate level. Yet disaster struck once more. News that Li Jing possessed the innate martial art, Earth Splitting, unfortunately leaked, attracting the attention of the Western Blade Demon, the leader among the top 10 martial artists. The Western Blade Demon, along with the Kongtong Patriarch and other top-tier blade masters, ambushed Li Jing on his way to quell a rebellion at the border. Despite fiercely resisting and killing 3 formidable foes, Li Jing was ultimately outnumbered and tragically perished. The death of the military god sent shockwaves through the court and the country. The Li army, enraged and defying imperial orders, launched an attack on the western region, annihilating the Western Blade sect. Although the Western Blade Demon was killed in the chaos, the Li army suffered heavy losses. The Emperor of Xia was furious, viewing the Li army's actions as bordering on rebellion. Though no overt punishment was issued, the Li army faced covert suppression and was eventually disbanded, with its key members either killed or imprisoned. Li Jing's death cast a pall of sorrow over the Li household, leaving Madame Li in tears until she eventually went blind. A year later, you trained relentlessly and finally reached the mid-first-rate level. However, with the Li family lacking a strong protector, opportunists soon targeted them. The third prince of Xia coveted the Li estate and came to threaten Madame Li into relinquishing it. Enraged, you struck out, using a terrifying blade technique to instantly kill the first-rate guard protecting the prince, and severed the prince's arm. This act thoroughly enraged the Xia imperial court. The emperor ordered a manhunt for you. You fled the Li estate with Madame Li and the 3-year-old Li Ruoxi. Unfortunately, you were quickly pursued by the army. Amidst the chaos, despite your formidable skills, you couldn't protect both of them. Madame Li was tragically killed by a volley of arrows, leaving you to break through the encirclement with Li Ruoxi and escape into the distance. Under the relentless pursuit of the Xia army, you changed your identity and fled with Li Ruoxi to a remote village. Years of hardship had left you feeling utterly desolate, convinced that you were a harbinger of disaster. bringing misfortune to anyone who got close to you. To protect your last remaining family member, you painfully entrusted Li Ruoxi to a kind, childless couple. For a whole month, you watched over them from the shadows, ensuring that the couple genuinely treated Li Ruoxi as their own. Only after confirming their sincerity did you suppress the pain of parting and quietly leave. You knew that every day you lingered was another day of danger for your sister. With no more worries holding you back, you gripped your sword and stormed into the Xia palace like a bolt of lightning. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses littered your path. Neither the revered protectors nor the elder ancestors of Xia, all of whom were considered top-tier warriors, could withstand even a single move from you. On that day, the Emperor of Xia was horrified to discover that the most powerful figure in the martial world was a boy not even 10 years old. Had he known this earlier, he wouldn't have dared to target the Li family after Li Jing's death, even with 10 times the courage. But regrets were futile. With a swift motion, your sword took the Emperor's head. At that moment, you noticed a 5-year-old girl hiding in the corner, her eyes filled with terror and hatred. You asked for her name, and she trembled as she replied, Changle. The name reminded you of your sister, but you showed no mercy, ending her life instantly. You left the blood-soaked Xia palace. Days later, a shocking news reverberated across the central plains. The Emperor of Xia had been slain, and the royal family suffered heavy casualties. The Xia court hastily installed a prince as the new ruler to stabilize the situation. Rumors circulated that the perpetrator was a child under 10, though many scoffed at the notion. Yet, these disturbances no longer concerned you. Upon learning of the event, the Xiongnu king seized the opportunity to march south, aiming to alter the balance of power in the central plains. War spread once more, wreaking havoc on the land. Meanwhile, you, concerned for your sister's safety, lived in seclusion on a small mountain near Li Ruoxi's village, honing your martial skills and keeping a watchful eye on her. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. At the age of 9, you finally mastered all the martial arts in your mind, reaching the pinnacle of perfection and comprehending a profound blade intent. Your prowess had reached the apex of the martial world, rivaling that of ordinary, innate warriors. You decided it was time to descend the mountain. Your first target was the Huashan sect, the closest to you, to seek justice for Shaolin and your adoptive father. Armed with a simple chopping knife, you fought your way from the foot of Huashan to its peak. No one in the Huashan sect was your match. The sect leader, Wu Daoyuan, was cleaved in half with a single strike, his blood staining the mountain's summit. His disciple, Lu Rufeng, enraged by the sight, attacked with Huashan swordsmanship. However, you casually picked up a long sword from the ground, unleashing an even more refined and perfected Huashan sword technique. Lu Rufeng didn't last a single breath before being reduced to pieces. You left the Huashan sect in ruins, the news of its destruction sweeping through the martial world like a storm. Before other sects could react, the same fate befell the Shushan sect, Kongtong sect, Amei sect, and others. The 8 major sects were completely annihilated, shaking the martial world to its core. Your path of vengeance was far from over. In the following months, every sect involved in the siege of Shaolin Temple was eradicated, leaving none spared. Many cowardly individuals disbanded their sects and fled in terror. Within a few short months, 90% of the martial world's elite had perished, and martial traditions faced a devastating blow. A 9-year-old child's quest for revenge had irrevocably altered the landscape of the martial world in the Central Plains. However, none of this has anything to do with you. You return to the mountain peak, fully absorbed in your cultivation. Time flies, and 12 years pass by in the blink of an eye. This year, you finally break through the bottleneck and advance to the innate realm, perfectly integrating all your insights. At this moment, you have become an unrivaled presence in the world. Despite your increased strength, you remain indifferent to the conflicts of the martial world. The only thing you care about is your sister, Li Ruoxi. Secretly observing, you find that she is living reasonably well with her adoptive parents, which brings you some relief. Although they have had a biological son, their attitude towards Li Ruoxi remains kind. You often go to see her quietly, but you have never revealed your identity. You notice, however, that Li Ruoxi often sits alone at the doorstep, lost in thought, as if she is longing for something. Time passes swiftly, and another 3 years go by. This year, your power increases once more. However, you notice that Li Ruoxi seems to have more chores at her adoptive parents' home. You frown, but ultimately decide not to interfere. In the 15th year, your cultivation reaches new heights. However, Li Ruoxi's situation worsens. Her adoptive parents' attitude towards her becomes increasingly harsh, and you furrow your brows, tempted to step in and warn them, but you hold back. In the blink of an eye, you turn 15, and Li Ruoxi has grown to 11. Your sister has blossomed beautifully, and you feel a sense of joy. Yet, this joy is soon shattered. Her adoptive parents, disregarding her objections, arrange a marriage for her with the village chief's family, intending for her to marry at 12. Li Ruoxi cries and pleads, but she is heartlessly locked away. Witnessing this, You know that the long-hidden blade in your possession is ready to taste blood again. The following night, the village chief's family is mysteriously wiped out. Lee Rawashi's adoptive parents also disappear for a night, and when they return the next day, their attitude towards Lee Rawashi is drastically different. Lee Rawashi believes her once loving adoptive parents have returned, unaware that their affection has turned into deep-seated fear. In the years that follow, the conditions at Lee Rawashi's adoptive home inexplicably improve, and they treat her with utmost care. When suitors come calling, her adoptive parents drive them away, leading outsiders to think they have lost their minds. Time flies, and you have been cultivating for 20 years. Your physical strength has reached an astonishing 2,000 points, and your soul has surpassed the 1,100-point threshold. Though you rarely descend from the mountain, you are well informed about worldly affairs. This is thanks to a new force in the martial world, the Tianji Pavilion, which specializes in selling all sorts of rumors. Despite not spending a cent, you easily obtain a wealth of information. As for how you manage this, a glance at the blade in your hand reveals the answer. Because of your past massacre, the martial world in Central Plains has been in decline, often bullied by neighboring countries. Yet, this is of no concern to you, and you remain indifferent. One day, while practicing swordsmanship atop the mountain, you sense a graceful figure stealthily approaching. You easily capture the intruder, startling the girl into a series of screams. When you see her face, your heart acquiesces it's your long-missed sister, Lee Rawashi. However, it seems she no longer recognizes you. After all, 10 years have passed since she was 3. Feigning sternness, you ask her what she is doing here, threatening to send her down the mountain. Lee Rawashi quickly kneels and pleads, saying she heard there was an immortal living on this mountain and came to seek a master to learn martial arts. You chuckle inwardly, knowing that while you rarely show your skills, you have often secretly aided against bandits or invaders, inadvertently earning the reputation of an immortal. You initially wish to avoid entanglement with Lee Rawashi and directly refuse her request. Unexpectedly, she claims she wants to learn martial arts to find her brother, then kneels, refusing to leave. After a long silence, you reluctantly toss her a top-tier swordsmanship manual, allowing her to train on her own, but warn her not to disturb you again. Lee Rawashi is overjoyed and quickly leaves with the manual. You think the matter is settled, but she returns the next day with food and wine she made herself, calling it a gift for a master. Although concerned, you can't resist the urge to talk to your sister after watching over her from afar for so long. You think, it's just one meal, it should be fine. So, you allow Lee Rawashi's request, and the two of you share a simple meal. During the meal, Lee Rawashi recounts childhood memories, stirring your own recollections of the Lee household. This meal becomes one of the happiest moments of your life. After the meal, your heart feels lighter, and you finally agree to take Lee Rawashi as your disciple. Although you do not reveal your true identity, you permit her to come to you daily for martial arts training. Lee Rawashi is overjoyed and immediately kneels, respectfully calling you master. You believed yourself to be invincible, strong enough to protect your sister, and you scoffed at the notion of any curse. In the years that followed, Lee Rawashi would come to you every day for training. She was quite talented and quickly reached the level of a second-tier fighter. Your relationship grew closer, but while you only felt familial affection for her, she secretly developed feelings for you. Often, you caught her staring at you, but you mistakenly thought she was reminiscing about her past family. In the 25th year, you were 24 and Lee Rawashi was 20. This year, you finally broke through to the mid-innate stage. Although your cultivation progress slowed significantly afterward, you didn't mind. As long as you could be with your sister, you were content. However, you began to notice that Lee Rawashi's gaze toward you was becoming increasingly odd. One day, after sword practice, Lee Rawashi suddenly asked what kind of girl you liked. You paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "I like someone like you." Hearing this, Lee Rawashi thought you liked her too and confessed her feelings. You were stunned and only then realized that all these years, her gaze was not of admiration or respect, but of affection. Feeling conflicted, you ultimately revealed to Lee Rawashi that you were actually Lee Rawafing. She was shocked and found it hard to believe. It wasn't until you recounted stories from your childhood that she believed you, but she couldn't accept it and left in despair. You didn't have the courage to follow her, a regret that would haunt you for life. That night, a deafening explosion shook the heavens and the earth. You realized the sound came from Lee Rawashi's village and rushed there with a sense of foreboding. However, when you arrived, the scene sapped all strength from your body. A meteor had fallen, obliterating Lee Rawashi's home along with several neighboring houses, leaving only a terrifying crater 100 meters wide. Lee Rawashi perished in this disaster. Devastated, you descended into madness, slaughtering indiscriminately. Within a single night, the entire village was annihilated. Afterward, you found a piece of meteorite iron in the debris and forged it into a blade with immense power. Then, you left the mountains, killing everyone you encountered. This unleashed a catastrophe that swept across the Central Plains and even the world. Invincible. Truly invincible. Watching the simulation reach this point, Luo Xiao fell silent. Indeed, you were invincible. But who could have foreseen a meteor falling from the sky? This cursed star was doomed to madness once again. Luo Xiao could understand. If it were him, he might have done the same. A lifetime of tragedy. In the 28th year, a 3-year massacre left the 18 counties of the Great Xia desolate, with hundreds of towns reduced to ruins. The entire Central Plains was in a state of panic, forcing the court to gather all the martial experts of the region and a 200,000 strong army to hunt you down. The battle was chaotic, and eventually, the army fled in disarray, leaving the already devastated martial world in ruins. Though you were gravely injured, after 6 months of recovery, you returned with renewed fury. Through these years of slaughter, you gradually comprehended the essence of killing. Finally, in this great battle, you grasped the concept of a killing intent, and your powers surged once more. The infamous name of the peerless killer echoes across the land, striking fear into the hearts of all. While other villains might be used to frighten children, your name is one that even adults dare not mention, lest they invite death upon themselves. In the 35th year, the Central Plains were awash with blood. Wherever your blade reached, 8 or 9 out of 10 met their end. The survivors, like startled birds, fled into the deep mountains and forests, living in constant fear. Meanwhile, your martial arts skills advanced rapidly, all progressing to the level of intermediate innate martial arts. Your gaze turned toward the grasslands as your next target. By the 39th year, the Xiongnu and western regions faced utter devastation. 70% of the population was massacred, and the survivors were driven from the grasslands, left to wander aimlessly. In the 4th to 5th year, your path of slaughter extended to countries like Fusang and Goguryeo. These once prosperous nations were reduced to ashes under your iron heel. That same year, news of northern civilizations reached you, and without hesitation, you crossed the grasslands, advancing northward. By the 54th year, the Tsardom of Russia had fallen under your blade. The Western world trembled with fear, likening you to Satan incarnate, a devil in human form. In the 61st year, you reached the vast desert. There, you encountered a group of foreigners with white cloth wrapped around their heads. Unsurprisingly, they soon became souls under your blade. In the 69th year, amidst endless slaughter, you mastered all martial arts and finally created a top-tier innate martial art called Butcher of Men. Each move of this martial art contains immense killing intent, and even a leaf or a grain of sand in your hand can become a deadly weapon. However, to cultivate this skill, one must first master the intent to kill. The deeper one delves into its cultivation, the easier it is to become entirely consumed, transforming into an unrelenting killing machine. That year, you annihilated a bird-speaking nation by the Thames. In the years that followed, you roamed the earth. Wherever you went, neither man nor beast could escape your blade. Years of slaughter and the toll on your vitality made your appearance ever more terrifying, like a ghost crawling out of hell. Yet, even after traversing the ends of the earth, you still couldn't find meaning or direction in life. In a haze, you continued to wander in this nearly deserted world. In the 73rd year, despite being an innate grandmaster, the years of battles and the toll on your vitality ultimately led to your demise. At the peak of a lonely snowy mountain, you sat alone, ending your life of slaughter. Simulation ends, and the system begins to calculate the score. Moments later, the system prompts, "Ding, calculation complete." Although you achieved the pinnacle of martial arts in this life, due to a certain old six, your family was ruined, and you lived a life of misery, ultimately becoming a human butcher. This simulation received its level rating. You can choose 3 of the following rewards. Watching an advertisement allows you to choose 1 more. Finally, the simulation ended. Luo Xiao looked at the system's evaluation, twitching his mouth. This, old 6, could it be referring to him? It seems the system has learned to be sarcastic. However, seeing Luo Wuwei's tragic life, he felt a bit guilty. Perhaps another simulation, but he should avoid choosing this talent in the future, as it was too ruthless. Nevertheless, this time he acquired a killing intent, which is quite valuable. According to the system's introduction, it can enhance his combat ability in all aspects and can also merge with other intents. However, after cultivation, one might lose their rationality, and he wondered if this side effect could be eliminated. Luo Xiao fell into contemplation. The system then listed the available rewards. 1. Experience in cultivating martial arts skills. Watch an advertisement to remove the side effects of the Butcher of Men technique. 2. 73 years of martial arts cultivation. Body value, 3,300. Soul value is lower than the host, no need to merge. 3. Fusion talent, Heavenly Evil Lone Star, Comprehension 5, Constitution 5. Watch an advertisement to remove side effects. 4. All skill experience. Watch an advertisement to remove the side effects of the killing intent skill. 5. 73 years of life experience. 6. Meteorite Iron Blade Embryo, Blood Butcher 6th tier weapon. After refinement, it can reach the 7th tier. Rating, 4 stars. As expected, the side effects can be eliminated. Luo Xiao felt a surge of joy and noticed on the system interface that there was an additional reward of extraterrestrial meteorite iron. This is a rare treasure, and even as a blade blank, it meets the standards of a 6th grade weapon. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Xiao realized that his martial arts progress was minimal this time, likely due to the physical strain and blood depletion from his previous demonic transformation, which decreased his strength. He made a decisive choice. In that case, I'll choose 1346. Watch all the ads to remove the side effects. As soon as he spoke, the system responded promptly. Ding. Command accepted. Ad starting. 4 ads appeared before Luo Xiao, 2 of which were particularly noticeable with their millions of words. It took Luo Xiao over 10 days to finish these ads. The ads were indeed quite demanding. When the last ad ended, the system chimed again. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've acquired top-tier innate martial arts. Manslayer. Master the intent of slaughter, level 1. Root 5, Comprehension 5. With level 1 slaughter intent, you can enter the realm of slaughter, all attributes 200. As the rewards were granted, Luo Xiao felt a surge of power within him, his strength skyrocketing once more. Simultaneously, a black blade blank appeared in his hand out of thin air. This piece of metal, resembling a knife, might only be useful for hitting someone to an ordinary person, but for Luo Xiao, it was perfect. What he needed now was not sharpness, but hardness. As a 7th grade item, even a 7th grade expert couldn't break it, making it ideal for Luo Xiao. Without waiting for the system to continue, Luo Xiao commanded. System, continue the simulation. Ding. Command accepted. Starting simulation, the system's voice sounded again. Luo Xiao quickly chose the green talent, body training expert, which enhances physical training abilities, perfectly suited for this low-level martial arts world focused on physical cultivation. As for other talents, he followed the allocation method from his previous life. The simulation began. In the first year, you were born and named Luo Wuwei. By the 3rd year, you became a second-rate martial artist, towering over your peers. By the 7th year, at only 6 years old, you possessed the strength of a first-rate martial artist, standing at 1.5 meters tall. By the 10th year, you reached the pinnacle of first-rate martial arts. At 9 years old and 1.8 meters tall, you were called a monster by those around you, but you didn't care. Outwardly, you were a cultured person, even passing the county exam, while secretly training in martial arts. In the 15th year, you comprehended the innate intent and became an innate expert. At 2 meters tall, you stood like a towering iron pillar. That year, you ranked first in the provincial exam, becoming a top scholar. The messenger who came to congratulate you thought you were an imposter. In the 18th year, you ranked first nationally. During the imperial exam, the emperor of Daxiao was furious, believing that a 2.3-meter giant like you couldn't possibly be the top scholar without corruption. Despite your explanations, no one believed you. In anger, you declared that although a scholar, you knew a bit of martial arts. Before you finished speaking, you unleashed the terrifying power of an innate grandmaster, even knocking out the teeth of Daxiao's strongest military god, Li Jing, with a slap. That day, the emperor of Daxiao publicly announced that you were not only the top scholar, but also the imperial advisor, ranking above him, with the authority to depose emperors. This shocking news shook the entire Daxia. Seeing this, Luo Xiao couldn't help but marvel. The speed of power growth in this life far exceeded the previous one, reaching the pinnacle of first-rate martial arts at 9 years old, likely due to the body training expert talent. In the past, even with the same foundation, it took several more years to reach this level. In the 22nd year, the Xiongnu army surged like a tide, and you finally made your move. Unleashing your killing intent, you transformed into an unparalleled god of slaughter. With a flick of your blade, 200,000 Xiongnu soldiers fell. Your figure flitted across the battlefield like a phantom, cutting through to the heart of the Xiongnu territory and uprooting the entire tribe. The Great Xia dynasty seized the opportunity to expand, doubling its territory. After the war subsided, you quietly returned to the national teacher's residence to continue your cultivation, leaving behind only the words, "Remember to call me for such good opportunities in the future." Li Jing and the Emperor of Great Xia broke out in a cold sweat at your words, nodding repeatedly in agreement. In the years that followed, you focused on cultivation. By the 25th year, your physical strength increased by 200 points, and your soul by 50 points. Meanwhile, your parents began to worry about your marriage. When their urging proved fruitless, they decided to have a second child. By the 30th year, you welcomed a baby sister, and your cultivation advanced further, with your physical strength increasing by another 200 points and your soul by 50 points. By the 35th year, your cultivation continued to yield impressive results, with a 150-point increase in physical strength and another 50-point boost to your soul. Time flew by, and by the 67th year, your physical strength finally surpassed the 5,000 mark. However, the joy was short-lived as you faced a dilemma. Ordinary food could no longer satisfy your needs. Even eating all day barely maintained your current level. You realized you had reached the limits of this world. Thus, you decisively abandoned physical cultivation and turned your focus to mastering your intent. That same year, Yi Wufeng broke through to the innate realm and eagerly came to spar with you. Unfortunately, in a moment of carelessness, you accidentally killed him with a single palm strike. Filled with regret, you sighed at your own carelessness. As the years passed, by the 80th year, you comprehended the second level of sword intent, increasing your combat power by 1,000. By the 83rd year, you had also mastered the second level of saber intent, and by the 90th year, your spear and staff intents had broken through. By the 112th year, you had mastered all second-level intents except for the killing intent. It was around this time that the Great Xia dynasty finally unified the land. Time continued to pass, and by the 145th year, you passed away peacefully, ending a remarkable life. After the simulation ended, Luo Xiao quickly reviewed the experience. He realized that in this low-energy world, without the presence of beasts or magical creatures, he had to rely on ordinary livestock to replenish his energy. However, even consuming several cattle or sheep a day failed to provide sufficient energy. It seemed that a physical strength of 5,000 was the limit in this world. Nevertheless, the simulation yielded significant gains. Thanks to his high comprehension, Luo Xiao had grasped the second level of sword intent. He calculated that in the next simulation, he might be able to merge the second-level sword intent before the age of 15, allowing him to progress even further. The power of the second-level sword intent surpassed ordinary S-grade talents, comparable to S-grade talents. As for the third-level sword intent, fewer than 5 people among the entire human race had comprehended it, each a martial saint. Luo Xiao couldn't help but wonder if he could achieve such a feat in this lower world. Without hesitation, Luo Xiao watched the advertisement and immediately claimed the rewards. The system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for mastering the second-level sword intent, saber intent, spear intent, and staff intent. Congratulations to the host. Physical strength increased to 5,000. Soul strength increased to 4,100. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent. Body refinement master, eliminating the side effect of increased body size, and greatly accelerating body refinement speed. In an instant, Luo Xiao felt a surge of power throughout his body, his realm soaring to the 4th tier, 5 stars. He estimated that with his current strength, ordinary 5th tier 5 or 6-star opponents were no match for him. Even those with S-grade talents at the same level would be easily defeated. After all, Luo Xiao not only possessed the second-level intent comparable to an S-grade ability user, but also a powerful killing intent and a top-tier innate martial art, perfected to its fullest potential, the human butcher. This martial art was rated at 3.5 stars, equivalent to ordinary 6th-tier martial arts. Luo Xiao stood atop the tower of Kaiyun Bay City, overlooking the bustling metropolis. His heart was filled with pride and amazement, having just reached the pinnacle of a 6th-level cultivation technique. What an achievement this was! The strongest individuals in the entire Kaiyun Bay City were merely 6th-level cultivators, and their techniques reached at most the 5th level. In a world where advanced techniques were scarce, Luo Xiao's accomplishment was truly remarkable. He clenched his fist gently, feeling the surge of power within him. With his mastery of the 6th-level technique, he was comparable to a typical 7th-level practitioner. After all, among those cultivating 7th-level techniques, few could reach mastery, let alone perfection. Luo Xiao closed his eyes, reflecting on his path of cultivation. In this life, his other innate martial arts hadn't reached an advanced level, only barely achieving an intermediate level. Basic and intermediate innate martial arts were rated 3 stars, while reaching an advanced level was akin to 3.5 stars. This top-tier innate martial art, although also 3.5 stars, was already approaching 4 stars. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and determined. The innate realm was far more complex than he had imagined. Perhaps it seemed weaker in a lower-level world due to the absence of an energy system. In a mid-level or high-level world, the rank of innate martial arts would undoubtedly be significant. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiao decided to continue simulating. He was determined to elevate attributes like his innate talent to a higher level. He closed his eyes and initiated a new round of simulation. Ding! Simulation activated. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Choose green talent, swordsmanship, genius. Root attribute 10 when practicing swordsmanship. The scenes flashed rapidly. Year 1. You were born. Year 14. You became an innate expert. Year 135. You died. Ding! S-rank evaluation. You gained the talent, swordsmanship, genius. Luo Xiao didn't pause and continued simulating. Ding! Simulation activated. Choose green talent. Epiphany, comprehension 5. Year 135. You died. You gained the talent, Epiphany, comprehension 5. Thus, Luo Xiao continuously initiated simulations. He discovered that talents like swordsmanship, genius, and Herculean strength could only be chosen once and would not reappear. However, talents that directly increased comprehension and innate talent could be repeatedly refreshed. Yet, When these attributes were all fused to 30 points, Luo Xiao was surprised to find he couldn't merge them any further. This meant that in a lower-level world, these attributes could only be fused up to 30 points maximum. Despite this, with both innate talent and comprehension reaching 30 points, Luo Xiao's aptitude had become extraordinarily formidable. At merely 20 years old, he had already reached the physical limit of 5,000 points, a level previously only achievable at 70 or 80 years of age. Following this, Luo Xiao began stacking luck and appearance. Appearance maxed out at 10, with the system indicating this was the limit in a lower-level world, but could be enhanced in a higher-level world. Luck reached 30. Luo Xiao opened his eyes, glanced at his current attributes, and couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Luo Xiao gazed at the simulation interface before him, feeling a tinge of anticipation. This time, he decided to choose the follow your heart, talent, and allocate all attribute points to comprehension. As the simulation began, a brand new life unfolded. In Luo family village, a fair and beautiful baby was born, assuming the new identity of Luo Xiao Luo Wuwei. The midwife marveled at the child's beauty, and Luo Chang'e was overjoyed, entrusting the naming responsibility to his wife. Luo Wuwei's growth was astonishing. By 4 months, he could speak, and by 6 months, he could walk. The entire village regarded him as a bringer of good fortune, as his birth seemed to herald a series of happy events. By the age of 2, Luo Wuwei was already composing poetry, becoming a prodigy renowned within 10 miles. Even more astonishingly, scholars who came to take him as a disciple found themselves outshined by this young child. Meanwhile, an abundance of martial arts knowledge surfaced in Luo Wuwei's mind, and he began to practice quietly. At 3, Luo Wuwei was sent to study at the home of Luo Xiao. Yet, after just a year, Luo Xiao realized he could no longer teach this gifted boy and instead started learning from him. Under Luo Wuwei's guidance, Luo Xiao excelled in the imperial examinations, ranking 3rd, which astonished the entire county. As a result, the status of the Luo family rose significantly. At 5, the county magistrate visited the Luo family and was promoted the next day. Luo Xiao, benefiting from his newfound luck, became the magistrate of Yinshan County. Luo Wuwei's influence quietly expanded. When Luo Wuwei was 8, a band of bandits prepared to raid the village but were slain at the entrance by a swordsman dressed in white. The village remained unharmed, not even losing a single chicken. This was the first time Luo Wuwei witnessed a martial artist. Yet he astutely sensed that this seemingly heroic figure was actually quite weak. In these short 8 years, Luo Wuwei not only demonstrated astonishing intelligence, but also successfully integrated a level of sword intent. Each step of his growth subtly changed the world around him, and it was only the beginning. At the beginning of the year, the protagonist advanced to the innate realm and chose to keep a low profile. He commuted daily to the county magistrate's office, ostensibly to study, but in reality, he was assisting Luo Xiao in governing Yinshan County. Under his strategic planning, Yinshan County transformed into a prosperous place where doors did not need to be locked at night within just 3 years. That year, under his meticulous guidance, Luo Xiao achieved 2nd place in the top division of the imperial exam. During the palace examination, the Emperor of Xia was delighted to hear of Luo Xiao's outstanding achievements in county governance and immediately appointed him as the prefect of Huaishui, a position of the 3rd rank. At Luo Xiao's earnest request, he moved his family to Huaishui. In the 11th year, he easily passed the county examination. With his help, Huaishui Prefecture thrived. 3 years later, at the age of only 13, he won 1st place in the provincial examination, shocking the entire court and country. By this time, his physical cultivation level had reached 2,000, and he had fully mastered the 2nd level of intent. In the 17th year, he achieved another victory by securing 1st place in the metropolitan examination. The court and country were once again astounded, but he did not take up an official position. Instead, he chose to travel the martial world. The following year, a mysterious white-clad swordsman suddenly appeared in the martial world, whose swordsmanship was unparalleled. Even the head of the Huashan sect, Lu Rufeng, was defeated in just 1 move, and people respectfully called him the Sword Immortal. After a year of making waves in the martial world, the white-clad Sword Immortal disappeared like a breeze. In the 19th year, he switched to wielding a spear, adopting the alias Luo Xingyun, and joined the renowned Li family army. By chance, he saved Li Jing's life during a Xiongnu surprise attack on the Li army's base, becoming his trusted confidant. With his exceptional military talents, he led the army to numerous victories. In the 20th year, Li Jing recommended him for the position of General of Xia. That same year, he strongly advocated for a counterattack against the Xiongnu, receiving the emperor's approval. After more than 6 months of warfare, the Xiongnu were completely defeated. During this campaign, he hardly needed to fight personally, instead relishing the thrill of strategizing and commanding thousands of troops. If he had taken direct action, he could have subdued the Xiongnu in a month. On the day of triumph, the Emperor of Xia personally received him. The fierce aura of his martial prowess made the civil and military officials unable to meet his gaze. The Emperor conferred upon him the title of Divine Martial General, placing him on equal footing with Li Jing. Li Jing, far from being envious, was overjoyed and hosted a banquet in celebration. At this celebration, he encountered the youthful and charming Li Ruoxi. The moment their eyes met, they were both deeply captivated by each other. Thereafter, he often visited the Li residence under the pretense of drinking with Li Jing, when in fact he was secretly courting Li Ruoxi. Li Jing was well aware of this. Seeing the mutual affection between them, he jokingly suggested marrying Li Ruoxi to him. This suggestion caught him off guard, as the idea of a former comrade suddenly becoming his father-in-law was indeed awkward. However, he earnestly requested Li Jing to propose to his parents on his behalf. This revelation left Li Jing stunned, as he realized that the young divine martial general before him still had living parents. Over the years, even during the enfeoffment ceremony, his family never appeared, leading Li Jing to assume he was alone. With no other choice, he revealed his true identity was the renowned white-clad sword immortal from a year ago and the prodigious child known as Luo Xiao. This unexpected revelation left Li Jing speechless. At that moment, Li Jing realized that he had never truly understood your heart. You resolutely left the capital, declaring your intention to marry Li Ruoxi under your true identity, a move that shocked everyone. In the 22nd year, the imperial examination was held again. Your previous absence and years of disappearance had caused quite a stir, leading many to believe you had met with misfortune. However, on the day the results were announced, an astonishing news spread like wildfire through the court. In the realm you had claimed the top spot with an outstanding performance. Your essay was even praised by the Emperor of Xia as the best of all time. Upon first meeting you, the Emperor of Xia was so pleased that he immediately decreed that his favorite princess Chang'e be betrothed to you. This decree hit Li Jing like a bolt of lightning. Seeing his prospective son-in-law being claimed by the Emperor, he immediately stepped forward to reveal that you and his daughter had long been in love. The Emperor was momentarily stunned. Wasn't it said that Li Jing's daughter was already promised to the General of Divine Might? However, when the other ministers got a clear look at you, they were utterly dumbfounded. This refined and handsome young man was indeed the same person as the once fearsome General of Divine Might. The Emperor was left bewildered. At this point, you politely declined the Emperor's offer of marriage. Although reluctant, the Emperor reluctantly agreed, lamenting that he had acted too late. In the 23rd year, you and Li Ruoxi finally married. The two of you lived harmoniously and affectionately, and soon Li Ruoxi was expecting. In the 24th year, your first child was born, a lovely daughter, whom you named Luo Xiao. 2 years later, you welcomed a son, whom you named Luo Yunting. Afterward, you decided not to have more children, and your family led a peaceful and quiet life, away from worldly distractions. During this time, you began to carefully teach Li Ruoxi in the hopes that she could also break through to the innate realm. In the 27th year, a master swordsman from the western regions, known as the Blade Demon, arrived in Xia and openly challenged all comers. Shockingly, no one in Xia could match him. The Emperor was furious but helpless. Under the watchful eyes of countless martial artists, you finally made your move. With a single slash, the ground split open, and the Blade Demon was instantly consumed by the terrifying blade energy. This scene astounded the world, revealing that you were indeed the legendary innate master. Suddenly, the name of the General of Divine Might echoed across the land, and you were hailed as the supreme martial artist. Many martial practitioners flocked to become your disciples, but you graciously declined them all. Only Li Jing, with his thick-skinned persistence, learned the innate blade technique, Earth Splitter, from you, and then secluded himself for intensive training. Years passed swiftly, and in the 40th year, your daughter got married. Every notable figure in the martial world came to offer their congratulations. Your in-laws, however, were nervous, unsure how their son was worthy of marrying your cherished daughter. 5 years later, Li Jing finally broke through to the innate realm, news that once again shocked the world. Time flew by, and nearly 20 years passed. In the 64th year, under your careful guidance, Li Ruoxi successfully reached the innate realm. From then on, you no longer worried about her lifespan. Unfortunately, your parents, uninterested in cultivation, had both passed away. In the 75th year, a new third innate master emerged in the martial world, Yi Wufeng. He narrowly defeated Li Jing, earning widespread amazement. However, when he came to challenge you, your son Luo Yunting nearly defeated him in just 10 moves. It was then that he realized he was only the 6th innate master, while the first 5 were all members of your family. After that, Yi Wufeng became much more humble. Seeing the future of martial arts, you decided to establish the Divine Martial Sect. You made all your innate martial arts public, allowing anyone who joined the sect to learn and even receive personal instruction from you and Li Jing. This news caused a nationwide sensation, with many sects disbanding entirely to join the Divine Martial Sect. Thus, martial arts flourished, heralding the dawn of a new era. In the 80th year, Shenwu sect achieved a groundbreaking milestone. They successfully cultivated their first innate warrior. This news exploded like thunder throughout the martial world, sparking an unprecedented transformation. Other sects dissolved and vied to join Shenwu sect's ranks. With great magnanimity, Shenwu sect allowed these sects to establish branches within their mountains, preserving their heritage and roots, requiring only nominal allegiance to Shenwu sect. Thus, you successfully unified the martial world and were revered as the martial ancestor. This title not only recognized your strength, but also affirmed your role in ushering in a new era of martial arts. Time flew, and it was soon the 112th year. Li Jing, the military god who once fought alongside you, passed away peacefully, mourned by many. His departure marked the end of an era and heralded the beginning of a new chapter. Another 23 years passed, bringing us to the 135th year. By now, you were graying at the temples, slightly stooped, yet your eyes remained bright and sharp. You and Li Ruoxi sat in the courtyard, watching your lively and adorable great-grandchildren play. The gentle sunlight warmed you, and the rustling leaves seemed to whisper tales of time. In this peaceful afternoon, a wave of fatigue suddenly washed over you. You glanced at Li Ruoxi beside you, then at the laughing children in the yard, a contented smile curling your lips. You gently closed your eyes, as if taking a nap, but you never woke up again. Your passing shocked the entire martial world, and countless people mourned you. After your funeral, Li Ruoxi, as if losing her life's anchor, soon followed you. Your story became a celebrated legend for future generations. Your descendants took over Shenwu sect, continuing your legacy. Perhaps due to your powerful bloodline, your descendants were all exceptionally gifted. Every few decades, an innate warrior would emerge, capable of reaching the physical limit of 5,000 points. Nevertheless, none could surpass your achievements. This period was later known as the Martial Enlightenment Era, and your identity as the martial ancestor was eternally remembered until the end of civilization. Your life not only initiated a new epoch in martial arts, but also fulfilled a beautiful life with your beloved. The simulation ended with a prompt, granting an S-level highest evaluation. In this lifetime, you not only died peacefully, reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, but also started a grand era of martial arts and grew old with your true love. The system then presented 4 reward options: cultivation experience in martial arts skills, the title of martial ancestor, effects unknown, all skill experience, and the integration of 135 years of life. This reward differed from the usual, especially the last option, life integration, which seemed to hint at a unique experience. Luo Xiao pondered briefly and decided to accept all rewards. The moment he made his choice, everything went black, followed by the sound of a loud cry in his ears. A boy is born, and he's so handsome," an excited voice exclaimed. Luo Xiao struggled to open his eyes, finding himself cradled by a joyful woman, who then handed him to a burly man. "Ha ha ha, indeed my son," the man laughed heartily. "Wife, quickly give him a name." He carefully carried Luo Xiao to a slightly weak-looking young woman. She gently caressed Luo Xiao's tiny face, smiling as she said, "This little guy is bold, looking around right after birth. Let's name him Luo Wuwei, hoping he will live safely and fearlessly." At that moment, Luo Xiao realized he had merged with Luo Wuwei of this life, becoming this newborn baby. In the years to come, he would experience every detail of this life in a unique way. Unlike previous text simulations, this time Luo Xiao truly felt the vivid characters and events. He met the literary Luo Xiao, witnessed the majestic military god Li Jing, saw the sword immortal Lu Rufeng, and felt the overwhelming aura of the great Xia Emperor. Most importantly, he finally met Li Ruoxi, the one he had yearned for across lifetimes. Her face and smile were indelibly etched in Luo Xiao's heart. This time, he was no longer an observer but a true participant, living through this century-spanning legendary life. The girl's gentle face left Luo Xiao deeply moved. His gaze fell on Li Ruoxi, and he finally understood why Luo Wuwei was hopelessly drawn to her in every lifetime. As his memories gradually merged with those of Luo Wuwei, he found himself developing indescribable feelings for this girl. Images kept flashing in his mind. At the Lantern Festival, the two of them sharing a smile as they solved the riddles together, by the shores of Lake Daxia, a small boat gently swaying, reflecting their sweet silhouettes. Under the gardenia tree, they promised to stay together for a lifetime. The joy of the wedding, the cries of their child, every little detail was vividly clear. Under the night sky, Li Ruoxi nestled in Luo Xiao's arms and softly asked, "Husband, do you think there will ever be a day when we can't see each other?" "Never, at least not in this lifetime," Luo Xiao replied firmly. "And in the next life?" "In the next life? I will definitely find you. You better wait for me. Don't let some other guy take you away." "Well, that depends on how fast you act." Time flew by. The gardenia tree remained, but they had grown old and gray. Li Ruoxi held Luo Xiao, whose eyes were closed, and with a trembling hand, she caressed his wrinkled face, tears falling. Husband, remember to find me in the next life. As a tear fell on Luo Xiao's face, he suddenly awoke. Looking around, he realized he was still in the dark underground chamber. The century-long experience felt like a dream, yet so real, it was heartbreaking. He instinctively touched his cheek, feeling a warm tear. At that moment, Luo Xiao fell silent. After the fusion, he was now Luo Wuwei, and Luo Wuwei's life had become his own. He sighed softly. The after effects of this life fusion are truly overwhelming. Soon, a system notification sounded, ding. Perfect simulation of a lower-level world. All rewards distributed. Due to the life fusion, insights from martial arts cultivation were deeply imprinted in his consciousness, without needing additional system input. Although he had a glimpse of the third level of intent, he couldn't break through, possibly limited by the level of martial arts. Continuing simulations might solve this problem, but it was no longer necessary. He chose to simulate a lower-level world instead of a mid-level one to accumulate more basic attributes and avoid easily perishing in higher-level worlds. Each simulation cost 1,000 points, and with the blue talent choice, it was 11,000 simulation points. He wanted to avoid any wastage. But the echoes of this life fusion are indeed too strong. I need to take it slow. Luo Xiao stood up. My strength has greatly increased. It's time to clear out this underground chamber. He stretched his body, his joints emitting a series of crisp sounds. The recent intake of food had fully restored his vitality to its peak. Glancing at the time, this simulation had taken an entire day, turning the original night into the following afternoon. Lu Yun and the others probably think I've died in the beast zone, Luo Xiao sneered. Letting you live an extra day was my oversight. Today I'll send all of you to hell. His gaze turned towards the forest ahead. An overwhelming murderous intent radiated from him, chilling the surrounding air to the bone. The aura of slaughter was so intense that it caused nearby beasts to tremble in fear, even if it wasn't intentionally unleashed. Luo Xiao, wielding a blade forged from meteorite iron, moved swiftly through the underground caverns, each step precise and deliberate. Since acquiring the aura of slaughter, he had become akin to a finely tuned life detector, able to clearly sense any signs of life around him. This reminded him of his simulated self, who had, through this very ability, managed to wipe out most life on Earth in just a few decades. What was initially expected to take several days to clear from the caverns seemed likely to be completed before the day was over. Luo Xiao's figure flickered through the caverns, leaving deathly silence in his wake. Meanwhile, deep within a secret realm of the caverns, a magnificent city stood tall. This was the legendary human prodigy training camp, where powerful auras rose and fell throughout the city. Those who trained here were exceptionally gifted, each destined to become a pillar of humanity. In a villa within the training camp, a girl as beautiful as a celestial being slowly opened her eyes, a gentle light shimmering within them. Husband, in this life, it's my turn to find you. She smiled, a smile so radiant it seemed to outshine the world. While Luo Xiao continued his grim slaughter in the caverns, in the operations command center at the number 7 city gate of the Kaiyun Bay city garrison, a fifth-tier expert named Xiao he was intently watching a projection, his brow furrowed. Commander, the area around cave number 4 has been empty for 2 days, yet we haven't seen a large-scale appearance of fourth-tier beasts, said fourth-tier leader Li Ruhai, standing beside him. Did that powerful individual really enter the cavern? There are millions of bodies here going to waste. Should we send troops to collect them? They had noticed this commotion long ago. With Xiaohe's strength, even Li Ruhai alone could easily clear the beasts around the cavern. But they dared not act rashly, for clearing the guarding beasts would surely cause a flood of fourth-tier beasts from deeper within the cavern. Unless Xiaohe acted personally, no one else could handle it. Now, 2 days had passed, and the beasts hadn't gone berserk, leaving only one explanation. The mysterious strong individual had entered the cavern and successfully held back the beast army. To achieve this, one would need at least a peak 4th tier, if not 5th tier, strength. The strong individuals in Kaiyun City were well documented, and the sudden appearance of this mysterious figure left them unable to discern their true intentions. If these bodies aren't dealt with soon, they'll start to rot, Xiaohe finally decided. Take a team and bring all the bodies back for preservation. If that strong individual comes to claim them, I'll personally meet and explain. Understood, I'll handle it right away. Li Ruhai promptly accepted the order and left the command center, heading to the corpse recovery team camp. Luo Xiao had been missing for 2 days, and the city gates were closed. Zhao Wu was restless in the dormitory, regretting his decision to team up with Wu Yong. Their gains over the 2 days were minimal, and Wu Yong had taken the lion's share. Yesterday, Zhao Wu learned that Luo Xiao had gone scavenging alone, leaving him feeling guilty and uneasy. It's been 2 days. He's just a first-tier 5-star, with less than a 10% survival rate. Zhao Wu murmured to himself, furrowing his brow. Lu Yun sighed. But can you really blame us? If we had gone with him, we might not have come back either. Zhao Wu fell silent, reluctantly acknowledging the possibility. Suddenly, the voice of their squad leader, Zhou Zidai, came over the loudspeaker. Everyone assemble. Zhao Wu and Lu Yun hurried out of the dormitory without further thought. Once gathered, they learned that the third commander was recruiting people to transport the carcasses of fierce beasts. Although the destination was the fourth-tier cavern exit, with the third commander personally leading the team, safety was assured. Participants will earn 3,000 alliance coins each. This announcement was like a jolt of adrenaline, motivating everyone present. Earning the equivalent of 10 days' wages in one day, with guaranteed safety, prompted a rush of eager volunteers. Thanks to Zhou Zidai and Li Ruhai's connections, their entire squad was selected to participate. Soon, a massive convoy of transport vehicles set off. The convoy consisted of 10 oversized six-axle trucks, specially designed to carry the massive bodies of third-tier fierce beasts. Along the way, they encountered several attacks from third-tier beasts, but with Li Ruhai leading, they safely reached the fourth-tier cavern exit. There, a few second and third-tier beasts guarded the exit, but Li Ruhai quickly led his team to clear them out. The beasts we just killed go on truck number 1, and the rest on the other trucks to be taken back, a team leader shouted commands. Over 100 scavengers worked with heavy-duty cranes and large cutting machines to dismember and transport the beast carcasses. Despite the hard work, the promise of generous pay kept everyone's spirits high. However, just as everyone was busy and focused, a sudden change occurred. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the cavern, the terrifying sound wave causing pain to everyone present. My ears. What kind of beast is that with such a loud roar? I can't hear anything. My ears are bleeding. Am I going deaf? Screams and chaotic shouts spread through the team. Li Ruhai's expression changed drastically as he realized the gravity of the situation. That roar was unusual, very unusual, Li Ruhai said with a grave expression. It's definitely not an ordinary fourth-tier beast. Oh no, something's wrong. Li Ruhai's face suddenly turned grave, his heart filled with alarm. Could it be a late-stage, or even peak fourth-tier beast? As a fourth-tier, 4-star ability user, he knew he was no match for such a formidable opponent. He immediately contacted Xiao He and briefly explained the situation. Upon receiving the news, Xiao He's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he leaped from the city gate and sped towards the scene at an incredible speed. At that moment, another earth-shattering roar echoed from the depths of the underground cave. Following it, a series of heavy, thunderous footsteps shook the ground. It's coming. Li Ruhai made a quick decision. Old Wang, get everyone to retreat. I'll hold it off. Before he finished speaking, he drew a massive sword from his back and leaped from a heavy crane. Taking a deep breath, Li Ruhai gripped the large sword tightly. Instantly, a surge of powerful energy erupted from his body. His height shot up from about 1.8 meters to over 2.2 meters, and his muscles became extremely robust. As a level strength type ability user, his ability could double his strength and defense, although it slightly reduced his speed. The surrounding convoy began a rapid retreat, with the scavengers frantically fleeing beside them. Lu Yun complained bitterly while running. This is bad. We came for a summer job, and now we might die here without even getting paid. Save your breath for running. Zhao Wu was equally desperate. Judging by Li Ruhai's command, the beast was undoubtedly formidable, and even he might not be able to withstand it. Just then, another deafening roar erupted. A terrifying giant beast, over 20 meters tall, emerged from the cave passage. It was a massive lion with fiery red fur, towering as high as a 7- or 8-story building. Seeing the beast, Li Ruhai's face turned ashen. Fifth-tier beast. This is a fifth-tier beast, he murmured in disbelief. How could there be a fifth-tier beast in the cave? And how did it get out with such a massive body? While Li Ruhai was stunned by the creature's terrifying presence, the colossal beast charged toward them. Seeing Li Ruhai daring to block its path, the fifth-tier beast roared furiously, opening its massive jaws to unleash a torrent of blazing fire. It's a fire elemental beast. This time, not even the commander might be able to handle it. Despair filled Li Ruhai's heart as the flames rushed toward him. He wanted to escape, but the fire was too fast for him to react. In that critical moment, a loud shout came from behind Li Ruhai. Earth shield. Suddenly, a wall of earth surged up in front of him, shielding him. Boom. The next moment, the flames crashed heavily against the earth wall, shattering it to pieces. Li Ruhai was thrown back, but fortunately, Xiao He arrived in time to catch him. Although his combat suit was charred, the earth wall's protection left him with only minor injuries. Commander, you finally made it. If you hadn't, I'd be done for. Li Ruhai heaved a sigh of relief and began pouring out his grievances to Xiao He. Xiao He cursed under his breath, wary as he watched the flaming lion charge at him. This formidable beast, a tier 5 with a 3-star rating, boasted a combat prowess comparable to that of a tier 5 6 or even 7-star, while he was merely a tier 5 2-star ability user. Xiao He quickly sensed something amiss. The flaming lion appeared terrified, as if fleeing for its life, paying no attention to him. Could it be that something even more powerful was pursuing it? He frowned in thought, then realized that the beast was fleeing in the direction of the convoy's path. Whatever the case, I have to stall it. Xiao he resolved, channeling his earth-based abilities into his right foot. Earth shatter, he shouted, stomping the ground forcefully. With a tremendous rumble, the ground collapsed wildly, causing the flaming lion to lose its balance and fall into a deep pit. Close, Xiao he shouted again, commanding the surrounding soil to encase the beast. However, the enraged flaming lion began to struggle violently, its flames growing more intense, turning the surrounding earth into lava. Using its fire-based abilities, it easily manipulated the lava to escape the pit. Now, the flaming lion glared at Xiao He with fury. It sensed the god of death was approaching, and if not for Xiao He's interference, it would have long fled. Roaring, the flaming lion transformed into a massive lion engulfed in flames, charging towards Xiao He. The terrifying aura made Xiao He's face turn pale. This thing's gone mad, run. Xiao He shouted to Li Ruhai, who was not far away, while conjuring an earthen wall behind him as he fled. Li Ruhai, already terrified, made a hasty retreat. The flaming lion, in its desperate state, was far faster than Xiao He. As a defense and control type ability user, Xiao He was relatively slow. Within seconds, the beast caught up to him. Roaring once more, the flaming lion opened its jaws wide and swallowed Xiao He whole. From a distance, Li Ruhai and the fleeing people on the convoy, including Lu Yun, turned pale at the sight. Xiao He, the legendary commander of Gate 7, whose tales they grew up hearing, had been devoured by the beast. But then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Clang! A thunderous sword's cry echoed through the entire forest. Splat! In the next moment, under the incredulous eyes of everyone present, a terrifying blade light, stretching for dozens of meters, sliced through the air and struck precisely at the neck of the blazing lion. The gigantic beast that had just swallowed Xiao He widened its eyes in an instant, and its massive head slowly slid off from the severed neck. With a thunderous crash, the head hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust and creating a huge crater. Following that, the lion's body collapsed with a thud, causing the ground to tremble violently. Commander! Li Ruhai suddenly remembered that Xiao He was still inside the beast's stomach and immediately turned back to the scene. The entire convoy came to a halt. Seeing the power of that blade light, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was clearly the work of a human warrior. Li Ruhai rushed to the fallen blazing lion and saw a young man holding a black blade embryo, who had already cut open the beast's abdomen. The young man extracted a beast core the size of a basketball from the beast's heart, wearing a satisfied smile on his face. Seeing that the young man was only in his early 20s, Li Ruhai was stunned. Could a young person capable of instantly killing a fifth-order blazing lion be a prodigy from the Imperial City University? With some hesitation, he said, "Sir, our commander of Kaiyun City, Xiao He, was swallowed by this beast. Please allow me to save him." Commander Xiao He? Luo Xiao was taken aback by these words. This beast had suddenly burst out from the ground while he was clearing the underground, and it had fled desperately. By the time Luo Xiao reacted, it had already escaped through a spatial rift. He intended to deal with the remaining beasts before pursuing it, but in those few seconds of delay, the beast had swallowed a commander who had made significant contributions to Kaiyun City. Luo Xiao was certainly aware of Xiao He's achievements, having slain 7 fifth-order beasts and countless fourth-order ones by the age of 60. As the guardian of the 7th gate, this level earth element ability user was indeed formidable. Without further ado, Luo Xiao sliced open the beast's stomach. As corrosive gastric juices gushed out, Luo Xiao instantly unleashed a burst of violent blood energy, blocking the gastric juices entirely. He reached inside and pulled out a figure Xiao He, whose body had been corroded to the point where his bones were exposed. "Commander!" Li Ruhai exclaimed, rushing forward. Luo Xiao casually tossed the severely injured Xiao He to him and turned towards the lion's head. While Li Ruhai repeatedly expressed his gratitude, he quickly contacted the city defense medical team. Luo Xiao split open the lion's head and extracted a fired, crystalline element crystal. Unlike the beast core that stored blood energy, this crystal stored elemental power, with a temperature reaching several hundred degrees. It is said that many elemental ability users have something hidden in their brains, a small ability crystal about the size of a ping-pong ball. Though small, the power contained within is no less potent than that of a massive beast core. Luo Xiao carefully put away the crystal and then turned his attention to Li Ruhai. "Are you the commander of Gate 7? Luo Xiao asked straightforwardly. Li Ruhai quickly nodded, respectfully replying, "Yes, senior. My name is Li Ruhai," Luo Xiao directly stated. "That's perfect. I've cleared out all the Tier 2 and above beasts in this cavern. Please notify the city defense forces to transport the beast corpses. As for the reward, just follow your usual protocol." Upon hearing this, Li Ruhai was shocked and thought to himself, all the Tier 2 and above beasts have been slaughtered? But then again, considering the strength the other party displayed, it was indeed possible. Understood, senior. I'll notify them immediately. Li Ruhai swiftly pulled out his contact list, found the highest-ranking official, and reported the situation. When the news reached the city defense headquarters, the entire command center erupted. Xiao He was gravely injured, and Luo Xiao had effortlessly slain a Tier 5, 3-star beast that controlled elemental powers, indicating his strength was at least at Tier 5, 8, or 9 stars. It's worth noting that the strongest figures in Kaiyun City, the mayor, and the military district commander, had only just reached Tier 6, while other leaders and top fighters were merely at Tier 5. Faced with the unexpected visit of such a powerful figure, the city defense forces quickly responded. The military district commander of Kaiyun Bay City had already set out and instructed Li Ruhai to try his best to keep Luo Xiao there. Seeing this order, Li Ruhai looked troubled. How could he possibly hold back such a powerful individual? Just then, the roar of engines approached from afar. The convoy that had left earlier turned back after receiving Li Ruhai's notification. The severely injured Xiao He was soon loaded onto a medical vehicle, speeding toward the city. Li Ruhai hesitated, anxiously watching Luo Xiao, who was wiping his knife blade not far away. How could he possibly keep the senior here? Suddenly, two excited voices came from a distance. Luo Xiao? Damn, you're not dead. That's great. You scared us to death. Where have you been these past 2 days? Lu Yun and Zhao Wu came running over excitedly, complaining to Luo Xiao. Li Ruhai was instantly shocked. This powerful figure actually knew 2 mere scavengers? And they seemed to be friends? He quickly called over the scavenger team leader nearby. Xiaozhou, do you know that young man? Li Ruhai urgently asked. Zhou Zida was momentarily stunned and, upon a closer look, recognized Luo Xiao. Huh? Isn't that Luo Xiao from our scavenger team? He hasn't returned for 2 days, and I thought he was dead. Wow, he's still alive. Did he just hide somewhere these past 2 days to slack off? Zhou Zida couldn't help but complain. Uncle, I told you the higher-ups are just throwing money around. Even without energy crystals, they'd still come running. Now that they have energy crystals, they're all slacking off. At this, Li Ruhai's eyes widened in disbelief. Scavenger team? You mean this senior is from the scavenger team? Yeah, I've seen his file. He's a student at Yunwu University and roommates with those 2 guys. Zhou Zida explained, then curiously asked. Wait, why are you calling him senior, uncle? Smack. The next moment, a hard flick landed on Zhou Zida's head. Show some respect, you brat. Stop calling him a kid. Li Ruhai sternly reprimanded. Li Ruhai was secretly taken aback as he looked at his audacious nephew. A mere student daring to be so disrespectful towards a formidable fighter at the late stage of the 5th rank, possibly even at the peak, was indeed bold. Ouch, that hurt, uncle. Zhou Zida rubbed his head where he had been knocked, showing no awareness of his rudeness. Instead, he curiously asked, by the way, uncle, I saw a blade light slicing that blazing lion just now. Has the senior who did it already left? Li Ruhai sighed at this and turned his gaze to the figure conversing with Lu Yun. The kid you mentioned, is that senior? What? Zhou Zida's scream echoed through the valley. Meanwhile, Zhao Wu also recognized Luo Xiao, looking him up and down in amazement. Whoa, Luo Xiao, you're alive. But how did you get so much more handsome? I almost didn't recognize you. What Zhao Wu didn't know was that this was only the beginning. Luo Xiao's charm value had only integrated about 3 points out of 10. Once fully integrated, just walking down the street might win the hearts of countless young women. I just went a little further and didn't have time to come back, Luo Xiao said nonchalantly, changing the subject. Anyway, let's not talk about that. How have your past 2 days been? Although they had once been on good terms, Luo Xiao realized that when they chose to side with Wu Yong and leave him behind, they were at best just acquaintances. You have no idea. Lu Yun couldn't help but complain. Wu Yong is such a miser. He hogged all the bodies of the second-rank fighters we found. In 2 days, we only managed to scavenge 1 first-rank fighter's body between the 2 of us. Luo Xiao listened with a calm expression, yet he understood. Wu Yong's strength far surpassed the 2 of them, and in case of danger, they wouldn't be of any help and would instead be a burden. Sharing even 1 first-rank evolutionist body with each of them was already quite generous. At that moment, Luo Xiao saw through the true nature of Lu Yun and Zhao Wu. Had they chosen to stick with him, they would likely be eyeing the immensely valuable beast he had hunted. Even a tenth of its worth would be millions, an unimaginable fortune for ordinary people. And if he didn't share, they would probably call him a miser behind his back, just as they did now. Just then, a deafening roar interrupted everyone's thoughts. An armed helicopter roared in, its onboard guns taking down any approaching flying beasts. The helicopter hovered over the chasm, and a graceful figure leaped out of the cabine, a stunning woman clad in fiery red armor, instantly capturing everyone's attention. A fierce blaze erupted from the commanding woman, her fiery armor accentuating her graceful figure, causing every man present to swallow involuntarily. This stunning woman was none other than Su Jinyu, the supreme commander of the Kaiyun City Military District, a 24-year-old graduate of the Imperial Capital University and a formidable S-class fire ability user. Although Su Jinyu had just reached the 6th stage and 1st star, Her combat prowess was enough to easily defeat average opponents at the 6th stage with 7 or 8 stars. Her arrival sparked hope among the crowd, leading to murmurs. With her protection, our Kaiyun base city might grow into a second-tier base city. However, someone dampened the enthusiasm. Don't get your hopes up. Strong individuals like her usually stay only for short periods, just like university students volunteering during vacations before the Great Catastrophe. They'll leave once their time is up. True, with her talent and strength, she's destined to become a martial lord or higher, and will inevitably move on to protect more prominent cities. Su Jinyu gracefully descended, her gaze immediately locking onto Luo Xiao, or more specifically, the fire crystal in his hand that had yet to be absorbed. She keenly sensed the powerful fire energy contained within the crystal. Luo Xiao was also observing this legendary prodigy, inwardly sighing. Without the system's help, he might never have come into contact with such a powerful figure. To Su Jinyu's surprise, she sensed a hint of threat from this young man, who appeared to be in his early 20s. She pondered, could it be that an SS-class prodigy has emerged in the imperial capital? At their level, a year's difference in training was like a chasm, let alone that she was at least 3 years older than him. Su Jinyu elegantly landed and stood before Luo Xiao, Lu Yun, and Zhao Wu. She smiled, extending her right hand with a clear, pleasant voice. Hello, I'm Su Jinyu, the commander of Kaiyun Base City. Thank you for saving Xiaohe. I didn't expect such a young brother. Lu Yun and Zhao Wu were too stunned to speak, convinced that the commander must have mistaken him for someone else. However, just as they were about to explain, Luo Xiao calmly took Su Jinyu's slender, soft hand and responded with composure. It's nothing. I'm also from Kaiyun Base City. I've known of Commander Xiaohe's deeds since childhood, so I couldn't let him sacrifice like that. This scene left Lu Yun and Zhao Wu terrified, knowing Luo Xiao was just an ordinary university student, yet he dared to impersonate that mysterious hero. They silently vowed never to admit knowing Luo Xiao, to avoid being implicated. Su Jinyu frowned slightly, surprised by Luo Xiao's response. Oh? You're also from Kaiyun Base City? How come I've never heard of you? Are these two your friends? Her question made Lu Yun and Zhao Wu even more anxious, cold sweat dripping down. They hurried to distance themselves. Commander, don't misunderstand. We're not familiar with him. Just classmates from Yunwu University. Yes, we're just ordinary roommates, not close. We had no idea he was impersonating the hero who slew the flaming lion. His actions are utterly shameful to us. Zhao Wu and Lu Yun hurriedly explained, eager to distance themselves from any connection with Luo Xiao, their tone full of detachment. Listening to their eager attempts to dissociate, Luo Xiao frowned slightly, feeling a chill in his heart. He had long recognized them as opportunists, but he hadn't expected them to betray him so quickly and even kick him when he was down. At that moment, Luo Xiao mentally erased these two friends from his life. Not familiar? Pretending to be a powerful figure. As these words were spoken, the surrounding crowd's attention was immediately drawn. Members of the scavenger team recognized Luo Xiao, and whispers began to spread. Isn't that Luo Xiao who was reported missing a few days ago? He's still alive. He dared to impersonate that powerful figure in front of the commander? Looks like he doesn't want to stay in the Kaiyun Base City. He's probably smitten by the commander's beauty, just a young man. The murmurs continued, but in truth, hardly anyone had witnessed Luo Xiao's actions firsthand. Even Li Ruhai had only arrived at the last moment, and saw Luo Xiao effortlessly slice open the corpse of the blazing lion. If he hadn't seen that astonishing scene himself, he would have found it hard to believe that the young man before him was indeed that formidable figure. Hearing the surrounding skepticism, Li Ruhai couldn't hold back any longer. What do you know? I saw with my own eyes as Senior Luo Xiao sliced through that beast and rescued Commander Xiaohe from its stomach. These words were like a thunderclap, shocking everyone present as they turned to stare at Luo Xiao, especially Zhao Wu and Lu Yun, who were left utterly dumbfounded. It seems Luo Xiao has been hiding his true abilities quite well. Even his roommates didn't know about his strength, Su Jinyu remarked with a light laugh. Her keen intuition had already led her to recognize Luo Xiao's true identity. In her view, slaying that beast required the strength of a level 5 with 6 or 7 stars, and Luo Xiao's real power clearly surpassed that, likely reaching at least level 6. What surprised her even more was the unique aura this young man in his early 20s exuded, an aura she had only sensed in martial saints before. My talent only awakened recently, so not many people know, Luo Xiao replied with a helpless expression. This admission completely shattered Lu Yun and Zhao Wu's psychological defenses. They finally realized that their roommate, who once seemed to be in the same boat as them, had quietly awakened a powerful talent. More importantly, with eyewitness testimony and the commander's acknowledgement, coupled with the seemingly ordinary sword in Luo Xiao's hand, his identity as a mysterious powerhouse was confirmed. No one would demand such a figure to perform for them. That would be an insult to his strength. At this moment, Zhao Wu and Lu Yun finally realized the magnitude of their mistake. Not only had they been quick to sever ties, but they had also abandoned Luo Xiao just days before. Their relationship with Luo Xiao had plummeted from close roommates to the lowest level of strangers. Lu Yun and Zhao Wu broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing those words. In a world where strength is paramount, they knew all too well the consequences of offending a powerful individual. Their faces turned ghostly pale, and their gazes at Luo Xiao were filled with fear. "This isn't the place to talk," Su Jinyu said, glancing at the onlookers around them. She turned to Luo Xiao and asked, "Would you have time to accompany me to the city defense headquarters for a chat?" "All right, that sounds good. There are too many annoying people here." Luo Xiao nodded slightly, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. The words hit Lu Yun and Zhao Wu like a heavy blow, making their faces even paler. The crowd around them watched the disgrace of the former roommates with contempt. Murmurs filled the air. These two, supposed to be friends, sold him out in a heartbeat. Now look, their roommate has become powerful, and they've offended someone they shouldn't have. It'll be a miracle if they can still get by in Kaiyun City. Wu Yong, among the crowd, was also frightened. Recalling how he had mocked Luo Xiao as useless just days ago, he felt a chill run down his spine. At the helipad of the city defense headquarters, a group of commanders had been waiting for some time. They had heard about Xiao He being seriously injured and then saved by a young man. Although Xiao He was not the top fighter among them, he was certainly above average. The fact that a beast he couldn't handle was killed by a young man was a sensational event for the entire Kaiyun Bay city, even the whole southwest region. The armed helicopter landed slowly, and Su Jinyu stepped out with a young man. The commanders were stunned at first sight of Luo Xiao. He seemed not even 20, yet he exuded an extraordinary aura that made him stand out in any crowd. Surrounded by the commanders, the group entered the 130-meter round table conference hall. Su Jinyu got straight to the point. "Luo Xiao, would you be interested in joining our military? With your abilities, you would start with at least a field officer rank. Field officers hold significant power in the military, able to mobilize basic troops of over 1,000 in any base city and enjoy substantial benefits. As you earn more military merits and improve your strength, your rank can rise even further." She detailed the military's rank system. The lowest rank, soldier, requires a minimum third-tier strength, with military merits leading to a promotion to intermediate non-commissioned officer. Fourth tier can reach senior non-commissioned officer rank, with merits allowing a rise to top non-commissioned officer. Fifth tier is required to become a field officer. Even as the commander of Kaiyun Base City, her rank was only that of a senior colonel. Luo Xiao pondered carefully. He understood the two major forces in the Huaxiao region: the military, which focuses on warfare, and the government, responsible for internal stability. Although both are under the command of the strongest in the Huaxiao region, Marshal Goding Xian, the military's overall strength is indeed superior. "I'm interested," Luo Xiao said firmly. "Both my parents died in a beast tide. I vowed since childhood that once I have the strength, I will eradicate these beasts. The military is my best choice." He knew well that to quickly acquire energy crystals and beast cores, the military was indeed the best route. Luo Xiao calmly expressed his heartfelt thoughts, which were not just made up on the spot, but rather a reflection of his long-standing obsession. If it weren't for the fierce beasts, his life might have been much happier. His words deeply moved the commanders present, as many of them had similar experiences. In this era of catastrophe, almost no one was spared. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu suddenly understood. No wonder Luo Xiao acted so ruthlessly, clearing out an entire cavern of fierce beasts. Although she also had the ability to do so, she had never done it. Perhaps it was because her hatred for the beasts wasn't as profound as Luo Xiao's. "All right, in that case, I welcome you to join us on behalf of the military," Su Jinyu said with a smile as she stood up. "However, according to regulations, we need to record your strength to evaluate your military rank and subsequent benefits. What do you think?" Luo Xiao nodded indifferently and replied, "Sure, that's fine. Where should I be tested?" "Right here," Su Jinyu replied, pressing a button on the table before Luo Xiao could ask further questions. In an instant, the entire conference room underwent a remarkable transformation. All the tables and chairs sank into the ground, leaving the hall unusually empty. Then, a massive testing apparatus, 10 meters high and over 20 meters in diameter, slowly rose from beneath the floor. Luo Xiao recognized this type of testing apparatus. It could measure speed, destructive power, and defense capability. Most importantly, it could assess blood energy levels similar to the physical value in Luo Xiao's system, which was a crucial standard for determining a person's level. Like physical value, even with the same body, different talents and martial skills could unleash varying levels of power. "This is the most advanced testing apparatus in our Kaiyun City base," Su Jinyu explained. "The strength testing point can even withstand the full force of a 7th-level expert without breaking. You should first test your blood energy and then your explosive power. You've taken the college entrance exams, so you should be familiar with the concept of physical coefficients, right?" Luo Xiao nodded in understanding. The physical coefficient is a standard for measuring a person's ability and talent level. Awakening abilities doesn't immediately reveal one's level. It can only be determined through testing. Simply put, the physical coefficient indicates how many kilograms of force 1 point of physical value can unleash. Su Jinyu continued to explain the classification standards for physical coefficients in detail. 100 kilograms corresponds to a coefficient of 1, 200 kilograms to 2, and so on. Without using any martial arts, techniques, or talent skills, if pure physical strength or elemental attacks can unleash a coefficient of 1.5, it signifies the lowest level of credibility. A coefficient of 2 is grade, 4 and above is a grade. An S grade ability requires a coefficient of 6 or higher. An S grade demands 10 or more, which is 10 times the strength of an ordinary evolver. As for SS grade abilities, they need to reach an astonishing 30 or more. Besides the physical coefficient, there's another important metric, the explosive power coefficient. While the physical coefficient is used to assess talent level, the explosive power coefficient serves other purposes. But the coefficient of explosive physical power is the key to assessing your combat talent. Luo Xiao stood before the massive testing device, pondering silently. He knew that the strongest attack that could be unleashed with 1 point of vitality, after employing various martial arts, techniques, abilities, and skills, was represented by this mysterious explosive power coefficient. Ordinary fighters, with these enhancements, could achieve an explosive power coefficient of 2 or 3 points. Those with extraordinary talent and evolution could comprehend techniques and unleash 7 or 8 points, or even more than 10 points of incredible power. Their combat strength far exceeded that of the usual level, sometimes even rivaling those with a-level talents. Luo Xiao took a deep breath and continued his contemplation. Achieving such a level was no easy feat. Even masters of blade and sword techniques who have been training for decades reach the micro-level in skills only rarely. Not to mention the perfect level skills comparable to a-level talents. However, if one possessed abilities and could simultaneously train to high-level skills, that would be truly remarkable. The combination would result in a strength that could be terrifying, even comparable to SS or SS level powerhouses. Some S level or even A-level talents, with their exquisite skills, could even defeat SS level opponents in seconds. Luo Xiao nodded to himself, realizing the importance of skill training. After all, talent is innate and cannot be improved, but skills can be refined through diligent practice. Let me give it a try, Luo Xiao whispered to himself, feeling a bit apprehensive. He knew that once his vitality was measured, it would likely shock everyone present. He approached the testing device and placed his hand on the cylindrical front. With a pop, a thin needle pierced his fingertip, collecting a blood sample. Beep. Vitality test result, 5,000. Level, Tier 4, 5 stars. The cold mechanical voice announced. As soon as the result was revealed, the room fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing something unimaginable. Tier 4, 5 stars. How is that possible? Could it be a mistake? How could a Tier 4, 5 stars defeat a blazing fury lion? Could it be that Luo Xiao's ability is above S level, maybe even SS level? For a moment, the leaders present gasped in shock. They thought, only an SS level talent could cross a major boundary to slay a blazing fury lion, right? Su Jinyu was even more shocked. Tier 4, 5 stars. How is that possible? Did I sense wrong? Or is he truly an SS level ability user? Her mind was in turmoil, unable to calm down. Yunwu University had just produced an S-level ability user, and now possibly an SS level one. It was astonishing, considering Yunwu University was only a third-rate martial school in the Kaiyun-based city. Ignoring everyone's shock, Luo Xiao walked straight to the strength tester. He clenched his right fist and, without utilizing any intent or martial arts, directly punched the massive iron column of the strength tester. Boom! A light sound, and the tester remained motionless. Beep! Strength test result, 2 million kilograms. No martial arts, techniques, or abilities detected. Physical coefficient, 4. The electronic voice sounded again. This time, everyone was completely stunned. 2 million kilograms, or 2,000 tons. Powerful? Not really. They could easily achieve this value with a casual strike. This meant that Luo Xiao's talent was at most a level, and just barely reaching the A-level standard. Everyone simultaneously looked at Su Jinyu, filled with confusion and anticipation, as if waiting for her to provide an explanation. They all began to doubt whether Su Jinyu had made a mistake. The young man before them seemed unremarkable. How could he possibly defeat the blazing lion? Su Jinyu furrowed her brow, but her keen intuition told her that Luo Xiao harbored an extraordinary power. Just watch, she whispered, quickly dispelling the commander's doubts. The commanders were wavering. To defeat the blazing lion, Luo Xiao would need to master legendary-level skills and possess a profound proficiency in martial arts, which required years of relentless practice beyond mere innate abilities. While innate abilities might rely on luck, skills and proficiency demanded both talent and time. Under everyone's gaze, Luo Xiao slowly drew the blade from his back. As the blade emerged, Su Jinyu's pupils contracted sharply. The blade was made of rare meteoric iron, though unfortunately poorly forged. Otherwise, it would have been a powerful weapon worth billions. The moment Luo Xiao grasped the blade, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. An unsettling aura enveloped the area, followed by countless tiny blade lights bursting forth from him. The sound of blade lights echoed all around. Su Jinyu and the others were shocked, muttering incredulously. Blade intent. It really is blade intent. How is this possible? He's only 20 years old. How could he have mastered blade intent? Could he be a legendary dual talent? Not only does he have a level strength enhancement, but also at least an S-level blade spirit? Otherwise, how could he control blade intent at 20? The commanders were abuzz with speculation. A blade spirit, akin to a talent for blades or swords, was a rare and difficult to measure ability. Awakening this talent showed an extraordinary affinity for a specific weapon, but didn't directly enhance combat power without long-term practice to awaken skills and ultimately achieve mastery. Luo Xiao mastering blade intent at 20 left them with no other explanation than the existence of a blade spirit. While they were still in shock, Luo Xiao swung his blade. He didn't even use the innate martial art, Earth Splitter, only a top-tier blade technique. With a thunderous crash, the massive force tester trembled violently, and a faint mark appeared on its surface. This sight widened the eyes of the commanders. Leaving a mark on this tester required the full force of at least a 6th-level warrior, with a strength of no less than 10 million kilograms. Beep. Strength test result, 33.54 million kilograms. Explosive force coefficient, 66. As the results came out, the commanders erupted. 66 explosive force coefficient. Shocked voices filled the air as everyone gazed at the young man in disbelief, as if witnessing the birth of a legend. Such extraordinary talent is rarely seen, even among regular 4th-level SSS geniuses. Luo Xiao's performance left everyone present utterly astonished. Their eyes glimmered with disbelief, their mouths slightly agape, and their breaths became rapid. Incredible, absolutely incredible, one of the commanders couldn't help but exclaim. SS level, definitely an SS level combat talent. And he's only 20. If he reaches the 2nd level of intent in the future, his talent will be even more terrifying. Another commander excitedly pounded the table. Our Kaiyun Bay City has actually produced an SS level combat genius. If this gets out, countless people will want to move here. Ha ha ha, indeed. Our Kaiyun Bay City is going to thrive. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became electrified, with the commanders cheering enthusiastically. Unlike the talented Su Jinyu who came here for training, they were committed to defending Kaiyun Bay City for their entire lives. Luo Xiao's emergence gave them hope. Although Luo Xiao might not stay here in the future, as long as he became a strong figure, he could send just one 7th-level powerhouse to guard the city, and Kaiyun Bay City would begin to soar. This meant their descendants could also enjoy a better life. Su Jinyu's eyes were fixed on Luo Xiao, analyzing silently. 1st level of intent, combined with such powerful martial arts. This martial art must be at least 5th level and mastered, right? Her gaze grew more determined. Indeed, Luo Xiao has truly awakened a blade spirit. At this moment, Su Jinyu was completely certain of her guess. Luo Xiao definitely possessed a blade spirit. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such powerful techniques while mastering martial arts so profoundly. Moreover, the level of this blade spirit was undoubtedly high. Luo Xiao is only 20, Su Jinyu calculated. Even if he started training at birth, it's only been 20 years. Give him another 20, 40, or even 60 years, and what level will his blade skills reach? He will definitely achieve the 2nd level of blade intent, and possibly even the 3rd. By then, with the talent to enhance combat power fourfold, Luo Xiao's physical prowess could reach a terrifying level of 60. An astonishing conclusion formed in Su Jinyu's mind. A martial god, Luo Xiao is absolutely the next martial god-level powerhouse. With this realization, Su Jinyu didn't hesitate to send the video of Luo Xiao's recent test to her mentor, Tianhua Wuxing. Tianhua Wuxing, one of the top 10 powerhouses in China, is the most powerful fire ability user among humans and also serves as the vice principal of Imperial University. However, upon receiving Su Jinyu's message, Tianhua Wuxing's first reaction was to doubt if the girl had made a mistake. But after watching the entire video, he widened his eyes in disbelief and took a sharp breath. Wow, 20 years old, 1st level of intent. How is this possible? Tianhua Wuxing murmured to himself. Even that old guy Tianyan back then didn't have such talent, did he? He was referring to Tianyan Jiansheng, who had recently recruited an S-level 4-winged Holy Light Angel and was constantly showing off in the Wuxing chat group. Tianhua Wuxing felt a secret delight, thinking, if I recruit Luo Xiao to the school, even the principal of Imperial University, currently the strongest among humans, would envy me. He immediately sent a message to Su Jinyu, instructing her to quickly secure Luo Xiao's information and keep Ling Yin stable, as he would soon head to Kaiyun Bay City to meet Luo Xiao. Su Jinyu wasn't surprised to receive the message. She knew that only at Imperial University could a student as outstanding as Luo Xiao receive the best training. However, with Luo Xiao's talent, he would likely join the human race's elite training camp in the future. Thinking of that place she had always dreamed of, Su Jinyu couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy towards Luo Xiao. She had participated in the assessment before, but unfortunately, she was disqualified by a narrow margin, which led her to guard the Kaiyun-based city. Luo Xiao stepped out, a hint of helplessness on his face. He looked down at his score sheet, frowning slightly. How do you think I did? Luo Xiao asked, a touch of uncertainty in his voice. My level is indeed a bit low. Perhaps a school-level rating is out of reach. He pondered to himself. I wonder if the military rank is assessed based on level or combat ability. If it's based on combat ability, while I might not reach the level of a senior officer, I am more than capable of a regular officer rank. Recalling the assessment earlier, Luo Xiao's lips curled slightly. He hadn't used his full strength, neither unleashing his killing intent nor fully deploying his blade technique. Even his most powerful martial art, Human Butcher, was not utilized. If he went all out, his combat power would increase at least 7 to 8 times. Su Jinyu detected the doubt in Luo Xiao's words and quickly explained, it's more than enough. The military's rank evaluation doesn't just consider blood vitality, it also looks at combat value. Your combat strength is absolutely top-notch among 5th-level warriors, so you can definitely achieve a school-level rank. She paused, a flash of admiration in her eyes. In fact, your overall combat aptitude has already reached SSS level. The military has always favored super geniuses, and they might make an exception to promote your rank, possibly directly to a senior officer. Hearing this, Luo Xiao's eyes lit up. He knew he had only shown less than 20% of his power with that strike. If he unleashed all his skills, his explosive force coefficient would not be below 400. This figure is comparable to the full power of those SS-level geniuses who have matured, and there are no more than 5 such geniuses in the entire human race. Then please trouble the commander to apply for me, Luo Xiao said with a smile, a mix of anticipation and confidence in his tone. Luo Xiao heard this, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He nodded in agreement. No problem. By the way, can I exchange all the corpses of the beasts I killed for beast cores? Su Jinyu frowned slightly, a bit puzzled. Of course you can. However, beast cores are expensive and have low utility. There's plenty in stock in Cayenne City, but why do you need so many beast cores? Luo Xiao casually explained. I have a unique constitution that allows me to directly absorb the power of beast cores. Moreover, compared to energy crystals, beast cores provide more simulation points. Su Jinyu suddenly understood, recalling that Luo Xiao's physical strength was 4 times that of an average person. She readily agreed. All right, I'll set the price as soon as possible. I can have the beast cores delivered to you by tonight. After bidding farewell, Luo Xiao left the military headquarters amidst everyone's well wishes. Half an hour later, he arrived at a 100-story residential building in the city. This was the home his parents had left him. He took the old elevator to the 66th floor, opened the door, and was met with the stale smell of a long unoccupied space. Unbothered, Luo Xiao began to clean quietly. Then, he approached 3 memorial tablets and lit incense for his parents and grandmother. Luo Xiao bowed deeply and solemnly said, Mom, Dad, Grandma, I've made something of myself now and can take care of myself. Rest assured, I will find a way to bring you back. He thought to himself that with the system, resurrecting others might no longer be a dream. The key was to continuously enhance his strength to reach unprecedented heights, which would grant him the qualifications to venture into that realm. Luo Xiao glanced at his simulation points, 124,000, higher than he had expected. The total value was equivalent to over 1 billion, likely due to the numerous beast corpses. Luo Xiao stood in front of the simulator, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He took a deep breath and murmured to himself, let's try the simulation first. I wonder how the intermediate world differs from the lower level one. With this thought, a slight smile appeared on his lips. With the experience of the lower level world as a foundation, he believed that simulating the intermediate world would be much easier. Without hesitation, Luo Xiao reached out and pressed the start button on the simulator. Instantly, a mechanical voice sounded. Ding. Command accepted. Intermediate simulation initiated. Please choose one of the following talents as your initial talent. A series of talent options appeared on the simulator screen. Green talents requires 100 simulation points. 1. Clairvoyance. Can see things others cannot. 5. Comprehension for soul-based cultivation techniques. 2. Jinx. Curses on others have a chance to come true. The bigger the curse, the lower the chance. 5. Luck. 3. Lone Star. Those who are kind to you face misfortune, but you gain supreme cultivation talent. 5. Comprehension. 5. Constitution. 4. Berserk. Combat power doubles when severely injured. Blue talents requires 10,000 simulation points. 1. Buddhist prodigy. 60 Constitution when cultivating Buddhist techniques. 2. Photosynthesis. Restores energy by basking in the sun. 60 Comprehension for light-based cultivation techniques. Purple talents requires 1 million simulation points. 1. Thunder body, innately able to control lightning, with power at 1,600 of soul value. Luo Xiao's gaze swept over these options, and suddenly, his eyes widened. This time, he could actually choose a purple talent. Previously, he hadn't even selected a blue talent. And this terrifying 1,600 power boost was equivalent to a typical S-level talent. Only 1 million simulation points, which translates to a value of 1 billion. Luo Xiao muttered, calculating in his mind. Exchanging 1 billion for an S-level talent, if word got out, countless people would fight over it. Not to mention 1 billion. Even 10 times that would be worth it. However, reality quickly brought him back to the ground. Luo Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. Right now, it's clear I can't afford it. He couldn't help but grumble internally. This system is so annoying, just teasing me. Despite this, Luo Xiao couldn't resist the temptation. He started calculating carefully. 1 billion in alliance currency. No. If I buy beast cores, it would only cost about 700 million. He furrowed his brow, recalling his gains. The beasts I slew this time can't even add up to that much, maybe 300 million at most. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through Luo Xiao's mind. Unless, should I clear another dungeon? This thought immediately gripped his attention. Clearing a 5th-tier dungeon, I could earn at least 5 or 600 million, maybe even over 1 billion. Luo Xiao began seriously evaluating the feasibility of this plan. With my current strength, if I go all out, there's indeed a chance, he pondered. But it's still risky. After all, a 5th-tier dungeon has at least a few 5th-tier beasts, and some might even have 6th-tier beasts. But there's usually only 1 or 2, which is why it's classified as a 5th-tier dungeon. After weighing the options, Luo Xiao made a decision. I'm strong, but without support. Since I have a decent amount of money now, I'll simulate twice with blue talents first. That should boost my strength significantly. Then, tackling a 5th-tier dungeon will be a breeze. Having made up his mind, Luo Xiao decisively chose the blue talent that suited him best. I'll go with photosynthesis. It perfectly compensates for my slow replenishment of vitality. Ding! Talent selection complete. The system's prompt sounded. You have 20 free attribute points. Please allocate them. Initial attributes displayed. Body, 5,000. Soul, 5,000. Comprehension, 30. Constitution, 30. Luck, 30. Appearance, 10. Luo Xiao was surprised to find that this time he had more free attribute points, totaling 20. Even more astonishing, the body and soul attributes hadn't changed. Is this simulation different? I didn't see this step last time. If only I'd known to watch till the end. After a brief moment of thought, Luo Xiao decided to allocate the points to comprehension and constitution. Other attributes didn't seem as necessary to enhance. Ding! Allocation complete. Total simulation points consumed, 11,000. Simulation starting. With the system's prompt, Luo Xiao felt a momentary dizziness, and then he found himself in an unfamiliar primordial forest. What the heck, it's a time travel! Luo Xiao exclaimed. Does this mean I'm not an infant? No wonder I can carry body and soul attributes this time. He quickly realized the differences in this simulation. Since it's time travel, this is great news. I'll start off strong, greatly reducing the odds of an early demise. Luo Xiao looked around, eyes filled with wonder. The trees here were exceptionally tall, much larger than those he'd seen in the beast zone. Though filled with questions, he knew this wasn't the time to ponder. Gripping the meteorite iron sword embryo in his hand, he began searching for a way out of the forest. He tossed the meteorite iron sword embryo into the air, watching as it spun and landed. The direction the blade pointed was the direction he decided to head. Trust in my luck, Luo Xiao muttered to himself. It will surely lead me out of this forest. With that, he set off, striding confidently in the direction indicated by the blade. Luo Xiao couldn't help but smile slightly at the scene before him. The power of 30 points of luck was indeed extraordinary. On the first day, the dangers of the forest seemed to pose no threat to him. The few 2nd and 3rd-tier beasts he encountered fell effortlessly under his hand, barely a challenge. Even more surprising was the discovery that he hardly needed to eat. Simply basking in sunlight allowed his vitality to continuously replenish. Remarkably, his long-stagnant vitality value also began to slowly increase. Luo Xiao marveled at the power of his photosynthesis talent. However, as time passed, things became less promising. By the 5th day, Luo Xiao had trekked nearly 100 kilometers through the forest but could not find a way out. A sense of urgency began to grow within him. Then, a strange fragrance suddenly wafted into his nose, filling him with a sense of comfort. Driven by curiosity, Luo Xiao followed the scent briskly. Before long, a peculiar-looking fruit tree came into view, with 3 bright red fruits lying beneath it. Knowing these fruits must be rare treasures, Luo Xiao rushed forward without hesitation and plucked all 3. But just then, an earth-shattering roar echoed from nearby. Before he could react, a gigantic snake head swallowed him whole. Intense pain surged through him, and in an instant, he was completely digested. Simulation ended. Luo Xiao stood there in disbelief, reflecting on this brief, 5-day, simulated life. Could it be that at his peak, he only survived for 5 days? That snake's strength must have been at least 6th tier. Otherwise, a 5th tier beast couldn't have defeated him so easily. Was this the danger level of an intermediate world? Luo Xiao couldn't help but shiver. Ding, the system notification sounded. Settlement complete. Congratulations to the host for achieving a level rating in this simulation. You can choose one reward from the following. Watching an ad allows you to choose one more. 4 reward options appeared. 1. 5 days of martial arts and technique training experience. 2. 5 days of martial cultivation. Physical 12, soul 3. 3. Fusion talent. Photosynthesis blue. 4. 3 fire dragon fruits 3 rated 3.5 stars. Consuming them can refine the body and enhance physical strength. If possessing dragon bloodline, the effect is even stronger. Luo Xiao scrutinized these rewards, pondering to himself. Could it be that surviving just 5 days yielded a level rating because of the 3 fire dragon fruits? He couldn't help but find the name fire dragon fruit amusing. After careful consideration, Luo Xiao made a decisive choice. Choose 3 and 4. Watch the ad. As soon as he spoke, everything went black. An ad began to play, and having seen hundreds of ads before, Luo Xiao was accustomed to it. This time, the ad was for a novel titled Hiding in the Novice Village. I stacked tens of thousands of passive skills. Luo Xiao watched it in one go and successfully obtained 2 rewards. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst from the void and poured into Luo Xiao's body. Instantly, he felt his cells and muscles being intensely transformed by the light, and an unprecedented sense of strength surged within him. The afternoon sunlight poured in, bathing Luo Xiao in a golden glow as he stood by the window. In that moment, he felt a warm surge spread throughout his body, with his vitality and energy recovering at an astonishing pace. Each second, he could feel about a 1% recovery rate, which left him in awe. This recovery speed is incredible, Luo Xiao thought to himself. No wonder in the simulation, my vitality increased so much in just 5 days. At this rate, even without deliberate training, I could enhance my physical strength by over 1,000 points and my soul by hundreds in a year. This speed is at least 10 times faster than simulations in lower-level worlds. Although he understood that this remarkable progress was related to the foundation built from dozens of previous simulations, the effect of photosynthesis was undeniably significant. This discovery excited Luo Xiao, as he realized that even if he continued on the path of martial arts, he wouldn't have to worry about survival in the future. At that moment, the space suddenly fluctuated, and with a soft buzz, 3 fiery red transparent fruits appeared in Luo Xiao's hand. These dragon fruits were incredibly hot, forcing him to handle them carefully. Driven by curiosity, Luo Xiao quickly researched information about these dragon fruits. He soon found the answer. These fruits existed in the current world, originating from a 9th-level cavern filled with lava, reputed to be one of the most dangerous on Earth. It's said that powerful fire-type dragons guard it, and even 7th or 8th-level experts dare not venture there lightly. As a result, despite being a low-grade 6th-level consumable, the price of these dragon fruits remained high. Each was worth at least hundreds of millions, tempting Luo Xiao to sell them. 3 dragon fruits could fetch at least $1 billion, making this simulation an unexpected windfall. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. A more enticing thought crossed his mind. Since this time travel simulation allowed him to bring items, could he take these dragon fruits into the next simulation? If so, wouldn't that mean he could enjoy 3 dragon fruits for free in every simulation? With this in mind, Luo Xiao decisively opted to start the next simulation. If he could indeed bring them, he could repeatedly sacrifice himself to accumulate more dragon fruits. This would significantly enhance his advantage in future simulations. With a soft chime, the system's notification sounded. Ding. Command accepted. Intermediate simulation initiated. Please select one of the following talents as your initial talent. Once again, there were 2 blue talents to choose from. After brief contemplation, Luo Xiao chose this swordsmanship genius talent. This choice instantly increased his swordsmanship comprehension by 60 points. Combined with his original comprehension and added points, his comprehension value broke through the 100-point threshold. Luo Xiao thought that with enough training time, comprehending the 3rd level of sword intent would be within reach. Of course, that was assuming he could survive long enough in this forest, as mastering the 3rd level of sword intent was no easy feat. Ding! Talent selection complete. You have 20 free attribute points. Please allocate them, the system prompted again. Luo Xiao quickly allocated the points without hesitation. The system then indicated, ding, allocation complete, consuming a total of 11,000 simulation points. Simulation begins. On the first day, Luo Xiao traversed once more, finding himself in a primordial forest. Surveying his surroundings, he wasn't surprised, as this was his 2nd experience with time travel. He immediately checked his backpack and, as expected, found 3 dragon fruits. This discovery brought a smile to his lips, knowing a brand new adventure was about to commence. Your gaze falls upon the enticing sixth-tier low-grade fruit, and a wave of exhilaration washes over you. Exercising caution, you take only a small bite, fearing your body might not withstand its immense power. This decision proves wise. Instantly, a surge of scorching energy floods through you, as if intent on turning you into a searing hot iron. Fortunately, your robust physique withstands the onslaught. Under the fruit's influence, you feel your physical strength increasing at an astonishing pace, almost a point every minute. An hour later, when the fruit's energy is depleted, you are thrilled to discover that your physical strength has increased by over 70 points. Without hesitation, you consume the remaining fruit. With each bite, your power grows like wildfire. After 5 days, you finally finish all the fruit, and your physical strength skyrockets to 9,840 points, with your level reaching the 4th tier, 9 stars. You are filled with joy at your newfound strength. You understand that your ability to withstand such potent fruit is due to your deep foundation and resistance to energy beyond your level. Others might be reduced to ashes by a single bite of the fruit's power. Knowing the rarity of the dragon fruit, you are not willing to stop there. So you take out your meteoric iron knife blank, hoping your luck will lead you to more dragon fruit. This time, you break a tree and carefully observe the direction of the rings, confirming the southwest direction. Without hesitation, you set off southwest. Seeing this, Luo Xiao cannot help but marvel at the magical effects of the dragon fruit, thinking to himself that if he could obtain dozens each time, his strength would surely skyrocket. In the following days, you trek nearly 100 kilometers through the forest, yet fail to find a way out. On the 9th day, a peculiar fragrance suddenly fills your nostrils, making you feel invigorated. Ecstatic, you follow the scent briskly and soon discover traces of dragon fruit. However, your joy is quickly overshadowed by the sight before you. Not far from the dragon fruit tree, on a high mountain, lies a massive sleeping python. The snake stretches over 100 meters long, its thickest part taller than several people. Facing such a terrifying beast, you know you are no match for it. Reflecting on how it only took 5 days to reach here last time, compared to 9 days this time, you quickly realize the reason the python must have been out hunting previously. With no other choice, you cautiously conceal your presence, finding a vantage point to patiently wait. You calculate that as soon as the python leaves, you will have the chance to pick the fruit and possibly escape the forest. Day after day, you utilize the sunlight to continually train, your strength gradually increasing. Yet, the python shows no sign of leaving. During this prolonged wait, you are delighted to discover that, with your photosynthetic ability, you need neither food, sleep, nor waste elimination. This talent seems perfectly tailored for you. Finally, on the 39th day, the python, having slept for a full month, opens its eyes and yawns slowly. However, its next action leaves you completely dumbfounded. The giant python suddenly snapped up a dragon fruit, swallowing it whole. You immediately realized that it had been absorbing the power of the dragon fruits for the past month. Your face darkened, understanding that if you waited any longer, the last 2 dragon fruits would likely end up in its mouth. After careful consideration, you decided to take a risk. With your significantly increased strength, you might not be a match for the python. Once the python fell into a deep sleep, you cautiously approached it, quickly picking the last 2 dragon fruits before turning to leave. At that moment, a deafening hiss erupted from behind you. Prepared for this, you instantly gathered all your energy into your blade, spun around, and struck the python with a powerful slash. The bloody intent of the kill exploded around you, amplified by the second layer of your blade technique and your fourfold physical strength, causing your combat power to surge. 100-meter-long blood-red blade light sliced through the air, striking the python's head heavily. With a loud shhh, a massive crack split open its head, blood gushing out and spilling onto the ground. The intense pain caused the python to cry out in agony, but instead of retreating, it charged at you again. You had no choice but to swing your blade once more while quickly maneuvering to escape. Thus began a thrilling chase between you and the beast through the forest. As you ran, you occasionally turned back, delivering terrifying slashes to fend off the relentless python. The chase lasted an entire day. You finally realized the power of photosynthesis. Your stamina remained nearly unaffected, while the python's speed gradually slowed. Just as you were rejoicing in your impending escape, the sky began to darken. Without the nourishment of sunlight, your stamina started to plummet rapidly. The frequent use of your full-strength strikes further depleted your energy. Noticing this, the python, which had been on the verge of giving up, suddenly regained its vigor and launched another fierce pursuit. After 10 hours of pursuit, exhausted, you were eventually caught by the python. It opened its massive jaws and swallowed you whole. In excruciating pain, you were completely digested, marking your demise. The simulation ended. The system began to rate your performance. However, this second simulation did not leave Luo Xiao feeling disheartened. Instead, it enlightened him. He realized that with just a bit more strength, he had a great chance of escaping. The key to quickly boosting his strength lay in acquiring more dragon fruits. Luo Xiao quickly calculated. Without using the blue talent, each simulation only cost 1,000 points. Exchanging 1,000 simulation points for 3 dragon fruits was definitely worthwhile. Simulating 10 times would yield 30 dragon fruits. Including the ones he had consumed before, the total would reach over 100. The cost would be merely 10,000 points. Thinking of this, Luo Xiao couldn't help but smile. Although dragon fruits had a limit to how much they could enhance strength, even if the effects diminished, he could sell the remaining ones. 30 dragon fruits could fetch at least 10 billion, enough for him to activate the purple talent 10 times. The system notification sounded. Settlement complete. Congratulations to the host for achieving a level rating in this simulation. You may choose one of the following rewards. Watching an advertisement allows you to choose an additional reward. The reward options included 1. Cultivation technique and martial arts experience. 2. Martial cultivation enhancement. Physical, 99.99, Soul 25. 3. Talent fusion. Swordsmanship, Genius Blue, Blade Technique, Insight 60. 4. 3 Dragon Fruits 2 rated 3.5 stars. Consuming them can refine the body and increase physical strength. The effect is stronger if possessing dragon lineage. Luo Xiao carefully weighed each option, contemplating how to maximize his gains. Luo Xiao received a level rating once again. Although it wasn't the highest grade, he still yearned for the reward of 234. After more than a month of effort and leveraging the residual power of the dragon fruit, his physical strength had reached the peak of the 4th tier. He knew that once he surpassed the 10,000 mark, he would advance to a 5th-tier powerhouse. After careful consideration, Luo Xiao decided to retain the blue talent, as it had cost him 10,000 simulation points. He passed on the martial cultivation reward because he could earn it again for just 1,000 simulation points, making it less cost-effective. Once the choices were made, the system began to distribute the rewards. Luo Xiao instantly felt invigorated, and his understanding of swordsmanship deepened, with ideas of the threefold realm gradually emerging. Additionally, his system backpack now contained 2 more dragon fruits, making a total of 5. Unsatisfied with the status quo, Luo Xiao immediately initiated a new round of intermediate simulation. This time, he chose the green talent, Heavenly Lone Star, as the purpose of this simulation was to sacrifice himself, naturally opting for the most cost-effective choice. On the first day of the simulation, Luo Xiao discovered he had crossed into another realm. Eagerly checking his backpack, he found the 5 dragon fruits as expected. Without hesitation, he took a bite and instantly felt a scorching power surge through his body. By the 5th day, Luo Xiao's physical strength had reached 9,999. He devoured an entire dragon fruit in one go, and in an instant, a violent fiery force swept through him. Despite being engulfed in flames and suffering severe internal injuries, Luo Xiao was unfazed. He brought out the blade embryo and began frantically training in the slaughterer technique. Under the powerful body-forging effect of slaughterer, the dragon fruit's power was quickly absorbed. After several hours of torment, Luo Xiao's physical strength finally broke through the 10,000 mark, ultimately reaching 10,850. Tireless, Luo Xiao continued to consume the remaining dragon fruits, taking only small portions each time. To his surprise, under the sunlight, his injuries began to heal slowly, leading him to realize he might possess the ability for photosynthesis. By the 7th day, Luo Xiao had fully refined all the dragon fruits. Feeling the surging power within him, he knew he had embarked on an extraordinary path. Your physical strength has skyrocketed to 14,510. You are thrilled to discover that the dragon fruit has a more significant effect on enhancing your physique than before. This might be because your level has increased, allowing you to refine the dragon fruit more perfectly. Now, just one fruit can boost your physical strength by over 3,000 points, which is equivalent to adding more than 300,000 kilograms of force. Without a moment's hesitation, you dash towards the southwest. Thanks to your greatly increased speed, it takes you only 3 days to successfully locate the dragon fruit tree and the giant serpent. Seeing the serpent still asleep, you hold your breath and carefully approach the dragon fruit tree. You quickly pick 3 dragon fruits, store them in your system's backpack, and then quietly slip away. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoes through the sky. The serpent, sensing something amiss, suddenly opens its eyes and, upon seeing you, becomes furious. Its massive body charges at you like an arrow released from a bow. This time, you choose not to run. You unleash the power of your intent, and the blade in your hand gleams with a cold light. You perform your strongest move, and in an instant, a terrifying blade light over 200 meters long transforms into a crescent moon, slashing towards the serpent. The serpent is startled and quickly dodges. Boom. With a deafening noise, the ground is split open, creating a fissure hundreds of meters long. However, this astonishing strike does not scare off the serpent. Instead, it provokes its ferocity. It roars and lunges at you again, marking the beginning of the battle. Under the blazing sun, your stamina seems endless. You know that the longer the battle lasts before the sun sets, the more advantageous it is for you. This fierce fight continues for 4 to 5 hours, spreading over more than 10 kilometers. The surrounding beasts are so terrified by the earth-shattering battle that they scatter and flee. As the sun nears the horizon, you realize you must finish the fight quickly. Blade intent bursts forth with full force, and terrifying blade lights continuously slash down. Your sudden surge catches the serpent off guard, and under your powerful assault, it barely has time to evade, getting struck by several blade lights. The serpent's skull defense is torn apart by the overwhelming power. With a shrill cry, its head is split open by your blade, brain matter splattering everywhere. You have finally achieved victory, but at a great cost. Your strength is nearly depleted, and the sky has darkened. To replenish your energy, you'll have to wait until the next day. Just as you breathe a sigh of relief, a sinister voice suddenly echoes from the void. Haha, the fight between the snipe and the clam benefits the fisherman. Kid, your blade embryo is impressive. I'll take it. And this fire element fruit is also mine. Before the words finish, a fiery blade light attacks you from behind. You barely manage to use a defensive technique, but exhausted as you are, you cannot withstand the sneak attack. With a thud, the blade strikes your back, and you cough up blood, sent flying like a kite with a broken string. A gray-robed elder emerges from the shadows, shocked to see you merely injured. You're still alive? Your physical body is incredibly strong, he exclaims. He identifies himself as a 1-star martial emperor, claiming that even ordinary 2-star or 3-star martial emperors would struggle to survive his full-strength attack. The elder greedily eyes you, sternly demanding, Kid, you must have cultivated powerful body-hardening martial arts. Hand it over, and I might spare your life. The night had fallen, and an intense battle was underway. You were locked in fierce combat with an old man, both of you equally matched in strength. Suddenly, the old man seized an opportunity and launched a surprise attack while you were off guard. The unexpected move nearly cost you your life. Fuming with anger, you gritted your teeth and taunted. Is an old dog that only knows how to ambush worthy? Too bad it's not daytime, or I'd take you down. The humiliation felt like a tidal wave threatening to drown you. You couldn't believe you'd been caught off guard by someone weaker than you, which was an utter disgrace. The old man was infuriated by your words and shouted, You brat, you're courting death. With that, he swung his blade, sending a fierce blade light your way. Unwilling to back down, you mustered your remaining strength to counterattack. Clang! The terrifying blade lights clashed in midair with a deafening roar. Boom! The blade lights exploded, and dust instantly shrouded the entire battlefield. At that moment, you seized the opportunity, darting through the smoke like a phantom to launch a deadly attack on the old man. He was caught off guard, and before he could react, you were already enveloped in a killing aura, striking his neck with a fierce blow. Slash! Blood spurted as the old man's head fell. You had successfully slain him, but you also collapsed from severe injuries and exhaustion, ultimately succumbing to the darkness. The simulation ended, and the system began to score. Luo Xiao looked at the results with a wry smile. Although he had defeated his opponent, it had cost him his life. He regretted that if it had been daytime, with his strength, the old man would have stood no chance. A system notification chimed. Settlement complete. Congratulations to the host for achieving a level score in this simulation. You may choose one reward from the following. Watching an advertisement allows you to choose one more. The system listed 4 reward options. 1. Martial arts technique cultivation experience. 2. Martial prowess enhancement. Physical value 14510, soul 5012. 3. Fusion talent, celestial lone star. 4. 3 fire dragon fruits. After careful consideration, Luo Xiao chose rewards 2 and 4. Although the celestial lone star could enhance his aptitude, it was slightly less valuable than the fire dragon fruits. Moreover, enhancing his martial prowess was essential to avoid being ambushed again. As soon as Luo Xiao made his choice, a torrent of power surged through his body like a flood. He felt his realm rapidly ascending, quickly surpassing the 10,000 mark and stabilizing around 14,500. Feeling the surging power within him, Luo Xiao couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. This was the strength of the 5th tier, 3 times more powerful than before. He calculated that the giant serpent's strength should be at the 6th tier, 2-star, or even 3-star, with defenses and physical strength far surpassing other cultivators of the same tier. As for the old man, his strength was pitifully weak, likely just stepping into the 6th tier threshold. Luo Xiao snorted, vowing that if he encountered him again, he would cut him down with a single strike. Then, Luo Xiao initiated a new round of simulation. The system's notification sounded. Ding! Intermediate simulation activated. Ding! You chose the green talent. Good luck, Fortune 5. Ding! Point allocation successful, simulation starting. This simulation consumption, 1,100. The simulation scenario unfolded. On the first day, you traveled through you found yourself with 8 fire dragon fruits. Seizing the opportunity, you immediately began consuming the fire dragon fruits to enhance your strength. Time flew by, and soon it was the 5th day. After consuming all the dragon fruits, your physical strength skyrockets to 33,500. Empowered and confident, you waste no time and dash southwest. 7 days later, you return to the dragon fruit tree. This time, you don't act impulsively. Instead, you hide and wait patiently. After 3 more days, your patience is rewarded when you spot an old man passing by. The old man notices the dragon fruit tree, and a glint of greed flashes in his eyes. However, when he sees the giant serpent coiled beneath the tree, his face turns pale and his legs go weak. Knowing he's no match for it, he prepares to leave quietly. At that moment, with a humming sound, a shadow appears like a ghost before the old man. Before he can react, a strong hand grips his throat tightly. The terrifying strength makes the old man widen his eyes in fear, staring at the young man in front of him. The young man radiates an aura of killing intent, his red eyes cold and cruel. The old man trembles, realizing this is a genius who has mastered the art of killing. In your full strength, the old man is as defenseless as a fish on a chopping board. You don't kill him immediately. Instead, you grab him by the neck and effortlessly avoid the serpent you no longer consider a threat, heading to a safe location. Your primary goal now is to leave this perilous forest as quickly as possible. In a secluded cave, you toss the old man to the ground like a dead dog and calmly say, "Old man, if you don't want to die, answer whatever I ask." Terrified, the old man nods repeatedly, stammering, "Ask away, sir. I won't hide anything." You sit on a rock and casually ask, "What's your name? Also, tell me about this world structure. I'm new here and don't know much." Startled, the old man assumes you're the disciple of some hidden master and dares not conceal anything. He immediately divulges everything he knows. From his words, you gradually understand this world. It's called the Divine Martial Continent, a pure martial arts world. Unlike the lower-level continents, this place is filled with an energy known as Yuan Qi, which can rapidly enhance one's power, similar to the source energy of your world. The Divine Martial Continent is vast, with 4 empires, 10 major sects, and a population in the hundreds of billions. The cultivation levels are as follows: warrior, martial artist, grand martial artist, martial general, martial king, martial emperor, martial sect, and the legendary divine martial realm. The old man claims to be an outer elder of the Blazing Fire sect, one of the 10 major sects, with a power level of martial emperor, first heaven. The Blazing Fire sect is further backed by a peak martial sect ancestor, boasting immense strength. You realize that the martial sect is this world's top combat power, while the divine martial realm is a legendary level yet to be attained. This power hierarchy feels familiar, resembling the second method of power classification in your world. Your world has not only ranks from 1 to 10, but also levels similar to warrior, martial artist, and grand martial artist. The divine martial realm here is akin to the martial sovereign level in your world, possessing the power to destroy the heavens and earth. However, these details aren't the most crucial. What's important is that this conversation has provided you with a way to leave this place. The Sunset Forest, located near the Great Qian Dynasty, is a vast woodland known for its immense size and the presence of a quasi 7th-tier beast. Standing deep within the forest, you calculate your path silently. If you turn back, it will take just over 100 kilometers to leave this place. However, continuing forward requires an additional 100 kilometers of travel. Such luck leaves you with mixed feelings. All this trouble for a few fire dragon fruits, making you take such a long detour. However, this journey has given you a deeper understanding of luck. Being able to accurately find your target in this vast forest indicates that the fire dragon fruit is indeed a rare treasure here. With this realization, you hesitate no longer, swiftly executing the old man who ambushed you. You thoroughly search the old man's belongings, finding some silver notes and a martial arts manual called the True Sun Scripture. It is said to be the supreme skill of the Blazing Blade sect from 1,000 years ago, later distributed to the outer elders due to the emergence of stronger martial arts. A quick glance reveals its extraordinary nature, reaching the level of top-tier innate martial arts, equivalent to 6th-tier martial arts. You quickly organize the martial arts hierarchy of this world in your mind. Human-tier martial arts correspond to tiers 1 to 3, while Earth-tier martial arts encompass tiers 4 to 6. Earth-tier and innate martial arts are on the same level, but the latter lacks the method for cultivating intent. Only by mastering Earth-tier martial arts can one surpass the 4th-tier martial general. Unlike the world you knew before, breaking through martial realms here only requires the concentration of powerful true essence, not the cultivation of intent. This true essence differs greatly from the power of qi and blood. Qi and blood reside in the heart, while true essence is stored in the dantian, resembling the source energy cultivation you are familiar with. You are overjoyed. Although this 6th-tier martial art is not as powerful as Ren 2, if it can complement Ren 2, you can wield the blade with qi and blood and also use true essence to enhance it, potentially elevating Rin 2 to the ranks of a 7th-tier divine weapon. However, the immediate priority is to obtain the fire dragon fruit. You stealthily approach the fruit tree, carefully avoiding the giant python, fearful of alarming it and causing the tree to be devoured. With the fruit in hand, you decisively confront the python. The python, sensing a human presence, opens its eyes in terror. However, what awaits it is a terrifying blade light over 200 meters long. The blade flashes, and before the python can react, its head is cleaved open, brain matter splattering. Its body thrashes wildly, destroying trees within several kilometers, before finally coming to rest. You waste no time, swiftly cutting open the python's belly to retrieve a beast core and a large snake gall. Everything is under your control. Luo Xiao stood beside the giant serpent's corpse, holding the precious snake gall in his hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He recalled the old man's words. The serpent's gall contained a vast amount of primal energy, capable of rapidly restoring vitality and enhancing the strength of one's energy. In this world, energy levels equated to cultivation levels, and advancing beyond the 4th tier through sheer physical training was exceedingly difficult. He did not bother with the serpent's meat, as it was of no use to him now. Compared to consuming the serpent's meat, the recovery speed through photosynthesis was far superior. Luo Xiao did not rush to leave the forest, but returned to the cave he had been in before, focusing on studying the Sunfire Sutra. 3 days passed, and Luo Xiao finally cultivated his first strand of primal energy. A system notification sounded, informing him that he had gained a new basic attribute, 1 point of vitality. Luo Xiao was puzzled, unsure of the connection between this vitality and the world's source energy. Unusually, the system provided an explanation. Vitality, source energy, battle energy, war energy, magic power, and other forms of power were all fundamental primal forces of the world. Although they differed in name and intensity, their essence was similar, and they could be universally applied if a conversion method was found. Luo Xiao and Ling Yan were thrilled by this discovery. They decided to search for cultivation methods for source energy to develop a conversion method, allowing them to replenish vitality in this world. Over the next month, Luo Xiao consumed 3 fire dragon fruits, increasing his physical strength to 41,200. He noticed that the effect was diminishing, with each fruit only boosting his strength by over 2,000 points. However, he was not concerned, fully dedicating himself to martial arts training. By day, he trained under the sun, and by night, he practiced tirelessly, his efficiency more than double that of an average person. A month later, his vitality reached 254 points. 3 months passed, and Luo Xiao's training continued unabated. His vitality soared to 841 points, his physical strength reached 41,500, and his soul value increased to 5,102. Although he no longer had fire dragon fruits, his training speed returned to normal. He was pleasantly surprised to find that by mastering the Flame Sutra, his vitality could now harness the power of fire. While the flames conjured by this technique were not as potent as those from a supernatural ability, they had the makings of a high-level martial cultivator's prowess. Time flew by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. Perhaps due to his strong physical foundation, Luo Xiao's vitality growth accelerated. His vitality had reached an astounding 5,541 points, seemingly on the verge of catching up with his physical strength. Finally, Luo Xiao retrieved the long-dried snake gall. Though its effectiveness was greatly diminished, he was now capable of withstanding its medicinal power. Without hesitation, he crushed the gall and swallowed it. As the snake gall digested within him, a surge of powerful vitality erupted from his abdomen. Luo Xiao immediately activated the Flame Sutra, and in an instant, raging flames enveloped his body. He began the frantic process of refining the immense vitality, a task that took him a full half-month to complete. When everything settled, Luo Xiao was astonished to find that his vitality had skyrocketed to 9,999 points. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, as if he had been completely reborn. Luo Xiao stared at the simulation results, his brow slightly furrowed. The speed of his energy cultivation was indeed astonishing, but he was well aware that it was closely linked to his own formidable physique. A strong body was necessary to bear such vast energy. However, when his energy level reached the critical point of 9,999, his progress came to an abrupt halt, as if hitting an invisible wall. The following year, his energy level remained unchanged. Luo Xiao understood that this was a sign of a bottleneck. Breaking through it would likely require 1 or 2 years of arduous cultivation. Without hesitation, he decided to leave the cave and search for rare treasures that could help him quickly break through. As usual, Luo Xiao tossed the blade blank in his hand into the air, letting it guide his direction. This time, the blade pointed northwest. Without a second thought, he sped off in the indicated direction. In the days that followed, Luo Xiao indeed found several rare treasures. Unfortunately, their value was far less than that of the earlier fire dragon fruit. He mused that the strongest beasts in this region were only at the peak of the 6th rank, and it was rare for beasts to be lucky enough to find such precious treasures as the giant python had. After careful consideration, Luo Xiao decided to leave the Sunset Forest. He knew that once he reached a more populated area, obtaining rare treasures would not be as difficult. Based on the information provided by the old man, he set out for the capital of the Daiqian dynasty. With his current strength, he might not dominate Daiqian, but he would certainly be considered a formidable expert. Soon, Luo Xiao left the Sunset Forest and, after making inquiries, arrived at a bustling imperial city. There, he spent over a month gathering information about rare treasures. Finally, he learned that in 2 months, there would be an auction jointly held by the Daiqian royal family and the 100 Treasures Pavilion, featuring the very treasure he longed for. However, at that moment, Luo Xiao was strapped for cash, with only 2 items of value: the old man's weapon and cultivation technique. The cultivation technique was not an option, as it was a secret of a powerful sect, and no one would dare to take it lightly. So, he brought the weapon to the 100 Treasures Pavilion. The people at the pavilion were overjoyed upon seeing the weapon and offered a high price of 3 million silver taels, along with an invitation to the auction 2 months later. After a moment of consideration, Luo Xiao found the price acceptable, enough to buy a few treasures equivalent to the fire dragon fruit. Thus, Luo Xiao obtained a silver note for 3 million taels. For the next 2 months, he waited in the imperial city for the auction to commence. Finally, the auction day arrived. However, just as Luo Xiao was about to reach the venue, a massive flaming handprint descended from the sky. Before he could react, the fiery hand obliterated him completely. The simulation abruptly ended, leaving Luo Xiao stunned. He calculated internally. Such power must be at least that of a 7th-rank martial master. A flaming handprint. Could it be the work of the Flamesword sect? Luo Xiao's expression darkened, and anger boiled within him. Could selling the weapon have exposed his whereabouts, making them suspect he was the one who killed the old man? This 100 Treasures Pavilion is unreliable, leaking customer information. They have no professional ethics at all. He clenched his teeth and swore to himself. Just wait. I'll tear you apart someday. Luo Xiao cursed in anger, but then quickly calmed down. This regular simulation was initially meant to collect dragon fruits, but unexpectedly, it lasted until now, making it a worthwhile experience. A system notification chimed. Simulation complete. Congratulations to the host for achieving a level rating. You may choose one of the following rewards. Watching an ad allows you to select an additional item. The 6 rewards were presented in sequence. 1. Experience in cultivating martial arts techniques. 2. Martial prowess. Physical strength 43,500, soul power 5,312, vital energy 9,999. 3. Fusion talent, luck 5. 4. 3 fire dragon fruits rated 3.5 stars, and a depleted snake gallbladder. 5. 1 year of skill training insights. 6. 6th tier weapon, blazing fireblade. Luo Xiao carefully examined each reward, contemplating his options. Although the fire dragon fruits and snake gallbladder had lost their potency, they were still quite valuable. He pondered that obtaining the peak condition snake gallbladder from the giant python might offer effects more remarkable than dozens of fire dragon fruits. After weighing his options, Luo Xiao decisively chose the 2nd and 4th rewards. Instantly, a warm current surged through his body, rapidly elevating his level to 5-star 4th tier. At the same time, energy flowed into his dantian. Lying dormant, this was the vital energy. Although it slowly leaked due to the lack of cultivation techniques, it wouldn't significantly impact in the short term. At that moment, his smart wristwatch suddenly rang, indicating an incoming video call from Su Jinyu. Luo Xiao glanced at the time. It was already late at night and answered the call. Su Jinyu's image was projected as she smiled and reported, "All your beast corpses have been sold, with a total estimated value of 445 million. I've exchanged them for beast cores, which will be delivered soon." Luo Xiao nodded in satisfaction and thanked her. Su Jinyu continued, "Also, your military certification has been approved. Given your talent and potential, the military is extending an invitation for you to join. Once you join, you'll immediately receive the rank of colonel, and after advancing to the 6th tier, you could become a brigadier general." She detailed the generous conditions offered by the military: a 500 million cash bonus, an annual 100 million training fund, and the freedom to choose 6th tier cultivation techniques and martial arts skills. "This is the first time I've heard of such treatment since I joined the military," Su Jinyu remarked, "which shows just how much they value you." Su Jinyu spoke about the rewards with a hint of envy in her eyes. She recalled that when she was promoted to the rank of colonel, her reward was only a 5th of Luo Xiao's, yet it still brought her joy for quite some time. 5 billion in cash. Luo Xiao's eyes lit up. Can it be converted directly into beast cores? Su Jinyu frowned and quickly reminded him, "Do you want more? Can you refine that many?" Even a 6th tier physical ability user would take years to refine so many beast cores. Although your body can withstand the power of the beast cores, refining them takes time. Plus, the absorption efficiency isn't high, and the ultimate power gained isn't much different from energy crystals. That's another reason why beast cores are cheaper. Luo Xiao responded with a smile. My physique is quite good, I can handle it. Please, Sister Su, help me get them as soon as possible. Su Jinyu nodded reluctantly, deciding not to dwell on it further. She thought to herself that if Luo Xiao could indeed quickly refine the beast cores, his power would increase at an astonishing rate. However, her master would need to personally check for any side effects. Unfortunately, the earliest her master could arrive would be tomorrow. Despite the advanced technology of this era, the expansion of Earth had made distances much greater. The journey from the capital to this location spanned tens of thousands of miles, and the presence of numerous fierce beasts along the way added to the travel time. Luo Xiao wasn't concerned about this. He was more interested in the purple talent he was about to try. This time, his simulation points would surely exceed 1,000,000, allowing him to simulate the purple talent and repeatedly simulate blue talents, which would significantly boost his strength. Thinking about this, Luo Xiao smiled. He temporarily set aside the simulation and opened his smart wristband to browse the latest news. The world was vast, and even at 20 years old, he knew little about it. In the past, he was just a small fry, indifferent to international affairs. But now, with a 5th tier, 4-star level and combat power reaching the late 6th tier, perhaps even its peak, he needed to think long-term. Soon, he came across a major news headline. Federal Central News Network reports. Recently, a 9th-tier chasm was discovered above the former Pacific Ocean. After exploration by experts from various countries, traces of a 10th-tier beast have been found. This could be the 3rd chasm in human history with a 10th-tier beast. This news made Luo Xiao gasp. A 10th-tier beast was equivalent to a martial god, a level above a martial saint. With 3 chasms harboring 10th-tier beasts, this world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. It seemed his power was still inadequate. Just as Luo Xiao continued to read the follow-up reports, another major news piece caught his eye. Federal Central News Network reports. Good news. In the human race's 8th-tier inheritance realm, the unearthing of a peerless weapon caused quite a stir. Archaeologists, after thorough research, were astonished to discover that this weapon might be the legendary personal weapon of the great Emperor Shenwu. Although it is only 8th tier, it has become a crucial artifact for understanding the ancient civilization of the Shenwu continent. Luo Xiao browsed through this news, his brows slightly furrowed. The Shenwu continent's underground? He murmured to himself, his thoughts drifting to the world he had simulated. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could this be the secret realm where the human race discovered the source energy for cultivation? Is Yuan energy the same as source energy? This idea sent a shiver through Luo Xiao. Could his simulated world actually be a civilization that once existed in reality? It was just that the timescale seemed different, since being called a relic meant the civilization of the Shenwu continent had already become dust in the river of history. Shaking his head, Luo Xiao decided not to delve further. Whether real or not, that world had nothing to do with him anymore. He continued browsing the news, quickly skimming over various major events reported by the Federation Central News, who had broken through to become a martial saint. Which country's genius had awakened an SS-level talent? None of these sparked his interest. Turning to the Huaxiao News Network, Luo Xiao's attention was caught by a piece of news. Latest broadcast from Huaxiao News. Under the bold headline, a piece of good news was highlighted. Our human race's genius Mo Xiun successfully awakened an S-level talent physique, the four-winged Holy Light Angel. She has now entered the elite class of the Imperial Capital University for further studies and is expected to become a leading figure of this generation. It is reported that Mo Xiun comes from a 3rd-tier city, once again proving that in the era of great catastrophes, everyone has the chance to change their fate against all odds. The protagonist of this news was none other than Luo Xiao's ex-girlfriend. The comments section quickly exploded, with countless netizens leaving messages. Wow, Mo Xiun is stunningly beautiful. She's like a goddess among goddesses. It's enough that her talent is strong, but why does she have to be so good-looking too? How can others compete? Zhujiang. Indeed, many geniuses look ordinary, yet Goddess Mo is so breathtaking. I wonder who is worthy of winning her favor. Truly enviable. Lousy Tianxia De. Nonsense. How could such a goddess ever consider a commoner? I bet she's still pure. Wow, your eyes are that sharp? Impressive. In just 1 hour, this news had topped Huaxiao's trending list. After all, an S-level talent is a rare sight, let alone someone as stunning as Mo Xiun. However, soon an explosive piece of news shot to the top of the comments section. Hey, don't you all know? It's rumored that this goddess Mo actually had a boyfriend before, and word has it they even lived together. What Qian Lu Ming? This comment caused the entire forum to erupt. What? No way. How could a goddess have been with someone? I don't believe it. Damn, who is the scoundrel? I want to duel him. Hee, what are you plotting upstairs? What plot? I don't understand. Kid, you shouldn't know too much. Ugh, how could a goddess be taken by a pig? I refuse to accept this. The comments section continued to heat up, with various speculations and emotions intertwining, creating a storm on the internet. When the relationship between Luo Xiao and Mo Xiun was exposed, it caused an uproar online. As a newly awakened four-winged holy light angel, Mo Xiun's stunning beauty and extraordinary aura had already captivated countless admirers. However, when news of their breakup spread, public opinion surprisingly turned against Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao couldn't help but smile wryly as he faced the overwhelming criticism. He thought to himself, well, this is ironic. I was the one who got dumped, yet I'm the one being blamed. These netizens are really unreasonable. Meanwhile, far away, Mo Xiun was reveling in her newfound fame. When she discovered she had made it onto the Huaxia Central News Network, she couldn't contain her excitement. This was a platform reserved for national leaders and top talents. In just a few days, she had become the center of attention. The flood of goddess praises greatly satisfied Mo Xiun's vanity. She couldn't help but recall her past with Luo Xiao. It was his reputation as the school's heartthrob that had initially drawn her, an ordinary girl, into his gentle embrace. Back then, although Mo Xiun was attractive, she was far from being the school beauty. Her relationship with Luo Xiao was genuinely based on love. During college, Luo Xiao sacrificed his training time to earn resources and living expenses for her, a gesture that deeply moved Mo Xiun. Under Luo Xiao's attentive care, Mo Xiun gradually blossomed and eventually became one of the school's beauties. Despite being pursued by many wealthy heirs, Luo Xiao always held a special place in her heart. However, as time passed, Luo Xiao's financial capabilities could no longer satisfy Mo Xiun's growing material needs, and her heart began to waver. Everything changed on the day she awakened her powers. The mayor learned of her talent because her mother worked as a housekeeper for a minor official in the mayor's office. Upon discovering that Mo Xiun had awakened as a four-winged holy light angel, the mayor promised her many benefits and personally arranged for her to attend the Imperial Capital University. In just one day, Mo Xiun went from an ordinary student to one of Huaxia's top talents. Faced with such a tremendous opportunity, she didn't hesitate to break up with Luo Xiao. As she read the news comments praising and adoring her, Mo Xiun became even more convinced that she had made the right choice. However, when she saw reports about her past cohabitation with Luo Xiao, her expression darkened. This part of her past felt like an indelible shadow, tarnishing her otherwise perfect life. Anger surged within Mo Xiun, and she blamed Luo Xiao, thinking, why did you have to get involved with me? If it weren't for you, I would be a truly perfect goddess now. At this moment, she had entirely forgotten that if it weren't for Luo Xiao's presence, she might have been married off by her father to a middle-aged, third-tier bald evolver. That man would never have bought her the energy crystals worth thousands, and she might never have awakened her powers or enjoyed her current glory and wealth. Currently, Mo Xiun only remembers her past cohabitation with Luo Xiao, which has become a hot topic across all of China. She let out a cold snort, her eyes flashing with a hint of frost. Humph, don't let me find out who leaked this news, or I won't let you off. Mo Xiun quickly thought it through. Not many people knew about her living with Luo Xiao, probably just their respective roommates. She immediately picked up her phone and contacted the mayor of Kaiyun City, requesting assistance in investigating the matter. Meanwhile, Lu Yun, still at the scavenger camp, suddenly sneezed. He looked triumphantly at his account, where the likes had surpassed tens of millions, and his followers had increased by hundreds of thousands. A sly smile appeared on Lu Yun's face as he thought about how he could now start live streaming, talking extensively about the gossip between Luo Xiao and Mo Xiun, and make a fortune. Just then, there was a sudden loud knocking on the door. Lu Yun shouted impatiently, "Who is it? Can't you knock more gently?" A voice from outside sent chills down Lu Yun's spine. "Open up, water meter inspector." Before Lu Yun could react, the door was violently kicked open. A group of burly men stormed in, pinning Lu Yun to the ground in an instant. The leader grabbed Lu Yun's smartwatch, sneered while deleting the revealing post, and then crushed the device. Twisted by the neck like a captured sparrow, Lu Yun shouted angrily, "You're destroying private property. I'm going to sue you. I'll take this to the central authorities." The leader snorted, "Kid, you're under arrest for slandering a genius. Get ready to eat prison food." With that, he signaled his men to take Lu Yun away. This scene caught the attention of other members of the scavenger team. Zhao Wu watched Lu Yun being taken away, his legs turning to jelly, thinking, could this be Luo Xiao's revenge? Is this guy really that ruthless? Meanwhile, Luo Xiao was oblivious to these events, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Although having his private life exposed was somewhat annoying, his attention was soon diverted by the situation at hand. A number of crates filled with beast cores were delivered to him by military personnel. Leading the team was a high commander, Kaiyun City's commander Lu Jinyun, who respectfully saluted Luo Xiao. Lu Jinyun reporting to Colonel, "All your beast cores have been brought here, awaiting your orders." The soldiers behind Lu Jinyun, all third or fourth tier officers, were astonished as they looked at the 20-year-old colonel, thinking he was even more formidable than the commander-in-chief. Luo Xiao casually glanced at the beast cores and returned a standard military salute with a smile. Everything's in order. Thank you for your hard work, brothers. Lu Xingyun tactfully took his leave. Colonel Luo, you're too kind. It's our duty. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave now. After sending everyone off, Luo Xiao closed the door and began absorbing the beast cores. The system notification sounded. Ding. Detected a large number of energy beast cores. Beginning absorption. Ding. Absorbed beast core. You gain 2,415 simulation points. Ding. Absorbed beast core. You gain 784 simulation points. Ding. Absorbed beast core. You gain 266 simulation points. Ding. Absorbed beast core. You gain 12,541 simulation points. A series of rapid beeps echoed in Luo Xiao's mind as boxes of exquisitely packaged beast cores were swiftly absorbed. These cores varied in size, from as small as a ping-pong ball to as large as a basin, including some precious cores from 5th-tier fierce beasts. With an additional investment of 5 billion in beast cores, the number of high-level cores was substantial. Ultimately, Luo Xiao's simulation points skyrocketed by over 1.15 million. Combined with the previous accumulation of just over 100,000, he now possessed 1.25 million simulation points. This enormous wealth was enough to support one simulation of a purple talent and 25 attempts at blue talents. Luo Xiao understood that this sole golden simulation opportunity was exceedingly valuable and must be seized to acquire a relatively good purple talent. With a slight raise of his eyebrows, he decisively initiated a new round of intermediate simulation. The system's prompt immediately sounded. Command accepted. Intermediate simulation initiated. Please choose one of the following talents as your initial talent. The options presented were green talents. 1. Quick-witted, exceptionally high intelligence, comprehension 5. 2. Jinx, a certain chance for curses on others to come true. The larger the curse, the lower the possibility. Luck 5. 3. Berserk, combat power doubles when severely injured. Blue talents. 1. Swordsmanship genius, comprehension 60 when practicing swordsmanship. 2. Exceptional insight, extremely strong comprehension of martial arts, comprehension 30. Choosing a blue talent requires an additional 10,000 simulation points. Purple talent. Wind spirit battle body, naturally controls wind power, enhancing the power and training speed of wind attribute martial arts and techniques, capable of condensing wind element attacks. Power is soul value 1600. Choosing a purple talent requires an additional 1 million simulation points. Upon careful consideration, Luo Xiao realized that although the purple talent this time was not weak, it did not suit his current needs. What he needed most was a fire-based ability, as the Liang scripture was one of the most promising techniques for him to cultivate in the short term. Reluctantly, Luo Xiao turned his attention to the two promising blue talents. After much deliberation, he chose exceptional insight. This talent could enhance all foundational skills, not just swordsmanship, but also the learning speed of staff techniques, spear techniques, and other weapons by 30 points, offering far better value than swordsmanship genius. After making his choice, the simulation began immediately. The system prompted, "You have chosen the blue talent, exceptional insight, comprehension 30. Points successfully added, simulation initiated." This simulation consumes 11,000 simulation points. Next, the simulated world unfolded. On the first day, Luo Xiao arrived with 11 fire dragon fruits and a dried snake gall. He decisively began consuming the fire dragon fruits to enhance his strength. By the third day, he had successfully consumed all the fire dragon fruits, with his physical value soaring to 52,000. However, the effect of the fire dragon fruits seemed to have diminished. Luo Xiao estimated that at around the 5th-tier 7-star level, the fire dragon fruits would lose their efficacy. He regretted not having dragon blood, as with a large number of fire dragon fruits, he might have broken through to the 6th tier. Without a suitable technique, Luo Xiao wisely chose not to consume the snake gall yet and headed southwest. On the 5th day, he arrived at the fire dragon fruit tree. This time, he did not act rashly but waited for the mysterious elder to appear. By the 10th day, Luo Xiao was still waiting in the same place, filled with anticipation and vigilance. The old man arrived on time, and without hesitation, you struck him with a powerful palm strike, killing him instantly. You quickly searched through his belongings and acquired the precious Liang Jinjing and a weapon called the Live-Fire Mad Blade. Despite having obtained the technique, you didn't rush to challenge the giant python. Instead, you found a secluded cave and began to study the Liang Jinjing diligently. Perhaps due to the Liang true essence already within you, you mastered the basics in just one day and soon stabilized the true essence within your body. Although you lost the ability to ignite fire, the true essence no longer leaked, and you could finally consume snake gall. You crushed the dried snake gall you had acquired earlier and swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, a surge of medicinal power flooded your abdomen. under the control of your robust physique. This energy obediently integrated into your body. Your energy value broke through the 10,000 point barrier, ultimately reaching 13,540 points. Overjoyed, you wasted no time and went straight to the giant python. With a single swing of your blade, you effortlessly killed it. The spoils were abundant: 3 fire dragon fruits and a fresh snake gall. Eagerly, you bit into the basketball-sized snake gall, and the bitter bile filled your mouth, almost making you gag. Nevertheless, you forced yourself to swallow it all. However, you overlooked a crucial detail. The previous gall was depleted of power, while this one was full of it. Moments later, a massive surge of energy wildly rampaged within you. Due to your limited mastery of the Liang Jinjing, you couldn't control such immense energy, leading to the rupture of your heart meridians. Your heart stopped, and your life force vanished instantly. The simulation ended, and the system began scoring. Luo Xiao was speechless at the result. He couldn't believe his body was so fragile, especially with a physical value of 50,000 points. However, he quickly realized the issue. While his physique was strong, it was merely external. The energy tore him apart from the inside, targeting his most vulnerable heart meridians, which was fatal. Luo Xiao regretted his assumption that if he could easily kill the giant python, consuming its gall should be straightforward too. Little did he know how dangerous it was, wasting a precious opportunity. However, he wasn't entirely disheartened, as he had acquired 2 important items in this simulation, and there were no more simulation attempts left. The system notification sounded, announcing the completion of the simulation score. Luo Xiao received a level rating and could choose one reward from the following options, with the possibility of selecting an additional one by watching an advertisement. 1. Experience in cultivating martial arts techniques. 2. Martial path enhancement. Physical value 52,354, soul 5,112, energy 15,978. 3. Talent fusion. Exceptional insight 30. 4. 3 fire dragon fruits 3.5 star rating, and 160 3-star snake gall 3.5 star rating. 5. 1 month of skill cultivation insights. 6. 60-year weapon, Liefire Mad Blade. Luo Xiao carefully weighed these rewards, contemplating which would bring the greatest benefit to his future. Luo Xiao gazed at the system interface, calculating in his mind. This time, the reward choices seemed particularly straightforward. The snake gall and talent were undoubtedly the best options. Although martial arts cultivation was important, it would be easy to surpass in the next simulation, so there was no need to rush. As the system's prompt sounded, the rewards were instantly infused into Luo Xiao's body. He felt a sudden clarity in his mind, and his perception of the surrounding environment became exceptionally sharp. The mysteries of martial arts seemed to unfold before him, with countless new ideas flooding his mind. It seems I need to quickly enhance the 3rd level of saber intent and accumulate more comprehension, Luo Xiao pondered, deciding to focus on enhancing his comprehension and constitution in future blue talent choices, while also remembering the importance of various martial arts talents. Confidently, Luo Xiao issued a command without hesitation. System, continue the simulation. I refuse to believe I can't get a good purple talent. The system promptly responded, and the intermediate simulation began. A series of talent options appeared before Luo Xiao, from the green truth in a glance to the blue blood sacrifice method, and finally the purple crimson flame battle body. Each option had its unique advantages and costs. Luo Xiao's gaze lingered on these options, eventually settling on the crimson flame battle body. This purple talent not only allowed him to control the power of flames, but also significantly boosted the power and cultivation speed of fire attribute martial skills. More enticing was its ability to convert any attribute value into 16 times the fire elemental attack power. This talent is practically tailor-made for me, Luo Xiao thought with delight. With this, my aptitude already surpasses Mo Xiun's. Combined with the saber intent, who among SS level talents can rival me at the same level? Without hesitation, Luo Xiao made his choice. Choose Crimson Flame Battle Body. Allocate all points to Constitution. The system quickly confirmed. Talent selection successful. Points allocation successful. Simulation initiated. This simulation consumes 1,001,000 simulation points. In the simulated world, Luo Xiao opened his eyes to find himself in a strange place. His belongings included only 14 fire dragon fruits, a dried snake gall, and a complete snake gall. Without hesitation, Luo Xiao began devouring the fire dragon fruits. 3 days later, he successfully digested all of them, feeling a significant enhancement in his physical strength. Although the effect of the fire dragon fruits had diminished, it did not alter Luo Xiao's plans. He immediately took out the dried snake gall, crushed it, and swallowed it in one go. Instantly, a surge of violent energy flooded into his body like a torrent. However, supported by his powerful physique, the energy was quickly refined by him, leading to a substantial increase in his energy value. Next, Luo Xiao took out the fresh snake gall. This time, He didn't rush to swallow it, but carefully bit into it, gradually absorbing its essence. He knew that the complete snake gall contained even more precious energy, which needed to be refined slowly to maximize its effect. Although you have acquired the frenzied flame battle body, caution remains your nature. You know well that if toxins claim your life again, this time there might be no reward. However, you are pleasantly surprised to find that the venom from the snake's gallbladder seems to have no effect on you. Whenever the toxin enters your body, the power of flame instantly incinerates it completely. On the fourth day, you successfully refine the power of the snake's gallbladder, and your energy level soared to 29,511. Even more gratifying is that with the frenzied flame battle body, your practice speed of the Blazing Sun Sutra has increased several times over. You estimate that it will take only a few days to reach proficiency, but you have more important matters to attend to. On the fifth day, you discovered the fire dragon fruit tree and successfully slew the giant python guarding it. With the hard-earned snake, gallbladder, and fire dragon fruit, you began a new round of refinement on the spot. Meanwhile, you cautiously lowered your aura to avoid being noticed. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed. Your progress with the Blazing Sun Sutra has advanced rapidly, reaching a proficient level. You can feel the frenzied flame battle body now unleashing even more powerful flames. At that moment, a furious shout suddenly echoed from above. Who dares to practice the core technique of my fiery blade sect? You're courting death. You opened your eyes and looked up, only to see a sharp blade light slashing down towards you. Seeing this, you coldly smiled, finally understanding why you were discovered in the last simulation. It wasn't because of the blade technique, but because of the Blazing Sun Sutra you were practicing. This technique is only taught to the outer sect elders and core disciples of the Fiery Blade sect, and Luo Xiao was not among them, indicating it was secretly learned. Having anticipated this for some time, you wasted no words and punched directly towards the sky. Boom! Instantly, a terrifying flame fist with a diameter of 100 meters shot up, swallowing the elder's descending blade light in an instant. Heavenly Fire Spirit Body, how is this possible? The elder shouted in shock upon witnessing your terrifying punch. Unfortunately, it was too late, and he was engulfed by overwhelming flames. The elder perished, leaving behind a half-melted blazing fire-crazy blade. You collected the spoils and continued your training on the spot. You knew that to enter the Great Qian dynasty and avoid detection by the Fiery Blade sect, you must master the Blazing Sun Sutra. Only then can you perfectly conceal the Blazing Sun True Qi within your dantian. Otherwise, at your current level, you cannot withstand the martial sect-level experts. Time passed like a fleeting moment, and a month went by. You fully refined the effects of the fire dragon fruit and snake gallbladder, with your physical attributes soaring to 58,544 and energy level reaching 36,841. Although the effect of the second fresh snake gallbladder was not as significant, you persisted in your training, constantly comprehending the third level of the blade technique's essence. A year passed swiftly. You have vaguely sensed the profoundness of the third level of the blade technique's essence, but breaking through that barrier will likely take many more years. However, you are not in a hurry, knowing that time is your greatest asset. In the second year, through relentless effort, you finally mastered the Blazing Sun Sutra. Instantly, you felt the powerful flame true essence surge through your body and integrate seamlessly, perfectly concealing itself. Once you confirmed that no one could tell you practiced the Blazing Sun Sutra, you set off without hesitation towards the capital of the Great Qian dynasty. A month later, after traveling thousands of miles, you finally arrived at the imperial capital of the Great Qian dynasty. The bustling scene left you in awe. After gathering information, you quickly learned about an upcoming auction. Before that, you needed to raise enough funds. After careful consideration, you decided to sell both a damaged and a complete blazing fire-crazy blade. You went to the renowned Myriad Treasures Pavilion, where, after a thorough evaluation by an appraiser, they offered you the high price of 1.3 million taels. You stand in front of the Wanbao Pavilion, clutching the severely damaged raging fire blade in your hand. Without hesitation, you hand it over to the appraisal master. After a careful inspection, the master pulls out a stack of silver notes from his pocket and hands them to you. 1.3 million taels, the master says. Despite its severe damage, it is still a 6th-tier divine weapon and worth this price. You take the silver notes, calculating in your mind. Although it's a substantial amount, in this bustling imperial capital, it might not buy anything truly valuable. Just then, the master's gaze is drawn to the meteoric iron blade embryo behind you. This is, may I take a look? He asks, his voice tinged with barely concealed excitement. You casually hand over the blade embryo. After examining it for a moment, the master looks surprised. 7th-tier material, he exclaims softly. Would you be willing to sell it? I can offer 5 million taels. The offer is tempting. Although the meteoric iron blade embryo has great potential, you currently lack the strength to utilize its true power. In comparison, the complete raging fire blade suits your current needs better. After some negotiation, You agree to sell the meteoric iron blade embryo to the Wanbao Pavilion for the raging fire blade and 5 million taels. With the transaction complete, your purse is suddenly much fuller raging fire blade and 6.3 million taels of silver. With this fortune, you initially planned to purchase some exotic fruits to enhance your powers. However, the shopkeeper of Wanbao Pavilion regretfully informs you that due to the upcoming auction, all rare exotic fruits have been bought out. Although your money could buy over a dozen dragon fruit-level exotic fruits, the shopkeeper explains, there's not a single one available on the market right now. You'll have to wait until after the auction ends. Reluctantly, you decide to wait. Leaving Wanbao Pavilion, you check into a high-end restaurant in the capital and begin to explore and gather information. In the following days, you learn a lot about the Dacian dynasty. The strongest figure in this vast empire is the Dacian ancestor, rumored to be a super powerful martial saint at the peak of his abilities. The dynasty boasts no fewer than 20 martial saint-level powerhouses, each possessing earth-shattering strength. Even more surprising, this world also has individuals with special abilities, known here as spiritual bodies. Fire, thunder, and wind spiritual bodies are among the common types. These bodies are ranked into human, earth, and heaven tiers, roughly corresponding to level to S level in your original world. Recalling how an elder once called you a heaven tier fire spiritual body, you feel a bit shocked. In this world, while heaven tier spiritual bodies are rare, they are not unheard of. Many powerful dynasties and sects have such top-tier spiritual bodies among them. For instance, the current leader of the Blazing Blade sect possesses a heaven-tier fire spiritual body. Combined with his martial saint third-tier realm, his combat power rivals that of an ordinary peak martial saint. Additionally, many sects focus on cultivating martial intent, and first-level martial intent experts are commonplace. Realizing this, you can't help but marvel at how deep the waters of this world truly are. Although your strength is sufficient to easily defeat most 6th-tier martial emperors, facing 7th-tier martial saints in this world would still be challenging. However, you are not in a hurry, as time is on your side. A month passes quickly, and the highly anticipated auction finally begins. With your entrance ticket, you enter the venue smoothly. As one auction item after another is presented, you are amazed by the scale of the event. Various 6th-tier weapons, exotic fruits, and martial arts techniques are merely appetizers. In the later stages, even 7th-tier weapons and exotic fruits appear, driving everyone present into a frenzy. You hold your breath, waiting for the treasure you desire to surface. At the auction, your meteorite blade unexpectedly fetched a high price of 12 million taels, acquired by a renowned weapon master, leaving you feeling a pang of regret. Although losing 7 million taels made you tremble with anger, the auction wasn't without its gains. You spent 5 million taels to acquire a rare drop of 10th of Sandia-rolled stalactite essence. This essence had formed under the veins of origin stones over countless years. Holding it in your hand, you could clearly feel the immense energy it contained, enough to overwhelm an average 5th-tier cultivator. Eager to capitalize on this precious acquisition, you hurried back to the inn. As soon as you entered your room, you consumed the essence without delay. Instantly, your muscles tensed, and you began channeling your mastery of the blazing sun true scripture. Your formidable physique, coupled with advanced techniques, enabled you to absorb the essence's energy at an astonishing rate. As the energy continued to surge, you felt your internal power rising sharply. Your energy level soared like a tide. 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. This overwhelming energy seemed endless, immersing you in the exhilaration of rapidly increasing strength. Once the essence's power was fully refined, your energy level finally stabilized at an astounding 63,540 points. Feeling the powerful force coursing through you, you were confident you could challenge an average martial lord. Of course, this referred to those who hadn't yet comprehended their domain or formed a spiritual body. After all, you were still one level away from the martial emperor realm, the threshold for truly becoming a martial lord. Over the next year, you devoted yourself to cultivation within the dynasty. Although there was no significant breakthrough in your power, you learned of crucial news. The grand ancestor of the great Qian dynasty was gravely ill and nearing death. This news was a bombshell, indicating a period of upheaval for the entire dynasty. You understood well that in this world, a dynasty without a peak martial lord was vulnerable to being overtaken by other nations. However, the grand ancestor's fate was of little concern to you. What truly caught your attention was the recruitment decree issued by the great Qian dynasty to stabilize the situation. In anticipation of potential turmoil, the dynasty began a large-scale recruitment of retainers to guard the capital. This opportunity was rare. Joining would not only grant access to abundant cultivation resources, but also a chance to learn powerful martial techniques. Most enticing was the potential glimpse of the dynasty's renowned national martial art, the Heaven and Earth Qi technique. This technique was reputed to be among the strongest of its kind, with mastery offering the possibility of breaking through the martial lord realm to the legendary divine martial realm. Of course, you were skeptical of such claims, thinking that if it were truly that powerful, past guardians of the great Qian wouldn't all have stopped at the peak of the martial lord realm. Nevertheless, the strength of this technique was undeniable. Even if you couldn't learn the heaven and earth Qi technique, mastering a few powerful blade techniques would be worthwhile. Weighing the pros and cons, you decided to join the great Qian dynasty and seize this rare opportunity. A month later, the selection for the dynasty's retainers officially began. A grand gathering of martial kings and martial emperors filled the palace, creating a spectacular scene. The retainers were divided into 3 levels: third class for martial kings, second class for martial emperors, and first class for martial lords. With your exceptional blade technique, you secured a position as a second-class retainer. This status not only provided an annual stipend of 300,000 taels of silver, but also granted the precious right to learn 6th-tier techniques and martial skills. However, your youthful appearance and remarkable prowess drew considerable attention. In this new environment filled with opportunities and challenges, you knew that even greater fortunes and risks awaited you. Upon discovering that you had reached the level of a 6-star martial king, Qian Yuxing, the powerful figure overseeing the selection for offerings, was greatly astonished. His eyes flickered with a hint of surprise as he praised. Such talent would make you a core disciple in any sect. When he learned that you were merely a wandering cultivator, a gleam appeared in Qian Yuxing's eyes, and he was visibly pleased. Why not join our great Qian royal family? Qian Yuxing warmly invited. I can arrange for you to marry a princess. This sudden proposal left you momentarily stunned, your mind awhirl with thoughts. You did not immediately refuse, weighing the pros and cons in your mind. Joining the great Qian royal family might give you access to the legendary Qian Kuan Ichi Ju. After much deliberation, you nodded slightly, accepting the invitation. With the recommendation of Prince Qian Yuxing, you quickly entered the great Qian court and were appointed as the commander of the most powerful Xuanwu army. More importantly, you were granted access to the great Qian armory to search for martial arts techniques. In the armory, you carefully selected and finally chose a soul-cultivating technique and a powerful 6th-level supreme saber technique. As a welcoming gift, Qian Yuxing also gave you a 6th-level exotic fruit, the dragon blood fruit. This fruit is said to be a variant of the fire dragon fruit, requiring a longer growth period, but it offers a more powerful body-tempering effect. A system notification sounded. Ding! You have joined the faction, Great Qian Royal Family. Acquired status: Commander of the Great Qian Xuanwu Army. Acquired technique: Qian Yuan Heart Method 6th Level Supreme. Acquired martial skill: Fire Cloud / 6th Level Supreme. Acquired exotic fruit: Dragon Blood Fruit. Seeing this, Luo Xiao's lips curled into a smile. It must be said that joining the great Qian dynasty indeed brought great benefits. With such backing, he easily acquired so many valuable items. However, Luo Xiao soon fell into contemplation. These rewards were given simply because he demonstrated the essence of saber techniques. If he were to reveal his powerful heaven-grade fire spirit body, would he receive even more generous rewards? This thought had barely emerged before Luo Xiao quickly dismissed it. Demonstrating the essence of saber techniques and previously learned innate martial arts might make the great Qian dynasty see him as a hidden gem. But if he exposed the heaven-grade fire spirit body and the Liang True Sutra, he might immediately be suspected as a spy from the Blazing Flame Saber sect. In that case, not only would there be no benefits, but his life might also be in danger. Luo Xiao shook his head helplessly, hoping his simulated self would act cautiously and not be secretly eliminated by the great Qian dynasty, which would be awkward. However, what he could think of, the simulated Luo Xiao could naturally think of as well. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the 5th year. During these 2 years, you have been diligently cultivating within the great Qian dynasty. Occasionally, you receive tasks such as suppressing powerful martial artists who violated laws. Because you concealed your true strength, the opponents assigned to you were mostly at the level of a martial emperor with 2 or 3 stars. To you, these martial artists were mere ants, easily dealt with, and you never sustained any injuries. Even when some tasks had hidden traps, you resolved them with your formidable strength. During this period, you consumed the dragon blood fruit, causing your physical value to soar by 8,000 points. Meanwhile, through rigorous training, you finally mastered the Fire Cloud Slash to its fullest extent, and the Qian Yuan Heart method reached a proficient level. Your soul value increased significantly, and your perception also improved greatly. However, you also noticed that the atmosphere in the great Qian dynasty was becoming increasingly oppressive. It seemed that the great Qian ancestor had little time left. Yet, you remained unconcerned, thinking that if the ancestor passed away, you could simply leave the dynasty. Risking your life for such benefits was not worthwhile. You didn't expect that this day would come so quickly be the end of the year. While you were in the midst of cultivating, a terrifying aura suddenly swept across the entire Qian dynasty. This force was like a monstrous wave, almost suffocating you. However, after a brief surge, the aura quickly waned and eventually dissipated, like a final flicker before extinguishing. A chill ran through your heart as you realized the old ancestor of Deqian had perished. As your thoughts churned, a thunderous roar shook the heavens and the earth. Just moments after the old ancestor's death, an even more terrifying aura descended upon the dynasty. A haughty laugh echoed like thunder. Ha ha ha, Qian old dog, you're finally dead. It's time to settle the score for the fortune you stole from me back then. You hurriedly went to the courtyard and looked up to see dozens of figures standing in the sky, each exuding a menacing martial aura. From their attire, you recognized them as members of the Heishui Xuanzong, one of the three major sects within Deqian. The black-robed elder leading them was particularly intimidating, likely the legendary Xian Shui ancestor, a martial arts powerhouse at the pinnacle of his craft. You were secretly alarmed, not expecting the old rival to attack so eagerly after the ancestor's death. The strong figures of the Deqian royal family rose into the air to confront the intruders. In an instant, tension filled the sky above the palace, and a cataclysmic battle was about to erupt. The clashes of martial artists at this level were terrifying, each move capable of shaking the earth. The aftermath of their attacks swept in all directions, reducing the grand palace to rubble in the blink of an eye. In this life-and-death moment, you decisively abandoned your plan to hide your identity. Mobilizing all your strength, you began to retreat swiftly from the battlefield. Engaging in such a battle was akin to courting death. You thought to yourself, risking your life for the Daqian dynasty was not worth it. You were not alone in this. The newly joined enshrined warriors also fled. However, the Heishui Xuanzong would not let any Daqian member escape. You and the other escapees became their prey. You suddenly realized that this might have been the main reason why the Daqian dynasty recruited you to distract the enemy, reducing the pressure on the royal family. Since you only revealed the aura of a martial king, your pursuers were also at the martial king level. You pretended to engage them while subtly increasing the distance. Finally, after escaping the palace's confines, you unleashed a sudden burst of power, instantly defeating your pursuers. Thus, you successfully fled the Deqian capital. 3 months later, you arrived in the imperial capital of the neighboring Ming dynasty. Soon, you learned of the earth-shattering news. 3 months ago, the Deqian royal family was annihilated by the combined forces of the Heishui Xuanzong and the Lai Yindao sect. The ancestor of Heishui Xuanzong subsequently established his own dynasty, the Daqian dynasty. During this upheaval, the nearby Ming dynasty seized the opportunity to annex 1/3 of the former Deqian territory. Although the Xian Shui ancestor was furious, he could only suppress his anger and refrain from rash actions with the new dynasty still in its infancy. Knowing all this, you were relieved to have left early. If you had encountered the strong fighters of the Lai Yindao sect, and they had discovered your cultivation of the Liang true scripture, you might not have escaped with your life. Upon arriving in the Ming dynasty, you chose to keep a low profile. Aware of the volatile external world, you decided to focus on cultivating until you fully mastered the threefold blade intent before re-emerging. After some searching, you rented a courtyard in the Ming capital and began years of secluded training. Time flew by, and 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, you not only mastered the Fire Cloud Slash to perfection, but also successfully integrated the innate martial arts, Earth Shatter, and Fire Cloud Slash, creating an extraordinary martial art, Fire Shatter Slash. This technique reached an unprecedented 7th grade lower rank. With this powerful skill, your strength advanced rapidly. Simultaneously, the threefold blade intent you had been nurturing finally began to take shape. You were delighted to discover that your second-level blade intent could now unleash 13 times the formidable combat power. In the 10th year of your dedicated training, you finally mastered the legendary triple blade intent. On this day, you did not suppress your aura, allowing the triple blade intent to soar into the sky. The sound of a powerful blade echoed throughout the capital of the Ming Empire, causing countless swordsmen to feel their blades tremble. This was a grandmaster-level realm, and only a handful in the entire Ming Empire had reached such heights. The news spread like wildfire, and various factions, including the royal family, were frantically searching for this newly emerged blade master. However, you remained indifferent and continued to live in seclusion, honing your blade skills. 3 years later, you perfected your blade intent and prepared to comprehend the triple sword intent. On that very day, an elderly man with a commanding presence visited your home. His aura was like a dragon resting, and his gaze was piercing as he stared directly at you. You felt immense pressure, realizing this was no ordinary martial master. Before you could speak, the old man sighed deeply. A remnant of the great Qian. I never expected the blade master I sought for 3 years to be a remnant of great Qian. What a pity. Before his words faded, the old man made a grabbing motion in the air, and your blazing fire blade flew out of your hand towards him. Hong Wu's heaven-opening slash. With a low shout, a terrifying blade light slashed towards you. You were powerless to resist, and the entire courtyard was engulfed by the blade light. With a thunderous crash, you perished on the spot. The simulation ended, and the reward calculation began. Luo Xiao was stunned, cursing in his heart. Who is that old man? Is he crazy? Killing me right from the start. Recalling the details from the simulation, he suddenly realized that it might have been Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Yuanzhang was born on the border between Great Qian and Great Yuan. He witnessed the tyranny of Great Yuan and the suffering of its people, with Great Qian's border troops often harassing them. After most of his family starved to death, he had no choice but to become a monk at Huangjue Temple. Luo Xiao suddenly understood that Zhu Yuanzhang might have killed him out of fear that he truly was a remnant of Great Qian. Luo Xiao stood before the mountain gate of Huangjue Temple, reflecting on his legendary journey. It was here that his remarkable talent for swordsmanship was fully realized. In just over 30 years, he rose to the ranks of a martial emperor and mastered the secrets of the dual blade intent. With this power, Luo Xiao decisively descended the mountain to explore the world. His ambitions were unstoppable, and he single-handedly overthrew the Yuan dynasty, establishing the formidable Ming dynasty. However, the greater the achievements, the greater the crises. The Hongwu Emperor, an old rival who barely mastered the triple blade intent in his 70s, eventually made a move against Luo Xiao. Despite nearing 90, the aging emperor couldn't let go of the potential threat Luo Xiao posed. Luo Xiao smirked bitterly, recalling that a young man in his prime at 30, who not only controlled the triple blade intent, but was also the last of the Deqian dynasty, was indeed a threat to be reckoned with. The Hongwu Emperor feared that after his death, Luo Xiao would return to overthrow the Ming Empire. Though your actions are understandable, I'll remember this grudge. Luo Xiao muttered through gritted teeth. Hongwu Emperor, right? Just wait. In the upcoming simulations, I won't rest until I've defeated you 10 times. His anger was palpable. In this simulation, he thought everything was progressing smoothly, yet he couldn't escape the clutches of these old foes. He even considered retreating to a secluded mountain forest in future simulations, but quickly dismissed the idea. After all, even in simulations, isolating oneself at a young age was against reason. I hope the rewards from this simulation are generous, Luo Xiao silently wished. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Calculation complete. Congratulations, host, for achieving the title of Swordsmanship Master in this simulation. You have received a grade rating. You may choose 2 rewards from the following. Watching an advertisement allows for an additional choice. The system then presented 6 reward options, including martial arts training experience, martial prowess enhancement, talent fusion, rare elixirs, skill cultivation insights, and a 6th-tier weapon. Luo Xiao was pleasantly surprised to see he had received a grade rating, realizing it was closely tied to reaching the level of a swordsmanship master. This status was even more prestigious than that of an ordinary martial sect, as an empire combined with sects might have 70 or 80 martial sects, but swordsmanship masters were exceedingly rare. Faced with these tempting rewards, Luo Xiao contemplated deeply. The talent reward was a must, given that it had cost him $1 million to secure this opportunity. The remaining 2 choices left him pondering. In this simulation, Luo Xiao's strength had significantly increased, enabling him to challenge 5th-tier, 7-star opponents directly. Yet he soon dismissed choosing the strength enhancement. In comparison, the triple blade intent and the newly created 7th-tier martial art, Flaming Sky Slash, were far more valuable. After careful consideration, Luo Xiao made his decision. I'll go with martial arts and skills, he murmured to himself. Reaching this level of cultivation might take 2 or 3 years at most, but acquiring the intent and martial arts would take at least a decade. Thus, Luo Xiao resolutely chose rewards 1, 3, and 5. Ding! Command accepted, beginning talent awakening. The system's voice echoed again, and Luo Xiao felt a warm surge envelop his body, signaling the awakening of new powers. A sudden alert shattered the silence, vibrating through the air. In an instant, a terrifying flame erupted from the void, enveloping Luo Xiao in a searing embrace like a blazing net. He could feel every cell being frantically reconstructed under the intense heat, his body gradually adapting to the higher temperature, and his affinity for the fire rapidly increasing. This was the key to why his cultivation of fire-based techniques and martial arts was advancing so swiftly. At the same time, the flames surged into the depths of Luo Xiao's soul like a living entity. Suddenly, everything went black, and his consciousness detached from his body, arriving in a vast blue ocean. Surveying his surroundings, he realized this was no ordinary sea. It was a peculiar space composed of a blue, gaseous substance. To his astonishment, these substances moved according to his thoughts. Could this be the legendary Sea of Consciousness? Luo Xiao realized. Typically, only those with soul-related abilities could access this mystical realm, yet here he was, having awakened his fire spirit body, able to enter it. As he pondered, a massive influx of flames poured in from all directions, converging towards the center of the Sea of Consciousness like rivers flowing into the ocean. Gradually, a fiery red crystal formed, shifting from a triangular pyramid to a tetrahedron, finally settling into a pentagonal shape. Is this the legendary ability Crystal Core? Luo Xiao stared at the pentagon, understanding dawning upon him. A pentagon, the mark of an S-level elemental ability user. With the pentagon fully formed, Luo Xiao's consciousness snapped back to reality. Opening his eyes, he found daylight had already arrived, the integration of his abilities having taken 2 to 3 hours. Luo Xiao stepped onto the balcony, stretching as he felt the constant influx of light energy into his body, rapidly restoring his strength. He clenched his fist in the air, and instantly, a purplured flame danced in his palm, its intense heat sweeping through the room. With another clench of his right hand, the flame vanished without a trace. The flame condensed by the scarlet flame battle body is indeed powerful. Combined with the true solar scripture, its might is simply unbelievable. Luo Xiao marveled at the profound changes within him. My combined talents now surpass even SSS. Emotion, I wonder if you'll regret your decision when you find out. A slight smile played on Luo Xiao's lips, yet there was a hint of regret. Due to not choosing to advance in previous simulations, his strength remained at the 5th stage, 4 stars, with his energy value still stuck at 99.99. Let's simulate once more and boost my strength, Luo Xiao thought for a moment, then decisively began a new simulation round. Ding! A mysterious voice echoed in Luo Xiao's mind, announcing the commencement of the intermediate simulation. Several talent options appeared before him, and his gaze quickly fixated on a blue-quality talent called Herculean Strength. This talent could boost his strength by 800, and although it couldn't stack with lower-level talents, it was comparable to some S-level pure strength abilities. Luo Xiao felt a surge of excitement, knowing that this talent would significantly enhance his combat power. As he pondered this, the simulation officially began. On the first day, Luo Xiao discovered he had time traveled. He found himself with 14 fire dragon fruits, a dried snake gall, and an intact snake gall. Instead of rushing to refine these resources, he first located a giant python, killed it, and obtained a new snake gall along with 3 additional fire dragon fruits. From the second day, Luo Xiao focused on refining these precious resources. After 3 full days, with his fiery battle physique and robust body, he successfully refined all the materials. He felt an immense surge in power within him, with his physical strength soaring to 58,600 and his energy reaching 35,410. In the following days, Luo Xiao diligently trained in the same spot. One day, an elder from the Blazing Blade sect intruded upon his training ground. Without hesitation, Luo Xiao killed the elder and seized his weapon. He then continued to concentrate on his training. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Feeling that pure hard training was no longer as beneficial, Luo Xiao decided to leave the forest and attend an auction in the Dacian dynasty. This time, he didn't sell his meteorite blade embryo directly, but negotiated with the Wanbao Pavilion to have it auctioned. Ultimately, Luo Xiao earned an astounding 13 million taels of silver and purchased 2 precious drops of stalactite essence and a dragon blood fruit. Upon returning home, Luo Xiao immediately began refining these newly acquired treasures. After 3 months of secluded and intense training, he absorbed all the treasures. His strength advanced rapidly once again, with his physical strength reaching 67,200 and his energy soaring to 84,510, breaking through to the 8th star of the Martial King realm. At this point, Luo Xiao learned that the Dacian dynasty was recruiting retainers. Since he had already practiced the dynasty's techniques, he decided to join after brief consideration. With his hidden strength, Luo Xiao easily defeated a 4-star martial emperor opponent. The dual sword intent he displayed shocked everyone present. The emperor of the Dacian dynasty personally met with Luo Xiao, offering him numerous benefits. By joining the dynasty, Luo Xiao could become a king with a different surname. Even more tempting, once he reached the martial sect level, he could practice the Qinquan Wenqi technique. Of course, all of this was contingent on marrying the emperor's daughter, Princess Shuyun. Although Luo Xiao didn't particularly care about these promises, he didn't refuse them either. After all, a free wife was not to be turned down. Ding! The system notification sounded again, announcing Luo Xiao's official induction into the Dacian dynasty as the grand commander of the most powerful army, the Xuanwu army, commanding 100,000 troops. He also received a series of generous rewards: the 6th grade Supreme Technique, Qianyuan Heart Sutra, the 6th grade Supreme Martial Skill Qinquan Sword Art, the 6th grade Supreme Weapon Fire Spirit Frenzy Blade, and the 6th grade Medium Grade Pill Dragon Blood Tempering Pill. The generosity of these rewards even surprised Luo Xiao, but he quickly understood why. At just over 20, he had already shown dual sword intent, an extraordinary talent. It was a feat that even the most powerful sword masters of the time, like Emperor Hongwu, only achieved in their 30s. With such talent, in 30 to 40 years, Luo Xiao would undoubtedly become the next sword master. For the Dacian dynasty, using these rewards to win over a future sword master was indeed worthwhile. Thinking of this, Luo Xiao couldn't help but smile. He immediately took the dragon blood tempering pill and felt his strength surge once more, with his physical strength leaping 2 levels to an astounding 87,400. After the incident, you immersed yourself in the practice of the Qiankuan sword technique, a martial art said to accompany the Qiankuan one-breath technique. You were particularly dedicated, as rumors suggested that mastering it, in conjunction with the Qiankuan one-breath technique, could unleash power comparable to mid-tier or even high-tier 7th level. 3 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. One day, the Emperor of Great Qian personally decreed that his favorite daughter be betrothed to you. You had anticipated this and accepted it gladly. However, just days after the wedding, a shocking piece of news arrived. Princess Xuyun had vanished to avoid the marriage. The Emperor of Great Qian was furious and ordered a thorough investigation throughout the country. He expressed deep apologies to you and, to show his sincerity, bestowed upon you a precious dragon blood tempering pill. Though initially displeased, the unexpected gift brought a smile to your face. After all, such a windfall was not to be refused. Time flew by, and 2 more years passed in the blink of an eye. You had honed your Qiankuan sword technique to an advanced level, and the 3rd level of sword intent had begun to take shape. Additionally, thanks to the effects of the dragon blood tempering pill, your physical strength had once again reached an astonishing level of 99,999. You knew that progressing further would be incredibly challenging, but you were in no rush. You believed that with enough time and accumulated strength, even the toughest bottleneck would eventually be overcome. During these 2 years, Princess Xuyun remained missing, and the Emperor of Great Qian never mentioned the marriage again. You were well aware that the old ancestor of Great Qian was nearing the end of his life, and the political situation was becoming increasingly volatile. Finally, the day came. An overwhelming, suffocating pressure descended upon the land once more. As before, you were powerless against it, instantly pinned to the ground by its might. You marveled again at the terror of the martial ancestor realm. The gap of 2 major realms was insurmountable, no matter how strong you became. You heard that the old ancestor of Great Qian was not only a powerful martial ancestor, but also a sword master with 3 levels of sword intent. It suddenly became clear why no one dared to make rash moves against the Great Qian dynasty while he was alive. However, now was not the time for contemplation. You realized you needed to flee immediately. Although you had gained much from the Great Qian dynasty over the years, you had also fought in numerous border battles under the leadership of Qian Yuhang, slaying tens of thousands of enemies. You felt you had repaid the dynasty's favor sufficiently and saw no need to die for them. Just as you were about to leave, a chilling aura descended from the sky, bearing down on you. Looking up, you saw a martial ancestor realm expert from the Blackwater mysterious sect. Well, so you're the up-and-coming commander of the Xuanwu army, Luo Xiao, the opponent sneered. At such a young age, possessing double-blade intent, you cannot be allowed to live. Before the words even finished, he launched a fierce attack. Furious, you refused to be bullied. Quickly drawing your fiery spirit blade, you unleashed your triple blade intent, clashing fiercely with the opponent. At the same time, a powerful killing intent enveloped you, and waves of slaughter blade intent surged towards the opponent. Faced with your astounding outburst, the martial ancestor from the Blackwater mysterious sect was shocked. Triple blade intent, a blade master? A blade master in his 20s? How is that possible? He exclaimed, hurriedly drawing his sword to engage you in battle. As the fight continued, the 1-level martial ancestor expert grew increasingly alarmed. Your strength seemed to be on the verge of surpassing his, which was astonishing considering he was a master of perfect level swordsmanship. As you sent the Blackwater martial master flying once again, a surge of power erupted within you. The terrifying scarlet flame battle body activated, enveloping you in endless flames. A fiery blade light tore through the sky, consuming the Blackwater martial master and reducing him to ashes. Despite the victory, you felt no joy. Instead, you channeled all your strength to flee the palace. Suddenly, a voice thundered from the sky. Such a demonic blade technique, and you still wish to escape. The ancestor of the Blackwater sect descended above you, unleashing a sword strike. It was a terrifying sword aura, stretching thousands of meters and covering the entire sky. You sighed inwardly, realizing this was the 3rd time you were targeted by a supreme martial expert. Faced with such a formidable foe, you refused to resign to fate. The scarlet flame battle body, the killing intent, and the triple blade intent erupted simultaneously. You executed the fiery sky-splitting blade technique. A blade of flame, hundreds of meters long, soared into the sky to clash with the 1,000-meter sword aura. Boom. The fiery blade was instantly shattered by the sword aura. The terrifying sword aura struck you, reducing you and the entire royal city to ashes. You have died. Simulation over. Begin score calculation. The system's prompt sounded, leaving you somewhat helpless. The benefits gained from this simulation were no less than the last, yet they brought about great disaster. Luo Xiao pondered. Perhaps I should make a run for it after gaining benefits next time? Waiting for death in the royal city isn't a good choice. He realized that displaying powerful talent would inevitably draw attention, but without showing strength, he wouldn't obtain good things. It was a paradox. It's still because my strength is too weak. This time, I definitely need to choose strength. The system's prompt rang out, calculation complete. Congratulations to the host for exhibiting the might of a martial master in the final battle. You have received a grade rating. You may choose 2 rewards from the following. Watching an ad allows you to choose 1 more. The reward list appeared. 1. Cultivation experience for martial arts techniques. 2. Martial cultivation. Physical value, 99999. Soul, 9999. Vitality, 76978. 3. Fusion talent. Herculean strength, 800. 4. 3 fire dragon fruits, 3.5 stars. Snake gall, 3.5 stars. Dragon blood fruit, 3.5 stars. 2 bottles of stalactite essence, 3.5 stars. 2 dragon blood body tempering pills, 3.5 stars. 5. Insights into technique cultivation. 6. Weapons. Blazing fire mad blade 6th tier inferior. Fire spirit mad blade 6th tier supreme. Faced with such generous rewards, Luo Xiao was deeply tempted. But he could only choose 3. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose martial cultivation, the Herculean talent, and all the cultivation resources from reward 4. He hoped these resources would help him break through his limits and advance to the 6th tier. Ding. Command accepted. Commencing reward distribution. The system's voice echoed once more, and Luo Xiao eagerly anticipated the imminent surge in strength. The system's notification rang out thunderously, almost deafening. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of power flooded into Luo Xiao's entire being. Every cell and nerve within him was frantically tempered by this terrifying force. His level began to surge from 5-star, 4 stage, with the total energy in his dantian rapidly increasing. As time passed, Luo Xiao felt his physical strength reach a complete 99,999 points. He couldn't help but move his body, and a series of crisp, cracking sounds emanated from him, as if containing the terrifying power to shatter mountains and split stones. Simultaneously, Luo Xiao's backpack was filled with a multitude of items. Naturally, he wouldn't use these in reality, as they were limitless in the simulation, but once used in reality, they would be gone for good. He quickly opened his status panel to meticulously check his stats. Name, Luo Xiao. Level, 5-stage, 9-star. Body, 99,999. Soul, 9,999. Vital energy, 76,978. Comprehension, 60. Innate quality, 60. Fortune, 30. Appearance, 10. Techniques. Human Slayer 6 stage, top tier, 3.5 stars. Blazing Sun Scripture 6 stage, top tier, 3.5 stars. Qianyuan Mental Method 6 stage, top tier, 3.5 stars. Martial skills. Fire Splitting Sky / 7 stage, lower tier, 4.5 stars. Skills. Killing Intent level 1. Swordsmanship Mastery level 2. Blade Mastery level 3. Spear Mastery level 2. Abilities. Crimson Flame Battle Body SS. Fire Attribute 1600. Talents. Purple, Swordsmanship Genius. Blue, Innate Quality 60, Blade Genius, Mighty Strength 800. Green, Spear Genius, Speed is King Speed 400, Turtle Shell Defense 400. Simulation points, 223,000. Seeing this many simulation points remaining, Luo Xiao decided to pause and adapt to the formidable power he had just acquired. At that moment, there was a sudden knock at the door. Luo Xiao immediately sensed a powerful fire attribute presence outside, even stronger than his Crimson Flame battle body. He was amazed at the strength of an SS-level fire ability. Wondering if the visitor could also sense him, he quickly used the concealment method of the Blazing Sun Scripture to suppress all the power of his Crimson Flame battle body within himself. He approached the door and opened it. A burly old man in a Zhongshan suit stood before him. Upon seeing Luo Xiao, a glint of light flashed in the old man's eyes. 5-stage peak. The Heavenly Fire Martial Saint was taken aback. Wasn't it said to be only 4 stage? How has it become a 5-stage peak now? Could this kid have been hiding his strength? Luo Xiao smiled and cupped his hands in respect. You must be the Heavenly Fire Martial Saint. I am Luo Xiao, honored to meet the Martial Saint. From a young age, the heroic figures of these martial saints were mandatory learning in their textbooks, and the Heavenly Fire Martial Saint was naturally among them. The arrival of the Tianhua Martial Saint was like a whirlwind, instantly disrupting Luo Xiao's tranquil life. This powerful martial saint, who had climbed his way up from the bottom, occupied a significant portion of the text, and now had come personally to Luo Xiao's residence. Ah, indeed, heroes emerge from the young, right? Luo Xiao, isn't it? Won't you invite me in? Tianhua Martial Saint said with a gentle smile. Luo Xiao quickly stepped aside and respectfully replied. Please, come in, senior. Tianhua Martial Saint entered with a smile, making himself comfortable on the sofa. Luo Xiao hastily poured a cup of plain water, somewhat awkwardly handing it over. After all, the place had been unoccupied for quite some time, and having plain water was fortunate enough. Thankfully, Tianhua Martial Saint was not particular and drank from the cup without hesitation. You should already know the reason for my visit. Jinyu must have mentioned it to you. Tianhua Martial Saint said, putting down the cup and looking intently at Luo Xiao. I've watched your assessment videos. Your talent with the blade is exceptional. Combined with your physical talent, your future achievements will be boundless. Luo Xiao gave a modest smile. You're too kind, senior. It was just a stroke of luck. This remark momentarily transported Tianhua Martial Saint back to the pre-catastrophe days of staying up late reading novels. As one of those who gained powerful abilities early in the catastrophe, these martial saints had lifespans far exceeding ordinary people by hundreds of years at least. However, the human race's situation was not optimistic, with the threat of extinction seeming imminent. Bringing his thoughts back, Tianhua Martial Saint spoke earnestly. Luo Xiao, I am here today representing the Imperial Capital University, sincerely inviting you to join our elite class. China will fully support your growth. This is just the beginning. With your talent, it won't be long before you enter the human race genius training camp. By then, you will be a future martial saint-level powerhouse. After hearing this, Luo Xiao, neither humble nor arrogant, stated his condition. I have no problem joining, but my training requires a lot of beast cores or energy crystals. Can the Imperial Capital University provide support? Tianhua Martial Saint nodded slightly, as if expecting this. Jinyu has already mentioned this to me. You must have a physical talent, right? And this talent allows you to rapidly consume beast cores to enhance your strength. Such a talent is not uncommon. The conversation then shifted as Tianhua Martial Saint began to explain the differences between the Imperial Capital University and the military. Although both are part of China, the military must also consider the security of other countries. Meanwhile, from the vice principal to all the mentors at the Imperial Capital University, they are pure Chinese powerhouses, and the talents they nurture are all geniuses from the Chinese region. This implied that Luo Xiao could fully benefit from both sides. The Heavenly Fire Martial Saint nodded slightly, a hint of a smile on his lips. He spoke slowly. This type of constitution is indeed rare, but its side effects cannot be underestimated. The beast cores contain not only vast amounts of blood energy, but also the fierce aura of the beasts. Consuming them over a long period might lead to a drastic change in temperament, becoming violent and bloodthirsty. He paused, then continued. Moreover, this constitution is not a limitless vessel for absorbing blood energy. Like any talent, everyone has their limits. Forcing a breakthrough might result in self-destruction. A glimmer of approval flickered in the Heavenly Fire Martial Saint's eyes. However, the greatest advantage of this constitution is its rapid growth. With strong enough talent and abundant resources, an ordinary person can quickly rise to the ranks of a martial master, martial lord, or even martial saint. His tone shifted, becoming slightly more serious. But the power gained in this way is not the same as that earned through hard practice, and the final combat strength may be somewhat lacking. Luo Xiao listened and nodded subtly, secretly pleased. With this pretense, no matter how many beast cores he used or how rapidly his strength increased, he had a reasonable explanation. At most, people would marvel at his extraordinary talent. The Heavenly Fire Martial Saint continued. If you have a need, our Imperial Capital University will not be stingy. You should be aware of the offer from the military. Our university typically offers double that. In other words, we can provide you with direct financial support of 1 billion. Additionally, there will be an annual activity fund of 200 million. He added, as for martial arts techniques and skills, you can collect them directly from the Technique Pavilion once you enroll. Of course, there are some special privileges that you will come to understand in time. How do these conditions sound to you? Luo Xiao responded straightforwardly, agreed. So, when will these funds be available? The Heavenly Fire Martial Saint chuckled. You rascal. Though slightly helpless, he swiped his smart wristband gently. Ding. Payment of 1 billion received. Luo Xiao's smart wristband promptly notified him. The Heavenly Fire Martial Saint continued. I've upgraded your account to an SS level VIP at Huaxiao Mall. This level allows you to enjoy a 20% discount on most purchases with express delivery. Luo Xiao's eyes lit up at the news. A 20% discount could save him a significant amount of money. Thank you, Principal. By the way, when do I need to enroll? Luo Xiao was delighted but didn't forget to ask about the important details. Imperial Capital University was the dream school for all students in Huaxiao from a young age. Getting into Imperial Capital University meant that one could at least reach the Martial Emperor level in the future, qualifying them to guard small cities. However, the admission requirements of this university were extremely strict, enrolling only about 1,000 students each year. Considering Huaxiao's current population, only 4 or 5 students could be selected per 100 million people. As for the elite class, it was even rarer, with enrollment requiring at least S-level talent. The exclusivity of the elite class is remarkable, with only a dozen or so exceptionally talented students gaining admission each year. Luo Xiao is set to enroll at the start of the next semester, and the Tianhua martial saint has advised him to visit the capital in advance to familiarize himself with the environment. During their conversation, the Tianhua martial saint mentioned an astonishing piece of news from Cayenne City. Remarkably, this third-tier city has produced an S-level genius girl, a talent output exceeding even that of the capital. Even more surprising is that this genius girl attends the same school as Luo Xiao. The Tianhua martial saint, intrigued, asked Luo Xiao if he knew the girl. Luo Xiao responded briefly that he knew of her, but wasn't familiar with her. The martial saint, amused, began to tease Luo Xiao, suggesting they should develop a relationship and even imagining them marrying and having children to nurture more talented descendants for the human race. Luo Xiao felt a bit embarrassed by these comments and responded vaguely to move the conversation along. Soon, their discussion shifted to the severe challenges currently facing humanity. Since the Great Cataclysm, the strength of the human race has rapidly increased, but so has the threat from the caverns. In recent years, the development of human powerhouses has stagnated, while the caverns have grown stronger. The emergence of 10th-tier ferocious beasts is particularly concerning. Without epic-making powerhouses or inherited caverns, the future of humanity is precarious. Hearing this, Luo Xiao felt a heavy weight on his mind. He realized that he must quickly enhance his abilities to face any potential disasters. Deep down, he had confidence in the system he had awakened. With enough time and simulation points, he believed he could easily weather any cataclysm. After the Tianhua martial saint departed, Luo Xiao began to plan his next steps. He decided to wait until he broke through to the 6th-tier realm before heading to the capital to ensure his safety. He also contemplated how to utilize his billion-dollar fund. If he used it entirely to purchase beast cores at an 80 discount, he might acquire around 1.7 to 1.8 million simulation points. Luo Xiao calculated privately, wondering if these points would be sufficient for 2 purple simulations. Luo Xiao felt a surge of anticipation as the power of the purple talent captivated his imagination. He couldn't wait to open the Huaxiao Mall and make a purchase worth $1 billion for beast cores. However, due to limited stock, he had to divert the remaining funds to the military store. Beep. Order placed successfully at Huaxiao Mall. Estimated delivery time is 5 hours and 25 minutes. Beep. Order placed successfully at the military store. Estimated delivery time is 3 hours and 5 minutes. The system's notification sounded, and a hint of excitement flickered in Luo Xiao's eyes. 1 million simulation points were within reach, and a significant boost in strength was imminent. He calculated silently that after this, it would be time to head to the resource-rich capital. Suddenly, a deafening boom came from the east, and the ground shook violently. Luo Xiao frowned and quickly approached the window. The scene that unfolded made his pupils contract. 100 turtle giant beast was crushing the eastern city wall, and countless ferocious beasts were swarming in, numbering at least 100,000. A 7th-tier beast, Luo Xiao exclaimed. This martial sect-level threat far exceeded anything Cloud City had faced before. He knew all too well that if the situation continued unchecked, this century-old city could be destroyed. Just 2 days left, and they won't even let us have peace, Luo Xiao sighed helplessly, but determination had already ignited in his eyes. Since he was still here, this disaster had to be quelled quickly. Boom! Another loud crash seemed to urge Luo Xiao into action. He took a deep breath and resolutely stepped out of his room, ready to confront this sudden crisis. In the next moment, a violent flame erupted from within Luo Xiao. Ling Feng transformed into a streak of fire, shooting upward with astonishing speed, heading straight for the 7th-tier beast. At the east gate, various powerful weapons were relentlessly bombarding the beast, with deafening explosions echoing continuously. However, these terrifying attacks were like mere tickles to the beast, as its dark golden fur neutralized the full force of the missiles. Enraged by the bombardment, the beast let out an earth-shattering roar and launched an even fiercer attack on the surrounding troops. Each swipe of its claws created massive craters in the ground, instantly reducing the city defense forces within hundreds of meters to pulp. The gruesome and terrifying scene left everyone present in fear. From a distance, a commander watched the rampaging beast with a pale face and reported shakily to the general, "This is bad. The 7th-tier beast is a titanium Xuanhu. Its fur is harder than titanium itself, and our weapons can't penetrate its defense. What should we do now?" Su Jinyu coldly inquired. "Has the call for reinforcements been sent?" Commander Li Zhou replied gravely. "It has been sent, but the closest city's reinforcements will take at least 5 hours to arrive, and they don't have a 7th-tier warrior. Cities with 7th-tier warriors will take at least 8 hours." Su Jinyu took a deep breath, knowing that with the beast's strength, 8 hours would be enough to decimate them, and most of Cayenne City would be destroyed. Despite her strength surpassing that of ordinary 6th-tier warriors, she still felt inadequate against the mighty elemental abilities of the 7th-tier beast. Everyone, cover me. I'll try to hold it off, Su Jinyu declared in a deep voice. Before her words had even finished, she unleashed a terrifying power of flames. In the next instant, Su Jinyu shot up like an arrow, reaching the titanium Xuanhu within seconds. Wielding a long sword, she slashed without hesitation. Instantly, the violent flames transformed into a terrifying sword aura, stretching hundreds of meters, sweeping towards the titanium Xuanhu. Sensing danger, the titanium Xuanhu roared, its dark golden light flaring wildly. As the fiery sword aura struck its body, a crisp metallic clash resounded through the air. Shockingly, Su Jinyu's sword aura was shattered by the beast's formidable defense. The city defense warriors watching from afar turned pale. They knew the titanium Xuanhu had strong defenses, but they hadn't expected it to be this impenetrable. Impressive defense, but let's see if you can withstand this. Su Jinyu scoffed, as endless flames surged into her sword. However, before she could unleash her attack, the titanium Xuanhu charged at her as a dark golden blur, its claw descending fiercely. In the nick of time, Su Jinyu shouted, "Heavenly Fire Sword Technique, slash the heavens." Su Jinyu let out a low cry as she swung her long sword upwards to meet the enormous dark golden claw. This strike embodied a perfect level of swordsmanship, its power several times greater than before. The sword energy clashed with the giant claw, resulting in a fiery explosion. Amidst the deafening roar, the titanium black tiger was thrown back dozens of steps. The beast steadied itself and glanced at the bloodstains on its claw, its eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent. It glared at Su Jinyu in the distance, cautious of her ability to inflict harm. With a low growl, the titanium black tiger issued a warning to Su Jinyu. Unfazed, Su Jinyu flew several hundred meters away to confront it. She spoke coldly. "The human warriors are on their way. You are strong, but you can't kill me quickly. I know you understand human speech. Stay or leave, it's your choice. If you stay, you'll only face certain death." Hearing this, a hint of hesitation flashed across the beast's face. Though powerful, it understood that lingering would result in a human siege. After a few reluctant growls, the beast turned to leave. The city defense forces in the distance breathed a sigh of relief, and Kaiyun City was spared. Su Jinyu also felt a sense of relief, knowing that she had given her all in that strike, and continuing the fight might not end well for her. However, just as the titanium black tiger was about to leave the city walls, it suddenly stopped. In the next moment, the beast turned around in a rage, its eyes accusing Su Jinyu of deceit. With a furious roar, it charged at Su Jinyu. This unexpected turn of events caused Su Jinyu and the human warriors' faces to change drastically. A commander exclaimed, "This is bad. Someone in Kaiyun City has betrayed us." The traitors, those antisocial elements hidden in the upper echelons of human-based cities, often provided intelligence to the powerful beasts and alien races from the abyss. Some did it for personal revenge, others due to mental instability, posing a significant threat to humanity. Su Jinyu snorted coldly, a flash of killing intent in her eyes. "Don't let me find out who's colluding with the beasts, or I'll make you wish you were dead." Despite her anger, the pressing crisis forced her to prepare for battle once again. Su Jinyu tightened her grip on her long sword, fully alert, ready to engage in a life-and-death duel with the enraged titanium black tiger. With a long sword in hand, she charged at the titanium Xian tiger like a silver lightning bolt. In an instant, the two clashed fiercely, the sky echoing with deafening roars. Su Jinyu used her extraordinary speed to maneuver around the massive beast in midair, her sword weaving a web of light as she attempted to buy time. However, her strongest attacks only managed to leave a shallow scratch on the creature's fur, merely a trivial graze to the titanium Xian tiger. In contrast, each strike from the titanium Xian tiger was infused with deadly power. Su Jinyu knew all too well that a single hit would leave her gravely injured. As the battle wore on, her situation grew increasingly perilous. Meanwhile, a horde of 3rd, 4th, and 5th-tier fierce beasts surged from beyond the city walls, launching a frenzied assault on the city defense forces. The tide of battle turned sharply, and casualties mounted rapidly. Suddenly, a thunderous roar pierced the heavens. Caught off guard, Su Jinyu was struck hard by the massive paw of the titanium Xian tiger. With a puff, she spat out a mouthful of blood, her body plummeting to the ground like a human missile. With a resounding crash, Su Jinyu hit the ground, creating a massive crater hundreds of meters wide. Amidst the swirling dust, she lay unconscious. From a distance, the evolutionaries watched in despair. "Commander! Oh no, the commander has fallen. It's over, our city is doomed." Cries of despair echoed through the ranks. Seeing the troublesome insect finally dealt with, the titanium Xian tiger roared triumphantly, raising its giant paw to deliver a fatal blow to Su Jinyu. At the critical moment, a thunderous sword cry suddenly resounded through the heavens. A fiery sword aura, hundreds of meters long, shot up from the crater where Su Jinyu lay. The titanium Xian tiger sensed that this strike was at least 4 or 5 times stronger than Su Jinyu's attacks. Its expression changed dramatically, but it was too late to escape. The immense sword aura sliced into the titanium Xian tiger's abdomen, effortlessly tearing through its defenses. With a ripping sound, the terrifying sword aura continued to slice upward, finally cleaving the creature's body in two. The bisected titanium Xian tiger stared in disbelief, finally seeing the one responsibly a young man, holding the unconscious Su Jinyu in one arm, a shattered long sword in the other. In the next moment, a torrent of blood gushed from the fissures in the titanium Xian tiger's body as it split completely in half and crashed heavily to the ground. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone on the battlefield, both humans and beasts alike. The powerful beasts, seeing their leader slain so swiftly, displayed expressions of terror. The more intelligent among them were the first to flee, and the lower-tier beasts, hearing their companions' panicked cries, scattered in fear. The humans quickly realized what had happened, cheers erupting in waves. The 7th-tier beast is dead. Quick, seize the moment, kill the beasts. We've won, we've won. The tide of battle reversed in an instant, and the dawn of victory finally shone upon the city of Kaiyun. The distant cheers of the city defense forces echoed through the sky, as the joy of victory surged in everyone's hearts. The commanders quickly directed their strongest fighters to clear out the remaining beasts. Although no one knew who had slain the titanium mystic tiger, that no longer mattered. Victory was the most precious thing. Ling Feng looked down at the completely shattered 6th-tier low-grade long sword in his hand, secretly grateful for his own cleverness. This weapon's power was lacking. Good thing I didn't use mine. I've saved some money, he thought, recalling the fortune spent during simulations. At this moment, he was left with only 2 weapons, the raging fire frenzy blade and an unfinished sword embryo. Luo Xiao held Su Jinyu in his arms. Her delicate face appeared extremely pale, clearly indicating serious injuries. We need to get her treated immediately. Delaying could lead to serious consequences, Luo Xiao decided quickly. Carrying Su Jinyu and using the powerful flame propulsion of his scarlet flame battle body to speed towards the city center. Soon, Luo Xiao arrived at the first hospital of the Kaiyun City Military District. He flashed his rank of colonel and swiftly handed Su Jinyu over to the doctors. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Damn, I forgot about the beast core. That beast might have had special abilities and could have produced an elemental crystal core. Even though it's just a 7th-tier 1-star, absorbing it could at least yield 2 million simulation points. With this in mind, Luo Xiao took off again, rushing back to the battlefield, fearing that someone else might claim his spoils. By this time, a group of senior commanders had already gathered around the corpse of the titanium mystic tiger. The beast tide had been successfully repelled, mainly because the death of the 7th-tier beast had terrified the 4th and 5th-tier beasts, causing them to flee in all directions. What could have destroyed Kaiyun City was thus averted. Wow, it was taken down in one strike. Who could have done this? No idea. Could it have been the commander's ultimate move? Look at that, sword energy and flame power, only the commander could pull that off. Definitely the commander's ultimate move. But where did the commander go? I saw a flame fly up and head towards the city. It must have been the commander leaving. As the senior commanders were fervently discussing, a booming sound suddenly came from the sky. Everyone instinctively looked up to see a streak of fire rapidly approaching them. It's the commander. The commander's okay. Everyone's eyes lit up. However, when the figure landed, everyone present was stunned. Colonel Luo? How is it you? A recently recovered Xiao, he stepped forward to greet his benefactor. Commander Xiao, you've recovered well. Luo Xiao said with a smile. I'm here to collect the spoils. I was late because I took Sister Su for treatment. At these words, the strong fighters present widened their eyes in disbelief. Took Su Jinyu for treatment? Does that mean it was you who struck that blow? Xiao, he looked at Luo Xiao in disbelief. How is this possible? One strike to take down a 7th-tier, 1-star beast, what kind of power is that? Did you really do it? Although the other commanders were aware of Luo Xiao's extraordinary strength, they still harbored doubts. After all, a 20-year-old being able to easily kill a 7th-tier beast was a talent that, if further developed, could potentially reach the legendary 9th-tier martial saint level, or even the 10th-tier martial god level. Luo Xiao calmly said, Sister Su is currently at the military hospital. You can go check on her. I have things to attend to, so I'll be leaving. Please take care of the 7th-tier beast's corpse, and the payment will be as per the usual agreement. With that, he approached the fallen beast's body, and with a gentle swipe of his right hand, a flame sword aura extending 100 meters erupted, instantly slicing the beast's body open. This terrifying scene stunned everyone present, and Xiao He and the others no longer dared to question Luo Xiao's strength. They thought to themselves, if he could unleash such a powerful attack with just a gesture, how terrifying would it be if he used a weapon? While everyone was in shock, Luo Xiao began searching the corpse. He quickly found a large beast core and a fist-sized elemental crystal core. A system prompt immediately sounded. informing him that he had earned 2 million simulation points. Luo Xiao's pupils narrowed slightly, and he was secretly pleased. This substantial amount of simulation points was enough for 2 purple talent simulations, ensuring a significant power boost, with a 6th-tier breakthrough in sight. Suddenly, Luo Xiao turned and asked, "Do you know which cavern just experienced the chaos?" A commander quickly replied, "It was the first cavern of the 6th tier. Originally, it only housed a 6th-tier beast, but somehow a 7th-tier beast appeared this time." Luo Xiao nodded and said, "I understand. I'll clear the cavern now and notify you once it's done." The strong individuals present had their pupils contract once more at his words. Clearing a 6th-tier cavern? But considering Luo Xiao's strength, they were reassured. Xiao He and the others hurriedly saluted Luo Xiao, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Colonel. The city's citizens are immensely grateful. Just doing my part. It's no trouble," Luo Xiao replied. With those words, he lightly tapped the ground, and his entire being erupted into blazing flames, shooting towards the first cavern like a meteor. Soon, Luo Xiao arrived above the first cavern. Gazing down, he saw a terrifying abyss with a diameter of 100 meters, slanting into the earth like a giant mouth ready to devour everything. Without hesitation, Luo Xiao descended straight into the abyss. As Luo Xiao descended into the abyss, a strong scent of blood filled the air. He moved cautiously, stepping along a winding trail of bloodstains left by the retreating beasts, many of which were evidently wounded. Luo Xiao pondered the behavior patterns of these beasts as he walked. Near the cave entrance, they were unusually united, rarely turning on each other. However, once they left the vicinity of the cave, they immediately began to fight among themselves. This strange behavior made Luo Xiao wonder if some unknown force was influencing them. His thoughts drifted to the powerful beasts that had suddenly appeared. Like the 5th-level beast that nearly claimed Xiao He's life, their emergence seemed related to that mysterious energy. Luo Xiao felt a surge of curiosity. Where did these caves originate? But he quickly set aside these questions. His immediate priority was to acquire more simulation points, as this would allow him to enhance his abilities more rapidly. As he ventured deeper, Luo Xiao soon arrived at a massive spatial rift. The fissure stood 100 meters high, resembling a gateway to an unknown world. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Xiao plunged into it. In an instant, the scene changed. Luo Xiao found himself on a vast grassland. Scanning his surroundings, he saw numerous beasts sprawled on the ground, many licking their wounds. Luo Xiao's sudden appearance immediately caught the attention of the beasts. Roars of fury echoed around him, spreading for miles. The entire cave seemed to tremble with the sound of their cries. Next, countless beasts surged towards Luo Xiao like a tidal wave, kicking up dust that blotted out the sky. Instead of retreating, Luo Xiao's lips curled into a slight, expectant smile. With a grasp of his right hand, a fiery red long blade materialized in the air. Although the blade was not as powerful as the embryo, it was a much handier weapon. Luo Xiao propelled himself forward like an arrow, transforming into a streak of light as he charged into the horde of beasts. Each swing of his blade unleashed a blinding arc of light, slicing through the beasts like a giant scythe. Whether ordinary or 5th level, any beast touched by the blade was instantly cleaved in two. As the slaughter continued, Luo Xiao gradually entered a state of murderous intent. A blood-red aura enveloped his body, making him appear like a deity of slaughter. Amidst the beast's furious roars and agonized screams, Luo Xiao relentlessly harvested lives, deepening his understanding of the killing intent with every beast he felt. This was Luo Xiao's second bout of frenzied slaughter, the first being during the Tiansha Lone Star's demonic possession. Unlike the previous simulation where his comprehension was only slightly over 10 points, this time his comprehension had reached 60 points. As the killing persisted, Luo Xiao sensed the threshold of the second level of killing intent. At that moment, a thunderous explosion resounded. Suddenly, a terrifying killing intent erupted from Luo Xiao, surging upwards like a colossal wave of blood. This violent aura instantly enveloped an area of several kilometers, causing the entire underground space to tremble under its pressure. The fierce beasts that had been relentlessly attacking Luo Xiao felt this suffocating intent and immediately cowered on the ground, trembling. Their eyes were filled with unprecedented fear and shock, greater than even when facing their master, the 7th-tier beast. Is this the power of the killing intent realm? Amidst the endless slaughter, the killing intent within Luo Xiao soared to its peak. Simultaneously, waves of crimson energy madly enhanced his physical form. Already powerful, his combat strength doubled in that moment. Just then, a notification sounded in Luo Xiao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The killing intent realm has upgraded to the 2nd level. Bonus increased to 400. Luo Xiao was engulfed in overwhelming killing intent, but fortunately his soul value was exceptionally high. Though slightly weaker than his strength, it was still in the tens of thousands, allowing him to remain clear-headed. He thought to himself, It seems I need to find some powerful soul cultivation techniques in the simulation world. Otherwise, no matter how strong I become, using the second-level killing intent may turn me into a demon. Luo Xiao gradually dissipated part of the killing intent, maintaining it at the first level. This allowed him to continue comprehending the killing intent without affecting his consciousness. As the killing intent receded, Luo Xiao's thoughts became completely clear. Continue. Kill. Luo Xiao's gaze turned icy as he once again transformed into a streak of blood-red light, charging toward the beasts that had not yet recovered from their panic. The slaughter resumed in the next moment. Meanwhile, in the special care ward of the military district's first hospital, the newly awakened Su Jinyu looked incredulously at the gathered commanders and asked, "You say Luo Xiao saved me? And he awakened flame abilities too?" Her mind was filled with doubt. Luo Xiao was indeed powerful, but he was only at the 4th tier. How could he possibly kill a 7th-tier beast? How did he manage it? Zhou Chu, a peak 5th-tier commander, replied with a serious expression, "Yes, Commander. This is footage from our battlefield cameras. You can take a look." The footage showed Su Jinyu being slammed to the ground, followed by a terrifying sword aura shooting skyward, instantly killing the 7th-tier beast. Immediately after, a burst of flames erupted. Zhou Chu zoomed in, revealing 2 figures, one holding the other. Although their faces weren't visible, their silhouettes unmistakably belonged to Luo Xiao and Su Jinyu. Additionally, we confirmed with the hospital's doctors and nurses, Zhou Chu added. The person who brought you here was indeed Luo Xiao, as shown in the surveillance footage. He played the hospital's surveillance footage again. At that moment, Su Jinyu fell silent. It was indeed Luo Xiao who saved her. Moreover, she sensed an aura in that terrifying sword energy, at least a 2nd-level sword intent. This meant that Luo Xiao possessed not only a 2nd-level blade intent, but also a 2nd-level sword intent, along with extremely powerful flame abilities. Where is he now? Su Jinyu asked urgently. Zhou Chu replied. He said he was going to clear out the rioting 6th-tier cave, and he's been gone for a few hours now. I estimate he's already cleared part of it. As soon as Xiao He finished speaking, Su Jinyu's pupils constricted sharply, as if her heart had been struck by a heavy blow. Clearing a 6th-tier cavern? She had considered this idea before, but 2 fatal obstacles stood in her way. First, her lack of strength, as the 6th-tier cavern housed more than one fierce beast. Second, the more troublesome consequence clearing the cavern too quickly would attract an extremely powerful entity, possibly a peak 6th-tier or even a 7th-tier beast. The memory of Luo Xiao clearing a 4th-tier cavern only to attract a 5th-tier beast flashed through Su Jinyu's mind. If it was just a peak 6th-tier, Luo Xiao might manage, but if a 7th-tier appeared, along with other 6th-tier beasts joining forces, Luo Xiao would be in grave danger. No, it's too dangerous for him alone. I must go. Su Jinyu gritted her teeth, trying to get up. However, as soon as she moved, her entire body felt as if it were being torn apart, the excruciating pain leaving her drenched in cold sweat. In truth, every bone in her body was indeed broken. "Commander, don't move," Zhou Chu exclaimed in alarm. "Your bones are all shattered. If you don't heal properly, you could be left with a lifelong disability." Xiao He also hurriedly advised against it. "The doctor said you can't move for at least a year in your condition. Major Luo is strong. He'll be fine. We'll go support him now. You mustn't take any risks." Before they finished speaking, Su Jinyu realized a more serious consequence: this injury might drastically reduce her combat ability unless she could find an exceptionally rare healing elixir. Even her master, the Heavenly Fire Martial Saint, might struggle to find such a remedy. Is my injury really this severe? Su Jinyu's face was pale. She couldn't feel it when still, but any movement made her feel as if she were falling to pieces. If not for her strong cultivation level, such an injury would have been fatal long ago. "Luo Xiao, I hope you're okay." Su Jinyu could only close her eyes slowly, unable even to guarantee her own safety at the moment. Just then, Xiao He's smartwatch suddenly emitted a piercing alert. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on him. Xiao He quickly answered the video call, his pupils shrinking sharply as he saw the caller, but he immediately connected the video. "Commander Xiao, could you come and clean up? The cavern has been cleared." Luo Xiao's voice came through, causing everyone present to gasp in shock. 5 hours, just 5 hours, and a 6th-tier cavern was completely cleared. How had Luo Xiao managed this? How could he have the stamina to fight continuously for 5 hours? "Hello? Commander Xiao, can you hear me?" Luo Xiao's voice interrupted the collective astonishment. Xiao He snapped back to reality and quickly responded, "Yes, I can hear you. I'll gather everyone to clear the battlefield right away. Major Luo, if you're fine, please go back and rest. We'll handle the rest." "No need. I'm fine. I'll wait here for you." "All right, hanging up now," Luo Xiao said and directly ended the call. Xiao He looked around at the others in a daze before finally turning his gaze to Su Jinyu. Su Jinyu, enduring the pain, solemnly ordered, "Take a team to clean up, and remember to bring more people. If Major Luo has any instructions, make sure to take them seriously." "Understood, Commander. Please rest well." Xiao He replied, then promptly led the group into action, leaving Su Jinyu alone, deeply worried about Luo Xiao's safety. Understood, we'll take our leave now. The commanders responded respectfully and swiftly departed without any delay. In colorful Cloud City, military districts buzzed with activity. The commanders returned to their posts, mobilizing all available personnel while leaving a few for security. In no time, an impressive throng of thousands surged from every corner of the city towards Cave Number 1, creating a spectacular sight. Meanwhile, the inside of the cave was in utter chaos. After a brutal massacre, the cave floor was soaked in blood, the ground stained a dark red, resembling a hellish scene. Corpses lay strewn about, including several powerful sixth-tier beasts, all lifeless, evidently having met their end. Luo Xiao stretched, gazing at the white light shining down from the sky. Under the light, his strength quickly recovered, thanks to his remarkable photosynthesis ability. This blue talent granted him nearly endless stamina, allowing him to fight continuously as long as he was under sunlight. Luo Xiao pondered that if he could find a similar purple talent, he could maintain this infinite stamina even if he advanced several levels in rank. Who would have thought this cave had a peak sixth-tier beast? Luo Xiao smiled with satisfaction. This haul is worth at least 2 million simulation points, enough for 4 purple simulations. However, he needed help to fully collect the spoils. Extracting all the beast cores alone could take him weeks. Simultaneously, hundreds of city defense soldiers and a scavenger team set out from gate number 7, heading towards cave number 1. Captain, is it safe for our scavenger team to go to a place like this? A team member asked nervously. There are second and third tier, even sixth-tier beasts here. A creature of that level could kill us with a sneeze. Zhou Zida, the scavenger team's leader, chuckled at their concerns. You're in luck this time. Each of you will get 1,000 as an activity fee. Have you heard about the riot in cave number 1 today? The mention of 1,000 perked everyone up. That was 3 to 4 days' wages for them, and they only needed to work one night this time. Yeah, I heard. They say a 7th-tier beast showed up, but it seems to be under control now, a team member interjected. Damn, a 7th-tier beast? Another exclaimed. How is colorful Cloud City still standing? Exactly, even a 6th-tier beast with 5 or 6 stars could breach our defenses, right? That was before, someone explained. With Commander Su Jinyu in charge now, it would take a 6th-tier beast with 7 or 8 stars to break through. But how was the 7th-tier beast subdued? The group buzzed with conversation, astonished. Among them, Zhao Wu was particularly stunned, his eyes wide with fierce 7th-tier beasts were legendary. Zhou Zida cleared his throat and said, there was indeed a 7th-tier beast. My uncle told me it was taken down in a single move by a super strong figure. That warrior then stormed cave number 1 and cleared it out. We're heading there to handle the aftermath. Zhou Zida dropped another bombshell, like a detonating explosion in everyone's hearts. Instantly, the members of the scavenger team widened their eyes in disbelief, exchanging incredulous glances. One strike? A 7th-tier beast taken down in a single blow? It was simply unfathomable. Could that powerful individual be a super existence in the late stages of the 7th tier? As everyone was reeling from this revelation, a teammate suddenly shouted, look over there. It's the 7th-tier beast. The convoy was now approaching the breached city gates. All eyes followed the voice, and the sight before them left them speechless once more. A giant tiger with golden fur lay dead on the ground, its massive body neatly split in two, resembling 2 enormous mountains of flesh. The beast's size was beyond imagination, standing at a towering 100 meters tall and stretching an astonishing 150 meters in length. Even those familiar with monsters from shows like Ultraman, which featured creatures 70 to 80 meters tall, were rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of this colossal beast. The convoy slowly rolled out of the city walls, and for the next half hour, silence reigned. The terrifying mountain of flesh lingered in everyone's minds, a mix of fear, awe, and reverence swirling within. Zhao Wu mused to himself. If Lu Yun knew I witnessed this scene firsthand, he'd be envious to death. But unfortunately, he's in prison for leaking information, probably ruined for life. Reflecting on the fates of his dorm mates, Zhao Wu couldn't help but sigh. He secretly hoped Luo Xiao might meet his end in this beast tide, so the matter of their past report could be laid to rest. Soon, all convoys gathered in front of Cave 1. Suddenly, a loud shout pierced the sky. Attention, everyone. We are about to enter Cave 1. Inside is the hero who slew the 7th-tier beast, our savior of Kaiyan City. When you see him, you must salute. Everyone turned to see Commander Xiao. He's standing midair, his feet seemingly treading on the wind. Behind him stood Zhou Chu and other powerful commanders, standing silently. Clearly, Commander Xiao He, as Luo Xiao's contact, would personally lead the team. This news lifted everyone's spirits. To witness firsthand the hero who defeated a 7th-tier beast was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhao Wu was filled with excitement, even fantasizing about being chosen as a disciple by this powerful figure. The convoy filed into the cave, soon arriving at a massive 100-meter-high spatial rift. One by one, military trucks surged through the rift, disappearing from sight. In an instant, the previously dark space became unexpectedly bright. A dazzling white light poured down from above, blinding despite the absence of a sun. Yet, beneath this brilliance, everyone felt a chilling cold seep into their bones. As they focused their gaze, they were struck speechless by the scene before them. The ground was littered with countless corpses, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Several kilometers away, a mountain of bodies, towering hundreds of meters high, loomed ominously. Following the light, everyone's eyes were drawn to the peak of this ghastly mountain. There, a solitary figure sat quietly, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of blood. The sight sent shivers through all present, with the more timid among them collapsing to the ground in terror. Suddenly, that figure began to ascend slowly. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the approaching silhouette. As it drew near, they were astonished to see it was a young man, seemingly only around 20 years old. This revelation left everyone incredulous. How could someone so young be the one who had effortlessly vanquished a 7th-tier beast and cleared a 6th-tier cavern? Among the corpse retrieval team, Zhao Wu stood frozen, muttering to himself, It's him. It's really him." At that moment, Xiao He shouted, "Salute!" Instantly, everyone snapped to attention, raising their right hands above their heads in a standard military salute to the airborne youth. The young man returned the salute earnestly. "Thank you for your hard work, comrades." The voice of the young man, Luo Xiao, echoed through the air. "To serve the people," the city defense force shouted in unison, their voices reaching the heavens. Following this, the cleanup operation proceeded in an orderly manner. Various large machines and cutting tools began operating at high speed. Luo Xiao ordered that the retrieval of beast cores be the priority, and soon, a steady stream of cores was delivered to his resting area, accumulating in a massive container. Zhou Chu gratefully said to Luo Xiao, "Colonel Luo, without you, Cayenne City would have been in grave danger." Luo Xiao smiled. "It's what I should do. I was protected by you all when I was young, and I'm happy to help now." He then asked with concern, "By the way, how is the commander-in-chief?" Zhou Chu's expression turned grim. "To be honest, Colonel, the commander's condition is dire. Her bones are almost completely shattered. Although our medical technology has advanced since the pre-catastrophe era, such injuries remain extremely challenging. Even if we can mend them, her body may never fully recover. Worse still, tests show that her dantian is severely damaged. This means that even if she can continue to cultivate, she may not be able to advance her realm, and could even regress." Zhou Chu sighed heavily, his brows furrowed. The news of Su Jinyu's damaged dantian was like a ticking time bomb that none of them dared to touch. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao's face changed dramatically, and a storm of emotions surged within him. Unable to cultivate, and her realm might even decline? Luo Xiao muttered to himself, a trace of shock in his eyes. He knew all too well that for a genius, this was a devastating blow. Su Jinyu had just graduated from college and wasn't originally from Cayenne City. She didn't have to risk her life for this city, as her future was bright. Yet, she chose to act decisively, even willing to exchange her life for another. Unfortunately, the 7th-tier beast was not only terrifying in its realm, but also wielded elemental powers. Luo Xiao felt a surge of admiration. He couldn't help but wonder if he could be so selfless in her place. "What do we need to heal her? Can it be bought?" Luo Xiao asked directly, a hint of urgency in his voice. Zhou Chu shook his head and sighed. "Alas, a damaged dantian and collapsed martial path. The elixirs needed are extremely rare. Even martial saints or martial gods might not be able to obtain them. No amount of money can buy them." At that moment, Xiao He spoke up. "By the way, I've heard that the Xinwu continent's secret realm once produced a rare elixir called the Nirvana flower. However, only one has ever appeared, and it was taken by a martial god from Megua." Xinwu continent? Nirvana flower? Luo Xiao raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The world he was simulating was Xinwu continent, and although he couldn't be sure it was the same, it was at least a sliver of hope. "I'll keep a close eye on this matter," Luo Xiao said solemnly. "Keep this from the commander for now. The longer we delay telling her, the better." Zhou Chu nodded repeatedly in agreement. A few hours later, all the high-level beast cores had been collected, and 90% of the low-level ones were gathered. Luo Xiao stood up, a hint of weariness in his voice. "All right, I'm heading out. You handle the blood and meat of the 5th and 6th-tier beasts for me, and just transfer the money. Use the rest for city repairs after the wall damage. Consider it a small token from me." Zhou Chu and the others were shocked. "How can we accept this? These beast corpses are worth at least 1 billion. Luo Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "Just do as I say. I'm leaving now." With that, he tapped his foot, and his entire body was enveloped in roaring flames. The flames transformed into a giant hand, effortlessly lifting a massive warehouse measuring 20 to 30 meters in both length and width. Amidst the astonished gazes, Luo Xiao, with the warehouse in tow, soared into the sky, heading out of the cave. Zhou Chu watched Luo Xiao's departing figure and sincerely remarked, "To achieve such feats at his age, Colonel Luo is bound to become a martial saint-level powerhouse, perhaps even the next martial god." Xiao He, however, shook his head with a smile. "I believe Colonel Luo might become the first superpower beyond a martial god for our people." The other commanders nodded in agreement upon hearing this. "Perhaps it's truly possible," Zhou Chu murmured to himself. "A realm beyond martial god. What level could that be?" After leaving Cave 1, Luo Xiao hovered in the sky, beginning to absorb all the beast cores. As a massive influx of energy poured into his body, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing a large number of beast cores. You've gained 2.14 million simulation points. A notification chimed, indicating that Luo Xiao's total simulation points had reached 4.35 million. He calculated that once the beast corpses were processed, he could acquire billions more in funds to purchase additional beast cores. Suddenly, he remembered that a delivery of beast cores worth $1 billion had likely arrived at his home, prompting him to fly there immediately. Soon, Luo Xiao returned to his neighborhood. Downstairs, he noticed an armored escort vehicle parked there. Among the escort personnel was Lu Xingyun, a prominent figure he had encountered before. Luo Xiao descended from the sky, landing steadily in front of the waiting convoy. Upon seeing Luo Xiao, Lu Xingyun's eyes flashed with excitement. He had learned that Luo Xiao not only defeated a 7th-tier beast, but also cleared out the #1 cavern in an astounding feat. "Colonel Luo, we've delivered your beast cores." Lu Xingyun saluted respectfully. Luo Xiao nodded with a smile. "Thank you, just have them delivered to my home. This is our duty." Lu Xingyun quickly gestured, directing his team to start the operation. Box after box of secure containers was carefully transported upstairs. Although the city defense forces had prepared a luxurious estate spanning 100 acres for Luo Xiao, he was soon leaving Kaiyun City for the capital and didn't want to bother moving. More importantly, this place held too many family memories for him to leave. Soon, everything was moved into Luo Xiao's home. After completing the handover, Lu Xingyun and his team quickly departed, as they had other tasks to attend to on this eventful day. Back home, Luo Xiao immediately began absorbing all the beast cores. With a notification sound, the system informed him that he had gained 1.68 million simulation points, bringing his total to 6.03 million. Seeing so many points, Luo Xiao smiled in satisfaction. With these points, he could simulate 6 times with purple talent. Let's start the simulation. This time, I must advance to the 6th tier. Luo Xiao took a deep breath and initiated a new round of simulation. The system notification sounded. Intermediate simulation initiated. Please choose one of the following talents as your initial talent. The system then listed the available talents. Green talent, Eye for Truth, with powerful appraisal abilities, Fortune 5. Heavenly Fiend Lone Star, Constitution 5, Comprehension 5. Blue talent, Maverick, arrogant yet capable, Constitution 30, Comprehension 30. Exceptional talent, Constitution 15, Comprehension 15. Choosing a blue talent requires an additional 10,000 simulation points. Purple talent, Martial Prodigy, born with martial arts genius, Comprehension 50, Constitution 50. Great Fortune, easily finding opportunities and avoiding danger, Fortune 100. Reincarnated Slayer, born to be a god of slaughter, mastering the path of killing, Comprehension 200. Choosing a purple talent requires an additional 1 million simulation points. Luo Xiao contemplated these options, considering how to maximize his strength enhancement. Luo Xiao gazed at the 3 purple talent options that appeared before him, marveling at the power of fortune. Each of these talents was astonishing. The martial arts prodigy could enhance both his physique and comprehension by 50 points. Fortune would directly boost his luck by 100 points. And the most remarkable, Reincarnation of the Killing Star, offered a 200-point special comprehension bonus specifically for cultivating the path of slaughter. However, Luo Xiao was not seduced by the formidable allure of the Killing Star's reincarnation. He had just reached the 2nd level of the killing intent realm, and his murderous intent was already beginning to overflow. Choosing this option might turn him into a true killing star. He calculated silently that perhaps in the future, he could find a talent to counteract the murderous intent or cultivate his soul, and then he could reconsider this option. After careful consideration, Luo Xiao finally chose the Great Fortune. He allocated all his remaining 10 attribute points to his physique, preparing for the upcoming breakthrough. A system notification sounded, announcing the successful selection of talents and attribute allocation. Luo Xiao's initial attributes were updated. Body 99999, Soul 9999, Vitality 76978, Comprehension 60, Physique 70, Fortune 130, Appearance 10. The simulation began, consuming 1,001,000 simulation points this time. On the first day, Luo Xiao found himself in possession of 17 fire dragon fruits, 1 dried snake gall, 2 complete snake galls, 1 dragon blood fruit, 2 portions of stalactite essence, and 2 dragon blood body refining pills. Faced with such abundant resources, he was filled with confidence and determined to break through to the 6th tier. He immediately started consuming the fire dragon fruits. By the 2nd day, all the fire dragon fruits were gone, and although his body value showed no change, he sensed a slight crack in the bottleneck. Unwilling to stop there, Luo Xiao consumed the dragon blood fruit, and the intense medicinal power surged through his body, causing a severe feverish reaction. Realizing that the medicinal power was insufficient to break through, Luo Xiao decisively swallowed the remaining 2 dragon blood body refining pills. Instantly, the violent medicinal power flooded his entire body like a torrent. Luo Xiao clearly felt his body beginning to crack, with blood spurting from the fissures. Under the onslaught of this violent medicinal power, his meridians were being destroyed at an alarming rate. It was only then that Luo Xiao realized he had underestimated the potency of the dragon blood body refining pills. But with no turning back, he gritted his teeth and persisted in pushing through the realm. As time passed, all his meridians had completely shattered. Fortunately, whenever the medicinal power was about to impact vital organs like the heart, it would automatically avoid them, or he might have already perished. Thanks to his body's photosynthesis ability, Luo Xiao's injuries were healing rapidly. Despite the precarious situation, the hope of a breakthrough was still within reach, and he was determined to see it through to the end. On the 5th day, your entire body is covered in blood and scabs, resembling a figure made of blood. Suddenly, a surge of violent energy erupts from within you. With a booming sound, a terrifying pressure spreads outwards, causing all the fierce beasts within dozens of miles to prostrate on the ground, unable to move. You slowly open your eyes and realize that you have successfully advanced to the 6th level, with your physical strength breaking through to 105,000. However, the joy is fleeting. A slight circulation of energy brings searing pain throughout your body. You carefully sense that your dantian and meridians have completely ruptured. At this moment, not only are you unable to fight at full strength, but your energy is also gradually depleting. You take out some stalactite essence and swallow a mouthful, causing a surge of energy to flood into your body. Yet, in the next moment, intense pain strikes again as energy rapidly leaks from your ruptured meridians, worsening your injuries. Quickly, you find a sunny spot to bask in the sunlight. Only then do your injuries stabilize. You discover that photosynthesis can slowly repair the damage to your meridians, which provides some comfort. Though it will take several months, at least they can be healed. However, the damage to your dantian cannot be restored. This means that even after your meridians are healed, you can only rely on external aids and continuous cultivation to replenish your energy. Once you stop supplementing it, the energy will gradually decrease. As for advancing your level, it is now impossible. With your dantian ruptured, trying to increase its capacity could cause it to tear apart instantly. This situation is almost identical to Su Jinyu's. Luo Xiao sighs, realizing he has been too eager for quick success. However, his primary focus on physical cultivation has not been severely affected. Once his meridians are healed, he can continue focusing on physical cultivation, while temporarily giving up on energy cultivation. Luo Xiao contemplates that in this simulation, he must find the legendary nirvana flower, or else the potential of this simulation will be greatly reduced. Although this is just a simulation for Luo Xiao, for the version of himself within it, this could be a matter of life. Recognizing the similarity of your situation with Su Jinyu's, you decide to make finding the nirvana flower your top priority. You have realized the crucial role of energy, as its combination with physical strength can significantly enhance combat power, so you are unwilling to abandon energy cultivation. After careful consideration, you decide to first seek information about the nirvana flower. When it comes to being well-informed, there's no place like the Tianji Pavilion of the Dayan Kingdom. On the 6th day, you head to the location of the fire dragon fruit, and find 3 fire dragon fruits along with a fresh snake gall. While they are not of much use to you anymore, at least they can be sold for money. You decide not to wait for the elders of the Blazing Fireblade sect, and set out directly towards the Dayan Kingdom. On the 9th day, you leave the forest. On the 18th day, after traveling over 3,000 kilometers, you finally reach the borders of the Dayan Kingdom. Through inquiries, you learn the direction of the capital and embark on a new journey. On the 21st day, you stepped into the bustling streets of the imperial capital of Dayan Kingdom. Your journey had been filled with thrilling encounters, an ambush by bandits, witnessing fierce battles between powerful warriors, and unexpectedly acquiring some rare treasures. However, knowing little about these treasures, you decided to visit an apothecary for advice. After paying a considerable consultation fee, you finally learned the names and primary uses of these rare herbs. Among them, a 7th-grade inferior herb called Pei Ling grass caught your attention. It could actually repair injuries to the dantian. Excited, you quickly checked into an inn and eagerly consumed the Pei Ling grass. However, reality was harsh. You soon discovered that while Pei Ling grass could indeed repair the dantian, its effectiveness was only 1/10 of what was needed. This meant that to fully heal, you would require 10 Pei Ling grass. For you in the simulation, this discovery seemed meaningless. But to Luo Xiao in reality, this information was like a ray of hope. 10 plants. That's 10 simulations. Luo Xiao rejoiced internally. Although it's quite a number, if I can gain the great fortune talent, it's all worth it. At least now, he could be certain that Su Jinyu could be saved. You also realized the importance of this herb for Su Jinyu, so you carefully noted the location where you found it for future reference. Next, you arrived at the most magnificent building in the imperial capital of Dian Kingdom, the Tianji Pavilion. It was said that their intelligence network spanned the entire Shinwu continent, knowing everything and anything. Once inside the Tianji Pavilion, you were guided to a secluded chamber. An elderly man with white hair and beard appeared before you, asking what information you sought. You got straight to the point and inquired about the Nirvana flower. The old man gave you a meaningful look and said, "Young hero, you must have a damaged dantian and are looking for the Nirvana flower to repair it, right?" You weren't surprised, as your vitality had been leaking and anyone with a bit of power could sense it. The old man continued, "The Nirvana flower is a 7th grade supreme herb, corresponding to the peak of the martial sect level. Information of this level naturally comes at a high price. If you want to know the exact location, it will cost at least 100 million taels of silver. Moreover, that's just location information. Whether you can obtain the Nirvana flower depends on your own abilities. After all, these rare treasures are guarded by powerful beasts, usually 7th grade, fierce beasts." Hearing this, your eyes lit up. Although the price of 100 million taels was exorbitant, at least it confirmed the existence of the Nirvana flower. However, this amount could already buy several 7th grade pills. Seeing your financial struggle, the old man offered a second option. "We also provide information on a general location. The range will be larger, but the price is relatively cheaper, at just 10 million taels." You noticed a slime merchant's glint in the old man's eyes. Despite your displeasure, you had no choice. This information was crucial for you. After some deliberation, you offered a drop of stalactite essence, 2 snake gallbladders, and all your other assets except the meteorite knife blank. These items barely amounted to 10 million taels. The old man, delighted by your treasures, couldn't stop smiling. He accepted your items and handed you a scroll from a box. "This contains a map marking the general location of the Nirvana flower," he said. "Of course, you'll have to find the exact spot yourself." You open the map and are immediately dumbfounded. This is not an exact location at all. Instead, the marker points to one of the 4 largest forests on the Shinwu continent, the Forest of Beasts. The area covers a vast 100 kilometers. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack, or in this case, a single flower in a sea of trees. Fuming, you are about to argue when the old man calmly says, "This is the information you get for 10 million. Want a more precise location? Pay more." His words leave you speechless. On reflection, he has a point. If the area were reduced to 10 kilometers, you could easily search it with more people, which would be no different from giving away the exact location. Curiosity gets the better of you, and you ask, "If I find the Nirvana flower, how much could it sell for?" After all, if you find it this time, simulating the search next time could mean a pure profit of 1 billion. The old man's answer surprises you. He explains that the Nirvana flowers sold on the market are picked, which greatly reduces their potency. The truly potent flowers are those you find yourself. Moreover, with the exact location, anyone with peak martial lord strength could easily obtain it. For the strong, buying the location is practically the same as buying the flower itself. This explanation leaves you at a loss for words, forcing you to admit the logic. With no other choice, you leave. Though you only have a general location, you are confident in your good fortune and believe you will find the Nirvana flower. It's just a matter of time. However, the biggest challenge now is the guardian beast. From the old man's tone, it's clear that the beast's level is at least mid to late stage 7. While it may not be at its peak, it's still formidable. Nevertheless, it seems you have no choice. After gathering necessary supplies, you set out. After more than 10 days of arduous travel, you finally reach the edge of the Forest of Beasts. Standing at the forest's entrance, you feel a twinge of fear. This forest spans 10,000 kilometers, more than 10 times the size of pre-catastrophe China's territory. Finding the marked location is no easy task. Fortunately, the map highlights a conspicuous mountain, which you should be able to recognize at a glance once you reach it. With this landmark, you can pinpoint your exact location. Filled with curiosity, you embark on the journey to find this mysterious mountain. Along the way, you face countless beast attacks. Each battle hones your skills and deepens your understanding of this perilous forest. Finally, in the 3rd month, you arrive at the foot of the legendary mountain. However, as you stand at its base and look up, you are stunned. This is no ordinary mountain. It's a floral mountain covered in gardenias. Amidst the overgrown slopes, vast stretches of white gardenias bloom, dazzling under the sunlight. For a moment, you feel disoriented. Gardenia acerant, Li Ruashi's favorite? You once planted them all over a mountain for her. Somehow, this floral mountain feels strangely familiar, as if you've been here before. But now is not the time for reminiscing. You don't climb the mountain. Instead, You use it as a reference point to establish a 100-kilometer search area. Then, you begin your long and arduous quest. In the following days, you tirelessly scour the vast forest like an indefatigable ant. You meticulously search every inch of land and examine every tree. Yet, as the days pass, you find no trace of the nirvana flower. By the 4th month, you've combed through a tenth of the southeastern area with no success. By the 9th month, you've searched half of the southeastern area and still come up empty-handed. Yet you remain undeterred, continuing your relentless search. Time flies, and 2 years pass in the blink of an eye. You have scoured the entire southeastern area, but still haven't found the nirvana flower. Unwilling to give up, you turn your attention to the east and resume your quest. Another year goes by, and you have turned the eastern region upside down, but unfortunately, still no luck. In the 4th year, you begin searching the northeast. Each day is a repeat of trekking, searching, and returning disappointed. Gradually, you start to feel a bit discouraged. Who knows if the precious nirvana flower has already been taken by someone else? Yet you have no choice but to continue this seemingly endless search. Your inner voice keeps telling you that if you persist, you will eventually find the legendary flower. In the 8th year, you scoured the north, northwest, west, and southwest, but found nothing. Finally, only the south remained the very place you first entered this region. A ridiculous thought suddenly crossed your mind. Could the nirvana flower be on that mountain of Gardenius? With disbelief, you returned to the mountain. 8 years had passed, yet the mountain remained as majestic as when you first saw it, and the Gardenias were still as white as snow. Taking a deep breath, you began to climb the mountain. The mountain seemed untouched for hundreds, if not thousands, of years, yet you felt an inexplicable familiarity. You easily found an old, abandoned path and began to ascend. With each step, the sense of familiarity grew stronger, and images started to form in your mind. Brother Wu Wei, are we going to live here from now on? Husband, what are you doing? Why are you planting so many gardenias? Husband, the gardenias have bloomed. It looks like snow. Come and see. Husband, look what I found. A little puppy. Ha ha ha, it's a little black dog. What? It's a wolf. Husband, the gardenias are blooming again this year. Did you see them? These fragments of memory became clearer, and your breathing quickened. Finally, you reached the top, where the ruins of a house lay before you. Despite the passage of time, you immediately recognized it as the home where you and Li Ruoxi lived together for nearly a century. In that moment, your mind roared with realization. This Shenwu continent was indeed the same world as the last simulation, just at a completely different point in time. You finally understood why this land was called Shenwu. It had evolved from the name of the Shenwu sect you once founded. The simulation ended with a sudden explosion of awareness in Luo Xiao's mind. He was startled to find that the Shenwu continent and the previously simulated world were actually the same, and this world still bore traces of his last perfect simulation. As his thoughts raced, memories of that simulation surged forth. It was not merely a simulation, but a true journey through time. He had lived an entire life as Luo Wu Wei in that world. And now, he suddenly realized that this might not be a simulation at all, but the real world. The most crucial evidence was the nirvana flower. Both the Shenwu cavern where he was and this Shenwu continent had the nirvana flower. Isn't that enough to prove the point? This Shenwu continent might very well be the future of the simulated world, and it could have been thousands of years since then. Thousands of years later, the place where he once lived was still preserved. What on earth had happened back then? Luo Xiao speculated that the forest boundaries corresponded exactly to the world he once knew, while the areas beyond the forest had emerged later. At this thought, a young girl's smile appeared in Luo Xiao's mind. No matter what, everything was now in the past. But this discovery undoubtedly unveiled an astonishing mystery, tightly linking the past with the present. The dilapidated old house stood before Luo Wu Wei, stirring countless emotions within him. It felt as though he had lived there just yesterday, but now it was worn and decayed. He forced himself to focus. His immediate task was to find the nirvana flower. Luo Wu Wei quickly crossed the desolate courtyard and entered the back garden. Before him was a vibrant sea of flowers, the scent of gardenias filling the air. In the center of this floral expanse, a bright red flower stood out, resembling a gardenia but exuding an unusual allure. He approached swiftly but halted abruptly before the flower. A grave stood quietly, with the red flower blooming right in front of it. The tombstone bore the inscription, "Joint grave of Luo Wu Wei and wife Li Ruoxi." Luo Wu Wei was stunned to find his and his wife's burial site here. Just as he bent down to pick the nirvana flower, an unexpected change occurred. An ancient and terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the entire mountain, causing the earth to tremble. Despite his increased strength, Luo Wu Wei felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He immediately realized it was the aura of the beast guarding the nirvana flower. With a grave expression, Luo Wu Wei grasped the air, and an embryonic meteorite blade appeared from nowhere. Suddenly, a deep, resonant roar echoed from the nearby forest. Heavy footsteps approached, causing the ground to quake. A colossal black wolf, towering 100 meters, slowly rose from the forest. It moved awkwardly, as if each step required all its strength, yet the aura it emitted was intimidating to Luo Wuwei. However, as he looked at the black wolf, he felt a strange sense of familiarity, especially with the crescent moon marking on its forehead. The black wolf's eyes, initially cold, showed disbelief upon seeing the meteorite blade in Luo Wuwei's hand. It glanced back in shock, then fixed its gaze on the weapon. "You, your Xiaohei?" Luo Wuwei exclaimed in disbelief. In an instant, a memory surfaced in his mind. In his memory, Li Ruoxi happily held a newborn black puppy, bursting into the courtyard where Luo Wuwei was contemplating swordsmanship. "Husband, look what I found. A little puppy. Ha ha ha. And it's a little black puppy." Li Ruoxi joyfully lifted the puppy. Luo Wuwei took the puppy and chuckled. This little pup is quite beautiful." The puppy affectionately licked his hand. Suddenly, Luo Wuwei frowned. Wait, this isn't a dog. It seems to be a wolf." "What? It's a wolf?" Li Ruoxi exclaimed, then grew even more excited. "A wolf is fine. Look how well behaved it is. Let's keep it." Luo Wuwei smiled and nodded. "If we're keeping it, let's name it Xiaohei since it's all black." Li Ruoxi was speechless. "Your naming skills are just like your father's." Li Ruoxi chuckled and said, "I think it's quite fitting. Let's call it Xiaohei. But with that crescent mark on its forehead, how about Black Moon?" Luo Wuwei shook his head helplessly. "The name might not sound great, but let's go with it." Li Ruoxi smiled, her gaze falling on the massive black wolf. Suddenly, upon hearing its new name, a glimmer of disbelief flashed in Black Moon's eyes. It laboriously moved its enormous body towards you, slowly lowering its head, sniffing your scent with its nose. Despite the passing of millennia and your changed appearance, in that moment, Black Moon recognized you by your familiar scent. It let out a low whimper, painfully lying at your feet, its body trembling slightly. You looked at your ancient companion, alive after thousands of years, with disbelief and a mix of emotions. You reached out to stroke its black fur, now streaked with white, feeling its life nearing its end. You softly asked, "Xiaohei, what has changed in the world after my death? Why are you still alive? And why has the world turned into what it is now?" Upon hearing your question, Black Moon slowly lifted its enormous head, gently pressing its forehead against yours. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into your mind, revealing everything that transpired after your death. In the 60th year of the Shenwu era, the legendary martial ancestor Luo Wuwei passed away. That day, the world was shaken, and all martial artists were overwhelmed with grief. It was your existence that led to the magnificent development of martial arts. However, unknown to anyone, on the day of your passing, the world began to change silently. The land at the world's edge started to expand gradually, while an invisible force emerged from the Earth's depths, silently modifying the physiques of humans, animals, and plants. Years later, people began to notice the unusual circumstances. The speed of progress in martial arts cultivation increased dramatically, allowing many top-tier martial artists to break through to the innate realm, and even those who had been stagnant for years felt their strength rising. On the martial god mountain, Xiaohei's transformation was even more astonishing. In just 5 years, it grew from an ordinary wolf dog to a beast 5 meters long and 3 meters tall, with strength that could easily defeat top-tier martial artists. Yet this was only the beginning. As the mysterious force grew stronger, the entire cultivation system of the world underwent a drastic transformation. On Shinwu Mountain, your grandson Luo Xiao, building on your human slayer, martial art, developed a new technique capable of absorbing and storing this mysterious force. This technique, once introduced, shook the entire world. When people learned it was an improvement on your martial art, their admiration for you reached its peak. With the rapid advancement of martial arts, people began to refer to this land as the Shinwu continent, in honor of your great achievements. The invisible force was named Yuan Qi. However, due to initially underestimating the influence of Yuan Qi, many plants and animals began to mutate. Existing structures were gradually destroyed by these mutated creatures, forcing many to migrate to newly formed lands. Time flows like a river, and the world has long been overtaken by dense forests, with no trace of humanity left. Only Xiaohei, the loyal black dog, remains vigilant atop Shinwu Mountain. Over time, its strength has steadily grown, and beside the graves of Yu and Li Ruoxi, a peculiar mutated gardenia tree silently thrives. This unassuming little tree blooms a miraculous nirvana flower every few hundred years. The flower not only enhances physical constitution, but, with prolonged consumption, can extend one's lifespan. Thanks to its effects, Xiaohei reached the pinnacle of the martial master realm in just 300 years, a feat that amazes all. In the subsequent millennia, many other martial masters at the peak sought the nirvana flower, yet none could best Xiaohei. Even 1,000 years ago, when 5 peak martial masters joined forces to challenge it, they were left battered and bruised. Though Xiaohei spared their lives, the battle made it clear to the martial world. The nirvana flower exists, but none can claim it unless Xiao He falls. Sadly, even the strongest martial masters live only about 500 years. Throughout these millennia, Xiao He has watched countless peak martial masters reach the end of their lives. Now, Xiao He itself is nearing its final days. Upon hearing this, your face pales, and you urge Xiao He to consume the precious nirvana flower. Yet Xiao He gently shakes its head. Its lifespan has been stretched to the limit. Without breaking through the martial master realm, it has only a few years left. If it could consume a large quantity of nirvana flowers at once, there might be a glimmer of hope. You fall silent. Breaking through the martial master realm is a feat Xiao He hasn't achieved in thousands of years, no easy task. As for a large quantity of nirvana flowers, the entire Shinmu continent's supply likely wouldn't suffice. Xiao He nudges your hand, indicating for you to take the nirvana flower. It senses your shattered dantian. After much hesitation, you finally swallow the nirvana flower. As Xiao He said, its end is near, and the flower is of no use to it. Better that you take it and seek other means to extend its life. With a soft sound, you ingest the nirvana flower, and your dantian is instantly restored. The flower's nurturing effect extends your life by 30 years. Yet, feeling your body's recovery brings little joy. Watching the now aged and frail Xiao He, you realize saving its life is impossible. Determined, you resolve to stay on Shinmu Mountain and accompany Xiao He to the end. You begin to clear the dilapidated courtyard, removing mutated plants and seeking new wood to rebuild the small house. Xiao He lies quietly by Luo Wuwei and Li Ruoxi's graves, watching you work, as if it were years ago. 9 years swiftly pass, and the courtyard is restored to its former glory, while Xiao He grows weaker. On the day the courtyard is finally complete, Xiao He stumbles into the forest's depths. Before long, it returns with a black blade embryo in its mouth. Gently placing the blade at your feet, you are astonished to find it is your meteorite iron blade embryo. Yet somehow, it seems different from before. You recall that the nirvana flower is a mutated product of ordinary gardenias exposed to elemental forces. This meteorite iron blade embryo seems to have undergone a similar transformation. Originally a 7th-tier material, the blade's strength now appears even more remarkable. Gazing at this mysterious blade, a flicker of hope and anticipation stirs within you. Luo Xiao infused his energy into the meteorite iron blade embryo and was astonished to find the energy refined several times over. This effect surpassed a 7th-tier weapon, almost reaching the level of an 8th-tier divine weapon. He exchanged a glance with Xiao He, and they tacitly put the weapon away. The system's prompt sounded, rating the meteorite iron blade embryo at 4.5 stars. Luo Xiao's pupils contracted, and a storm surged within his heart. A 4.5-star rating meant this weapon had reached the 8th tier, surpassing the realm of a martial master. Even more shocking was that this was merely an unfinished blade embryo. If it could be fully forged, it might ascend to the legendary 9th-tier divine weapon. He suddenly understood that Xiao He recognized him because he had arranged the courtyard to resemble Xiao He's memories. Despite the drastic change in appearance and scent, the meteorite iron blade embryo was the most familiar token to Xiao He. Luo Xiao sighed internally. In this lifetime, he couldn't save Xiao He, but one day, in a future reincarnation, he was determined to bring Xiao He back to life. Having finally seen its true master, Xiao He's years of obsession dissipated at that moment. After handing over the meteorite iron blade embryo to Luo Xiao, it peacefully closed its eyes. Luo Xiao buried Xiao He beside his own grave in the courtyard. Although this new grave was somewhat grand, he still planted flowers on it. After burying Xiao He, Luo Xiao looked around the newly renovated courtyard without any sense of attachment. He knew he couldn't remain stagnant. He must grow quickly and acquire enough nirvana flowers. Only then, in the next simulation, would he have hope of gathering enough nirvana flowers to help Xiao He transcend the boundaries of life and death. Resolute, Luo Xiao descended the mountain and headed straight for Tianji Pavilion. He was eager to find out if there were any other leads on nirvana flowers. However, to his surprise, the elder who had previously assisted him immediately began to apologize upon seeing him. It turned out the information provided earlier about the nirvana flower's location was incorrect, and the elder offered to refund the payment. Luo Xiao, puzzled, asked what went wrong. The elder explained helplessly that while the location did indeed have a nirvana flower, it was guarded by the most terrifying demon emperor of the divine martial continent, Black Moon. Even 5 peak martial masters combined would struggle to challenge such a presence. Worse yet, this location was well known, hardly a secret worth such a high price. If word got out that Tianji Pavilion sold such public information for millions, their reputation would be ruined. Over the years, the elder had been on edge, fearing Luo Xiao might spread the word. Hearing this, Luo Xiao nodded with lingering fear. Fortunately, Black Moon was actually Xiao He. Otherwise, his journey would have been fraught with peril. Ultimately, the elder offered 2 vague coordinates for nirvana flowers as compensation, on the condition that the incident be forgotten. Luo Xiao readily agreed. Soon, he received 2 new coordinate locations. Although the information was still vague, covering a 100-kilometer range, Luo Xiao was confident in his luck and felt finding the Nirvana flowers wasn't an insurmountable task. However, now was not the best time to search for them, so he decided to first enhance his strength to prepare for future adventures. Standing at the edge of the far north, your gaze sweeps across the endless expanse of ice. This is not the pure ice and water continent of the polar regions, but a vast prairie perpetually covered in snow. You know that within this dangerous forbidden land, not only are rare medicinal herbs hidden, but deadly beasts also lurk. Taking a deep breath of the biting cold air, you resolutely step into this icy world. The mutated meteorite blade in your hand traces an arc in the air, and the direction it points upon landing becomes your target. As you take your first step, your foot suddenly slips, almost causing you to fall. Looking down, you are surprised to find a snow ginseng half buried in the snow. Carefully excavating it, you estimate that this 1,000-year-old snow ginseng has reached the 6th grade premium quality. Satisfied, you tuck it away and continue your treasure hunt. Over the next year, you roam the far north, encountering countless fierce beasts. The most harrowing encounter is a life-and-death battle with a 7th grade northern bear. The colossal creature, towering over 100 meters, makes the ground tremble with each blow, but ultimately falls to your blade. You harvest the bear's gallbladder and other valuable parts, storing them carefully in your system space. When you arrive at the imperial capital of the Ice Empire, your arms are laden with various rare herbs. At the Wanbao Pavilion branch, you present your spoils, causing the counter attendant to exclaim in surprise and hurriedly call for the pavilion master to personally appraise them. 3 hours later, the pavilion master offers a staggering price, 22.4 million taels. You nod in acceptance of this handsome offer and then express your interest in purchasing some high-grade pills. The pavilion master, slightly embarrassed, explains that their best offerings are only 6th grade premium pills, with 7th grade pills appearing only occasionally at large auctions. Not pressing the issue, you choose 2 6th grade premium body refining pills, myriad beast blood pills, and 2 vitality boosting true spirit essence liquids, spending a total of 10 million taels. Just after leaving Wanbao Pavilion, you sense someone following you. Without revealing your awareness, you lead the pursuer into a secluded area of the far north. Suddenly turning around, you discover the stalker is a peak-level martial emperor. Before they can react, you strike, and with your vastly superior strength, you swiftly kill the martial emperor, giving them no chance to resist. After defeating your opponent, you thoroughly search the body but find nothing of value. Clearly, this enemy came prepared, carrying no valuable items. You smirk, unfazed by whether this was an assassin sent by Wanbao Pavilion or another faction. Your strength has now reached a level where ordinary martial masters are no match for you. Quickly finding a hidden cave nearby, you decide to retreat there for cultivation. Reflecting on a decade of self-training, you've reached the 5th level of Martial Emperor, with an astonishing 500,000 vitality points. However, due to neglecting energy cultivation for the first 8 years, your energy points are only at 80,000. Taking a deep breath, you carefully sip a treasured vial of true spirit essence. Instantly, a surge of energy floods into your body like a tidal wave. You feel your energy levels rising rapidly, as if a storm is raging within you. 10 days later, you have fully absorbed the essence. You open your eyes and are thrilled to find your energy points have soared to 85,000. Seizing this rare opportunity, you continue consuming the remaining essence. Perhaps due to your body having reached the 5th level of Martial Emperor, your energy points do not stall at the expected 99,999. After just a few more sips, you break through an invisible barrier with a powerful force. By the time you finish both vials, your energy points have skyrocketed to an astonishing 220,000. Building on this momentum, you take out a bottle of Myriad Beast Blood Pill and begin consuming it. As the pill enters your system, you feel a wild force rushing through, rapidly enhancing your physical strength. Eventually, your physical strength reaches an impressive 640,000. However, just as you prepare to consume more pills, a strange sensation arises. You frown, sensing changes within your body, and detect symptoms similar to poisoning. Your experience quickly reveals that this isn't due to poison in the pills, but rather the effect of pill toxins. Recalling your knowledge of pill quality, you remember they are classified into waste, qualified, excellent, premium, and perfect grades. Lower quality pills contain more toxins. Most pills on the market are of qualified quality because excellent ones cost 30 more, premium ones double, and perfect ones 4 to 5 times as much. This price difference is mainly due to the presence of pill toxins. In the past, pills like Dragon Blood Tempering Pill also contained toxins, but your unique constitution allowed you to neutralize most of them, leaving only minor residue. This time, however, the situation is different. The pills you consumed are not only of higher grade, but also more potent, resulting in more intense toxins. This means you can't rely on pills to boost your strength in the short term. This also explains why high-quality pills are so expensive. They don't harm you with toxins even with long-term use. Realizing this, Luo Xiao understands that his plan to buy pills with herbs to boost his cultivation might not work. However, he's not worried. He can take more time to slowly digest the toxins, and even if he can't completely eliminate them, they will disappear once the simulation ends. After all, merging strength doesn't merge toxins. This revelation also explains why each simulation, despite frantically consuming pills, hadn't revealed this issue until now. Each simulation begins with a pure body that hasn't ingested any pills. With this in mind, Luo Xiao wonders if there is a way to counteract the toxins. Without such a method, toxins could significantly hinder rapid strength enhancement. He speculates that such a countermeasure must exist. He just hadn't paid attention to it before. With your physical strength reaching 640,000, you feel incredibly powerful. Confidently gripping the meteorite knife blade, you embark on a journey to hunt fierce beasts. Following the map, you arrive within the 100-kilometer range and begin meticulously searching the area section by section. To improve efficiency, you start from the central location, using the meteorite knife blade to guide you, and first explore southwest. A month later, you climb a towering snowy mountain. At the edge of a cliff, you unexpectedly discover a millennia-old snow lotus. This rare medicinal herb is as valuable as the nirvana flower, and to a strong warrior, it might be even more precious. It not only significantly boosts your energy value, but also enhances energy intensity, allowing the user to unleash even greater power. Guarding the snow lotus is a 7th-order 4-star ice serpent. After a fierce battle, you slay it, obtaining the millennia-old snow lotus and a millennium serpent gall. Without hesitation, you immediately consume these treasures. After over 3 months of arduous refinement, you successfully absorb the full medicinal power of the serpent gall and snow lotus. Your energy value skyrockets to 540,000, and your energy intensity increases by 30. This effectively adds an extra 170,000 to 180,000 to your energy value. Considering your physical strength, your foundational power is now comparable to an average martial master. After noting the location, you continue searching for traces of the nirvana flower. 5 months later, you finally spot your target in an oasis. From afar, a giant tree, towering thousands of meters high, stands taller than the surrounding hills. Perched on its crown is an enormous bird, with the nirvana flower growing on this extraordinary tree. As you stride towards the nirvana flower, the giant bird awakens. However, it merely looks down at you coldly, seemingly sensing your strength, and does not act rashly. You quickly take the nirvana flower and leave, with the giant bird watching your retreating figure. 3 months later, you find another nirvana flower. This time, it is guarded by a formidable 7th-order 8-star beast. Despite its strength, you manage to slay it unscathed by unleashing your killing intent. This battle gives you a clearer understanding of your own strength. You may not yet be a match for a 7th-order peak, but you're certainly capable of challenging it. Having acquired 2 nirvana flowers, you decide to sell them for money and purchase higher quality elixirs to enhance your power. After all, the nirvana flower's benefits are limited for you. With this in mind, you head straight to the Wanbao Pavilion of the Ice Dynasty. When you reappear before the pavilion master and present the nirvana flowers, he is left speechless with shock. Once he regains his composure, the pavilion master quickly expresses his willingness to offer 50 million taels for these 2 rare medicinal herbs. When you heard the ridiculously low price, a look of disdain immediately crossed your face. You knew very well that the value of the nirvana flower was at least 1 billion, and this offer of 50 million was nothing short of an insult. Without hesitation, you rejected it, causing the pavilion master's face to darken instantly. Suppressing his anger, the pavilion master suggested holding an auction, inviting the strongest from across the Xinwu continent to bid. After a brief consideration, you nodded in agreement. However, when the pavilion master asked you to leave the nirvana flower with him, you scoffed and turned to leave. You thought to yourself, handing over the nirvana flower to someone who might send people to hunt you down, and who wants to deceive you with a mere 50 million? That would be courting death. Your arrogant demeanor made the pavilion master's expression even more unpleasant, but you didn't care. Sure enough, in the dead of night, a shadow silently crept into your courtyard. As the martial sect realm expert was searching for your room, a sharp blade suddenly sliced through the night sky. The super-strong martial sect level 3 expert didn't even have a chance to react before his head was severed from his body. You removed his mask and couldn't help but laugh coldly upon recognizing his face. It was the pavilion master of the Wanbao Pavilion himself. Without a word, you carried his head straight to the Wanbao Pavilion. An hour later, the Wanbao Pavilion lay in ruins. You looted all the money and elixirs inside. Then with a surge of overwhelming energy, let out an earth-shattering roar that echoed throughout the imperial capital. The Wanbao Pavilion dares to be so arrogant. I came to sell the nirvana flower, and he tried to swindle it for 50 million, even dared to attack at night. Now I've taken his head and destroyed his pavilion. Any loyal followers or descendants seeking revenge come find me. I'll be waiting for you in the capital of the Dian dynasty." This voice awakened countless people from their sleep. When they rushed to see what had happened, they found the Wanbao pavilion in ruins, the pavilion master's head mounted on a flagpole, creating a terrifying scene. The entire imperial capital was shaken. Many applauded, as the Wanbao pavilion's branch had a notorious history of evil deeds, including murder and robbery. Now it had finally met its match. However, some began to wonder who had the audacity to offend a top 3 ranked complete martial sect expert. Your actions quickly spread across the Shenwu continent. The emergence of the Nirvana flower and the annihilation of the Wanbao pavilion branch caused a huge stir. Due to your revelations, the reputation of the Wanbao pavilion plummeted. Amidst all this turmoil, you remained unfazed. You had already arrived at the Dian dynasty and found the Heavenly Secrets pavilion. Although they didn't purchase herbs, they offered to exchange information for them. Your goal was clear. You remembered a wealthy merchant who had once offered $1 billion for the Nirvana flower. This merchant didn't possess that much money, nor did he have a peak martial sect strongman, but he had chosen this method to acquire the Nirvana flower. Unfortunately, the task had been posted for over a decade with no takers. After all, the Nirvana flower was not something easily obtained. As you entered the Heavenly Secrets pavilion, that familiar old man came to greet you again. When he saw that you had indeed found the Nirvana flower, his face showed a look of disbelief and shock. Although curious about how you managed to obtain the Nirvana flower from those fierce guardian beasts, the old man refrained from asking. He understood well that in this world, information is a valuable commodity. When you offered to sell the Nirvana flower, he was initially taken aback, but then noticed that your Dantian had healed. This meant you had not just found one Nirvana flower, but several. Though shocked, the old man remained silent and quickly contacted a wealthy merchant. When the merchant arrived, you learned that the precious Nirvana flower was intended for his son. The young man was exceptionally talented and had been accepted as a core disciple by Shenwu sect, the foremost sect in the land. If he continued his cultivation, he was destined to become a powerful martial artist, possibly even breaking through to the 5th level of martial mastery. However, fate had been unkind. He was envied by the son of the sect master and was sabotaged during a major sect competition, resulting in his Dantian being shattered. His strength plummeted, and he was now only at a martial artist level. The Nirvana flower was purchased to restore his Dantian. Unconcerned with these disputes, you were only interested in receiving your rightful payment. The merchant readily offered various property deeds and silver notes, totaling over 100 million. Even in an urgent sale, this was a fair price. With Tianji Pavilion willing to cover the difference, you were directly given 100 million in silver notes, and you were satisfied with the outcome. However, a new problem soon arose. Since you had already emptied Wanbao Pavilion, where else could you acquire the treasures you needed? As you pondered this, the old man, noticing your dilemma, smiled and said, "The master of Wanbao Pavilion has decreed that you are now the highest level guest of the pavilion. The branch you destroyed was indeed guilty of murder and robbery. To quell public anger, Wanbao Pavilion has rescinded all orders to pursue you." You were taken aback, thinking this was merely for show. But the old man explained that Wanbao Pavilion's ability to stand for thousands of years on the Shenwu continent was primarily due to its reputation. After some thought, you realized the truth in his words. For an entity dealing in trade, reputation is indeed crucial. Despite this, you did not immediately return to Wanbao Pavilion. Instead, you found a courtyard to refine the pills you had taken from the pavilion. Upon careful classification, you discovered that the highest quality among them was 6th grade supreme, but there were only 7, each with different effects. Only 2 were for enhancing strength, and their quality was merely acceptable. Reluctantly, and considering the unresolved pill toxins in your body, you decided against using the 6th grade supreme pills and instead began consuming 6th grade high-quality ones. You located 3 excellent quality pills. After over 20 days of arduous refining, you successfully absorbed their medicinal power. Your physical strength increased to 71, and your vitality grew to 58. However, you again felt the pill toxins had accumulated to their limit. To avoid poisoning and further bodily harm, you had to stop consuming them. Walking the streets, you quickly realized many were discussing your exploits. To your surprise, Wanbao Pavilion seemed to have truly refrained from sending anyone after you. Though surprised, you remained indifferent. Even if the master of Wanbao Pavilion personally confronted you, with your current strength, you felt confident in escaping unscathed. The power of the 2nd level of the killing intent was not to be underestimated. With this in mind, you no longer hesitated and headed directly to Wanbao Pavilion in the Dian dynasty. Upon entering, you were immediately recognized. The attendant at the counter nearly collapsed in fear and hurriedly went to notify the master. The master arrived in haste and treated you with utmost respect. You got straight to the point, expressing your intent to sell some medicinal herbs. With that, you placed the large burlap sack you had been carrying onto the counter. As the sack was opened, the crowd around it collectively held their breath. The sight before them was astonishing, a dazzling array of rare treasures and precious weapons. each one of immense value. All of these items were of the 6th tier or higher, with even some 7th tier treasures among them. Artifacts of such caliber are usually only seen at the headquarters of the Wanbao Pavilion or at major auctions. The branch pavilion master began to sweat profusely, fully aware that these treasures originally belonged to the Ice Dynasty's branch pavilion. Having learned from past mistakes, he quickly ushered you into the VIP room to meticulously appraise the value of these treasures. Finally, the valuation was complete, 1.3 billion. Combined with your existing funds, the total amounted to a staggering 2.3 billion. However, this branch did not have such a vast cash reserve. The pavilion master stated that he needed to consult the Grand Pavilion Master, and it was likely that a powerful martial sage might personally intervene. Unfazed, you calmly told him to go ahead and notify them, as you would be waiting at home for their response. Before leaving, you specifically instructed the Pavilion Master to inform the Grand Pavilion Master that you required high-quality pills of 7th tier or above to enhance your strength. With that, you turned and left, leaving all the priceless treasures at the Wanbao Pavilion. Your confident demeanor left the Branch Pavilion Master puzzled. Did you also have the backing of a peak martial sage? Nevertheless, he didn't dare to overthink it. Carefully securing the treasures, he immediately sent someone to notify the Grand Pavilion Master. A few days later, while you were intensely refining the toxins in your body using the Red Flame Battle Body, you suddenly sensed a powerful presence approaching. You reined in your internal fire and looked towards the courtyard gate. The gate slowly opened, revealing a middle-aged man accompanied by a young man entering. Upon recognizing the middle-aged man, you raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this the wealthy merchant who previously sought you out at the Tianji Pavilion to buy pills? You had wondered who could afford 1 billion in silver, and to your surprise, it turned out to be the Wanbao Pavilion Master. However, a new question arose. If he was so powerful, why hadn't he sought the Nirvana flower himself? Sensing your confusion, the Wanbao Pavilion Master bowed apologetically. You must be puzzled. I apologize sincerely. I was unaware of the traitor within Wanbao Pavilion. I hope you can forgive the inconvenience this has caused you. The young man, Luo Yuan, also bowed in acknowledgement. Thank you for the Nirvana flower, my brother. Luo Nianzu has no way to repay your kindness. Hearing their surname, you paused, surprised to find they shared your surname, Luo. Unable to resist, you voiced your curiosity. Why didn't the Wanbao Pavilion Master seek the Nirvana flower himself? Upon hearing your question, the Pavilion Master sighed and explained, it's not that I didn't want to, but I couldn't. My movements are being monitored, and if I went to seek the Nirvana flower, I might be ambushed by my enemy during the battle with the Guardian Beast. Intrigued, you inquired further, aren't you the 3rd strongest in the world? Indeed, I am the 3rd, but my enemy is the head of the Xinwu sect, the Wanbao Pavilion Master replied. His words piqued your interest even more. You knew the Xinwu sect was an ancient sect with a lineage spanning thousands of years, and its leaders were said to be your descendants. Yet here was someone who had become blood enemies with your descendants? Noticing your curiosity, the Wanbao Pavilion Master also seemed puzzled. The enmity between him and the leader of the Xinwu sect was as deep as a chasm, known to almost everyone. However, you didn't ask much. You just quietly listened as he recounted the whole story. It turned out that the master of the Wanbao Pavilion was named Luo Qingyun, a descendant of the original martial ancestor. This revelation hit you like a heavy blow. Could these two people before you also be your descendants? Luo Qingyun went on to explain that once a family becomes powerful, various collateral branches inevitably emerge. The world only recognizes the main branch as legitimate, and the Xinwu sect, as a martial family, regards those with the strongest talent as the main line. Although Luo Qingshan was from the main branch, he was relegated to a collateral line due to his lesser talent compared to his brother, the current leader of the Xinwu sect. In our generation, Luo Qingyun said with a hint of pride in his eyes, we are considered the most talented descendants of the martial ancestor. My brother and I reached the pinnacle of mastery at a young age, and we are regarded as the most gifted individuals of our time. There was a trace of regret in his voice. Unfortunately, I was always a few years younger and could never surpass my brother. Luo Qingyun, with his carefree personality and love for wealth, founded the Wanbao Pavilion. With his formidable strength, it quickly became the most powerful commerce guild in the land, amassing wealth far beyond that of the Xinwu sect. Later, I had a son. Luo Qingyun's eyes gleamed with joy. His talent is even greater than mine, far surpassing me at the same age. With such talent, he could definitely surpass my brother in the future and might even reach a realm beyond the martial sect. Full of hope, Luo Qingyun sent his son to the Xinwu sect. His brother seemed extremely pleased with Luo Nianzu's talent on the surface, and Luo Qingyun trusted him completely. However, a few years later, a devastating piece of news struck like a bolt from the blue. His son's dantian was shattered, and the perpetrator was none other than his brother's son. But, Luo Qingyun frowned. I remember my brother's son is already over 40, while my son had just come of age. With such a large age gap, how could they be arranged to fight together? The truth soon came to light. On the day Luo Nianzu came of age and just broke through to the martial king realm, the sect suddenly initiated a grand competition. The rules required battles between those of the same realm, and everyone had to participate or risk expulsion from the sect. Despite just breaking through, Luo Nianzu had no choice but to participate. In the first match, he faced Luo Xiao, who was already at the peak of the martial king level. Despite his exceptional talent, Luo Nianzu was no match for the experienced Luo Xiao. To everyone's shock, they battled fiercely for over 10 rounds before Luo Nianzu was defeated. Just as Luo Nianzu smiled helplessly and conceded, Luo Qiang suddenly launched a sneak attack, shattering Luo Nianzu's dantian and crippling his cultivation. Enraged, Luo Qingshan immediately went to the Xinwu sect to demand an explanation. There, his lifelong image of his brother Luo Qingtian as a good elder brother was finally shattered. My son's talent is decent, reaching the martial sect, but that's it. Luo Qingtian sneered. Just how powerful is the Xinwu sect? There are no fewer than 100 people at the martial sect realm. How can such strength command respect? And I only have this one son. Through gritted teeth, Luo Qingtian said, I practiced secret techniques in my youth to forcibly enhance my talent, which suppressed yours. But this talent is detrimental to future generations. This son was born after I spent a century laboring day and night, ruining tens of thousands of women. And now, a sinister glint appeared in Luo Qingtian's eyes. Luo Nianzu's arrival has given hope to all the elders of the sect. Many have even begun to secretly speak of preparing to support Luo Nianzu as the sect leader after my death. Luo Qingtian's ambition lay dormant like a venomous snake for years, finally revealing its fangs in this moment. His eyes gleamed with greed, and his voice carried an undeniable threat. If you don't relinquish the position of sect leader, our branch will become a mere side branch. This situation had occurred in their grandfather's generation, but Luo Qingtian clearly could not accept such an outcome. Without hesitation, he ordered his son to cripple Luo Nianzu. When the news reached Luo Qingshan, it was as if a heavy hammer struck his heart. Enraged, Luo Qingshan charged at his elder brother with fists flying. However, Luo Qingtian's martial arts were mysterious and formidable, far surpassing the average person. In no time, Luo Qingshan was beaten black and blue, and if not for the timely intervention of the sect elders, he might have lost his life on the spot. Luo Qingtian, smugly triumphant, issued another ruthless threat. You'd better not seek the nirvana flower. If you go alone, I'll kill Luo Nianzu. If you take him with you, I'll attack from the shadows. This shameless threat forced Luo Qingshan to keep his son by his side at all times. When Luo Qingshan first approached you to purchase the nirvana flower, Luo Nianzu was waiting quietly in the next room. He had sought help from other peak martial masters, but no one was willing to risk offending the strongest warrior of the time. Moreover, many of these people were from the Xinwu sect, and naturally, they were even less inclined to intervene. Hearing all this, you couldn't help but sigh. Brothers fighting over a mere sect leader position, and even more lamentable, they were your own descendants. You silently calculated that your grandson, Luo Xiantian, had become the first martial master after the world changed and energy was revived, living for a full 500 years. The Luo Qingshan before you was already your 18th generation descendant. Observing Luo Nianzu closely, you noticed that although he had restored much of his talent, his dantian still had some cracks. With such talent, he could at most reach the martial master realm in the future. With this in mind, you unhesitatingly took out another nirvana flower, a move that immediately shocked Luo Qingshan and his son. You casually handed the nirvana flower to Luo Nianzu, but also set a condition you needed high-quality elixirs. Luo Qingshan, moved to tears, immediately promised that all the best elixirs would be reserved for you in the future and offered all the elixirs he had intended to trade for medicinal herbs. However, Luo Qingshan seemed to perceive your intention to use the elixirs to enhance your strength. He solemnly warned you. Elixirs should not be consumed excessively. When breaking through to the martial master realm, elixir toxins might erupt all at once, which has been the downfall of countless geniuses. He further explained, after reaching the grandmaster realm, elixirs, though effective, deplete one's talent with each use. This is why there are many martial masters, but few at the peak. Hearing this, you suddenly understood. No wonder your cultivation speed had slowed recently. It was due to elixir toxins. Without consuming elixirs, with your talent, you could have easily reached the martial master realm in this lifetime. Unfortunately, realizing this now was too late. What's done is done. The poison from the pills has been accumulating in your body for a long time, and you intend to use them to quickly enhance your power. After bidding farewell to Luo Qingshan and others, you focus on refining the pills. On the 10th day, just as you swallow one, a terrifying aura suddenly descends. Your pupils contract sharply, and without hesitation, you unleash your murderous intent, slashing upwards with your blade. Clang! A blade light, hundreds of meters long, shoots into the sky, shattering buildings within several kilometers. The blade light fiercely collides with the sword energy descending from the sky, which you recognize as your own creation, Zhan Tian. Now at the 7th tier peak. Boom. The clash of the two forces causes the entire Great Yin Empire capital to tremble. Your attack is clearly overpowered and shatters instantly. The 1,000-meter sword energy rushes towards you, containing 3 layers of sword intent. Luo Xingtian. Good, very good. Your strength is impressive. You take a deep breath, looking towards the sky at the middle-aged man in a purple-black robe, holding a sword. Luo Qingshan's brother, the current sect leader of the divine martial sect, and the strongest person of the era. The sword energy crashes down, tearing the ground within several kilometers. You die? The simulation abruptly ends, leaving you momentarily bewildered, but you quickly come to terms with it. Knowing Luo Qingtian's nature, you had prepared for this. Besides, with your talent at its limit, perhaps the simulated you didn't want to live any longer. The poison from the pills has deeply eroded your talent, making self-cultivation hopeless and rash consumption of pills potentially fatal. With nothing left to hold you in this world, starting anew seems preferable. Luo Xiao acknowledges the poison setup. Otherwise, with Luo Qingshan's resources, several peak martial artists taking turns would not have allowed his brother to be bullied. This time, you gain considerable rewards, acquiring a large amount of pill ingredients that could be sold for a high price. Luo Xiao couldn't help but smile. The system notification rings. Settlement complete. This simulation demonstrated peak martial prowess, reaching the world's pinnacle, earning and strength rating. Choose 3 rewards, or watch an ad to select an additional one. 1. Experience in cultivating martial techniques. 2. Martial cultivation. Physical value 710,000. Soul 9,999. Vital energy 600,000. 3. Fusion talent. Great fortune value 60. 4. 3 nirvana flowers, a millennium snow lotus, and various pill ingredients. 5. Insights into skill cultivation. 6. Weapon. Meteoric iron blade blank 8th tier, mid-grade. Luo Xiao gazed at the newly appeared strength evaluation, a wave of joy surging through his heart. His strength had reached the pinnacle of a grandmaster, and the strength evaluation was well-deserved. Among the 6 rewards, he decisively excluded the cultivation experiences for skills and martial techniques, as this simulation, though lengthy, hadn't brought significant progress in those areas. Command accepted. Initiating reward distribution. As the system's voice faded, a powerful warmth burst from the void, flooding Luo Xiao's entire being. He could clearly feel his physical and energy level skyrocketing. In the blink of an eye, his realm broke through to the 6th tier martial emperor, and it continued to climb. Eventually, his strength stabilized at the terrifying level of the 7th tier martial emperor. Meanwhile, his backpack was filled with a plethora of rare herbs and elixirs, most notably 3 nirvana flowers and a millennium-old snow lotus. These were treasures rarely found in the world. Luo Xiao calculated inwardly. The gains from this simulation were indeed substantial. His physical combat power alone had multiplied 7-fold, naturally elevating his overall strength. With excitement, Luo Xiao opened his attribute panel. Name, Luo Xiao. Level, 6th tier, 7 stars. Physical, 710,000. Soul, 9,999. Energy, 600,000. Comprehension, 60. Constitution, 60. Fortune, 90. Appearance, 10. Cultivation techniques. Human Slayer 6th tier, top grade, 3.5 stars. Blazing Sun Scripture 6th tier, top grade, 3.5 stars. Qinyuan Mind Technique 6th tier, top grade, 3.5 stars. Martial skills. Fiery Sky Splitter 7th tier, low grade, 4 stars. Skills. Killing Intent level 2, Sword Mastery level 2, Blade Mastery level 3, Spear Mastery level 2. Abilities. Scarlet Flame Battle Body SS Fire Attribute 1600. Purple Talent. Sword Genius Blue, Constitution 60. Blue Talent. Blade Genius, Mighty Strength 800. Green Talent. Spear Genius, Speed is King Speed 400, Turtle Shell Defense 400. Simulation points, 5,030,000. Luo Xiao examined his attributes closely, lost in thought. This breakthrough had finally brought him to the peak, but the side effects of relying heavily on elixirs and external forces were starting to show. However, he wasn't too worried about this issue, as all negative effects would be cleared after each simulation, returning his body to its normal state. Yet, the items he acquired this time seemed excessive. Many were now obsolete due to their low level. Luo Xiao thought that if he could exchange these for high-quality elixirs, it might better enhance his strength in the next simulation. With this in mind, Luo Xiao approached the windowsill. With a light leap, he jumped from the balcony. In an instant, crimson flames erupted from his body, enveloping him as he soared into the sky, speeding towards the distance. His speed was astonishing, reaching the city center in a tall building in less than a minute. This building was the branch of the Huaxiao Mall in Cayenne City. Luo Xiao's sudden arrival immediately alerted the mall's manager. The manager hurriedly ushered this distinguished guest into the VIP room, ready to hear the demands of this powerful figure. Luo Xiao stepped into the Cayenne City Mall, and the manager immediately approached him with a broad smile. Colonel Luo, what brings you here today? Is there anything specific you're looking to purchase? The manager asked respectfully, his eyes shining with admiration. The news of Luo Xiao effortlessly defeating a 7th-tier beast had already spread among the higher-ups, and his strength was awe-inspiring. Luo Xiao smiled calmly. I have some items here that I'm planning to sell. With a wave of his right hand, a large quantity of herbs and pills cascaded out like raindrops. These were treasures he had acquired during simulations. The manager's pupils contracted sharply, and he thought to himself, a storage ring. This is an incredibly rare item worth a fortune, only produced in special caverns. However, given Luo Xiao's capabilities, such a treasure seemed fitting for him. When the manager's eyes fell on the herbs, he couldn't help but gasp. Wow, these herbs are of the 5th and 6th tiers, and even some of the 7th tier. The most eye-catching was the 1,000-year snow lotus, a top-tier 7th-level herb, only found in rare icy caverns, with an immeasurable value. The manager quickly calculated that these items could be worth over 100 billion. Of course, Luo Xiao still held back one item, the Nirvana flower, as he needed it to save Xiaohe. As long as it wasn't used in reality, it could remain in his possession for future use. Colonel Luo, these items are incredibly valuable. I need to report to headquarters to determine a price, but rest assured, once the price is set, the funds will be transferred immediately, the manager explained hastily. Luo Xiao nodded in understanding. Go ahead and report it. I'm in no rush. With that, he sat on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. The manager quickly contacted the Huaxiao Mall headquarters. Soon, a martial expert appeared via video to personally appraise the items. This expert examined each herb closely and remarked, these herbs are of excellent quality, as if freshly picked. We can offer a maximum purchase price of 198 billion. How about we round it up to 200 billion? Brother Luo, does this price work for you? Luo Xiao gave a slight nod. That's acceptable, but I'd like to use 100 billion of it to purchase body strengthening and source-enhancing pills, preferably high-quality ones above the 7th tier. Do you have any recommendations? Though he had considered exchanging everything for beast cores, which would convert to about 30 million simulation points, he realized that a purple or higher talent could require tens of billions, even hundreds of billions of simulation points. Gathering such an amount quickly was impossible. Instead, exchanging for pills to rapidly enhance his strength in simulations was the more urgent need. The martial expert was slightly surprised. Oh, you want to exchange it all for pills? As soon as Luo Xiao finished speaking, the martial master across from him furrowed his brow, his expression becoming serious. There shouldn't be none, right? Luo Xiao couldn't help but ask in response to the look. Of course not. The martial master shook his head. Our Huaxiao Mall has plenty of 9th-tier pills, let alone 7th-tier ones. But, young friend, he paused, his tone carrying a hint of concern. To be honest, taking too many of these pills isn't good for your body. If pill toxins accumulate to a certain extent, your talent will be damaged, and even the most advanced technology can't eliminate such toxins. A hint of worry flickered in the martial master's eyes. Luo Xiao, you're not exactly young anymore. I don't want your talent to be harmed because of pill toxins. Hearing the concern in the martial master's words, Luo Xiao felt a warmth in his heart, but quickly explained, Don't worry, senior. I just have some friends who need them. They've helped me a lot in the past, and I'm planning to repay them. The martial master relaxed slightly upon hearing this. That's fine then. He pondered for a moment before continuing. As it happens, the Imperial Capital Mall recently received a batch of high-quality pills personally refined by Master Guy. These pills are exceptional, all top grade among the 7th tier. At this point, the martial master's tone turned serious. However, they're a bit pricey, and your money can only buy one of each type. You know, high-quality pills are hard to come by, especially top-grade 7th tier ones. Even Huaxiao Mall doesn't always have them in stock. He looked at Luo Xiao and said solemnly, This price is your VIP rate. For others, it's at least 30 billion. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao's eyes lit up. Great stuff. I'll take 2 of each type. I have 20 billion here. Please have them delivered immediately, as I need them urgently. The martial master nodded. All right. For items at this price, Huaxiao Mall uses supersonic jets for delivery, and I will escort them personally. They will definitely arrive within 5 hours. You can just wait at home. Thank you very much, senior. Luo Xiao said gratefully. Back home, Luo Xiao thought for a moment and decided to rest. He hadn't had a good rest in days, so he took this opportunity to catch up on sleep. Time flew by, and more than 4 hours passed quickly. Rumble. The deafening roar of a jet engine jolted Luo Xiao awake from his sleep. The surrounding residents were also startled by the sudden noise and were about to curse when they were left dumbfounded by the sight before them. A massive jet, several hundred meters long, hovered above the neighborhood, with the Huaxiao Mall logo clearly visible on its body. Soon, an elderly man with a floating briefcase descended from the sky, landing steadily on Luo Xiao's balcony. Ha ha ha, nice to see you again, young Luo. The elder was none other than Wu Zun, Mr. Zhou, from Huaxia Mall. Sorry to trouble you, senior. Luo Xiao said with a smile. It's no trouble, just doing my duty. Mr. Zhou stroked his beard and smiled. Here are the pills you wanted. Check if they're correct. If everything's fine, I'll be on my way. With that, he pointed with his right hand, and the briefcase landed right at Luo Xiao's feet. Luo Xiao didn't hesitate and placed his hand on the fingerprint scanner of the briefcase. The safe emitted a crisp click and sprang open instantly. Luo Xiao held his breath, focusing his gaze on the 4 pills carefully stored in a crystal box. These pills were crystal clear, almost transparent, clearly extraordinary. Knowledge about the quality of pills flashed through Luo Xiao's mind. From the lowest grade of waste to the legendary perfect quality, they were categorized as waste, qualified, excellent, superior, and perfect. Waste was black, with 90% being pill poison, making it easy to get poisoned. Qualified was gray, with reduced but still present poison. Excellent began to show a crystalline quality. Superior was even more transparent, with minimal impurities, and the legendary perfect quality was pure transparency, free of pill poison. The 4 pills before him were undoubtedly of perfect quality, and Luo Xiao felt a surge of excitement. He quickly stored the pills in his system space, a magical space with vast capacity that allowed him to carry items and simulations, crucial for his rapid growth. At that moment, old Zhou hurriedly bid farewell. Everything's correct. I'll be off then. With that, he soared into the air, rushing towards the spaceship. Luo Xiao watched old Zhou depart, raising an eyebrow. He was surprised to realize that old Zhou was a legendary mentalist, an incredibly powerful profession capable of manipulating soul-generated mental power to cause terrifying physical attacks. At the same level, a mentalist could almost instantly defeat a warrior because they could split their mental power into dozens of channels, each with equivalent power, attacking an opponent's weak points from any angle. Thinking about his slow progress in mental power, Luo Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. My mental power has always increased slowly. I wonder when I'll gain a soul-related talent. He speculated that it might take until the 3rd simulation to have a chance. Shaking his head, Luo Xiao focused on his current task. Without hesitation, he initiated a new simulation. The system notification sounded, ding. Intermediate simulation activated. Please choose one of the following talents as your initial talent. A series of talent options appeared before him, ranging from green to purple, each with its unique abilities and requirements. Luo Xiao carefully examined each option, weighing the pros and cons, preparing to make his choice. Luo Xiao gazed at the flashing talent options on the system interface and couldn't help but stroke his chin, a hint of excitement gleaming in his eyes. The words, Alchemy Prodigy, seemed to dance before him, quickening his heartbeat. Images rapidly flashed through his mind. The awkward scenes of frequently selling herbs to exchange for pills and the embarrassment of being unable to explain their origins. Suddenly, a brilliant idea exploded in his mind. With the art of alchemy, I can exploit the simulation's glitches to create any pill. Luo Xiao muttered excitedly to himself. Even if I fail, I can spend 1,000 simulation points to try again. If I succeed, the herbs in the real world remain. This thought left Luo Xiao astounded by his own cleverness. He delved deeper into his thoughts, realizing that Alchemy Prodigy could not only enhance the quality of pills, but also elevate defective products to acceptable levels, and even transform high-grade ones into legendary perfect quality. Pills of perfect quality won't cause pill toxicity, no matter how many are consumed, nor will they damage one's talent, Luo Xiao murmured, his eyes shining with excitement. This is absolutely a divine-level talent. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Xiao decisively chose Alchemy Prodigy and allocated all his free attribute points to his constitution. The system's notification sounded promptly, announcing the successful talent selection and point allocation. Luo Xiao quickly checked his initial attributes. Body 710,000, Soul 9,999, Vitality 600,000, Comprehension 60, Constitution 80, Luck 130, Appearance 10. The simulation officially began, consuming 1,001,000 simulation points. On the first day, Luo Xiao discovered he had traversed into an unfamiliar world. He examined the system space and found only 2 7-turn origin pills and 2 7-turn blood pills. He immediately took out a blood pill and began the process of absorption and cultivation. The 7-turn blood pill, a mid-tier 7th-grade pill, contained abundant and gentle medicinal power. 3 days later, after consuming the first blood pill, his body value increased to 830,000, crossing an entire realm. Thrilled, Luo Xiao continued to absorb the remaining pills. 10 days later, all the pills were fully absorbed. His body value soared to 950,000, and his vitality reached 850,000. Luo Xiao suddenly realized that the vitality in this world was equivalent to this source energy in his original world, or what other worlds might call spiritual energy. But now, Enhancing his alchemy skills was his top priority. The astonishing effects of these pills made him acutely aware of their immense potential. With his talent and over 130 luck, Luo Xiao believed he could become a walking pill-making machine. In this world, the most formidable place for alchemy was the Danfeng of the Xinwu sect. It was said that Danfeng originated from the medicine pavilion created by the daughter of the martial ancestor. With the support of the Xinwu sect, the Xinwu Dan sect had become the most powerful pill sanctuary on the entire Xinwu continent, even boasting a 7th-grade supreme alchemy master. Without hesitation, you set off westward on a journey to find the Xinwu sect. During the 3-month journey, you were quite fortunate, acquiring several rare 6th-grade superior herbs. While the giant python and dragon fruit once piqued your interest, now, 6th-grade inferior herbs no longer surprise you, as you easily find even better specimens. Upon reaching the Xinwu sect, you are greeted by a breathtaking landscape surrounded by mountains. 18 majestic peaks stand tall, each representing a different path of cultivation. Martial Peak, Sword Peak, Blade Peak, Pill Peak, Artifact Peak, Beast Taming Peak, and others, covering various powerful auxiliary professions and martial arts. Sword Peak is the most powerful branch of the Xinwu sect, not only because the current sect leader, Luo Xiao, was once the head of Sword Peak, but also because the martial ancestor is revered as the founder of swordsmanship. Your arrival coincides perfectly with the Xinwu sect's Onsenatacade disciple recruitment ceremony. Although your strength is among the top, capable of challenging the pinnacle of martial arts, your goal this time is to study the pill path, not to showcase your strength. To avoid unnecessary trouble, you cleverly use your green talent concealment to hide your realm at the 5th-grade martial king level. This talent's beauty lies in the fact that only those stronger than you can detect your true realm, and in the entire Xinwu sect, only Luo Xiao has that ability. 5 days later, the recruitment ceremony officially begins. As the most powerful sect in the cultivation world, the Xinwu sect has extremely strict selection criteria. Children under 10 only need to test their bone structure, while those over 10 must be assessed on strength, age, and bone structure, ultimately being classified into 4 talent levels: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. Only those with medium talent can become outer disciples. Superior and exceptional talents can directly enter the inner sect, and exceptional talents have the potential to quickly rise to core disciples. You participate in the test with a bone age of 20 and a 5th-grade martial king realm. The examiners carefully check the poison content in your core, finding it minimal, and coupled with your outstanding bone structure, they immediately rate you as having exceptional talent. Elders from multiple peaks compete to invite you to join, but you choose the seemingly most unsuitable Pill Peak. Initially puzzled, the Pill Peak elder is overjoyed when you display your powerful flame talent, promising to promote you to core disciple within 3 years. At this moment, a young woman with exceptional talent also causes a stir. At just 18, she has already reached the 5th level of Martial King without ever taking pills. Several peak leaders vie for her, but to everyone's surprise, she also chooses to join Pill Peak. This decision brings a broad smile to the Pill Peak elder's face, while the other peak elders cannot hide their disappointment. The 2 exceptionally talented newcomers have both joined Danfeng, leading many to speculate whether Danfeng might emerge as the strongest in the next sect competition. However, this has nothing to do with you. After successfully joining Danfeng, you finally learn the name of the young girl Zhao Shuiying. As fellow holders of extraordinary talents, you are soon summoned by the Peak Master. Yet, the moment you see the Peak Master, you are thunderstruck, your whole body trembling. Ruoshi, you murmur incredulously. The Peak Master bears a striking resemblance to your beloved from a past life, Li Ruoshi. The Peak Master is not Li Ruoshi but Luo Xiao, a member of the Xinwu Luo family. Her seniority surpasses even Luo Xiao by several generations, but due to her lineage, she must still show respect to Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao was the most gifted in alchemy among her generation of Luo family disciples. In her early 30s, she had already reached the level of a 6th-tier top-tier alchemist, and her cultivation had reached the 1st level of martial sovereign. Such talent was exceptional among the younger generation. Unfortunately, being a woman with interests solely in alchemy, she had no influence on the Luo family's main lineage. Otherwise, even Luo Xiao, Luo Qingtian's son, who was a few years older than her, would not have been worthy of carrying her shoes. Because the position of Peak Master is typically held by the elite of the middle generation, Luo Xiao became the Peak Master of Danfeng, while the older generation went on to become elders of the Xinwu sect. Luo Xiao ultimately decided to personally take you and Zhao Shuiying as her disciples, teaching you the art of alchemy. Despite being taken as a disciple by a descendant from thousands of years into the future, you find nothing inappropriate about it. After all, Luo Xiao resembles Li Ruoshi too much. Curiously, Luo Xiao also finds you oddly familiar, as if she has seen you somewhere before, and she feels no aversion towards you. On the 5th day in the sect, Luo Xiao begins to teach both of you. Before officially starting, she asks you to introduce your current level in alchemy. The Xinwu sect does not prioritize previous tutelage when recruiting disciples. As long as one has enough talent, they can join, a tradition established by the martial ancestor. This tradition allowed you to join the Xinwu sect, making you thankful for your wise decision. Zhao Shuiying hails from a family renowned for alchemy, being the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, and she is already a fifth-tier alchemist at a young age. Luo Xiao is extremely pleased with this. When it is your turn, you reluctantly admit that you have never studied alchemy, only that you are very interested in it. This statement leaves both Zhao Shuiying and Luo Xiao stunned. Your talent, combined with your fire spirit body, makes your combat prowess exceptionally strong. They assumed you would be equally gifted in alchemy, only to find out you had never been exposed to it. Luo Xiao, feeling helpless, suggests you might consider switching peaks to focus on martial arts. However, you remain steadfast, unwilling to change your original intent. Seeing your determination, Luo Xiao has no choice but to start teaching you from the basics. She takes you and Zhao Shuiying to her alchemy room, first giving you some introductory books on alchemy for self-study, while she guides Zhao Shuiying in crafting a mid-tier 5th-level elixir. You are not bothered by this and quietly settle into a corner, immersing yourself in the books. You open several introductory books, which contain detailed information about the basics of alchemy, essentially providing a step-by-step guide. Using your photographic memory ability, you absorb all the knowledge required to craft first-tier pills in just over an hour. With your innate talent in alchemy, you feel confident that you've mastered the techniques for creating first-tier pills. Noticing the two others still focused on their alchemy, you quietly approach the shelf of ingredients and select some first-tier materials. Moving to a corner, you wave your hand, and a fiery red cauldron materializes from the flames. Carefully, you place the ingredients into the cauldron, following the methods you've learned, and begin your first attempt at pill making. As the process unfolds, you continuously recall the knowledge from the books and integrate your own understanding. To your delight, the entire procedure goes smoothly without any mishaps. After about 10 minutes, you slowly extinguish the flames, and a crystalline pill emerges from the fire, which you effortlessly catch. Upon closer inspection, you are surprised to find that it is a near-premium grade pill. Thanks to your innate ability, it has reached a near-perfect level. The pill's translucent quality fills you with a sense of accomplishment. You ponder that if it weren't for a few hand gestures that you didn't execute perfectly, you might have produced a premium pill, which could have been perfected by your innate ability. However, instead of redoing the process, you casually place the pill on a tray nearby. Then, you take out materials for a second-tier pill and start a new round of crafting. With the experience from your first attempt, your movements are more relaxed, and your control over the flame's intensity is more precise. By slightly increasing the temperature, the process for the second-tier pill is even faster than the first-tier one. In just 7 to 8 minutes, you succeed. This time, you produce a premium pill, which, with the additional enhancement from your innate ability, reaches a perfect level. At this moment, you gain a new understanding of your talent. With 200 points in alchemical intuition and your own 60 points in total intuition, achieving such a feat is truly astonishing. Boosted by confidence, you decide to continue your efforts, this time opting for third-tier premium materials, embarking on a more challenging crafting process. Meanwhile, after over an hour of effort, Zhao Shuiying successfully crafts a 5th-tier mid-grade pill. Luo Xiao praises the pill, suggesting that Zhao Shuiying's future achievements in alchemy might surpass her own. Overjoyed by the compliment, Zhao Shuiying is elated. However, at that moment, they both notice you deeply focused on crafting a third-tier premium pill. They are stunned by the sight. Your fluid and adept movements cause Luo Xiao to frown, suspecting that your previous claim of not knowing how to craft pills was deceptive. She is filled with questions. Why did you do that? If you chose to hide your skills, why reveal them now? Amidst Luo Xiao's swirling thoughts, Zhao Shuiying suddenly exclaims, "A perfect grade pill." Luo Xiao looks over and sees 2 pills on a nearby tray, with the second-tier pill being the legendary perfect quality. This discovery leaves Luo Xiao utterly shocked. Even though it is only a second-tier perfect grade pill, she herself cannot currently produce one. Perfect, as the name suggests, means flawless, without even a hint of pill toxins. She could craft a third-tier nearly perfect elixir, a rare gem that is almost flawless but still carries a trace of toxicity. This minor imperfection, insignificant even if 100 were consumed compared to a single qualified elixir's toxicity, created a chasm between her and true perfection. At this moment, witnessing a perfect elixir with her own eyes stirred a storm of emotions within her. In the entire Xinwu sect and the broader cultivation world, only her master, Dan Xuanzith, most powerful 7th-tier grandmaster of elixir making, could craft a perfect elixir. Even then, Dan Xuanzi could only barely produce a second-tier perfect elixir, and not with guaranteed success each time. Zhao Shuiying, hailing from a family of elixir makers with a 7th-tier elixir master in residence, understood the rarity of a perfect elixir. Like Luo Xiao, she was struck speechless with shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they watched your every move intently. However, when they observed your elixir-making technique, they were even more astonished. Your actions seemed rough, yet every move was precise, ensuring the elixir formed stably in the furnace. In an instant, the words unparalleled talent flashed in their minds. Even a 7th-tier grandmaster would find it challenging to produce a 2nd-tier perfect elixir with such seemingly crude methods. Yet, you achieved it effortlessly, which could only be attributed to innate talent. With systematic training and mastery of refined techniques, your elixir-making skills would undoubtedly soar. After a half-hour battle, a crystal-clear elixir finally emerged in your hand. Although this was only your 3rd attempt at elixir making, and you directly tackled a 3rd-tier challenge, you produced a nearly premium elixir. With the enhancement of your skills, it reached a nearly perfect level, with the trace of toxicity almost undetectable. Witnessing this scene, Luo Xiao was overwhelmed with excitement. In contrast, Zhao Shuiying felt deeply discouraged, as her 10 years of hard study paled in comparison to your initial attempt. Luo Xiao's previous praises now seemed particularly grating. Seeing the two absorbed in observation, you seized the opportunity to ask some questions. These were the most basic of basics, not even noted in the books Luo Xiao provided. Luo Xiao was astonished. You had indeed crafted a 3rd-tier nearly perfect elixir with just a few introductory books, which was an incredible testament to your talent. She quickly clarified your doubts and handed you a stack of basic and advanced books. You eagerly devoured them, and over the next few hours, Luo Xiao guided Zhao Shuiying in elixir making while answering your questions. You memorized all the books with astonishing speed, your photographic memory leaving Luo Xiao in awe once more. Many of these books were her own writings, never taught to anyone else, yet you could recite them flawlessly. With such a short time to fully absorb the knowledge, her doubts about whether this was truly your first time making elixirs nearly vanished. Finally, as the 4th hour concluded and night fell, you had absorbed all the knowledge. You decided to challenge crafting a 4th-tier premium elixir. Hearing this, Luo Xiao was overwhelmed with excitement. Zhao Shuiying decisively abandoned the half-finished elixir she was working on and chose to blow up the furnace. Her eager eyes fixated on you, filled with anticipation. You gave a helpless smile, then retrieved the ingredients for a top-grade 4th-tier elixir from the shelf. After carefully sorting the materials, you took a deep breath and struck the air with your palm. With a loud boom, a towering 10-meter-high alchemical furnace emerged from the violent flames, which began to blaze fiercely. The terrifying power of the fire made Zhao Shuiying's expression change slightly. She thought to herself that although her cultivation level was stronger than yours, if it came to a fight, she might be instantly defeated by you. Luo Xiao was even more astonished, realizing that your fire spirit body had surpassed the level of Situ Finshan, one of the top 10 powerhouses and the former master of the mysterious peak of Shenwu sect. Luo Xiao secretly resolved that you must hide your talent well. She worried that if Situ, who was over 400 years old and had yet to produce an heir, discovered you, he would stop at nothing to seize you. Unfazed by the reactions around you, you focused on adding the ingredients to the flames one by one. After several hours of guidance from Luo Xiao, you had become much more skilled and precise in your alchemy techniques, handling the process with ease. Finding no major issues, you decided to speed up the process. This made Luo Xiao's breath quicken, fearing you might fail. However, once again, you exceeded her expectations as the process became even smoother with increased speed. In just half an hour, a crystal-clear elixir flew out of the furnace. Holding it in your hand, you were pleasantly surprised to find that it was a perfectly crafted 4th-tier elixir, far exceeding your expectations. Luo Xiao and Zhao Shuiying were stunned. A perfect 4th-tier elixir had not appeared on the Shenwu continent for over 2,000 years. More astonishing was that at just 20 years old, you had achieved such a feat, with the potential to become a legendary god-level alchemist. Luo Xiao eagerly asked if you would be willing to sell the elixir as she wanted to study it. She offered an astronomical price of 30 million silver taels. This offer made Zhao Shuiying's face fall, as although the Zhao family could afford it, they couldn't outbid Luo Xiao's financial power. You were shocked by the price and agreed to sell without hesitation. However, you requested to exchange it for 7th-tier ingredients instead of money, which you could use once your alchemist level increased. Luo Xiao readily agreed, deciding to exchange 10 mid-grade 7th-tier ingredients with you. Although Luo Xiao got a good deal, her funds were limited. Despite the profits of her alchemical peak, most of the income was invested in developing and training new talent. After all, the cost of training alchemists was extremely high, and ordinary families couldn't afford it. Even with massive investment, there was no guarantee of producing outstanding alchemists. You were satisfied with the deal, believing that exchanging a 4th-tier elixir for 7th-tier ingredients was a great bargain. Both parties reached an agreement, leaving everyone content. Seeing your agreement, Zhao Shuiying's eyes lit up with excitement. She spoke with a hint of shyness. Could you also make a perfect grade pill for me? I'm willing to pay 30 million silver or offer 10 7th-tier herbs as compensation. You chuckled inwardly, recognizing another potential client. However, you maintained a calm exterior and nodded in agreement. You began the alchemy process once more. The furnace roared, filling the air with a rich aroma, and half an hour later, another perfect-grade pill was presented before the crowd. Luo Xiao and Zhao Shuiying were stunned, standing as if struck by lightning. Achieving this perfection once might be luck, but doing it twice in a row was beyond their imagination. Luo Xiao gathered herself, her expression serious, as she pulled you aside and whispered, "Junior brother, your talent is astonishing. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I suggest you keep this ability under wraps for now. If word gets out, it might attract the attention of hostile forces or even the demonic sections." You shrugged nonchalantly, indicating you didn't mind. Your sole focus was on alchemy, and other matters were of no concern to you. In the following days, you hardly left the alchemy room, spending day and night honing your skills. Your progress was remarkable, and your alchemy skills improved rapidly. In the first month, you successfully crafted a 6th-tier low-grade pill. It wasn't perfect, but it was of high quality. You noticed that after reaching the 6th tier, your advancement in alchemy slowed somewhat. Despite this, your progress was still extraordinary compared to others. By this time, you had begun instructing Luo Xiao, and Zhao Shuiying had become your enthusiastic follower, observing your techniques closely every day. In the 4th month, you successfully crafted your first 6th-tier high-grade pill with excellent quality. In the 10th month, your achievements were once again astounding. Not only did you produce your first 6th-tier high-grade perfect pill, but you also managed to create a top-tier pill of excellent quality. Your alchemist rank had completely surpassed Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao shook her head with a wry smile, admitting, "I've been practicing alchemy for 30 years, yet I can't match your accomplishments in a single year. Meeting a genius like you, I can only concede." A year and a half later, you broke through again, successfully crafting your first 7th-tier low-grade pill and elevating its quality to a high standard. Meanwhile, your cultivation had already reached the peak of the martial emperor level, though it hadn't progressed in the past year. However, you weren't worried, knowing that the path of cultivation required patience and natural progress. 3 years flew by, and your alchemy skills had reached the high quality of the 7th-tier mid-grade level. You attempted to craft 7th-tier high-grade pills, and although they barely met the standard, you weren't discouraged. After all, producing a qualified 7th-tier high-grade pill was a rare achievement. During these years, you amassed a fortune of 2 billion silver through alchemy. However, you chose not to sell any perfect-grade pills due to their overwhelming impact. The consequences of letting 5th, 6th, or 7th-tier perfect-grade pills circulate were unpredictable. As a result, only your junior sister Zhao Shuiying and Luo Xiao were aware of your true alchemy prowess. Notably, Luo Xiao had started addressing you as senior brother, acknowledging that after her initial guidance, it was you who had been teaching her for the subsequent years. Under your careful tutelage, Luo Xiao successfully advanced to a 7th-tier, low-grade alchemist. She didn't hide this achievement, and soon, the news of the youngest 7th-tier low-grade alchemist on the divine martial continent spread across the land, causing a sensation. Achieving 7th-tier low-grade status by the age of 36 implied that her future ascent to 7th-tier top-grade was almost certain. Some even speculated that Luo Xiao might one day become a legendary divine-grade alchemist. However, only the three of you knew that Luo Xiao was actually the second youngest 7th-tier alchemist. Even more astonishing, under your guidance, Zhao Shuiying was also likely to reach the 7th-tier alchemist level before turning 36. Time flies, and before you know it, for years have passed since you joined the sect. Suddenly, the urgency of Xiao Hei's impending end of life hits you, driving you to immerse yourself in the study of alchemy day and night. A bold idea takes root in your mind to fuse multiple nirvana flowers and create a super potent nirvana pill, hoping to significantly enhance your talent and extend life. This is your only hope to save Xiao Hei. However, nirvana flowers are a top-grade 7th-tier medicinal ingredient, and crafting them is extremely challenging. You need to master the art of 7th-tier alchemy at an excellent or even superior level. With time running out, you feel the pressure weighing heavily on you. Although Luo Xiao doesn't know why you're working so hard, she decides to support you wholeheartedly. She changes her usual low-key approach and starts trading frequently with other peaks and sections. For any 7th-tier pill, she drastically reduces the crafting price, even for superior 7th-tier pills, as long as the sects provide the ingredients. This move causes a stir in the cultivation world. Many sects lacking 7th-tier alchemists are overjoyed because they no longer need to spend massive resources and favors to hire high-level alchemists. Over time, more people are surprised to find that the quality of Luo Xiao's pills is always excellent, with some even reaching the superior grade. Superior 7th-tier pills are top-notch in the alchemy world, and their appearance usually triggers fierce bidding wars. However, Luo Xiao's actions also draw the ire of some 7th-tier alchemy masters. They used to earn high rewards comfortably, But now they have to lower prices and improve service standards, or else they won't get orders, severely impacting their lifestyle. Soon, several powerful sects start pressuring Xinwu sect to restrain Luo Qingya's actions. Facing this pressure, Xinwu sect's leader Luo Qingtian responds with a single word: scram. His strong stance leaves the alchemy masters fuming but silent. Despite their usual respect and disregard for even the peak of martial sects, Luo Qingtian's status is something they dare not underestimate. As the leader of Xinwu sect and a descendant of the martial ancestor of Xinwu continent, his position is unparalleled. Along with his formidable combat skills and fiercely protective nature, these alchemy masters can only grumble quietly, never daring to openly oppose him. Hearing about Luo Qingtian's actions, you can't help but admire this descendant for his exceptional swordsmanship talent and unparalleled protectiveness. As a member of the Luo family, if they weren't united, they might have been forgotten by history. However, he seems a bit too harsh on his brother Luo Qingyun and nephew Luo Cheng. Despite knowing about these disputes, you are too absorbed in alchemy to pay attention. With abundant materials, your alchemy skills steadily improve. Finally, in the 5th year, you succeed in crafting a superior 7th-tier pill. Simultaneously, you consume 2 superior 7th-tier breaking boundary pills, successfully advancing to the 1st level of the martial sect. On this day, Luo Qingya finally unveiled the mystery of your true strength. Having been both a mentor and a friend to you over the years, she wasn't bothered by your initial secrecy. You candidly revealed that you had hidden your abilities in order to join Danfeng and study the art of alchemy. Luo Qingya chuckled softly, marveling at how you had become the strongest alchemist in the Xinwu sect. However, you shook your head, insisting that you wouldn't claim such a title until you successfully crafted a 7th-tier, top-grade elixir. 7 years passed swiftly. After 3 failed attempts, you finally succeeded in creating your first 7th-tier elixir of acceptable quality. With the system's enhancement, its quality was immediately elevated to excellent. You knew the time had come to craft the Nirvana pill, but 3 Nirvana flowers were far from sufficient. You decided to leave the sect in search of more Nirvana flowers. Upon learning of your plan, Luo Qingya insisted on accompanying you. Faced with her hopeful gaze, you reluctantly agreed. The next day, as you set off, Zhao Shuiying awoke groggily to find that her senior brother and master had left, leaving only a note that said, "Study hard and improve every day," leaving her feeling as if the sky had fallen. Leaving the Xinwu sect, you and Luo Qingya first headed to the nearest northernmost region. Following a familiar route, you quickly found the towering ancient tree. The giant bird perched on it scrutinized you, but did not attack. Luo Qingya astutely observed the reason. The bird had recently laid eggs, and with its young in the nest, it was wary of engaging in a fight that might endanger them. Realizing this, you cautiously approached the tree, picked a Nirvana flower, and swiftly departed. 3 months later, you arrived at the eastern continent. This independent land was home to a race of short-statured people, reminding you of a similarly small race on Earth, which filled you with disdain. As you passed through the imperial capital, intending to head to a nearby volcano in search of Nirvana flowers, an unexpected event occurred. The son of the emperor was captivated by Luo Qingya's youthful appearance and ordered his men to abduct her. Already harboring a dislike for this race, your anger surged. In an instant, you defeated all the attackers. Witnessing your terrifying intent to kill for the first time, Luo Qingya blushed, realizing you acted to protect her, and felt a secret joy in her heart. Unaware of Luo Qingya's reaction, you quickly led her away from the scene. However, the death of the emperor's son at his own doorstep sent shockwaves throughout the eastern continent. Enraged, the emperor ordered a manhunt for both of you. Just as the army scoured the land for your whereabouts, a major event suddenly occurred, drastically altering the situation. The mountain of the Eastern Polar Dynasty suddenly erupted, spewing molten lava like a fiery dragon ascending to the skies. Billowing volcanic ash spread rapidly in all directions, shrouding the imperial capital in a dark haze. The emperor, unable to avenge his 72nd son, hurriedly fled with his family in a panic. However, the disaster was just beginning. Shortly after escaping the capital, a chilling scene unfolded before them. A giant serpent, stretching 1,000 meters long, surged from the volcano's mouth, engaging in a fierce battle with a young man. The serpent's power was astonishing, reaching the peak of the 7th tier, a match even formidable martial experts would struggle against. Yet, shockingly, the battle lasted less than a minute. The young man suddenly unleashed a terrifying killing intent, and with a single strike, the monstrous serpent was cleaved in two. The Eastern Polar Emperor was left dumbfounded. Soon after, an even more frightening revelation came. The powerful individual they had been hunting was the very one who slew the serpent. The emperor was petrified, urging his men to flee as he realized he was no match for such a formidable existence, despite being a martial artist of the 5th heavenly realm. Having obtained the Nirvana flower, you left the Eastern Polar continent with Luo Qingya. Your display of incredible power left Luo Qingya both shocked and exhilarated. She speculated in disbelief that with your current combat strength, you might even rival Luo Qingtian. Hearing this, you couldn't help but recall Luo Qingtian's martial prowess at the peak of his realm, his triple sword intent, combined with the supreme seventh-tier martial skills. You raised an eyebrow, thinking it might indeed be comparable. After all, you possess innate abilities like enhanced strength, speed, and defense, along with the deadly intent, giving you a fair chance. However, you remained cautious, unsure if Luo Qingtian had any hidden aces up his sleeve. Now, you have gathered 5 nirvana flowers. Adding the one on Shinwu Mountain, that would make 6. You feel this should be sufficient, and with Xiao Hei's life nearing its end, with just over a year left, neither of you can afford to wait. With this in mind, you decide to head to Shinwu Mountain with Luo Qingya. 2 months later, you finally arrive. Luo Qingya is astonished to find the site matches the descriptions in the Luo family records exactly. You calmly tell her this is Shinwu Mountain. Luo Qingya is immediately taken aback, knowing that the mythical beast god Black Moon resides here, said to be the pet of the legendary martial ancestor. If they provoke it, escape might be impossible. Yet, you remain unfazed, climbing the mountain with familiarity. Luo Qingya bites her lip, reluctantly following behind. Soon, you reach the former Shinwu Mountain villa. Taking in the dilapidated scene before you, you take a deep breath and step inside without hesitation. Soon enough, you find the graves of your past self and Li Ruoxi. Seeing the martial ancestor's grave, Luo Qingya is too shocked to speak, quickly paying her respects. You stand silently, offering no words. At that moment, a deep growl echoes from the distant forest. A suffocating aura envelopes the entire Shinwu Mountain. Then, an aged black wolf emerges slowly from the woods. Upon seeing Luo Qingya, its pupils contract sharply. It seems to see the likeness of its mistress, young Li Ruoxi, in her. Luo Qingya swallows hard, cautiously hiding behind you. Just then, you grasp the void, and the meteorite knife embryo slowly appears in your hand. This sight causes Black Moon's eyes to flicker intensely. You look at your once old friend and softly say, Xiao Hei, we meet again. You smile gently, your gaze soft as you look at Luo Qingya and Black Moon. Your words are like a bolt of lightning, causing both of their expressions to change dramatically. Luo Qingya is shocked by your boldness in speaking so directly to Black Moon, while Black Moon is astonished by the way you address it, a manner of address traditionally reserved only for its master and mistress. You slowly walk up to Xiao Hei, extending your hand to gently stroke its aged form. Perhaps out of deep longing, Black Moon lowers its head, allowing you to caress it. This scene leaves Luo Qingya utterly stunned. The legendary demon Emperor Black Moon, which not even 5 peak martial masters could defeat, is now calmly accepting your touch. This is undoubtedly the most sensational news across the entire Shinwu continent. Deciding not to hide any longer, you softly ask, do you believe in reincarnation? This question shocks both Black Moon and Luo Qingya once more. Ignoring their reactions, you begin to narrate. In your tale, which balances truth and fiction, you reveal that you are the reincarnation of Luo Wuwei, and you recount the past involving Black Moon, Luo Wuwei, and Li Ruoxi in detail. Luo Qingya listens in a daze, suddenly realizing that you are the reincarnation of her ancestor. This realization stirs her heart with pain, as she now understands that she has developed a unique affection for you. For the first time in her life, she experiences romantic feelings for someone, only to discover that this person is her ancestor, a complex emotion that leaves her inner world in turmoil. Strangely, while listening to your story, Luo Qingya feels a sense of familiarity, as if she has experienced these events herself. She chuckles at herself, thinking it might be due to her deep involvement in the story, unconsciously placing herself in it. The simulation proceeds rapidly. Luo Xiao observes his own rapid increase in power with both delight and confusion. Luo Qingya's appearance leaves him completely bewildered. She looks exactly like Li Ruoxi. Though she is a descendant, the resemblance seems too coincidental. What confounds him even more is Luo Qingya's familiarity with the history between him and Li Ruoxi. Understanding the nature of the system, Luo Xiao feels overwhelmed. Oh man, could Luo Qingya be Li Ruoxi's reincarnation? System, don't mess with me. This is insane. Last time, the simulation made Li Ruoxi my sister, and now this. Luo Xiao is at a loss for words, but the system remains indifferent, continuing the simulation. Upon learning your identity, Black Moon is skeptical, yet shows great affection towards Li Ruoxi, as she looks exactly like its former mistress, down to the smallest details like the positions of certain moles. This makes Black Moon suspect that Li Ruoxi might indeed be the reincarnation of its mistress. However, you have no time to ponder these matters, as your immediate priority is to harvest the nirvana flowers from your own grave for alchemy. With a wave of your hand, a colossal flame cauldron, dozens of meters tall, materializes and settles steadily in the center of Shinwu Villa. You begin to place the nirvana flowers, along with some recently found herbs that enhance vitality and extend lifespan, into the cauldron. This time, you are particularly focused and meticulous. Seeing your seriousness, Luo Qingya silently stands by your side, guarding you as you work. Yu lay beside the two of you, feeling as if it had returned to its childhood. Luo Wuwei focused on his cultivation while Li Ruoxi quietly kept watch, and Yu nestled by her side. This warmth gently lulled Yu into sleep. Xiao, wake up, it's time to eat. A familiar call pierced through time. Yu joyfully opened its eyes, expecting a meal prepared by its master. However, what it saw was your face and that of Luo Qingya. In an instant, reality flooded back. The master had been gone for thousands of years. Yet, it seemed as if he was right there again. You took out the meticulously crafted nirvana pill, which, due to your intense focus, had reached the 7th tier supreme quality. Enhanced by innate talent, it was elevated to a 7th tier perfect grade pill. The moment it emerged, both you and Luo Qingya were astonished. When Luo Qingya learned this precious pill was for Yu, she was even more amazed. At that moment, she fully believed in your identity, the reincarnation of the martial ancestor. To possess such terrifying strength and alchemical talent in your 20s, and to treat the demon emperor Yu with such generosity, who else could you be but the martial ancestor reborn? At this moment, Yu saw the shadow of Luo Wuwei in you, and its clouded eyes gradually moistened. Silly dog, why are you crying? Hurry up and eat it to break through, you said, tossing the nirvana pill. The pill sliced through the air, landing directly in Yu's mouth. Unpretentious, Yu closed its eyes and began to refine it with care. In no time, an invisible force enveloped Yu. The pill's violent energy surged through its body like a torrent, expelling impurities. The transformative power of the nirvana pill began to manifest, cleansing Yu's being. A single nirvana flower could repair a martial lord's ruined dantian, enhance constitution and cultivation talent, and even rejuvenate and extend life. This pill, infused with 6 nirvana flowers and numerous 7th tier supreme herbs, had reached the pinnacle of potency. Yu's fur and flesh rapidly healed under the pill's influence, its once aged appearance rejuvenating. Simultaneously, a formidable energy was brewing within, growing ever stronger. Suddenly, Yu's eyes snapped open. Endless dark energy enveloped its body. In the next moment, Yu howled skyward. A woo! The earth-shattering wolf's howl echoed for hundreds of kilometers, its terrifying pressure instantly spreading. Even you felt suffocated, quickly deploying your slaughter intent to shield yourself and Luo Qingya. Yu's power continued to surge wildly, and its once shrunken and frail body began to expand rapidly. In a flash, a grand and magnificent black demon wolf stood upon the earth. Its size grew swiftly, reaching an imposing height of 300 meters and a length of 500 meters. This colossal form, merely standing there, exuded an unparalleled sense of dominance. This was the true form of the demon emperor Yu. Under Luo Qingya's watchful gaze, Yu's form slowly transformed. The massive body seemed to be kneaded by an invisible hand, quickly shrinking to the size of an ordinary black wolf. Yet, the occasional surge of black energy in its eyes hinted at its extraordinary nature. Luo Xiao was surprised to discover that Xiao He had ascended to the 8th tier, reaching the realm of the Divine Martial. This level was legendary on the Divine Martial continent. Yet, this sole Divine Martial realm creature on the continent now behaved like a playful pet, excitedly nuzzling against Luo Xiao and Luo Qingya's legs. Ha ha ha, Xiao He, congratulations on your rebirth. Luo Xiao genuinely rejoiced for Xiao He. He calculated that, considering the lifespan of an 8th tier beast in the real world, Xiao He could live for at least another 3,000 years. Given that Xiao He was already over 3,000 years old, this breakthrough might extend its life by several hundred more years. Luo Xiao pondered silently. With the system's help, even with just a few years, he was confident he could craft 9th, 10th, or even 11th tier pills to elevate Xiao He's level. Of course, the prerequisite was being able to take Xiao He out of this world. He secretly hoped the system would be more supportive. At that moment, the system's notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Beast Companion. Yu, 8th tier, 1 star. Rating, 8 stars. Luo Xiao was astounded. A 5-star rating was already at the 8th tier. What did an 8-star rating signify? Was it the 10th tier, or even higher? However, as the most powerful being on the Divine Martial continent, Xiao He's power after the breakthrough was undoubtedly more terrifying. Luo Xiao couldn't help but think of Luo Qingtian, always feeling that the boy's strength was unfathomable. But now, these thoughts weren't the most important. The system's notification suggested that Xiao He might be taken out of this world as a reward, which comforted Luo Xiao, knowing his efforts hadn't been in vain. With Xiao He's recovery, Luo Xiao felt this simulation was perfect. He decided to settle down here, focus on enhancing his strength, and avoid any further conflicts. Upon hearing this decision, Luo Qingya immediately expressed her desire to stay as well. Yue seemed very pleased, but Luo Xiao found himself in a dilemma. Luo Qingya's resemblance to Li Ruoxi made him worry about stirring up old feelings, and it was clear she had a fondness for him. After much thought, Luo Xiao decided to return to the divine martial sect first. He realized he was still young, and the idea of seclusion could wait. Luo Qingya and Yue had no objections to this plan. Before leaving Divine Martial Mountain, Luo Xiao retrieved and stored 2 mutated meteoric iron blade blanks. He contemplated the possibility of having them forged into unparalleled weapons by a master craftsman in the future. However, he quickly realized that even the most powerful smith today couldn't handle such a task. Perhaps only when his simulated self acquired the talent of a crafting prodigy could he personally take on the challenge. With that, Luo Xiao and his companions left Divine Martial Mountain, embarking on their journey back to the Divine Martial Sect. However, when you returned to the Shinwu sect, a shocking piece of news swept through the sect like a storm. Sect Master Luo Qingtian had brutally beaten Luo Qingshan, the head of the Wanbao Pavilion, and his son, and hung them at the sect's entrance for public display. Hearing this, you couldn't help but furrow your brow. Luo Qingtian's actions seemed excessively harsh. Why would brothers be driven to such extremes? A bold speculation crossed your mind. Could it be that Luo Nianzu's talent had been restored, and Luo Qingtian felt threatened, prompting such an explosive reaction? But then you considered, without your Nirvana flower, who would dare to help them? As you pondered, Luo Qingya's reaction took you by surprise. Instead of showing any sympathy, she seemed pleased, even remarking that Luo Qingtian had finally taken action. Her words left you even more perplexed, as you never thought of Luo Qingya as someone who would support wrongdoing. Full of questions, you quickly asked Luo Qingya for the reason. When the truth emerged, you were taken aback to realize you had been deceived by Luo Qingshan. In the version of events Luo Qingshan had described to you, Luo Nianzu was envied by Luo Cheng and Luo Qingtian for his exceptional talent and was ultimately crippled. Meanwhile, Luo Qingshan claimed he had even greater talent back in the day, but was suppressed by Luo Qingtian's evil practices and eventually pushed out of the sect, leading him to establish the Wanbao Pavilion. However, the truth was starkly different from Luo Qingshan's tale. The real victims were Luo Qingtian and his son. It turned out that when Luo Qingshan and Luo Qingtian began their martial training, Luo Qingtian quickly demonstrated extraordinary talent. By the age of 18, he had already comprehended the 2nd level of sword intent and reached the 3rd level of the martial emperor realm. Such talent earned him the reputation of being the reincarnation of the martial ancestor throughout the Shinwu continent. Hearing this, Luo Qingya couldn't help but chuckle at you, and you couldn't help but twitch your lips. A person with such exceptional talent naturally became the focus of attention and praise. However, despite his extraordinary gifts, Luo Qingtian was humble and kind to everyone in the Luo family, both the main and branch families, especially his younger brother Luo Qingshan. As for Luo Qingshan, he was also a prodigy of his generation but was always slightly overshadowed by Luo Qingtian. This wasn't due to an age gap, but rather because of inherent talent. After being suppressed for decades, Luo Qingshan's character gradually twisted. Ultimately, driven by jealousy, he secretly poisoned Luo Qingtian with a deadly toxin meant to end his lineage. Fortunately, their father, Luo Yuntian, the then sect master, discovered the plot in time. Unfortunately, it was too late. Luo Qingtian's body was severely damaged, and his talent was significantly impaired. Otherwise, he might have broken through to levels beyond the Shinwu realm. Even so, despite the damage, Luo Qingtian remained an unparalleled prodigy. In a fit of rage, Luo Yuntian intended to execute Luo Qingshan as a warning to others. However, at Luo Qingtian's earnest plea, and because Luo Qingtian's childhood sweetheart unexpectedly became pregnant, ensuring his lineage continued, Luo Yuntian reluctantly suppressed his urge to kill. After all, blood is thicker than water, and Luo Qingshan's talent was indeed remarkable. Ultimately, Luo Qingshan was expelled from the sect and assigned to manage the sect's Wanbao Pavilion, which, incidentally, was originally a Shinwu sect asset. For over a decade, Luo Qingshan managed the Wanbao Pavilion, his power and ambition growing day by day. Over the years, he secretly infiltrated the Wanbao Pavilion, placing his confidence in key positions. Finally, on the day the old sect master Luo Yuntian announced that the sect master position would pass to Luo Qingtian, Luo Qingshan, and all the branches of the Wanbao Pavilion simultaneously declared their separation from the Shinwu sect. This earth-shattering news shocked the entire cultivation world. The Shinwu sect was furious, and Luo Qingtian never expected his own brother to target the sect's most vital asset, leaving him enraged. He personally took action to discipline Luo Qingshan. That day was marked as Luo Qingshan's day of suffering, as he was beaten so severely by his elder brother that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. If it weren't for their brotherly bond, Luo Qingtian would have long since dealt with Luo Qingshan. However, after Luo Qingshan's persistent pleas and sending his young son to the sect as a hostage, Luo Qingtian reluctantly agreed to a condition. Luo Qingshan must hand over 90 of his net income every year in exchange for maintaining his position as the head of Wanbao Pavilion in the eyes of outsiders. But Luo Qingshan was not willing to surrender so easily. His son, even more arrogant, originally named Luo Shenwu, fancied himself as the progenitor of martial arts. Luo Qingtian scoffed at this and promptly renamed him Luo Nianzu, intending to remind him who the real ancestor was. This act left Luo Nianzu resentful, but he was powerless to resist. In reality, the name change wasn't due to any exceptional talent. At Shenwu sect, Luo Nianzu's so-called superior talent was barely worth mentioning, hardly qualifying him to sit at the same table as a dog. To call himself Luo Shenwu was an affront to the martial ancestors. Hearing this, you couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, a fitting change. Yet, a question lingered during the last simulation. You distinctly remembered Luo Nianzu having formidable talent. What was really going on? Luo Qingyan noticed your confusion and, with rare anger on her face, began to recount this little-known past. It turned out that Luo Qingtian's son, Luo Cheng, indeed possessed terrifying talent, even surpassing his father. Under Luo Qingtian's guidance, Luo Cheng held strong family values and often looked after the family disciples. Seeing Luo Nianzu's mediocre talent, he frequently gave him extra guidance. Luo Qingshan, however, saw an opportunity. Over the years, while managing Wanbao Pavilion, he had dealings with some unsavory demon sections. One such sect possessed a secret technique to swap a person's innate bone structure, thereby enhancing another's talent. Under Luo Qingshan's meticulous planning, Luo Cheng was lured to his home, where an audacious bone-swapping scheme unfolded. After the deed, Luo Nianzu's talent indeed soared, but what awaited them was Luo Qingtian's furious wrath. In the ensuing battle, Luo Qingshan's bones were shattered. Although he remained at the pinnacle of the martial sect, his true combat power was no greater than an ordinary martial sect practitioner at the 5th or 6th level. But it was too late. Luo Cheng's bones had been taken. To reverse it, they needed the demon sect's secret technique. Yet, Luo Qingshan, ruthless as he was, slaughtered the entire demon sect after acquiring the technique, leaving only himself with the knowledge. Worse still, if the bone swap were attempted again within 10 years, it could lead to mutual destruction. This was the real reason Luo Qingtian didn't kill the father and son immediately. However, Luo Qingshan refused to divulge the secret technique, leaving Luo Qingtian at a loss. Ultimately, the enraged Luo Qingtian chose a harsher punishment. He personally shattered Luo Nianzu's dantian. Although Luo Nianzu possessed powerful bones, he was rendered a complete cripple. Luo Qingtian further declared that anyone seeking the Nirvana flower to repair Luo Nianzu's dantian would face his relentless vengeance. From then on, Luo Qingshan and his son tried several times to regain their status, but ended up worse off each time, ultimately becoming complete failures. Listening to this, you suddenly realize that in the previous life, Luo Qingshan didn't seek the Nirvana flower not because he feared his son's death, but because he no longer had the capability. You couldn't help but feel frustrated. These two despicable characters had managed to deceive you completely, ultimately leading to your own demise at Luo Qingtian's furious hands. This realization gave you a new understanding of the situation and heightened your wariness of the father's and son's deceitful nature. Luo Qingtian's anger was like a volcano on the verge of eruption. As the 10-year deadline approached, he urgently confronted Luo Qingshan, threatening to hand over the secret technique and Luo Nianzu, or face dire consequences. However, his seemingly obtuse younger brother pinpointed his vulnerability with precision. With a sly glint in his eye, Luo Qingshan sneered. "You can have the secret technique, but you'll need to give me 4 Nirvana flowers. Otherwise, don't even think about it." This demand hit Luo Qingtian like a sledgehammer, inciting his fury. 4 Nirvana flowers? Those were rare treasures, not weeds to be found easily. His eyes blazed red, veins bulging, ready to strike. Yet, Luo Qingshan and his son remained as unyielding as stone, unfazed by Luo Qingtian's threats. In the end, Luo Qingtian, consumed by rage, viciously beat them until they were covered in bruises, then dragged them to the sect's entrance for public humiliation, a psychological blow as much as a physical one. Hearing this intense account, you couldn't help but shout, "Well done." Xiaohei nodded in agreement, but then you frowned thoughtfully. "So, Luo Cheng's talent hasn't recovered?" Luo Qingyan nodded helplessly, a trace of worry in her eyes. "The senior alchemists from Danfeng have been researching for 10 years without progress," she sighed, explaining. "If innate talent could be changed so easily, all the geniuses would have been snatched up by major sections." Although Luo Nianzu's bones were replaced, showing extraordinary talent from a bone perspective, someone whose entire skeleton isn't their own can achieve true success. Cultivation talent involves more than bones. It includes the body's meridians and other factors. You frowned deeply, silently cursing Luo Qingshan's foolishness. Luo Qingya continued. "Over the years, the Shenwu sect believes that the demonic sect back then was likely our rival sect, the Tianyin demon sect. Their scheme was to trick that fool Luo Qingshan, ruining two of Xinwu sect's super talents, Luo Cheng and Luo Qingshan himself. This move was truly sinister. Hearing this, you trembled with anger, incredulous that such foolish and malevolent characters appeared among your descendants. Suddenly, you recalled details from the last simulation. At that time, Luo Qingshan had been whining and playing the victim to you, likely trying to exploit your sympathy and monetary temptation to make you find the Nirvana flowers. Alarms rang in your mind. Realizing that your act of delivering the Nirvana flowers was likely disclosed to Luo Qingtian by them. After all, only their family and the old man from Tianji Pavilion knew about it. That old man couldn't possibly be part of Xinwu sect, perhaps even an enemy otherwise. How dare he play the intermediary and offend Xinwu sect? You resolved to be cautious with Tianji Pavilion in the future, wondering what secrets this seemingly neutral organization might be hiding. Standing in front of Tianji Pavilion, your eyes gleam with insight. Turning to Luo Qingya, you speak frankly. If I'm not mistaken, Tianji Pavilion has significant ties with Tianyin demon sect. Hearing this, Luo Qingya's eyes fill with curiosity. How do you know? She asks eagerly. You begin to explain, revealing the truth about Tianji Pavilion. It was established by the Tianyin demon sect. They gather vast amounts of intelligence through various means and sell it at high prices, making huge profits. Yet, the entire cultivation world relies on them because their intelligence network is incredibly comprehensive. At this point, you can't help but nod in agreement. Knowing the exact location of even a single herb demonstrates the power of their network. Your thoughts drift to the elderly Tianji Pavilion member who introduced Nirvana flowers to Luo Qingshan. A bold hypothesis forms in your mind. Luo Qingshan's transformation must have been orchestrated by Tianyin demon sect. After pondering for a moment, you solemnly tell Luo Qingya, I have a way to restore Luo Cheng's talent, but it requires two conditions. Luo Qingya's eyes light up like stars. What are the two conditions? She asks eagerly. The Xinwu sect can definitely manage it. If even Xinwu sect can't do it, there might be few in the world who can. You shake your head helplessly. That's not necessarily true. It might actually be easier for someone else. This leaves Luo Qingya momentarily stunned. You then reveal the two conditions. First, retrieve the bone. That's simple. Luo Nianzu is still hanging at the sect's entrance. The second condition leaves Luo Qingya silent. It requires at least 3 Nirvana flowers, combined with some rare materials, to craft a Nirvana pill. You explain that the Nirvana pill is the culmination of your decade-long research, and its potent effects can restore Luo Cheng's talent. Xiao He is the best proof of this. However, as you mentioned, others can obtain the location of Nirvana flowers by purchasing intelligence. But since Tianji Pavilion is part of Tianyin demon sect, can one really buy the information from them? Besides, you've already found 3 of them, and how many Nirvana flowers in bloom are left in the world? Luo Qingya is deeply troubled. Seeing this, you say no more. After much contemplation, she decides to inform Luo Qingtian and let him make the decision. You shrug indifferently and return to Danfeng. Zhao Shuiying is surprised to see you back, her eyes wide with astonishment. I thought you ran off with the master, she exclaims. You wordlessly flick her forehead. Then, you take out some silver notes and instruct her to purchase some high-grade 7th-tier herbs. You plan to refine pills to improve your strength. However, Zhao Shuiying, with a troubled look, tells you that all the 7th-tier herbs in the world were turned into pills by you a few years ago, causing their prices to skyrocket recently. You sigh. Expensive or not, we have to buy them. After all, normal cultivation is too slow, and you'd rather use the time to comprehend other concepts. Zhao Shuiying, resigned, goes out to purchase the herbs. Soon, she returns with herbs at doubled prices. You remain unfazed, immediately starting to refine pills. Zhao Shuiying eagerly sits beside you to learn. However, just a quarter of an hour later, a powerful pressure suddenly sweeps across Danfeng, interrupting your pill refinement. Xiao He lay lazily on the ground, barely lifting his eyes before closing them again, appearing completely indifferent. You sensed a familiar aura and a sharp sword presence, and your lips curled into a slight smile. Luo Qingtian's sword intent was indeed powerful, truly worthy of being a descendant of the martial ancestor. Luo Qingya led Luo Qingtian into the alchemy pavilion. Luo Qingtian, a strikingly heroic middle-aged man, resembled an unsheathed sharp sword. As soon as he entered, the atmosphere in the pill hall became instantly intense. However, the 2 people and the dog inside seemed to ignore his arrival. Luo Qingtian was unbothered by their indifference, his attention fully captured by the black dog. The dog seemed familiar, and when Luo Qingtian noticed the silver moon fur on its brow, he was utterly shocked. Black Moon Ancestor? Luo Qingtian exclaimed in disbelief. As a descendant of the martial ancestor, he naturally knew the location of the ancestral land and recognized the demon emperor Black Moon. To the descendants of the Luo family, Black Moon was not only the martial ancestor's beast companion, but also the family's ancestor. Unfortunately, by the time he had grown, the Black Moon ancestor was already in decline. He had once imagined battling Black Moon to test his own prowess against it, but seeing Xiao He again left him completely stunned. Xiao He yawned and lazily stood up. In an instant, a terrifying aura of divine martial realm swept over Luo Qingtian. The pressure was so intense that Luo Qingtian staggered back, eventually falling to his knees. Xiao He was slightly surprised, noting that the young man hadn't been forced to kneel immediately. With that, Xiao He withdrew all its aura. Luo Qingtian was utterly shocked. Black Moon had broken through. Actually broken through. Xiao He, stand down. Your voice suddenly commanded. You had just put away the flames and secured a fine pill. Upon hearing your order, Xiao He immediately restrained its aura, allowing Luo Qingtian to finally catch his breath, though his heart was even more shaken. You had referred to Black Moon as Xiao He, and it had obeyed you so respectfully. Luo Qingtian stared intently at you. Black Moon was the beast companion of his family's ancestor, Luo Wuwei, and now it acknowledged you as its master. This filled him with rage. At the same time, he sensed an overwhelming threat from you, suspecting that he might not be your match. Your swordsmanship evolved from Kaitian, didn't it? Impressive. I left that sword path, and someone has managed to develop it to this extent, you remarked, causing Luo Qingtian to pause before becoming furious. Kaitian was created by my ancestor Luo Wuwei as an innate martial art. How dare you claim it was left by you? Boy, even with Black Moon ancestor, my Luo family cannot be insulted. Luo Qingtian erupted in anger, his terrifying sword intent soaring into the sky. With a clang, his sword was drawn, and he transformed into a fearsome sword aura charging directly at you. Xiao He wanted to intervene, but was stopped by you. You reached out into the void, and with a clang, Zhao Shuiying's sword shot out, landing in your hand. Boom. In the next moment, a similar triple sword intent burst from you. This was the realm you had elevated to over the years. Kaitian, you shouted, meeting Luo Qingtian's attack heat. With a shout, you unleash a sword technique honed through countless evolutions open sky. With a swift step, you transform into a terrifying sword light, shooting towards Luo Qingtian. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion reverberates throughout the entire Shenwu sect. The pill hall bursts open, the mountain peak is flattened, and rocks scatter amidst the dust-filled sky. Everyone watches in shock towards the pill peak, where two sword lights clash madly in the sky, the sound of explosions unending. The elders of Shenwu sect watch the epic battle in astonishment. They cannot believe that someone could fight to a standstill with Luo Qingtian, the strongest of their time, using his own supreme sword technique. The elders quickly evacuate the disciples, but no one dares to step forward to assist. Though the two combatants engage purely in swordsmanship, the power unleashed is enough to instantly crush even the peak martial artists of the sect. In the sky not far from Pill Peak, Zhao Shuiying and Luo Qingya are enveloped in a cloud of black mist. The two women gaze bitterly at the destroyed buildings of Pill Peak, while Xiao He remains carefree, sleeping beside Luo Qingya. The fierce battle continues for over an hour before you both finally pause, gazing at each other from a distance. Luo Qingtian, in shock, asks, "How do you know open sky? And why is your open sky so powerful?" A storm of disbelief rages in Luo Qingtian's heart. His open sky had been adapted and evolved over generations in the Luo family, reaching the 7th grade top-tier martial art. Yet your open sky, though only mid-tier 7th grade, is incredibly pure, as if executed by the original creator of open sky. This leaves him incredulous, even suspecting you might be a descendant of a side branch of the Luo family. You smile and reply, "It's not that my open sky is powerful, but rather that your open sky has strayed from its original essence. It's not your fault. Perhaps an ancestor of yours modified it to enhance its grade, forgetting the most important spirit of open sky, its relentless forward momentum." Luo Qingtian falls silent at your words. He cannot refute them, for he indeed had no time to evolve this innate martial art from scratch, only improving upon the foundation left by predecessors. This led to inheriting hidden flaws. Achieving the 3rd level of sword intent with this flawed martial art at his age is already extraordinary. You continue, "Now I have enough time, and in the future, I will evolve my own sword moves from the open sky left by our ancestors." Although Luo Qingtian was over 100 years old, he was still considered young within the 500-year lifespan of a martial master. He firmly believed he had ample time in the next 300 to 400 years to develop his own superior 7th-level sword technique. You nodded slightly, silently admiring Luo Qingtian's exceptional talent. If not for being harmed by his brother, he might have had a slim chance to reach the divine martial realm in the future. However, this possibility was extremely low, as even Xiao He, with thousands of years of accumulated strength, had not managed to break through. Skillfully changing the subject, you asked, "Are you still planning to take action now?" Hearing this, Luo Qingtian furrowed his brows and stared at you intensely. After a moment, he took a deep breath, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, and said, I apologize for any offense earlier. Do you truly have a way to save my son? You replied calmly, of course it's true. I can refine a nirvana pill for you, but you'll need to provide the materials. Also, since the pill peak has been destroyed, it needs to be rebuilt quickly. With that, you flew towards Heiyue and the others nearby. As Luo Qingtian watched you leave, he contemplated the two crucial conditions. Since he sought you out, he must already have a way to gather the nirvana flower. If he couldn't, it would be out of your concern. A few days later, the reconstruction of Pill Peak began. Although the Great Battle had reduced its height, its area expanded significantly. The newly built Pill Hall was larger than before, but it would take years to complete. Thus, you and Luo Qingya temporarily led the Pill Peak disciples to reside on the main peak. On the main peak, you met Luo Xiao, a pale, yet gentle-natured man. Despite his talent being ruined, making him appear older than the centenarian Luo Qingtian, he was still highly respected by the main peak disciples. You focused on refining the newly crafted pills. After 3 months, you had completely refined several pills, elevating your realm to the 4th level of the martial master. With your greatly enhanced strength, you were confident you could defeat a fully unleashed Luo Qingtian within 100 moves, even without using the slaughter intent. At this point, you had become the strongest on the divine martial continent, not counting the ancient monster Xiao, who was thousands of years old. However, since your conversation that day, Luo Qingtian had disappeared. It was rumored that he went to travel the continent to comprehend sword intent, but only you knew he was searching for the nirvana flower. 10 years later, the long-absent Luo Qingtian finally returned. Unfortunately, he only brought back a single nirvana flower and appeared utterly exhausted. This outcome didn't surprise you. Without sufficient intelligence, finding a nirvana flower was almost an impossible task. Managing to find even one was likely thanks to the intelligence network of the divine martial sect. After hearing Luo Qingtian's account, you and Luo Qingya felt somewhat embarrassed. It turned out that Luo Qingtian first went to the extreme north, searching for over a year before finding the giant tree, only to discover the nirvana flower had long disappeared. Enraged, he fought fiercely with the giant bird there, plucking a heap of its feathers before the bird finally revealed that a strong individual had taken the flower years ago. With no choice, Luo Qingtian had to leave. He embarked on a journey to the eastern continent, enduring another year of arduous searching, yet still found nothing. After capturing and harshly interrogating the returned Tian Wang, he finally disclosed the news of a fierce battle between a mysterious powerhouse and a black giant python that took place a few years back. With no other options, he traveled from place to place and, after more than a year, finally discovered the precious nirvana flower. The Xinwu sect only knows of 3 locations where the nirvana flower can be found. You and Luo Qingya exchanged a knowing glance, carefully guarding the secret that the mysterious powerhouse was actually you. After careful consideration, you made a bold decision to head to the Tianji Pavilion. This time, your goal wasn't to purchase information, but to seize it by force. Upon hearing your plan, Luo Qingtian was shocked. He couldn't believe you were willing to risk offending the Tianji Pavilion for Luoqing. He hurriedly informed you that the Tianji Pavilion was actually an enterprise of the Tianyan demon sect, and its leader was extraordinarily powerful. Luo Qingtian had once fought him, but was defeated. Although Luo Qingtian was formidable, he was still slightly inferior, yet the sect leader couldn't completely defeat him either. The reason why this sect leader wasn't listed among the top 10 powerhouses was simple: the ranking was concocted by the Tianji Pavilion, and they naturally wouldn't reveal information about their own leader. After hearing this, you remained unfazed. In your view, no matter how strong the opponent was, they couldn't compare to Xiao He. Without hesitation, you descended the mountain and set your plan into motion. A few days later, the entire Xinwu continent was in turmoil. The Tianji Pavilion had suffered a colossal raid, with its headquarters reduced to rubble. The perpetrator made off with all the intelligence scrolls and valuable items. Speculation ran wild, with some suspecting Luo Qingtian. However, when it was discovered that the assailant used the triple blade intent, suspicion shifted to the Ming Emperor, Hongwan Emperor of humble origins renowned for his raids. A few days later, war erupted between the Dian dynasty and the Ming dynasty, plunging the world into chaos. But these conflicts were of no concern to you, as you had already set out for the endless volcano with the information on the last 2 nirvana flowers. The endless volcano is a region comprised of continuous active volcanoes, which erupt almost every few days. This harsh environment is devoid of both fierce beasts and human inhabitants. Yet, in this desolate place, you discovered an oasis. At the edge of the oasis, a 7th-order 8-star flame-armored lizard with an innate fire spirit body lay sleeping. At the center of the oasis, a nirvana flower bloomed with dazzling brilliance. Without hesitation, you dashed forward at lightning speed and snatched the nirvana flower. By the time the flame-armored lizard awoke, the flower was already gone. Enraged, the beast launched a furious attack on you. However, within minutes, it was reduced to a lifeless corpse. You quickly gathered all valuable items and left. 3 months later, you finally reached the location of the last Nirvana flower. However, to your disappointment, the flower had already been picked, and the guardian beast had been slain. Judging by the traces at the scene, it was clear that someone had recently acted. As for who did it, you had your suspicions it could only be the leader of the Tianyin demon sect. Without a word, you headed straight for the Tianyin demon sect. The sect was located within the Dian dynasty, a dynasty established by the sect leader himself, specifically for amassing wealth and gathering intelligence. Rumor had it that the emperor of the Dian dynasty was his own son. You have just arrived at the Dian dynasty, and the scene before you leaves you utterly astonished. In the few months you were away, the Ming dynasty has become fraught with turmoil. During the fall of the imperial city, Emperor Hongwu disguised himself as a monk and escaped through a secret passage. Today, Emperor Hongwu launched a surprise attack on the Dian dynasty's palace, taking advantage of the Dian emperor's absence, and massacred the entire palace. As soon as you returned, you witnessed the furious Dian emperor and Emperor Hongwu engaged in a battle of epic proportions. Both were equally matched, reaching the pinnacle of martial prowess. As you leisurely cracked sunflower seeds, watching the spectacle unfold, a terrifying blood-red handprint suddenly descended from the sky. This fearsome strike was not aimed at you, but directly at Emperor Hongwu. Under this overwhelming force, Emperor Hongwu had no chance to escape and was instantly struck into the ground. With an earth-shattering roar, the ground within a kilometer radius was imprinted with a ghastly handprint. Dust filled the air, blotting out the sun. Without hesitation, you dropped the seeds and rushed to the spot where Emperor Hongwu had fallen. From the depths of the earth, you retrieved an intact, gleaming Long-Bladian extraordinary 7th-tier weapon crafted at great expense by Emperor Hongwu. You claimed it without hesitation. Although it couldn't compare to your mutated meteorite blade, it was still a rare treasure. However, your blatant act of profiteering from the spoils of war did not go unnoticed by the Dian Emperor in the sky and the newly arrived Tianyin Demon Lord. Where did this brat come from, daring to steal under my nose? Courting death, the Dian Emperor, in a fit of rage, struck at you with his palm. Instantly, a blood-red handprint several hundred meters in diameter descended like a mountain. Unperturbed, you swung the Hongwu heaven-opening blade with a mighty slash. In an instant, a 1,000-meter blade light tore through the void. This terrifying strike caused the Tianyin Demon Lord's face to change dramatically, and he quickly intervened to protect his son. Ugh! The Dian Emperor was struck by the force, spitting blood as he flew backward. Although he avoided your lethal strike, he was left in a sorry state. This scene completely enraged the Tianyin Demon Lord in the sky. Boom! An endless aura of blood erupted from him. To your surprise, he had mastered the familiar intent of slaughter, albeit only at the first level, yet it still made your pupils contract. In the next moment, the Tianyin Demon Lord struck with a palm imbued with triple intent. In his technique, you saw traces of your own once dominant heaven-covering palm. Although you did not believe he was your descendant, as the martial ancestor, your martial arts had spread across the world, and all practitioners could be considered your disciples. The Tianyin Demon Lord's heaven-covering palm clearly bore the mark of your true teachings. A blood-red handprint several kilometers wide roared downward, and you met it heeded without hesitation. Boom! A second-level slaughter intent erupted instantly, and the terrifying blood energy surged to the heavens. This scene caused even the Tianyin Demon Lord, transformed into a god of slaughter, to turn pale with fear and experience he had never encountered before. Before he could recover, you two unleashed a palm strike toward the sky. In a flash, a 7th-tier mid-grade martial art, the heaven-covering handprint, soared skyward. Although it only contained a second-level intent, under the augmentation of slaughter will, its power was not inferior to his heaven demon handprint. The two terrifying forces collided in the sky, shaking the entire world. How could he have known that you not only mastered the double palm intent and the will of slaughter, but also possessed a green talent that quadruples all attributes? You had already restrained the force of your palm. Boom! In a deafening explosion, two massive handprints collided fiercely. The terrifying blast instantly swept through, striking both you and the Tianyin Demon Lord, who were closest to it. PFF. The Tianyin Demon Lord was blasted into the air, coughing up blood. Meanwhile, flames engulfed your entire body, and like a meteor, you surged upwards, quickly escaping the explosion's range. In the blink of an eye, you appeared behind the rapidly retreating Tianyin Demon Lord and pressed your palm against his back. PFF. Another muffled sound followed, and the Tianyin Demon Lord spat more blood. In that instant, all his bones shattered. He turned to look at you in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. Who? Who are you? You did not answer. Instead, you studied his appearance, lost in thought. The Tianyin Demon Lord bore some resemblance to Yi Wufeng from the past. What is Yi Wufeng to you? You suddenly asked. The Tianyin Demon Lord's face changed dramatically. How do you know my ancestor's name? With those words, it all clicked for you. So, this young man was a descendant of Yi Wufeng. You recalled that in a certain simulation, Yi Wufeng was your brother-in-law and both a friend and mentor. Unfortunately, in the final perfect simulation, he was defeated by your son, Luo Yunting, leading to his martial heart shattering and his disappearance from the martial world. Are you from the Luo family? The Tianyan demon lord suddenly remembered something, his expression turning cold. Sort of. Why? You seem to have a grudge against the Luo family, you said with curiosity. After a moment of silence, the Tianyan demon lord revealed the feud between the Yi and Luo families. His ancestor, Yi Wufeng, was once a prodigy second only to the martial ancestor, but his martial heart was shattered because of the martial ancestor, turning him into a madman. On his deathbed, he still spoke of revenge. Avenging against the Luo family became the Yi family creed. Although the Yi family inherited Yi Wufeng's talent, they could never surpass the Luo family. Until 300 years ago, a prodigy emerged from the Yi family, who embraced demonic cultivation and grew to become the most powerful demon cultivator of his time, founding the Tianyan demon sect. That prodigy was the Tianyan demon lord standing before you. From his ancestry, he discovered that the martial ancestor possessed an extremely powerful intent slaughter intent. To cultivate this intent, the Tianyan demon lord slaughtered countless families and sects over the centuries. In his previous battle with Luo Xingtian, he had not yet mastered the slaughter intent, allowing his opponent to escape. For this, he orchestrated the incident with Luo Qingshan, causing that fool to cripple his martial arts and ruin a future Luo family prodigy. Finally, a year ago, he fully mastered the slaughter intent. Barring any unforeseen events, he planned to attack the Xinwu sect within a few years, personally kill Luo Qingtian, and erase the Luo family from the Xinwu continent. Unfortunately for him, he was unlucky enough to encounter you. If he had really succeeded, it would have been quite alarming. Hearing this, you fall silent, your brow furrowed. You recall Yi Wufeng from the past, who, despite being the leader of a demonic sect, was not one to kill indiscriminately. Who would have thought that his defeat by Yunting would have such a profound impact, ultimately leading his entire family into the demonic path? You can't help but sigh deeply. Upon hearing your words, the pupils of the Tianyan demon lord contract sharply. The way you speak of his ancestor suggests a long acquaintance. But how could that be possible? His ancestor was a formidable figure from thousands of years ago. Suddenly, an unbelievable thought flashes through his mind. Have you reached the divine martial realm? Tianyan demon lord stares at you incredulously, his voice trembling slightly. In response, you curve your lips into a meaningful smile. Perhaps. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to witness that realm in this lifetime. Before the words fade, your crimson flame battle body erupts instantly. Boom! Terrifying flames engulf Tianyan demon lord completely. In an instant, this powerful demonic figure is reduced to mere ashes. Though a descendant of an old acquaintance, he was an enemy and thus useless to keep alive. As for the Dayan Emperor, he had already perished during your clash with the Tianyan demon lord. Surveying the surroundings, the once flourishing imperial capital of the Dayan dynasty is now a wasteland. Without a moment's pause, you fly directly towards the headquarters of the Tianyan demon sect. The Tianyan demon sect, relying on the might of the Tianyan demon lord and the Dayan emperor, had been arrogant and unrestrained, unlike typical demonic sections. Its prosperity even rivaled that of the divine martial sect. However, today, an overwhelming force they cannot contend with has descended. Wielding a long blade, you stride confidently through the sect's gates. Everyone you encounter, regardless of their cultivation level, falls to a single strike. Even experts at the 7th and 8th levels of the martial sect cannot withstand a single move from you. Finally, you reach the main peak of the Tianyan demon sect. Numerous elders stand on high alert, watching you warily. You straightforwardly demand they hand over the nirvana flowers, promising to leave immediately. Some foolhardy individuals attempt to use the Tianyan demon lord to intimidate you, only to be swiftly decapitated. When you reveal that the Tianyan demon lord has already been slain by you, the elders are incredulous. Yet, the terrifying power you display forces them to believe. Eventually, the head elder, who had been hiding among the crowd, steps forward, agreeing to surrender the nirvana flowers. Led by the head elder, you arrive at the treasury of the Tianyan demon sect. Before you lies an array of 6th and 7th grade herbs and materials, among which are 3 nirvana flowers. Without hesitation, you wave your hand, collecting all the treasures into your system space. Witnessing this, the head elder is utterly shocked, as if seeing a ghost. However, before he can react, his head rolls to the ground following a sudden twist of fate. Your justification is that someone so astute would pose a future threat. To prevent unforeseen troubles, you had no choice but to deal with him. Reflecting on this simulation, Luo Xiao can't help but be filled with emotion. This time, he became the strongest, and the title of alchemy prodigy played a crucial role. Without such high-quality elixirs, his strength couldn't have increased so rapidly. However, he wonders if this simulation will achieve an S-level accomplishment. A glimmer of hope ignited in Luo Xiao's heart. but reality quickly extinguished it. Breaking through to the Xinwu realm was exceedingly difficult, even for him. In this simulation, the innate talent was too low, making success nearly impossible. 10 days later, Luo Xiao returned to the Xinwu sect and immediately began crafting nirvana pills. 5 precious nirvana flowers transformed into 2 pills in his hands. The 3-turn nirvana pill was used to heal Luo Cheng. The treatment process was harrowing, with Luo Cheng's entire skeleton being replaced, his life sustained solely by perfect-grade healing pills. Luo Nianzhu, however, received no such treatment. His bones became food for the sect's stray dogs, and his life ended during the bone replacement process. Luo Xiao showed no mercy to this villain who had harmed his family. Thanks to the miraculous effects of the 3-turn nirvana pill, Luo Cheng's talents were fully restored, and the after-effects of the previous bone replacement were almost completely eliminated. With just another year or two of recovery, he could resume his path of cultivation. Luo Qingtian, his son, and the entire Luo family were immensely grateful to Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao gifted the remaining nirvana pill to Luo Qingtian, completely restoring the talent damage caused by Luo Qingshan's poisoning. Whether he could reach the Xinwu realm remained unknown. After completing these tasks, Luo Xiao and Xiao He chose to stay at the Xinwu sect. Here was Luo Qingya, their family, and it became their temporary home. Time flew by, and after 15 years of diligent cultivation, Luo Xiao finally broke through to the peak of the Wuzong realm. His physical power reached an astonishing 9,990,000, and his vitality soared to over 700,000. However, his soul power barely reached the first layer of the Wuzong realm, reflecting the martial world's rudimentary understanding of soul cultivation. Nevertheless, Luo Xiao didn't mind, as formidable strength was his priority. Over the years, Luo Xiao often sparred with Luo Qingtian in swordsmanship. While Luo Qingtian once had a slight edge in sword talent, after more than a decade of honing their skills, their swordsmanship was now equally matched. However, in terms of overall strength, Luo Xiao far surpassed Luo Qingtian. Once, using just 30% of his strength, Luo Xiao nearly killed Luo Qingtian, requiring a month of healing pills to recover him. From then on, Luo Qingtian dared not challenge him lightly again. At the end of the year, after unanimous agreement among the Xinwu sect's powerful members, Luo Xiao was honored as the Grand Elder, a position second only to the deceased martial ancestor and above the sect leader. Luo Xiao wasn't concerned about this and remained focused on studying alchemy and martial concepts. By this time, Luo Xiao had elevated all martial concepts to the 3rd layer and made remarkable progress in alchemy, capable of crafting premium-grade 7th-tier pills. With his innate talent, these pills directly advanced to perfect grade. However, crafting perfect quality pills posed a challenge greater than advancing from a 1st-tier alchemist to a 7th-tier premium-grade alchemist. Even for Luo Xiao, it was a daunting task. Although there are no 8th-tier medicinal herbs in the world, you still have centuries to research, and success or failure is not of great importance. Even if you reach the perfect level, it is difficult for your talent attributes to improve further. Time flies, and 30 years pass in the blink of an eye. After 20 years of diligent cultivation, Luo Cheng finally advances to the rank of martial master, relying solely on his own strength without the aid of elixirs. He becomes your disciple, specializing in blade techniques, which are vastly different from his father's sword intent, causing Luo Qingtian some frustration. Luo Qingtian is most passionate about matchmaking between you and his grandaunt, Luo Qingya. However, despite your close companionship and intimacy, whenever the topic arises, you both resolutely refuse, leaving Luo Qingtian puzzled. As time goes by, 87 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Cheng's level has reached the pinnacle of martial master, and Zhao Shuiying has also successfully advanced to a 7th-tier alchemist. You continuously urge this girl to seek a suitable match, as she is over 100 years old, which is considered quite old even for a martial master. Unfortunately, whenever the subject is brought up, she rolls her eyes and walks away, leaving you feeling helpless and puzzled. A century has passed, and after decades of dedicated research, you finally produce your first perfect-grade 7th-tier Supreme Elixir. You feel that with the right ingredients, creating an 8th-tier Supreme Elixir is within reach. Meanwhile, the 4th level of Blade Intent is beginning to manifest. Luo Qingyao advanced to a 7th-tier Supreme Alchemist several years ago, achieving remarkable success. Time passes like a knife, and 150 years slip by quietly. Luo Qingtian fails for the 7th time to break through to the divine martial realm, his dantian shattering and his cultivation plummeting. Just as despair grips the entire divine martial sect, you arrive in time with the perfect grade 7th-tier Supreme Elixir you crafted. Although it lacks the Nirvana flower, it successfully repairs Luo Qingtian's dantian, astonishing all the elders. 300 years pass like water, and Luo Qingtian fails for the 18th time to break through to the divine martial realm, ultimately falling due to his advanced age and the backlash of his qi and blood. The divine martial sect is plunged into grief. You can't help but sigh, realizing that the difficulty of reaching the divine martial realm far exceeds imagination. Over the years, you have also attempted to break through over a dozen times, all ending in failure. Fortunately, your exceptional talent prevents severe injuries. You realize it might be due to the insufficient concentration of the world's elemental energy, so you begin crafting various elixirs that can instantly boost energy, hoping one day to succeed. By the year 355, after half a century of accumulation, you have amassed a large quantity of elixirs. With a door-die determination, you make arrangements with Xiao He, Luo Qingya, Luo Cheng, and Zhao Shuiying, and head alone to the back mountain of the divine martial sect. Consuming 10 energy-boosting elixirs in one go, a terrifying energy erupts within you, breaking through your body and soaring into the sky, forming a horrific energy vortex in the high altitude. Without hesitation, you take out a 9-turn nirvana elixir, crafted after years of gathering 9 nirvana flowers, the strongest elixir of the current age. It not only contains the nirvana flower but also numerous rare ingredients that enhance talent, potential, and repair the dantian. Its value far surpasses ordinary 8th-tier elixirs, with its level estimated to exceed the limit. The moment the elixir enters your stomach, you feel a terrifying surge of energy rampaging through your body, violently repairing your torn meridians and dantian. You seize this rare opportunity and make a full-force attempt to break into the legendary realm of the Divine Warrior. Boom! Waves of terrifying energy crash inside you, finally shattering the bottleneck of the Divine Warrior realm. Instantly, you feel every cell and inch of your soul trembling. Both your physical power and energy level skyrocket to an astounding 10 million. At over 370 years old, you originally appeared like a 70-year-old man. Yet now, miraculously, you begin to reverse age. Wrinkles fade, white hair turns black, and soon you look like you're in your middle years. Although your body is covered with cracked wounds, thanks to your unique photosynthesis ability, sunlight is continuously absorbed, rapidly healing your injuries. 10 days later, your eyes snap open. A suffocating aura of terror bursts from you, enveloping the entire Divine Warrior sect. Everyone feels crushed by this overwhelming presence. However, your disciples, junior sister, beast companions, and close ones are overjoyed. You have succeeded. You have truly broken through to the legendary Divine Warrior realm. This is a feat that even Xiao He, a powerful demon emperor who has accumulated power for thousands of years, could barely achieve with your help. From now on, you will be a legend throughout the Divine Warrior continent, potentially its only god. A month later, news of the Divine Warrior sect's elder Luo Xiao breaking through to the Divine Warrior realm spreads like a hurricane across the continent. The sect promptly hosts an unprecedented Divine Warrior conference, inviting all sects and dynasties to attend. Initially, no one believed this incredible news. However, when the conference officially begins, all peak martial artists are so intimidated by your terrifying aura that they tremble uncontrollably. Under a Divine Warrior, all are ants. This statement now holds its most direct meaning. With just a glance, you can make everyone present feel the threat of death. From this moment on, you earn a new title, the Divine Warrior Emperor. Months later, you gather all the 7th-level weaponsmiths on the continent at the Divine Warrior sect and present them with 2 mutated meteorite blade blanks. You are determined to forge your own Divine Warrior blade. The weaponsmiths are astounded by the powerful materials, capable of instantly cutting through ordinary 7th-level top-grade weapons. Pooling their collective wisdom, the smiths devise an extremely complex forging plan. This plan requires your personal involvement, as only you can melt such powerful weapon materials. You will serve as both the furnace and the forger, shaping the weapon's form. Meanwhile, all 7th-level smiths will simultaneously work to engrave powerful forging inscriptions on the weapon. With this forging plan, the weapon will undoubtedly reach the level of an 8th-grade medium quality, if not high quality, weapon. This is the current limit of possibility. After hearing the plan, you express your approval and prepare to begin this unparalleled forging process. In the 365th year, after a decade of meticulous preparation, the pivotal moment to forge the Divine Martial Blade finally arrived. You unleashed a terrifying aura of slaughter, pushing your power to its limits. Under the direction of 7 top-tier weaponsmiths, the forging process officially began. The intense flames roared under your control as the 2 knife billets slowly melted in the terrifying heat. For an entire month, you tirelessly maintained this formidable heat without rest. Over time, the molten metal gradually took shape, revealing the outline of a massive knife billet. Throughout this arduous process, you had to frequently consume elixirs to sustain your condition, ingesting over a dozen precious pills. However, shaping the weapon was only the first step. The 7 master smiths immediately commenced the next phase, inscribing the blade with the crafting runes they had prepared in advance. Since the billets were completely melted, the smith's skills were sufficient to deeply engrave the runes within. This process lasted a full 6 months, during which everyone survived on the elixirs you had prepared over the past decade. Finally, at the moment the weapon took its complete form, a chilling blade light roared from its body. The terrifying blade energy instantly obliterated the entire forging mountain. Fortunately, you had anticipated this and evacuated all the smiths from the mountain in time. Just after escaping danger, everyone witnessed the incredible sight of the blade light cleaving the mountain in two. This horrifying scene made all the smiths swallow hard. However, thinking about their involvement in forging the divine martial blade, they were moved to tears, knowing their names would forever be etched in the annals of the divine martial continent. You could hardly contain your excitement as you hurried to the ruins of the mountain and pulled the divine martial blade from the earth. With a resounding clang, the blade's reverberating cry echoed across the land. You gazed at the densely packed runes on the blade, which cleverly formed the characters for divine martial. A satisfied smile spread across your face. Is this the legendary divine martial blade? Who would have thought it would come from your own hands? You recalled a news story from the real world centuries ago, but having lived here for hundreds of years, you no longer cared about such things. You didn't even question whether this was a simulation. To you, this was the real world, and the divine martial blade would be your most powerful weapon now and in the future. Holding the divine martial blade, you finally felt the presence of fourfold blade intent. Upon returning to the sect, you immediately began a retreat. In the 370th year, a terrifying blade intent suddenly enveloped the entire world. The pressure of the fourfold blade intent instantly suppressed an area of several hundred kilometers around the divine martial sect. At that moment, every blade within range trembled violently. In everyone's mind, a single name emerged: Divine Martial Emperor. A system notification sounded. Congratulations, you have mastered the fourfold blade intent. Blade technique power enhancement, 2000. Despite becoming the undisputed strongest on the divine martial continent, you chose to live a secluded life within the divine martial sect. You began to continue stockpiling elixirs, hoping to nurture new divine martial realm experts. With your current lifespan of 1,000 years, in a few centuries, everyone you know will have passed away, a scenario you are reluctant to face. In the 385th year, while focused on accumulating elixirs, you suddenly received astonishing news. In the far north of the divine martial continent, a mysterious portal had appeared, from which a multitude of powerful beasts emerged. The strongest among them had already reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier. Even more shocking was the news that the great bird and her offspring in the far north had been slain by these unknown beasts. Upon hearing this, your brow furrowed deeply. For some reason, you sensed that this was not a simple matter and seemed to herald a greater crisis looming on the horizon. This familiar situation puts you on high alert. You immediately set off, racing towards the far north. However, when you arrive at your destination, the sight before you takes your breath away. The so-called passage is actually a sinkhole. Even more shocking is the fact that such a sinkhole has appeared in this world. Your expression turns grim. This is no ordinary sinkhole. It's a terrifying place at the peak of the 7th tier. The entire ice empire has fallen under this dreadful beast tide, with the roars of fierce beasts echoing through the ruins. You know that the beast tide must not be allowed to spread. Gripping the void, the blade of divine might appears in your hand, glinting coldly. In the next moment, you charge into the beast tide like a bolt of lightning, beginning a frenzied slaughter. Amidst the flashing blades, whether it's ordinary 5th or 6th tier beasts or powerful 7th tier creatures, they all fall like paper before you, slain with a single strike. Your presence acts as a morale booster for the remaining martial experts of the Ice Empire, spurring them into a counterattack. Thanks to your combined efforts, the beast tide is quickly suppressed. However, it takes several days to fully quell it. When the dust settles, the capital of the Ice Empire lies in ruins. You initially planned to delve further into the beast tide to completely clear it out. But suddenly, an important memory resurfaces. You recall that the Fire Saint once told you that once a beast tide is cleared, an extremely powerful beast emerges. Clearing this 7th tier peak beast tide will inevitably bring forth an 8th tier horror. You remember the Fire Saint's words: upon reaching the martial sovereign level, or the realm of divine might, each small advancement doubles one's power. This means that a level 2 martial sovereign has a physical strength of 20 million, level 3 is 40 million, and level 4 is 80 million. If a beast appears with a power level above an 8th tier 5-star, its physical strength alone would be more than 10 times yours. You might handle ordinary beasts, but if it wields elemental power, you won't be a match. Should you be defeated, the entire divine martial continent will be in peril. After careful consideration, you make a tough decision. First, use the corpses of these beasts to refine elixirs and enhance your own strength. Then return to clear the sinkhole once you're strong enough. You begin guarding the entrance to the sinkhole, while also sending word to the divine martial sect. Soon, a team of disciples arrives, led by your disciple Luo Xiao. After you explain the situation in detail, Luo Cheng immediately organizes the disciples to assist you in transporting vast quantities of beast corpses. Using your formidable flames, you start refining beast blood elixirs. Over the years, your alchemy skills have improved significantly. Although lacking 8th tier materials limits your full potential, you can now easily produce perfect grade elixirs of the 7th tier. Additionally, your refining speed has greatly increased. Under your careful guidance, Zhao Shuiying and Luo Qingya have also reached the level of 7th tier top grade alchemists. Zhao Shuiying can refine elixirs of acceptable quality, while Luo Qingya can produce those of excellent quality. In the following months, you tirelessly engage in the refining process. Large batches of beast blood elixirs are continuously produced. You distribute the common 7th tier and 5th 6th tier elixirs equally between the people of the Ice Empire and the Divine Martial Sect. Even so, the people of the Ice Empire are deeply grateful. Without your intervention, they would have long perished to the beasts, not to mention gaining valuable elixirs. As for the precious 7th tier top grade elixirs, you keep them all for yourself, intending to consume them to boost your power. You know that the challenges ahead will be even more daunting, and these elixirs will be crucial in facing the unknown dangers. The 7th tier peak dungeon resembled a perpetually erupting volcano, frequently spewing forth hordes of fierce beasts. Even the weakest among them possessed 5th or 6th tier strength, with a 7th tier beast emerging at least once a week. This astonishing output led you to suspect that the dungeon itself might be an 8th tier existence, with the 8th tier beast yet to reveal itself. Despite several deep explorations, you never found any trace of an 8th tier beast. However, the sheer number of 7th tier beasts was alarming, with at least 10 at the peak of the 7th tier. This situation weighed heavily on you. One dungeon was already a significant threat, but what if a second one appeared? As expected, in the 402nd year, another dungeon emerged. Though it was only 6th tier, it filled you with dread. Over the years, you continuously consumed beast blood pills, yet your physical strength only increased to 13 million. At your level, further improvement was exceedingly difficult. Worse still, the world's vitality seemed to be depleting, forcing you to frequently take vitality-restoring pills, or else your total vitality would diminish. Under such circumstances, the path to breakthrough seemed increasingly elusive. In the 405th year, a third dungeon appeared. Thereafter, dungeons sprang up like mushrooms after the rain. From 6th tier to 5th tier to 4th tier, dungeons of various levels emerged one after another. Although no 3rd tier dungeons were seen, the frequency of low-level dungeons appearing was astonishingly high. By the 450th year, 6th tier dungeons appeared almost annually, and there were at least 100 4th tier dungeons each year. The entire Shinwu continent seemed to have become a domain of dungeons. Fortunately, only one new 7th tier dungeon appeared, and its threat was not as significant as the first, with the strongest beasts reaching only 7 or 8 stars of the 7th tier. Throughout these years, you were not fighting alone. Over the centuries, Luo Cheng, Luo Qingya, Zhao Shuiying, and a group of young elders from the Shinwu sect grew under your guidance into peak martial arts masters. However, time is relentless. Luo Cheng, nearing 500 years old, was at the end of his lifespan. Due to the rampant beasts, you had no time to gather nirvana flowers. Luo Qingya and Zhao Shuiying were also nearing 500 years old. Although the youth-preserving pills you crafted kept them youthful in appearance, they could not extend their lifespans. As for you, you still had a few hundred years left to live. In the 468th year, Luo Cheng failed once again to break through to the Shinwu realm and exhausted his lifespan, passing away at the age of 507. Perhaps because he had taken the nirvana pill, he lived beyond 500 despite multiple failed attempts. In the same year, your junior and half-disciple, Zhao Shuiying, also reached the end of her lifespan. As an elder and supreme elder of the Shinwu sect, she never married. On her deathbed, she looked at your vigorous vitality and gave a sorrowful smile. Senior brother, all these years, you remained so foolish. If I had been braver, would you have been with me? At that moment, you suddenly realized her feelings for you over the years. Perhaps you had sensed it long ago, but your heart had always belonged to someone else. And you and that person were destined never to be together. You smiled gently and responded softly. Hearing your words, Zhao Shuiying closed her eyes. Her youthful appearance rapidly aged and eventually turned to dust. You and Luo Qingya remained silent, knowing that soon, this might also be Luo Qingya's fate. To prevent tragedy, you took Luo Qingya and Xiao He and left the Shinwu sect, embarking on a journey across the continent. You traveled far and wide, searching for the rare nirvana flower and various herbs. You entrusted the responsibility of guarding the sect to reliable juniors. Time flew by, and it was now the 477th year. Luo Qingya's lifespan was nearing its end, but you had finally gathered the ingredients for the 9-turn nirvana pill and accumulated a significant amount of 7th tier perfect grade pills. The total value of these pills even surpassed those you used to break through in the past. In a secluded valley, you stood by Luo Qingya as her protector, preparing to assist her in breaking through to the Shinwu realm. 300 years ago, Luo Xiao had already reached the pinnacle of the martial sect. Over the years, you continuously used pills to enhance her potential, all for this moment. As the breakthrough began, a terrifying aura erupted from Luo Xiao's body. With each pill she consumed, her aura surged, temporarily surpassing your own. You knew this was the critical moment. Luo Xiao harnessed all her medicinal power to break through the bottleneck of the Shenwu realm. You and Xiao He could only wait anxiously, watching everything unfold. However, fate had other plans, and Luo Xiao ultimately failed. She lacked your powerful physique and various recovery talents. The 7th-tier healing pills could not repair her body, which was shattering during the breakthrough attempt. Under that terrifying aura, her body began to turn to dust. You approached her, reaching out to touch her, but your fingertips met only ashes. Despair washed over you as you murmured, "Why? Why can't we break through to the Shenwu realm?" At that moment, Luo Qingya looked at you calmly. She reached out, gently caressing your face, but her hands soon turned to ash as well. Seeing this, she smiled wryly. "It's time for me to go. Almost 500 years, I've understood your feelings, and you've understood mine. But we were never meant to be." Her words struck you like a dagger to the heart. In this lifetime, you had been inseparable, yet the gap between you remained unbridgeable. You knew your body and Luo Wuwei were two entities, but you were Luo Wuwei, and Luo Qingya was ultimately just your descendant. Luo Qingya continued, her face softening with a gentle smile. "Sometimes, I imagine what it would be like if we were together. I often dreamed that I was Li Ruoxi, and you were Luo Wuwei. That way, we could be together. I dreamed of us planting gardenias on Shenwu Mountain." Hearing this, Xiao He let out a soft whimper. You listened quietly, as these were memories you had once shared with Xiao He on Shenwu Mountain. Suddenly, Luo Qingya laughed and said, "Oh, and I also dreamed that you were teaching me swordsmanship on a little hill, and I called you master. Then I found out you were my brother. Wasn't that funny?" Her words left you in disbelief, your mouth opening, but no words coming out. Luo Qingya continued reminiscing. "And I dreamed that I saw you at the Magpie Bridge, composing couplets. Even though you wore a mask, I thought you looked so handsome, so I gave you a sachet. Who would have thought you'd find me among dozens of pouches?" Luo Qingya's voice carried a hint of surprise, but it quickly faded. A faint blush appeared on her pale face as she continued. "It's just a pity that this dream didn't end well. We couldn't be together in the end. After waking up, I cried for a long time. You even asked if I stayed up late reading novels. How could I dare to tell you all this?" Listening to her words, you were utterly shocked. These were events you experienced with Li Ruoxi in the simulation, things even the previous life Li Ruoxi didn't know about. How could Luo Qingya possibly know? Suddenly, Luo Qingya looked at you with deep affection, her eyes full of determination. "No matter if you are Ruofeng, Wu Wei, or Luo Wu Wei, none of them are you in my eyes. You are simply Luo Xiao, my Luo Xiao. I like you. This will never change. After I'm gone, you must take care of yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Qingya gently flew towards you and kissed you lightly on the cheek. In the next moment, her body turned to dust and dispersed into the world. You stood there, stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Even when Xiao He tugged at your clothes with his mouth, you didn't move an inch. It wasn't until a few days later that you trembled and asked the void, "How do you know these things? How could you possibly know? Who are you really? Are you Luo Qingya or Li Ruoxi?" Unfortunately, there was no trace of them left in the world, and no one to answer your questions. Your mind was filled with confusion. How could Luo Qingya know about the events I simulated? Could she truly be the reincarnation of Li Ruoxi? Otherwise, how could she possess Li Ruoxi's memories, even those of failed simulations? The system offered no answers to these doubts. You took a deep breath, suppressing your questions. At present, the emergence of the catacombs in this world was the most pressing matter. The following year, a third 7th-tier catacomb appeared. At the same time, an 8th-tier beast emerged from the initial 7th-tier peak catacomb. Its terrifying power destroyed the rebuilt Ice Dynasty in just one day. Over the years, due to the emergence of the catacombs, all sects on the divine martial continent had united. Through unified cultivation, the number of peak martial sect experts across the continent reached over 40, an unprecedented era. However, when these peak martial sect experts went to suppress the 8th-tier beast, they truly realized the terrifying gap between the 7th-tier peak and the 8th tier. In just one move, 5 out of 10 peak martial sect experts perished, while the remaining 5 narrowly escaped death. This scene filled everyone with dread. Amidst this unprecedented crisis, you finally returned with Xiao He. You didn't make a move, but let Xiao He step forward. With a thunderous wolf howl, Xiao He transformed into the 1,000-meter-tall Black Moon Demon Emperor form. It spewed a dark demon flame from its mouth, instantly reducing the 8th-tier beast to nothingness. At that moment, all the survivors cheered with joy, as if they had seen the dawn of hope. You sighed deeply, your eyes reflecting a deep sense of worry. You knew that whether it was this simulation or in the future, the Shenwu continent was destined for destruction. Each simulation made you stronger, but the inevitable fate left you feeling increasingly powerless. As time went by, the situation on the Shinwu continent grew more dire. You and Xiao He had to split up to tackle the ever-emerging pits. These pits seemed like bottomless holes. Clearing one only led to another appearing. Worse still, at the end of clearing, a super beast would suddenly emerge, its origins a mystery, as if it appeared out of thin air. Faced with this crisis, you ordered all the continent's residents to migrate near the Shinwu sect. Scattered living would only increase the defense burden, but around the Shinwu sect, with you and Xiao He guarding, it was temporarily secure. Major sects and dynasties followed your order, escorting large numbers of civilians to the Shinwu sect. Upon arrival, people immediately began building homes, and the entire Shinwu continent united as never before. However, some stubborn royals were reluctant to abandon their domains. Not only did they refuse to leave, but they also hindered their citizens from migrating. You didn't want to intervene, but for the greater good, you had to take strong measures. You eliminated 2 second-rate dynasties and a first-rate dynasty, setting an example that finally made everyone comply. Once the migration was complete, the Shinwu Empire was officially established. Although you did not claim the title of emperor, the peoples will regarded you as the emperor of the Shinwu Empire. You understood that this title was not a symbol of power, but rather a heavy responsibility. In the year 508, disaster struck again. A second 8th-tier beast and another 8th-tier pit appeared near the Shinwu Empire. Xiao He went into battle but found the beast extraordinarily powerful, taking hours to defeat it. This hard-won victory made you realize that the pit crisis would only worsen, and beings might emerge that even you could not handle. However, the emergence of these powerful beasts also brought unexpected benefits. Their flesh contained immense energy, and their beast cores were filled with abundant vitality. You refined them into elixirs, which not only replenished vitality but also enhanced strength. Unfortunately, your body had reached its limit, and absorption efficiency was much lower, while the beasts appearing were increasingly formidable. You and Xiao He had to frequently engage in battle, struggling to cope. To prepare for even greater challenges ahead, you sought out exceptionally talented individuals across the Shinwu Empire, hoping to cultivate warriors who could reach the Shinwu realm. With the population concentrated, the Shinwu Empire's population exceeded 3 billion. Although crowded, the territory spanned over 1,000 kilometers in diameter. Fortunately, the abundance of beasts provided ample food supply, though there was concern about nutritional imbalance due to scarce vegetables. In this difficult situation, you found yourself pondering how to lead the Shinwu Empire through this unprecedented crisis. As the trend of martial arts swept across the Shinwu continent, hidden talents emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, and the number of martial masters rapidly increased. In the year 687, a genius in swordsmanship was born in the Luo family, Luo Jun. His talent far surpassed that of Luo Cheng from years past. Overjoyed, you immediately took him as your second disciple. Under your careful guidance, Luo Jun reached the level of martial master in just 15 years, breaking through to the second level of sword intent at the remarkable age of 30. In the year 736, Luo Jun achieved another miracle. Not only did he reach the peak of martial master status, but he also mastered the third level of sword intent. You sent him to train among fierce beasts, where he forged a killing intent through life and death battles, becoming the strongest of his time, second only to you and Xiao He. At this point, Luo Jun was still not yet 60. Over the years, you had once again gathered the 9 revolutions, nirvana pill, and various rare herbs, waiting for a true genius to appear. You also crafted an 8th-grade pill from the flesh and blood of 8th-grade beasts to specifically enhance the body. For the ultimate breakthrough, you had Luo Jun practice a body-strengthening method, significantly increasing his physical resilience. Combining this with several 8th-grade enhancement pills, the hope for a breakthrough became ever clearer. After 10 years of meticulous preparation, you took Luo Jun to a secluded and safe place, where you and Xiao He personally guarded him. Learning from Luo Qingya's failed attempt, perhaps due to Luo Jun's extraordinary talent or the critical role of the 8th-grade enhancement pills, he finally managed to precariously break through to the Shinwu realm with the support of a vast amount of pills. At this moment, you smiled with satisfaction, thinking that with Luo Jun's addition, the Shinwu continent might endure for a few more years. Luo Jun's breakthrough was like a thunderclap, shaking the entire Shinwu Empire. His prowess was almost on par with Xiao He's. With the addition of this newly ascended powerhouse, the Shinwu continent experienced nearly a century of flourishing development. The territory expanded from 1,000 kilometers to 1,500 kilometers, and the population surged to 5 billion. Among this vast population, you discovered another human prodigy with talent comparable to Luo Jun's, who, with careful nurturing, could potentially become another Shinwu realm powerhouse. However, just when everything seemed prosperous, disaster struck unexpectedly. In the year 867, a massive spatial rift suddenly appeared within the Shinwu Empire, far surpassing any previous 8th grade chasm in scale. The moment it opened, tens of thousands were swallowed instantly. Minutes later, countless 6th and 7th grade beasts surged from the chasm like a tide, killing indiscriminately and leaving devastation in their wake. The strong of the Xinwu Empire rushed to respond, but faced with the endless tide of beasts, even their full effort struggled to hold them back. Fortunately, you arrived with Luo Jun and Xiao He in time, using your formidable strength to begin a frenzied slaughter of the beasts. Yet, before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, several 8th grade beasts suddenly emerged from the chasm. Luo Jun, being the closest to the chasm, stepped forward to block these 8th grade beasts. Knowing his strength well, you were not worried. The pressing issue was dealing with the overwhelming number of 7th grade beasts, or else the population of the Xinwu Empire might plummet by billions. Fate, however, had other plans. As Luo Jun single-handedly faced 4 8th grade beasts, a golden 6-star 8th grade unicorn beetle suddenly leaped out of the chasm. In the midst of battling several 8th grade beasts, Luo Jun had no time to react and was instantly pierced through the chest by the giant beast's horn. In an instant, the faces of everyone from the Xinwu Empire turned pale. Witnessing this scene, fury ignited within you, and a murderous aura surged like a tide. You transformed into a streak of blood-red light, soaring into the sky, with the Xinwu blade in your hand gleaming with a cold brilliance. At that moment, your full strength erupted, and with a terrifying flash of your blade, several 8th-tier beasts blocking your path were instantly sliced in two, their blood raining down like a storm. You charged forward relentlessly, heading straight for the golden rhinoceros beetle. The massive creature, seeing your fierce approach, hurriedly flung Luo Jun's body aside and began to gather endless lightning in its mouth. In an instant, a thick pillar of lightning tore through the void at a speed that was astonishing. Even you couldn't keep up. Boom. In a deafening explosion, the lightning struck Luo Jun. The severely injured Luo Jun didn't even have time to scream before being blasted into a cloud of flying charred remains. This scene completely ignited your fury, and your murderous intent pierced the sky. Kill, 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 you muttered in a voice filled with icy coldness, brimming with endless anger and sorrow. At that moment, your murderous aura surged to a 3rd level. The accumulation of killing over the centuries had reached a terrifying level, even without you intentionally comprehending it. The breakthrough in your aura made you lose all reason. You raised the Xinwu blade, and a blood-red blade light, stretching for tens of thousands of meters, erupted forth. The blade light sliced through the void like lightning, slashing down on the golden rhinoceros beetle in an instant. With a thunderous crash, the blade light exploded, carving a massive crack in the beetle's supposedly invincible armor. The intense pain filled the beetle, who prided itself on its impenetrable defense, with terror. It hastily unleashed a terrifying barrage of lightning towards you. In response, you channeled the fire power within you, merging your murderous aura and fourfold blade intent into your long blade. In the next moment, an even larger flame blade light tore through the sky. As it passed, the air sizzled with a piercing sound. Boom. The beetle's lightning clashed with the flame blade light, but was instantly devoured. Despite its incredible defense, the beetle's attack power was relatively weak. Seeing its attack fail, the beetle curled up in fear. In the next instant, the terrifying flame blade light, spanning tens of thousands of meters, struck down fiercely. Splat! The flame blade light cleaved the golden rhinoceros beetle in two, then continued to slash into the ground. In an instant, a terrifying mushroom cloud, akin to a nuclear explosion, rose into the sky. The fiery shockwave swept in all directions, incinerating the beasts emerging from the underground cavern before they could react. The shockwave spread out for tens of kilometers, flattening everything in its path. In the sky, you watched the scene unfold, the murderous intent in your eyes gradually dissipating. Gazing at the devastated land below, you fell into silence. In that moment, you had entered a 3rd-level murderous aura. If not for the overwhelming shockwave of the explosion shaking you out of it, you might have completely lost your sanity, becoming a soulless killing machine. Of course, this was also related to your stagnation in strength over the centuries, focusing instead on enhancing your soul. You couldn't help but ponder. This 3rd-level murderous aura is indeed terrifying. It's best to avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. Standing near the exit of the 8th-tier cavern, you survey the land, calculating your next move. The next day, you resolutely announce that you will personally guard this place, leaving the handling of other 8th-tier beasts to Xiao He. This decision goes unchallenged, but the death of Luo Jun has plunged the Xinwu Empire into despair. Time, like a knife, swiftly passes. Now nearly 900 years old, you can't help but feel a twinge of worry as the beasts grow ever more powerful. In the 912th year, a beast even more formidable than the rhinoceros beetle appears in the cavern. You once again unleash your slaughtering intent, successfully slaying it, but losing your sanity in the process, charging deep into the cavern. A month-long frenzy of slaughter ensues. When you finally regain your senses, you find the cavern nearly emptied. With lingering fear, you withdraw and continue to guard the entrance. However, the number of beasts within the Xinwu Empire continues to rise, forcing you to frequently rush about to provide aid. The once vast land has gradually shrunk, reducing from 1,500 kilometers to just over 900 kilometers. By the year 956, the Xinwu Empire's territory has dwindled to a mere 300 kilometers, with a population of just over 30 million. The genius you once had high hopes for has reached the peak of martial sovereign, with strength comparable to Luo Jun of the past. Yet, the Xinwu continent is now devoid of treasures like the Nirvana flower, leaving no hope for a breakthrough, only the prospect of waiting for doom. At the end of the year, you lose control once again while killing a beast. This time, you engage in a half-year-long massacre within the cavern, nearly emptying it before regaining your sanity. You leave quietly, knowing that the next beast wave might spell the end of the Xinwu continent. Yet, the next beast tide never arrives. By the year 966, after a decade of relentless struggle, the Xinwu Empire's territory has shrunk to a mere 50 kilometers, with a population under a million, and martial sovereigns are few and far between. The surviving residents, like walking corpses, numbly await death. Finally, the day arrives. Multiple caverns simultaneously erupt with beast tides, and despite you and Xiao He fighting desperately, you cannot prevent the last person on the Xinwu continent from being consumed by the beast tide. Amidst the ruins, you stand proudly atop Xiao He, surrounded by hundreds of 7th-tier beasts and 10 8th-tier beasts, without a trace of fear. Though aged and your strength waning, you remain the Xinwu Emperor. This is your Xinwu continent. Xiao He, let us fight one last battle. You speak slowly, your voice hoarse yet firm. Xiao He unleashes a long howl to the sky, black energy surging from his body as he charges into the horde of peak 7th-tier beasts. You transform into a streak of fire, diving toward the 8th-tier beasts, your eyes filled with bloodlust and an overwhelming killing intent. This cataclysmic battle shatters the continent, plunging it into darkness. Xiao He is eventually consumed by the beast tide, while you are engulfed by your killing intent, forgetting everything, your eyes seeing only endless slaughter. Tirelessly, you wield your weapon until your flesh shatters and your body perishes. In the end, you fall, and the legend of the Xinwu Emperor comes to an end. Simulation complete, system begins scoring. The simulation suddenly vanished, leaving Luo Xiao's heart in turmoil. This simulation had lasted nearly a millennium, making it the longest and most despairing one yet. The future seemed bleak, void of any hope. Frowning, Luo Xiao recalled the scenes from the simulation. Humanity had reached its peak strength, but could advance no further. Meanwhile, the beasts surged like a tidal wave, their numbers and power skyrocketing. Every glimmer of hope was extinguished as quickly as it appeared. The caverns had been around for only 150 years, yet humanity was already struggling to hold on. Luo Xiao couldn't help but ponder whether in a few decades, or even centuries, the same fate from the simulation would befall them. No matter how hard they tried, could they keep up with the beast's rise? Would Earth eventually meet the same demise as Xinwu continent? This thought left Luo Xiao with mixed emotions. Compared to Xinwu continent's few hundred years from the appearance of the caverns to its destruction, Earth had only experienced 150 years. Although their development was faster, it didn't necessarily mean Earth's inhabitants were more gifted than those of Xinwu continent. In fact, the opposite was true. Xinwu continent's slow progress was because they had already reached the world's limits before the caverns appeared. Moreover, the caverns did not increase energy concentration as they did on Earth. Thus, the strongest could only reach the Xinwu realm, and even then, only at the peak of the first level. Breaking through was extremely difficult without a surge in talent. Luo Xiao's resolve grew stronger as he considered another approach, madly stacking purple talents on top of the Xinwu realm. If one wasn't enough, then two. And if two weren't enough, then three. He believed that one day, he could protect Xinwu continent, at least until the end of his life. This determination made Luo Xiao's gaze more intense. To him, Xinwu continent wasn't just another world. It was the home he had lived in for 150 years, the place of his future existence. Furthermore, stacking purple talents had no downsides for him. Luo Xiao glanced at his simulation points. Originally, he had 5 million points, and this simulation had cost him 1 million. Although he had previously acquired 20 billion points, they were all spent on purchasing elixirs. Now, he had only 4 million simulation points left. However, the rewards from this simulation were exceptionally rich. Not only could he elevate his strength to the martial sovereign realm, but he also acquired numerous precious items. Among them were 2 9-turn Nirvana pills and many other grades of Nirvana pills. Additionally, the quantity of perfect grade 8th and 7th tier elixirs was astounding. Each of these pills could fetch at least hundreds of billions, with the 9-turn Nirvana pills reaching a terrifying value in the trillions. Luo Xiao calculated silently. He wouldn't lack simulation points in the short term. Yet, colorful Cloud City couldn't provide enough beast cores for him. He realized that his plan to head to the imperial capital needed to be expedited. Of course, this trip to the capital wasn't for university. With his current strength, attending university would be a waste of time. Once he received the strength rewards, he could directly reach the martial sovereign realm and even qualified to serve as a department head at the imperial capital university. Luo Xiao stood at the edge of the simulated world, filled with excitement and anticipation. This simulation had propelled his abilities to unprecedented heights. He recalled mastering the fourfold artistic conception and the threefold killing intent during the simulation, the power still surging within him. At full strength, even an 8th tier 6-star beast was no match for him. Suddenly, a clear notification sound interrupted his thoughts. Ding! Settlement complete. The system's voice echoed in his mind, delivering exciting news. Congratulations, host, for reaching the pinnacle of the martial sovereign's first level in this simulation, becoming the undisputed guardian of the divine martial continent. You have also successfully revived your pet Xiaohe, who has been waiting for you for thousands of years. You have received an S-grade rating. A series of generous rewards appeared before Luo Xiao. 1. Cultivation experience in martial arts techniques. 2. Enhancement of martial prowess. 19,990,000 in physical value, soul, and vitality, plus an extra 100 years of lifespan. 3. Talent fusion, pill Dao prodigy. 4. Various rare elixirs, including the 9-turn Nirvana pill and the 10,000 beast blood pill. 5. Insights into technique cultivation. 6. All professional cultivation experience from this simulation. 7. Blade of Divine Martial 8th tier mid-grade weapon. 8. Fusion of unique options from this S-grade simulation. The system continued. You can choose 4 of the above rewards. Watching an ad allows you to choose one more. Luo Xiao carefully examined each option, weighing the pros and cons. His martial arts techniques had reached the 8th tier low grade, a realm he had spent nearly 1,000 years comprehending, so he couldn't miss out on that. The attribute enhancements not only increased his strength, but also extended his lifespan, which was tempting. Especially those 2 9-turn Nirvana pills, which could extend his life by a full 100 years. Luo Xiao couldn't help but marvel. These pills are truly terrifying. Even the 8th tier low-grade rating seems too low for them. He quickly calculated. The divine martial realm allows a lifespan of 1,000 years, plus these 100 years, making it 1,100 years. Although he didn't live to the end in the simulation, perhaps it was due to the diminishing effects of the Nirvana flower. Luo Xiao recalled a single Nirvana flower in previous simulations could extend his life by 30 years. For a beast like Xiaohe, the first Nirvana flower could extend its life by several hundred years. Even though the effects later weakened, it allowed Xiaohe to live until they reunited thousands of years later. Compared to attribute enhancements, the item rewards were dazzling. 2 9-turn Nirvana pills, along with an impressive number of ordinary Nirvana pills, were enough to elevate his realm to the peak of the martial sovereign's second level within a few decades. Luo Xiao thought to himself, even if I don't choose the attribute rewards, these elixirs can push my power to the limits of this world. Further stacking won't offer significant improvement. Besides, this power can be achieved in just a few decades. Although the soul enhancement is slower, it will ultimately reach its peak. Luo Xiao pondered deeply, weighing the reward options before him. I definitely need to choose the talent and skill rewards, he concluded to himself, quickly dismissing the other options. Although the divine martial blade was a powerful weapon, this crafting seemed to merely shape it, adding some irrelevant features without enhancing its power or rating. Luo Xiao decisively abandoned this choice. As for the fusion simulation, Luo Xiao felt a chill in his heart. He knew that once fused, this world would be permanently fixed. Reflecting on this simulation, Luo Xiao frowned. There were too many regrets and shortcomings. If he fused it, this simulation would become a true regret. Moreover, a world can only be fused once, so such a decision cannot be made lightly. System, select 13,456 for me. Luo Xiao commanded without hesitation. Ding. Reward accepted. Beginning advertisement playback. The system's prompt sounded immediately. In an instant, Luo Xiao's vision went dark, and a flood of advertisement content surged into his mind. Having grown accustomed to this kind of bombardment, Luo Xiao remained unfazed, focusing intently on watching the content from start to finish. In this advertising space, external time seemed to stand still. Although he watched for what felt like several days, only a moment passed in the real world. Boom. With a loud explosion, a vast array of martial techniques and cultivation experiences surged into Luo Xiao's mind. Although not explicitly mentioned in the simulation, Luo Xiao had comprehended all martial techniques to the 8th tier lower grade and mastered them to perfection. His cultivation method differed from others, requiring integration with the realm of intent. Without integration, it was merely an ordinary 8th tier lower grade technique. But once fused with 4 levels of intent, its power would soar, even surpassing a typical 8th tier upper grade technique. This is the terrifying potential of intent-based techniques. However, such powerful techniques are extremely difficult to cultivate. Luo Xiao recalled his second disciple, Luo Jun, who, despite his divine martial realm cultivation and possessing 3 levels of sword intent, only mastered the technique to proficiency before falling. Achieving perfection without 4 levels of intent is simply impossible. Aside from these powerful 4-level intents, the greatest gain this time was the threefold killing intent. This threefold killing intent was formidable, but its use could lead to a berserk state, even blinding one with bloodlust. Nonetheless, its enhancement effects were astonishing. A single level increased combat power by 200, 2 levels by 400, and 3 levels by a staggering 800. Reflecting on the final battle, Luo Xiao estimated that among the 10 8th-tier fierce beasts, the strongest one's power likely reached above 8th-tier 8-star. After all, the golden horn beetle was already 8th-tier 6-star, and the one he later defeated was even stronger, at least 7-star. Although eventually overwhelmed, and with his own vitality waning, the fact that it could push him to such an extent speaks volumes about the beast's strength. Luo Xiao gazed at the simulation interface before him, calculating in his mind. To defeat himself under the influence of the killing intent, he would need the strength of an 8th-tier, 8-star warrior. At this moment, he was confident that he could slay a 1st-tier martial sovereign just with his martial emperor level. This significant leap in power was due to the advancement in his realm from the peak of martial master to the 1st tier of martial sovereign. Although his vital energy had only increased by 1 point, his physical body had undergone a qualitative transformation, with his explosive power increasing tenfold. A flicker of astonishment crossed Luo Xiao's eyes as he realized the terrifying nature of the martial sovereign realm. Each point of vital energy could unleash a force of 10,000 kilograms, which explained why those below martial sovereign were considered insignificant. He recalled the simulations of those super geniuses who, despite possessing triple blade intent and various powerful martial skills, were unable to defeat an 8th-tier, 1-star beast. I need to simulate again and achieve this realm too, Luo Xiao thought, a look of anticipation in his eyes. A 200-fold increase in strength is truly enticing. He quickly adjusted his strategy, deciding not to interact with the people from the divine martial sect in this simulation and to focus solely on enhancing his strength. Without hesitation, Luo Xiao initiated a new simulation. The system's notification sounded, indicating the start of an intermediate simulation. Luo Xiao carefully examined the 4 purple talent options: Demon Dao Genius, Crafting Genius, Blade Technique Genius, and Thunder Battle Body. His gaze lingered on the Demon Dao Genius, attracted by its high attribute bonuses and curious about the twisted personality negative effect. Since the negative effect can be removed by watching ads, I'll choose it, Luo Xiao decided firmly, selecting Demon Dao Genius and allocating all attribute points to his physique. The system confirmed the talent choice and point allocation, displaying Luo Xiao's initial attributes. Physical body 710,000, soul 9,999, vital energy 600,000, comprehension 160, physique 180, fortune 130, appearance 10. This simulation consumed 1,001,000 simulation points. The simulation officially began. On the first day, Luo Xiao found himself transported to an unfamiliar world. He checked the system space and was astonished by the array of items. Without hesitation, he began consuming pills. Starting with mid-tier 7th grade pills, he refined one each day, rapidly boosting his strength. By the 5th day, Luo Xiao's physical and vital energy values had both surpassed 1 million, reaching the realm of a 1st-tier martial sovereign. He began attempting to consume higher-grade 7th-tier pills, anticipating even greater breakthroughs. Immersed in the joy of rapid advancement, Luo Xiao was unaware that greater challenges and opportunities awaited him. This experience was only the beginning of his long journey of cultivation, with many more unknown adventures lying ahead for him to explore. On the 10th day, you returned to the land of the dragon fruit. This time, without hesitation, you captured the elder of the Blazing Blade sect, cruelly severed his limbs and head, and threw him to the giant python. Watching the elder being devoured amidst his piercing screams, a wave of unprecedented pleasure washed over you, making every cell in your body tremble. But you didn't stop there. You turned your attention to the giant python, slicing it inch by inch from the tail until the massive beast took its last breath in agony. Luo Xiao witnessed all of this and finally understood what true depravity was. Such actions surpassed the comprehension of ordinary people, something only a mad killer could do. 2 years passed swiftly. During this time, you continuously consumed elixirs to enhance your power, eventually reaching the 10th level of the martial sect. Thanks to your powerful techniques and cultivation methods, you completely mastered this astonishing power. More importantly, the body-strengthening method you learned in the last simulation brought your physical strength to an unimaginable level. You were confident you could break through to the divine martial realm, but chose to remain patient. as your current power was enough to dominate the entire divine martial continent. Finally, after 2 years of seclusion, you decided to re-enter the world. Your first target was the nearby Great Qin dynasty. You headed straight for the headquarters of the Blazing Blade sect, as you clearly remembered that it was a martial sect-level expert from this sect who took your life in the first simulation. You swept through the sect like a whirlwind, leaving behind severed bodies wherever you went. Your methods were extremely brutal, as those cut in half had to endure a whole day of painful wailing before finding release. The entire Blazing Blade sect was soon shrouded in cries of agony. As for the martial sect-level elders and the sect leader, you severed their limbs and hung them at the entrance of the sect, leaving them to die from blood loss over several days. This horrifying scene quickly spread across the divine martial continent, causing a massive uproar. The Blazing Blade sect was a grand sect with peak-level experts, yet it was annihilated with no survivors. Suddenly, the entire continent was on edge, with everyone in fear for their lives. However, this was only the beginning. More than 10 days later, a thunderous explosion echoed in the capital of the Hongwu dynasty, with the sound waves reaching hundreds of kilometers away. When some powerful individuals arrived in the capital out of curiosity, they were stunned by what they saw. A massive handprint had turned the land, spanning over 10 kilometers, into an unfathomably deep abyss. At that moment, the entire divine martial continent was engulfed in unprecedented panic. People realized a terrifying god of death had descended, and anyone or any force targeted by him was doomed. Some even speculated that not even Luo Xiao, the strongest sect leader of the divine martial sect, could stand against this harbinger of death. Many turned their suspicious eyes toward the Tianyan demon sect, but they quickly realized how wrong they were. Another 10 days passed, and the capital of the Dian dynasty met the same fate, leveled by a gigantic handprint. In the center of the bottomless abyss, the Dian emperor, the leader of the Tianji pavilion, and numerous elders were nailed, their bodies subjected to the cruelest of tortures. Somehow, by some strange power, these individuals endured the torment for days, wailing in agony before finally succumbing. When news reached the ears of the Tianyan demon lord, he was furious and immediately rushed to the scene of the devastation. Seeing the horrendous death of his son, rage consumed him, his eyes flickering with a murderous intent. The spear pierced through the air with terrifying speed, directly penetrating Tianyan demon lord's chest and pinning him to the ground. Blood continuously gushed from his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. At that moment, a cold, ghostly voice echoed. TSK. I've worked tirelessly to kill so many, and you just swoop in and steal all the credit? Tell me, don't you think you deserve to die? Tianyan demon lord stared in horror, finally seeing your face clearly. Your expression was dark and twisted, the twisted attributes of the demonic path prodigy becoming increasingly terrifying. For the next few days and nights, you relentlessly tortured Tianyan demon lord. Many powerful figures arrived, but upon seeing you, they felt an innate fear. Even the strongest among them, Luo Xiao, was no exception. When Tianyan demon lord finally breathed his last, you coldly surveyed your surroundings. A dozen peak martial masters, hundreds of ordinary martial masters, and they dared to come for you? You drew the mutated meteoric iron blade, and Luo Xiao's face changed drastically, questioning why you possessed his ancestor's weapon. Yet, you ignored him and struck directly. Within minutes, the ruins were littered with the severed limbs of martial masters, screams echoing all around. Only the Luo family of the divine martial sect were spared, though Luo Qingshan was severely injured, incredulous at your terrifying power. After you left, Luo Qingshan and the Luo family began to recover. However, terrifying news soon spread. One sect was flayed from top to bottom, another was refined into blood pills. You had somehow learned demonic methods and crafted a human sovereign banner. Everywhere you went, you tortured everyone to death, capturing their souls into the banner and refining their flesh into blood pills. Luo Qingshan remained silent upon hearing the news, then headed to Shinwu Mountain to find the aged demon Emperor Heiyue. Upon learning the full story, Heiyue consumed a nirvana flower, instantly restoring vitality to his withered body and temporarily regaining peak strength. The demon Emperor Heiyue descended the mountain. A month later, on a certain night, while you were in the capital of the Daiqian dynasty collecting souls for the human sovereign banner, you suddenly sensed a terrifying presence. Looking up, you saw Xiao He surrounded by endless black aura, gazing down at you with cold eyes. This was the world his master protected, now destroyed by a demon like you. Howl! With a howl to the moonlight flowed into Xiao He's body, enveloping him in endless dark power. You knew this was a sign that Xiao He was prepared to fight to the death. The demon Emperor Heiyue possessed extraordinary innate talents, and his strength was unfathomable. Even in his normal state, his combat power could rival that of Luo Jun, who mastered 3 levels of realm and 1 level of the killing intent. If he harnessed the power of the moonlight, his strength would surge even further. The dark energy he wielded was the legendary power of darkness, which was even more formidable at night. At this moment, Xiaohe was undoubtedly at the peak of his power. Ha ha ha. Xiaohe, let me see just how strong you really are, you said coldly, as a mutated meteor iron blade embryo appeared in your hand. Xiaohe's pupils contracted violently, shocked beyond belief. He knew the origin of this blade embryo all too well. When he left, he personally handed it to Luo Qingtian. Since Luo Qingtian was still alive, this treasure could not possibly fall into someone else's hands. The only explanation was that what you held was a second meteor iron blade embryo. Xiaohe found it hard to believe. How could there be a second identical meteor iron blade embryo in the world? However, if he had to believe you were Luo Wuwei, he would rather kill you. With a roar of anger, Xiaohe transformed into a terrifying black shadow and lunged at you. The black energy enveloping him melted everything it touched. You were fearless, wielding the meteor iron blade embryo to meet his attack. In an instant, the entire imperial capital of the great Qin dynasty erupted with earth-shattering roars. Each collision between you caused the ground to sink over 10 meters, and a massive crater formed within thousands of meters around. This epic battle raged on for over an hour. You were astonished by Xiaohe's strength, as he could fight you to a standstill even when you used the killing intent. Meanwhile, Xiaohe was shocked that you had mastered the killing intent. What made him even more despairing was that the weapon, martial skills, and even the aura you used carried the essence of his former master. Xiaohe's heart shattered, yet he grew even more furious. No matter how much you resembled his master, he couldn't believe you were Luo Wuwei. In an instant, he made his decision. Xiaohe's body emitted a profound black light, and your expression changed as you realized he intended to self-destruct. In that moment, past memories suppressed your demonic nature. You never intended to kill Xiaohe. You only hoped to use the 9 Revolutions Nirvana pill to elevate his level after he was defeated. However, you realized too late that you were gravely mistaken. Even though Xiaohe sensed you might be Luo Wuwei, he still chose to perish with you. Because even he couldn't bear to see you continue to sink into the demonic path. Unfortunately, it was too late to stop him. The terrifying energy within Xiaohe was about to erupt. At the critical moment, he gave you a deep, sorrowful look. Awoo! Xiaohe let out a mournful howl, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. The energy around him compressed, and his body gradually dissolved into blood under the corrosive power of darkness. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to strike his master, even though he knew that self-destruction might not completely obliterate you. As you stood there, staring at the blood that was once Xiaohe, you fell into a prolonged silence. Days later, you finally snapped out of your daze. You soared into the sky, leaving the shattered imperial capital of the great Qin dynasty behind. Those who survived by chance watched you depart, shedding tears of relief and joy. Since your battle with the demon emperor Heiyu, you had mysteriously vanished, and no one knew where you went. On the continent of Shenwu, your presence seems to have been erased, yet the damage you caused remains etched in everyone's hearts. At the peak of the dazzling Shenwu mountain, you sit cross-legged, suspended in the void, fully immersed in cultivating techniques like the clear mind mantra to suppress desires and murderous intent. As time passes, your demonic consciousness is gradually suppressed, and you choose seclusion here. You are well aware that any contact with others might cause your twisted personality to resurface. Without you, the continent of Shenwu returns to peace. Time flies, and 50 years pass in the blink of an eye. You remain secluded on the mountaintop, continuously refining your soul. In the 87th year, your soul value surpasses the 10 million mark, reaching the martial honor realm. This breakthrough completely suppresses your distorted personality. You realize that as long as your soul value far exceeds your physical value, the demonic personality cannot gain the upper hand. To maintain this balance, you deliberately avoid breaking through the physical martial honor realm, focusing solely on soul cultivation. After 150 years, relying solely on your exceptional talent without any elixirs, your soul value reaches an astonishing 20 million. You then confirm that although you were close in a previous life, you never truly touched the world's limits. 330 years pass, and your soul value climbs to 30 million, reaching a bottleneck. At this point, you decide to attempt a breakthrough beyond the martial honor realm. A month later, an overwhelming pressure envelopes the entire forest as you successfully ascend to the Shenwu realm, or martial honor first heaven. The powerful soul value successfully stabilizes the surge of strength and the restless demonic will. With the breakthrough of the physical realm, your soul cultivation also finds new room for advancement. In the 385th year, the first chasm appeared on the continent of Shenwu. With the efforts of Luo Qingtian and others, the ferocious beasts emerging from the chasm were slain one by one. Perhaps because he did not fixate on breaking through the Shenwu realm, Luo Qingtian lived longer than in previous simulations, but even so, he had reached the end of his life. After stopping a 7th-level peak beast, Luo Qingtian ultimately fell. The strong ones of the Shenwu continent, after careful consideration, decided to once and for all clear this chasm. Nearly 30% of the martial sect-level powerhouses gathered to commence the cleansing action. However, just as they were about to succeed, a terrifying 8th-level 4-star beast suddenly burst from the ground. All the martial sect-level powerhouses were caught off guard and were instantly slaughtered. This beast broke free from the chasm and began a massacre across the Shinwu continent. Even the peak martial sect powerhouses who came to stop it couldn't withstand a single move before being devoured. Amidst the despair, a blood-red blade light suddenly descended from the sky. In an instant, the beast was sliced in two by the terrifying blade light. Some martial sect powerhouses were overjoyed and were about to step forward to express their gratitude when several seasoned martial sect members of the Luo family suddenly turned ashen and collapsed to the ground. They recognized you, the demon who once nearly annihilated the Shinwu continent, a terrifying presence whose slaughter far exceeded that of the beast by 100-fold. You merely glanced indifferently at these seasoned martial sect members of the Luo family. Then, your gaze fixed on a face in the crowd that was all too familiar. It was a silhouette you could never forget. Yet at this moment, she was watching you with a wary expression. After leaving your contact information and a pile of elixirs, you earnestly advised everyone to seek you out if they encountered an 8th-level beast. Before they could respond, you soared into the sky and vanished from sight. The crowd was left in shock, puzzled as to why you, a supposed demon, would suddenly offer assistance. However, upon examining the elixirs you left, their amazement was palpable. They were all perfect grade, 7th-level elixirs. Without dwelling on it, everyone quickly returned to the battle against the remaining beasts. As time passed, the frequency of the underground fissures increased, compelling various factions across the divine martial continent to unite. Luo Xiao, with her formidable strength and status as a top-tier 7th-level alchemist, was elected as the alliance leader, tirelessly fighting on the front lines. For centuries passed in the blink of an eye. One day, you reappeared, abducting Luo Xiao to a remote mountain thousands of miles away. Before she could speak, you presented her with a heap of elixirs designed to enhance physical strength, including a rare 9-turn nirvana pill, and ordered her to consume them immediately. Although enraged, Luo Xiao was forced to comply after you threatened to annihilate the entire divine martial alliance. These elixirs embodied your centuries of effort and included a masterpiece crafted after Luo Xiao's death in a previous simulation. As the medicinal power coursed through her, her physical strength increased rapidly. You checked on her daily, causing her to blush with embarrassment, yet she had no choice but to endure. You promised that as long as she cooperated, you would personally handle all peak 7th-level beasts. Over time, Luo Xiao's resistance towards you gradually faded. She began to dream frequently about moments involving you, and eventually, she couldn't help but blush each time she saw you. In the 412th year, you confirmed that Luo Xiao's potential and physical strength met, and even surpassed the necessary standards. You began teaching her the method to break through to the divine martial realm. Only then did Luo Xiao realize that you had been working to enhance her strength all along. She focused intently on learning, not daring to say more. A year later, Luo Xiao attempted her breakthrough. You remained by her side, ready to intervene if anything went awry, even if it meant using the nirvana flower to save her. Your meticulous planning over nearly a millennium across 2 lifetimes finally paid off. Luo Xiao successfully reached the divine martial realm. In the following decades, under your careful guidance, Luo Xiao's realm continued to stabilize and advance, extending her lifespan to 1,000 years. When you finally let her go, Luo Xiao felt a surprising sense of reluctance. Nonetheless, she knew the entire divine martial continent eagerly awaited her return. Luo Xiao's breakthrough was like a thunderclap, shaking the entire divine martial alliance and igniting boundless hope and anticipation. In recent years, spatial rifts have been increasingly appearing across the Shinwu continent, causing widespread concern about the emergence of 8th-level rifts. However, with the rise of powerful figures in the Shinwu realm, people's fears were somewhat alleviated. Luo Xiao's emergence brought stability to the continent, prompting people to gather at the Shinwu sect stronghold. It was on this land that the Shinwu Empire was established, with Luo Xiao as its founding empress. In the year 532, the wheels of fate turned once more. Another 8th-level rift suddenly appeared, unleashing terrifyingly powerful beasts. Luo Xiao fought valiantly, but realized her strength was no match for the Luo army you had trained in a previous life. Just as the situation seemed dire, you descended like a deity and vanquished the beasts with a single move. Your astonishing display of power left everyone in awe. Even the final 8th-level 6-star beast fell before you. Your heroic deeds shook the entire Shinwu continent. The past, when you were seen as a malevolent figure, was nearly forgotten, and now you were revered as a deity. Yet, you chose to retreat into seclusion, continuing to refine your skills. The intense battle made you aware of your dark persona stirring within, compelling you to withdraw. You resolved to avoid intervening in the future and ceased sealing the rifts. Unfortunately, reality often defies our wishes. In the year 633, a third spatial rift shattered the calm. This time, a beast with the power of an 8th level 5-star emerged, forcing you to act once again. However, this battle marked a turning point. Your dark persona was completely unleashed. You began to mercilessly slaughter the beasts, as your darker nature gradually eroded your sanity. While the citizens of the Xinwu Empire rejoiced, you suddenly appeared above the capital. To their disbelief, a massive blood-red handprint descended. At this point, you had reached the Xinwu realm, with strength 10 times greater than before. More terrifyingly, you had attained the second level of the Xinwu realm, making your overall power 20 times what it once was. With a single strike, the Xinwu Empire was left with a terrifying crater spanning several kilometers. Before anyone could react, more handprints followed in quick succession. In just a few hours, the once thriving Xinwu Empire was reduced to ruins. Compared to the brute force of the beasts, your destructive power was exponentially greater. When the Xinwu sect's warriors returned from hunting beasts and witnessed the devastation, they were filled with rage. They all attacked you, only to be effortlessly slain. At that moment, a sharp sword aura struck from behind. You turned and shattered it with a punch. However, when you saw who it was, your bloodlust momentarily halted. Luo Xiao stood there, looking at you in despair. She slowly raised her sword and, without hesitation, slashed at you. Your mind wanted to stop, but your body moved on its own. Thud! Your hand pierced through her chest. In that instant, your pupils contracted sharply, and your awareness snapped back. But it was too late. Luo Xiao fell in your arms, her life fading away. You remained silent, watching the scene unfold without uttering a word. Suddenly, you let out a heavy sigh and decided to let your consciousness fall into slumber, abandoning any resistance to your dark persona. Boom! An evil thought surged from within, and your dark persona took full control. It laughed maniacally, finally able to begin its unrestrained rampage. As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of madness flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he grabbed a handful of elixirs and swallowed them all in one go. Instantly, a terrifying force erupted within him like a massive tidal wave, wildly boosting his power. For centuries, his physical strength had been suppressed at the early stage of the second level of martial lord due to your will. But now, the long-accumulated power finally burst forth like a flood breaking through a dam. He tightly gripped the blade forged from meteorite iron and embarked on a ruthless slaughter. Beasts and humans alike met their end without mercy. Every human he killed was refined into blood pills and consumed to enhance his strength. Their souls were turned into soul pills to bolster his spiritual power. His methods were so cruel that they sent chills down one's spine. In just a few decades, human civilization on the entire divine martial continent vanished. His gaze then turned to the underground caverns. Year after year, he became an unstoppable killing machine, relentlessly clearing one cavern after another. As time passed, the number of caverns dwindled rapidly, and eventually, new ones appeared slower than he could clear them. Amidst this endless slaughter, his strength skyrocketed as if on a rocket. His physical power soared from 50 million to 60 million, then to 70 million, finally reaching an astounding 99.99 million. However, his realm remained stuck at the 4th level of martial lord, and no amount of blood pills refined from 8th level beasts could compensate for the rate of power consumption. But for someone who had descended into madness, none of this mattered. His heart was consumed by an unquenchable thirst for endless slaughter. As time flew by, 854 years passed. After more than 2 centuries of killing, even someone with his twisted personality began to feel weary. Yet, he couldn't stop, for the number of cavern fishers had surged over the years. Even if he wanted to hide, he would quickly be found. Frustrated, he continued his insane massacre. By now, he had lost any thrill from the slaughter, as in this empty world, any killing had become extremely tedious. Until the year 966, the 10 8th level beasts that had killed you in the previous simulation finally appeared. Along with them came a tide of 7th level and 6th level beasts. He immediately recognized the strongest among them, its power reaching an astonishing 8th level, 8 stars. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a triple slaughter will. Instantly, even his demonic personality was overwhelmed by the terrifying murderous intent. Over the years, even his demonic persona dared not easily use the slaughter will, a testament to its terrifying power. Fortunately, with just the triple slaughter will, his demonic persona could barely hold its ground. In a full-blown outburst, he completely wiped out all the beasts. Despite sustaining significant injuries, he quickly recovered with a large amount of elixirs. Yet, a tinge of fear began to creep into his heart. The endless beasts were impossible to kill off completely, and in the future, even more and stronger beasts awaited him. This realization filled even someone as twisted as him with a sense of hopelessness. But the beasts would give him no respite, their numbers only increasing. Inevitably, he found himself more easily slipping into the slaughter state, several times almost becoming irretrievably lost in it. Fear began to spread, and he even started to call upon your will. He no longer wished to continue this endless, meaningless killing. Unfortunately, your will seemed to have dissipated, unable to awaken. In this blood-soaked world, he stood alone, his heart filled with despair and fear for the future. In the year 1120, the demonic persona had reached the twilight of his life. Despite consuming a large number of nirvana pills, his lifespan was nearing its end. Once a prodigy, he was now a mere shell of his former self, emaciated and ghost-like. "Where are you?" he muttered hoarsely to himself. "Come out! Come out!" But the entire divine martial continent was silent, with no one answering his call. Suddenly, the roars of countless fierce beasts pierced the sky, rushing in like a tide. The demonic persona, numb to it all, drew his weapon and began yet another round of frenzied slaughter. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the year 1205. The demonic persona, dragging his skeletal frame and hunching his back, returned to the peak of divine martial mountain. His sunken eyes gazed at the endless army of ferocious beasts before him, led by several dozen eighth-tier beasts, without a hint of emotion. At that moment, a calm voice echoed in his mind. "Is this endless slaughter what you wanted?" The demonic persona's cloudy eyes widened in disbelief as he whispered, "It's you? It's you. You're still here?" "Yes, always here," you replied. Hearing this, blood tears streamed down the demonic persona's eyes. For centuries, he longed for someone to speak with, and finally, that moment had come. There was a time when your consciousness fading away was a blessing to him, but now your return filled him with joy. Suddenly, he realized, you had always been there, just never communicating with him. This meant that throughout these centuries, from his growing irritation to numbness and despair, you had been watching silently. He finally understood why you had initially given up resisting. You wanted him to experience utter despair in endless solitude, to feel that boundless pain. "You can go now. Leave the rest to me," your voice echoed again. The demonic persona trembled and whispered, "Thank you." Then his consciousness drifted into slumber, gradually dissipating until it became nothingness. He was finally free. As a once proud demonic figure, he never allowed this body to die under his control, even in countless moments of despair. Now, he could peacefully fade away. You took control of the body once more, slowly rising and retrieving the last 9-turn nirvana pill from your storage space. With a thunderous boom, the powerful medicinal effects swiftly took hold, and your body began to rapidly recover. Muscles filled out, and your body returned to its peak condition. At this moment, you resembled the determined figure of Xiao when he first emerged. Your gaze swept over the graves of Luo Wuwei, Li Ruoxi, Luo Xiao, and Xiao on divine martial mountain, and you sighed softly. Without saying much, you wielded the meteorite blade embryo and soared into the sky. Standing above, you looked down defiantly at the countless fierce beasts below, your eyes gleaming with resolute determination. All these fierce beasts were waiting for your demise, and when they witnessed your sudden burst of power, a genuine fear crept into their hearts. However, the next moment, you moved. The will of triple slaughter was activated. At this moment, you were not controlled by the will of slaughter because, during your dormant period, your will had been refining its strength. Under the influence of the endless despair and loneliness of the demonic personality, your will had improved tremendously. You were fully capable of taking over your body, but you chose not to act, instead deciding to let him perish in despair. And you succeeded. With the eruption of the triple slaughter will, your combat strength reached an unprecedented height. Over the centuries, both the demonic personality and you improved and enhanced your skills simultaneously. Your skill level had advanced to the 8th tier medium grade. Your blade intent was only a hair's breadth away from the 5th level of realm. In the next moment, you moved. With terrifying killing intent and strength, you plunged into the endless tide of beasts and began a frenzied slaughter. Even the most powerful 8th tier 9-star beasts among them couldn't withstand more than a few moves from you. As for the ordinary beasts, dozens of them fell with a single slash. 3 years later, covered in thick, bloody gore, you stood atop the endless pile of beast corpses. You had cleared the entire divine martial continent of fierce beasts. At least, for now, all the beasts outside the catacombs had been eradicated. However, your life had also reached its end. You returned to the divine martial mountain, sat in front of those graves, and gradually closed your eyes. The next moment, your body began to disintegrate. You died. Simulation ended. Beginning settlement. As the simulation ended, Luo Xiao took a deep breath. What kind of despair was this, that even a twisted personality nurtured by a demonic prodigy couldn't bear the endless loneliness and ultimately chose suicide? At the same time, he seemed to understand the size of his simulated self. Perhaps he sighed because he had chosen the demonic prodigy talent in the first place, which could be said to be the source of all misfortune. Or perhaps he sighed over why he involved himself with Luo Xiao and the others. If he hadn't gotten involved, if he hadn't cared about their lives and deaths, then none of this would have been his concern. Although the extinction of the divine martial continent would have happened sooner, at least it wouldn't have been at his own hands. He thought the heavenly fiend Lone Star was despairing enough, but this demonic prodigy was truly terrifying. The extra talent and comprehension were certainly not given in vain. Luo Xiao's gaze was solemn. He decided to be cautious when choosing this type of trade in the future. Ding. Settlement complete. Congratulations to the host for growing to martial sovereign fourth heaven in this simulation, reaching the physical limit of the divine martial continent. However, you did not protect your loved ones or beast companions, nor did you save anyone. You received its level rating. You can choose 3 of the following rewards. Watching an ad allows you to choose 1 more. Reward 1. Cultivation technique and martial skill experience. Reward 2. Martial cultivation physical value, 99,990,000. Soul, 99,990,000. Vital energy, 99,990,000. Lifespan 254 years. Reward 3. Fusion talent, demonic prodigy comprehension 100. Root bone 100. Watch an ad to remove side effects. Reward 4. 10,000 beast blood pills 5. 8th tier lower grade. Perfect 10,000 beast essence pills 7. 8th tier lower grade. Luo Xiao stared at the reward list that appeared before him, his brow furrowing. The items offered this time were noticeably fewer, yet a couple of them made him gasp in disbelief. Perfect human blood pill. 8th grade low rank human soul pill. He muttered, feeling a wave of unease. Although these pills were of high grade, their origins were chilling. Shaking his head, Luo Xiao decided to forego these unsettling rewards. He quickly made his choice: martial arts experience, strength, insight, and talent. As soon as he finalized his selection, a surge of immense power coursed through his body. Luo Xiao felt a dramatic transformation within. His muscles, cells, soul, and even the energy in his dantian were expanding wildly. His realm skyrocketed, leaping from the 7th or 8th level of Martial Emperor directly to the 4th level of Martial Venerable. His physical strength reached an astonishing 99,990,000, just shy of 100 million. Clenching his fists, he sensed the terrifying power within. Luo Xiao was certain that with a single strike, he could level the entire city of Kaiyun and the surrounding areas. This was the allure of the martial venerable's power. Simultaneously, Luo Xiao's understanding of various martial arts concepts reached new heights. 8th grade mid-level techniques and martial skills could unleash astonishing power in his hands. He estimated that at full strength, he might even contend with an 8th grade 9-star beast. However, Luo Xiao soon regained his composure. He realized that against those naturally gifted 8th grade 9-star beasts, he might still fall short. After all, in terms of sheer power, they were already 25 times stronger than him. Adding their formidable talents would likely widen the gap even further. A purple physical talent is a must-have, Luo Xiao mused to himself. Currently, he was using a green talent, providing only a 4-fold physical enhancement. Upgrading to purple would boost the enhancement to 16 times. Combined with the Scarlet Flame battle body and various insights, his combat prowess would reach new heights. Yet, as his strength grew, the time required for simulations increased as well. Each simulation now took over 1,000 years, which translated to 1 or 2 hours in real time. Luo Xiao realized that every future simulation would be a long journey. Luo Xiao stared at the system interface, filled with anticipation and determination. There were still a few hours before the warship from the Tianhua Martial Saint sect arrived to pick him up, just enough time to exhaust his remaining simulation points. He planned to give a nirvana pill to Su Jinyu after the simulation ended, then leave the city of Kaiyun, which held no more attachment for him. System, continue the simulation. Luo Xiao commanded decisively, and the 4th purple simulation commenced. A chime sounded, and the system prompted. Intermediate simulation activated. Talent selection, Sword Dao Prodigy. Purple, points allocated. The initial attributes appeared before Luo Xiao: body 99,990,000, soul 99,990,000, vitality 99,990,000, comprehension 160, root bone 180, fortune 130, appearance 10. This simulation would consume 1,001,000 simulation points. The simulated world gradually unfolded. On the first day, Luo Xiao traversed into the world. Already at the pinnacle, he disdainfully ignored the pills in his hand and headed straight for Shenwu Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, he presented various proofs to the guards, proving he was the former master. The guards were skeptical, but eventually let him through. 3 months later, nourished by Luo Xiao's 9-turn nirvana pill and many powerful elixirs, Little Black finally broke through to the Shenwu realm. Luo Xiao left Shenwu Mountain with Little Black and began searching the world for nirvana flowers and various rare medicinal herbs. 10 years passed, and Luo Xiao arrived at the Shenwu sect, openly declaring his intention to establish the Shenwu Empire and lead all of humanity. His audacious words left Luo Qingtian and others astonished, thinking he had gone mad. Luo Xiao said no more, and simply brought all the high-ranking members of the Xinwu sect to the sky above the Tianyan demon sect's base. With one palm, he destroyed the entire Tianyan demon sect, shocking everyone. Under immense pressure, the Xinwu sect had no choice but to accede to his demands and began consolidating the human race. 74 years later, the Xinwu Empire was finally established. Centered around the Xinwu sect, the empire's territory spanned 3,000 kilometers, with a staggering population of over 30 billion. During this time, Luo Xiao intervened multiple times, demonstrating terrifying power that could destroy worlds, and everyone was cowed into submission. Among the populace, rumors circulated secretly that he was a tyrant. Luo Xiao ignored these rumors, focusing on finding geniuses on the Xinwu continent. He restored Luo Cheng's talent and forcibly took him as a disciple. With the promotion of martial arts for all, talents emerged in droves. Luo Xiao even found 2 children with talents comparable to Luo Cheng and took them as disciples, nurturing them carefully. As time passed, people gradually realized that the so-called tyrant never amassed wealth or established a harem. He entrusted all affairs to the Xinwu sect, while he silently guarded the entire Xinwu empire. Under his rule, the people's lives steadily improved, and Luo Xiao's reputation began to change. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 105 years had passed. Under Luo Xiao's careful guidance, Luo Qingtian finally broke through to the Xinwu realm. Another 50 years later, Luo Cheng also succeeded in breaking through, stepping into this supreme realm. Over the next 20 years, your 2 disciples made breakthroughs, adding significant strength to the Xinwu Empire. In the year 211, under your careful guidance, Luo Qingya finally succeeded in her breakthrough. Although you kept your distance from her in this lifetime, every time you met, you could sense the complex emotions in her gaze. In the year 385, the catacombs opened as expected but were effortlessly suppressed by Luo Cheng and others. By this time, the Xinwu Empire had expanded to a diameter of 10,000 kilometers, and its population had surpassed 2 trillion, with people living in abundance. However, only you knew that with the opening of the catacombs, everything would head towards destruction. You resolved to do everything in your power to protect this world. As catacombs continued to appear, Luo Qingtian and others gradually understood the purpose behind your unification of the Xinwu continent. In the same year, your sword intent reached the 5th level, further enhancing your strength. In the year 533, the second 8th tier catacomb appeared, resulting in the first massive human casualties, numbering in the billions. By the year 675, the third 8th tier catacomb emerged within the Xinwu Empire, causing tens of billions of casualties. From then on, the territory of the Xinwu Empire began to shrink annually, and the population continued to decline. Despite your efforts to train tens of thousands of martial sect-level experts, it was still difficult to defend such a vast territory comprehensively. In the year 854, the 10th 8th tier catacomb appeared, and the oldest Xinwu realm expert, Luo Qingtian, passed away. Over the next 200 years, the senior Xinwu realm experts you trained gradually died, including Luo Qingya, who succumbed to the end of her lifespan. New Xinwu realm experts became increasingly rare, and none appeared in recent centuries. The 9-turn nirvana pills had long been exhausted, and collecting nirvana flowers became increasingly difficult. In the same year, all your intents reached the 5th level, except for the slaughter intent, which had yet to break through the 4th level. By the year 1205, the Xinwu Empire was in ruins, with its territory reduced to just over 100 kilometers. At this moment, countless fierce beasts attacked, including dozens of 8th tier beasts, with the most powerful reaching 8th tier 8 stars. At this point, besides you and Xiao He, only 2 other Xinwu realm experts remained. In this battle, you gave it your all, unleashing your full strength. After all the beasts were slaughtered, you and Xiao He stood amidst the desolate ruins, speechless. The Xinwu Empire was completely annihilated, leaving only the 2 of you on the entire Xinwu continent. However, 20 years later, another beast tide struck, and Xiao He perished in the fierce battle. In the year 1325, after taking another 9-turn nirvana pill, your lifespan was extended by over 100 years. But this was the final moment of your life. Another super beast tide attacked, and with your body battered and bruised, you managed to kill an 8th tier 9-star beast before finally exhausting your last breath. Your body was devoured by the enraged beasts, marking your demise. Simulation ends, and the system prompt sounds, ding. Settlement complete. Congratulations to the host for growing to the 4th level of Martial Venerable in this simulation, with your physical body reaching the limits of the Xinwu continent. Although not perfect, it is quite impressive. You have received an S-level rating. You may choose 4 of the following rewards. Watch an ad to select one more. Reward 1, Cultivation Technique and Martial Skill Experience. Reward 2, Martial Cultivation Physical Value, 99.99 million. Soul 99.99 million. Vitality, 99.99 million. Lifespan increased by 154 years. Luo Xiao gazed at the flickering reward notification in front of him, feeling a rush of excitement. Although this simulation hadn't met all his expectations, it still yielded substantial rewards. He carefully reviewed what he had gained: an enhancement in his swordsmanship understanding through talent fusion, a large haul of rare elixirs, and the cultivation experience of an 8th-level alchemist. What thrilled him the most was the mutated meteoric iron blade embryo and the opportunity to choose 5 talents. However, Luo Xiao quickly regained his composure. He realized that the increase in lifespan from this simulation was still insufficient, and the number of divine martial realm experts was not at an ideal level. He pondered deeply, contemplating how to create more divine martial realm powerhouses in future simulations to ensure that the divine martial empire could stand strong even after his passing. After careful consideration, Luo Xiao decided to forego attribute selection and instead focus on enhancing techniques, skills, talents, and items. He placed particular emphasis on the alchemist's cultivation experience, acknowledging that as time progressed, the likelihood of refining top-tier 8th-level elixirs increased due to the growing number of high-level beasts on the divine martial continent. At that moment, as if responding to his thoughts, the system suddenly presented a new purple talent spirit plant prodigy. This talent could not only accelerate the growth of spirit herbs, but also improve their quality. Luo Xiao's eyes lit up, realizing that this might be the key to breaking through his current bottleneck. Although cultivating spirit plants typically required many years, with this talent, he might be able to cultivate a large quantity of high-quality spirit herbs in a shorter time, particularly the nirvana flower, which had a relatively short growth cycle. This would not only provide him with more 9-turn nirvana pills, but also potentially help him surpass his current limits and create more divine martial realm experts. A gleam of wisdom shone in Luo Xiao's eyes as he began to devise how to use this new talent to alter his future simulation strategies. Although the path ahead remained long, he felt a step closer to his goal to create a divine martial empire capable of self-preservation. Luo Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He realized that with 1,000 simulation points, he could gain over 1,000 years of simulation time. As long as he didn't choose high-level talents, these long years would be enough to cultivate several batches of nirvana flowers, not to mention other rare plants. Let's give it a try, Luo Xiao thought to himself. If it works, the nirvana flower will be within reach. Without hesitation, he made his choice. Ding! The system's prompt sounded. Talent chosen. Spiritual botanist. Purple quality. Points added. The initial attributes were revealed. Physical, 99.99 million. Soul, 99.99 million. Vitality, 99.99 million. Comprehension, 160. Innate ability, 180. Luck, 130. Appearance, 10. Simulation begins. This simulation consumes 1,001,000 simulation points. On the first day, Luo Xiao opened his eyes and found himself transported to this unfamiliar world. Just a month later, he arrived at the Xinwu sect and announced his intention to establish the Xinwu Empire. His real aim was to collect seeds of the nirvana flower and various rare plants. With his formidable power, the Xinwu sect quickly submitted to his rule. Luo Xiao then entered the Dan Peak to focus on learning the art of medicinal planting. As a spiritual botanist, his learning progress was much faster than that of alchemists and artifact refiners. Although high-level spiritual botanist's abilities were limited to slightly accelerating plant growth and increasing survival rates, Luo Xiao, gifted as he was, didn't mind these limitations. 15 years later, Luo Xiao successfully advanced to a 7th-tier, top-grade spiritual botanist. He began traveling extensively to collect nirvana flowers and other rare medicinal materials. Meanwhile, he brought back Xiao He, who had advanced after a breakthrough. In a location with excellent water and soil, Luo Xiao started planting nirvana flowers and various rare medicinal herbs. Time flew by, and it was soon the 240th year. The first nirvana flower finally bloomed. Luo Xiao didn't rush to pick it but patiently waited for the bloom to wither naturally, harvesting a precious seed. Over the next 2 decades, he obtained 12 seeds. Combined with the original nirvana flower trees, his collection grew to 24. Other medicinal herbs were also harvested, though in smaller quantities, but Luo Xiao knew this was already a rare achievement. By the 520th year, 24 nirvana flowers bloomed simultaneously. Luo Xiao remained patient, not hastening to harvest. The number of nirvana flower trees doubled again, reaching 48. During this period, he didn't forget to enhance the abilities of Luo Qingya and Luo Qingtian, cultivating them to the Xinwu realm. He also took time to clear out some fierce beasts, but most of his time was spent guarding the medicinal garden, knowing it held the hope for the future. By the 700th year, Luo Xiao's level as a spiritual botanist advanced again. The growth cycle of nirvana flowers shortened to less than 200 years. By now, the number of nirvana flower trees had surpassed 100, thanks to a few roots he had unexpectedly discovered over the past 2 centuries. However, as time went on, the situation for humanity became increasingly dire. Without Luo Xiao's constant protection, Luo Qingtian and others suffered frequent severe injuries. In the 745th year, bad news arrived that Luo Qingtian had tragically died in a fierce battle. By the 788th year, more casualties followed. Luo Cheng, Luo Jun, and others fell on the battlefield one after another. In the 856th year, the Nirvana flower trees bloomed again. This time, Luo Xiao harvested a total of 100 Nirvana flowers. Yet, he chose to continue planting them rather than using them immediately. From then on, he rarely left the medicinal garden, focusing on nurturing these precious plants. However, the situation outside continued to deteriorate. The Xinwu Empire was engulfed in chaos. During an emergency mission, even Xiao He was tragically killed. Upon receiving this news, Luo Xiao silently left the medicinal garden to collect Xiao He's remains. He then cleared some powerful beasts, as if avenging his dear friend. After completing this, he returned to the garden that harbored the hope of the future and continued his vigil. Discontent within the Xinwu Empire surged like a tide against you. Although everyone acknowledged your extraordinary strength, they were infuriated by your dismissive attitude towards them. Some even harbored thoughts of sabotaging your medicine garden. In response to these threats, you reacted coldly and decisively, killing anyone who dared to approach the garden was inevitably cut down by your sword. From then on, you completely secluded yourself in the mountains, severing all ties with the outside world. Even when fierce beasts ventured within a 10-kilometer radius, you would dispatch them from a distance with a single, deadly stroke. You were acutely aware that any stray stone could destroy the medicine garden you had painstakingly cultivated, necessitating such caution. In 912, terrible news arrived. Luo Xingya had died in battle. Your expression changed slightly. A ripple of emotion stirred within you, yet you did not leave the garden. You continually reminded yourself that after enduring for a few more decades, your efforts would finally bear fruit. By 968, 200 Nirvana flowers had finally bloomed. However, in what should have been a moment of wild joy, you found yourself unable to smile. Just 10 days earlier, the Xinwu Empire had fallen, and humanity was nearly extinct. Silently, you urged the Nirvana flowers to wither and produce new seeds, then stored all the seeds and the Nirvana flower tree in your system space. You understood all too well that without humanity as a buffer, cultivating another cycle of Nirvana flowers was a distant dream. You finally descended from the mountain, embarking on a merciless slaughter of the fierce beasts. Even though you knew such actions were ultimately futile, you fought on with unwavering resolve. By 1335, your life force was exhausted, and you fell on the land you had protected for nearly 1,000 years. The simulation ended, and the system began calculating your score. Moments later, a pleasant chime sounded. Ding! Calculation complete. Congratulations to the host for reaching the 4th level of martial sovereign in this simulation, achieving the physical limit of the Xinwu continent. You have protected the Xinwu continent for nearly 1,000 years. You received an S-grade score. The system then presented a generous list of rewards from which you could choose 4 items, with the option to select an additional one by watching an advertisement. The rewards included cultivation experience in martial arts techniques, enhancements in martial prowess, talent fusion, rare medicinal herbs, insights into skill training, and more. Although there was no Nirvana pill in this round of rewards, you were not disappointed. In the simulation, you had already transformed the Nirvana flowers into seeds. You were grateful for your powerful spirit plant cultivation skills, knowing that even without planting another Nirvana flower tree, you could yield at least 400 Nirvana flowers every 200 years in future simulations. You quickly calculated. Over 1,000 years, you could obtain at least 2,000 Nirvana flowers, enough to refine 209 Nirvana pills. At this thought, you could hardly contain your excitement. Through numerous simulations, you had grasped the essence, with over 80% certainty that you could help pinnacle martial sovereigns break through to the divine martial realm. This meant that 200 Nirvana pills could potentially create 160 divine martial realm powerhouses. Such a formidable lineup, combined with your own strength, would make defending the Xinwu continent for a millennium an achievable task. You took a deep breath, ready to embark on the final simulation. Secretly, you hoped to achieve a perfect ending this time. Luo Xiao took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. The perfect ending was within reach, and the opportunity for fusion simulation was close at hand. Although he didn't yearn for fusion, as the simulation progressed, he realized that not fusing seemed to prevent him from unlocking the next world. Was it because he hadn't achieved perfect accomplishments, or was there another reason? The conditions for unlocking remained a mystery, and he could only try step by step. One last simulation. Luo Xiao silently repeated to himself, his fingers lightly touching the simulation button. Ding! The prompt for the simulation start sounded, followed by the system's voice. Intermediate simulation activated. Luo Xiao quickly chose the martial arts prodigy talent and allocated his attribute points. The initial attributes appeared before him. Physical 99.99 million, soul 99.99 million, Vitality 99.99 million. Insight 210. Bone structure 230. Fortune 130. Appearance 10. Simulation activated. This simulation consumes 1,001,000 simulation points. On the first day, Luo Xiao opened his eyes and found he had already traversed. Instinctively, he checked his storage space, where a large number of nirvana flower seeds came into view, and he instantly understood his mission. Without hesitation, he left the forest and headed straight for the Tianyan demon sect. However, this time he did not directly annihilate the Tianyan demon lord. Luo Xiao unleashed an unparalleled terrifying power, sealing the entire Tianyan demon sect. An invisible soul pressure enveloped the surroundings, ensuring that anyone attempting to leave would be destroyed. Sensing this formidable power, the Tianyan demon lord led the elders hurriedly into the sky. When they saw the young Luo Xiao, their shock was unmistakable. Luo Xiao's strength had clearly reached the divine martial realm, yet his aura and soul felt so youthful, leaving everyone incredulous. Luo Xiao got straight to the point. I intend to unify the entire divine martial continent and need the assistance of the Tianyan demon sect and the Tianji pavilion. If you are willing to cooperate, I will elevate everyone above the 7th level of the martial sect to the divine martial realm. This declaration left everyone present in shock. Despite their doubts, no one dared to refuse, knowing well that refusal meant death. With their agreement, Luo Xiao immediately ordered them to consolidate their sect disciples and head to the divine martial sect to wait. He then embarked on a journey to integrate other dynasties and sects. In the following months, Luo Xiao tirelessly visited all the dynasties and first-class sects with peak martial sect strength. Of course, he encountered some who were uncooperative, like Emperor Hongwu. For those stubborn individuals, Luo Xiao showed no mercy, wiping out the entire Hongwu royal family. With each sect he integrated, Luo Xiao informed them of the impending natural disaster. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, anyone who resisted faced his unyielding force. Compared to these individuals, he had greater respect for the Tianyan demon sect's pragmatism. 6 months later, the appointed day finally arrived. All sects and dynasties gathered their martial sect-level experts at the divine martial sect. When Luo Qingtian and the experts of the divine martial sect saw such a large assembly of powerful individuals swarming in, they initially thought it was an attack on the divine martial sect and were utterly shocked. The disciples of Xinwu sect held their breath, their eyes fixed on the tall figure at the forefront of the crowd. Tianyan demon lord. Luo Qingtian felt a chill in his heart, fully aware that Tianyan demon lord was the strongest in the Xinwu continent, and couldn't help but be on guard. Amidst this tense standoff, the sky suddenly changed color, and an overwhelming pressure descended like a mountain. You appeared, walking on air, with an aura so terrifying it forced everyone present to kneel, unable to even lift their heads. From your commanding position, you announced your decision to establish the Xinwu Empire. Seeing even the likes of Tianyan demon lord subdued by your power, Luo Qingtian's heart turned cold. He suddenly understood the truth behind the annihilation of the Hongwu royal family and realized that without compliance, the Xinwu sect might meet the same fate. In the deafening cheers, the Xinwu Empire was born. You ascended as the founding emperor, revered by all as the Xinwu Great Emperor. This moment was destined to be recorded in history. Over the next decade, you devoted yourself to nurturing Luo Qingtian, Tianyan demon lord, and other top martial artists of the sect, elevating them to the pinnacle of the Xinwu realm. This achievement shocked the entire Xinwu continent, as warriors of the legendary Xinwu realm were produced in your hands. However, after the first batch of Xinwu realm warriors emerged, you ceased further training. You ordered these new warriors to fully develop the Xinwu Empire and to seek out exceptionally talented individuals. Under the leadership of these Xinwu realm warriors, the empire expanded its territory to over 3,000 kilometers, assimilating 99% of the continent's population. The call to arms spread, and beast-infested forests became popular training grounds for warriors. Meanwhile, you established a medicinal garden on Danfeng within the Xinwu sect. You planted all your treasured seeds there, and under your meticulous care, the herbs grew at an astonishing rate. Due to your presence on Danfeng, you inevitably spent more time with Luo Qingya. Upon learning that you were an 8th-tier alchemist, she began to frequently seek your guidance with her new disciple, Zhao Shuiying. You, having leisure time, were happy to mentor them in the art of alchemy. Day by day, you noticed a subtle change in the way Luo Qingya looked at you. Combining this with your previous simulation experiences, you seemed to discover a pattern. The longer you interacted with Luo Qingya, the clearer her past memories became. Time flew by, and soon it was the 8th year. On this day, after consulting you on all her questions, Luo Qingya did not leave immediately as usual, but found an excuse to stay in your courtyard a bit longer. Zhao Shuiying quickly expressed her desire to stay as well. Seeing their eager eyes, you smiled helplessly. Then let me tell you a story. Luo Qingya and Zhao Shuiying nodded excitedly at your words. You began slowly. Once, There was a young man with exceptional talent who became a general of an empire at a young age. Despite his strength, he was clueless about matters of love. His parents, exasperated, sent him out of the house on the night of the Qixi festival. This young man was lucky. On the Qixi night, he met a young woman, and they quickly fell in love. But their happiness was short-lived. Your voice grew somber. In the end, the young man discovered that the girl had been deceived. In a fit of rage, he descended into madness and slaughtered everyone in the empire. The story you told was about your first encounter with Li Ruoxi during a simulation. As you continued to narrate, Luo Qingya's expression gradually changed, eventually freezing into one of shock and disbelief. Beside her, Zhao Shuiying was still immersed in the story, exclaiming, "Oh my God, this couple is so tragic. They can never be together through countless lifetimes." You went on to tell the story of the second life. The young boy was orphaned early and was adopted by the girl's father. Unfortunately, the girl's father was betrayed by a villain, and upon learning the boy's true identity, the girl left in anguish. That very night, a meteor descended and flattened the entire village. The boy, heartbroken, forged a blade from the meteorite fragments and spent decades avenging across the continent. Zhao Shuiying was already in tears, while Luo Qingya lapsed into deep thought, her mind buzzing. She began to question whether the memories she had were real and wondered how you knew about them. She looked at you with questioning eyes. Calmly, you began to recount the third life. This time, the boy, with his extraordinary talent, became the greatest warrior of his era and unexpectedly found the blade from his past life. He met the girl again, and their love rekindled. They also adopted a puppy. With his formidable strength, the boy protected the girl until they grew old together and established the most powerful sect in the world, earning the title Martial Ancestor. As you narrated, memories of past lives flooded both your and Luo Qingya's minds. You locked eyes, filled with longing for each other. Zhao Shuiying exclaimed, "What? The Martial Ancestor? How is that possible? Where did you hear such wild tales, elder?" She was full of doubt, but soon noticed the unusual atmosphere between you and Luo Qingya. You gazed at each other deeply, as if you had known each other for centuries. Zhao Shuiying was bewildered, even feeling as if she was glowing. You continued with the fourth life. The girl reincarnated as their descendant, while the boy became an exceptional prodigy, awakening memories of his past life early on. One day, the boy passed by the divine martial sect, felt a calling, and joined the alchemy peak, where he met a woman identical to his past love and became her disciple. In just 10 years, the boy became a top-tier 7th-rank alchemist. Throughout the story, reincarnation, encounters, separations, and reunions intertwined, creating a timeless love story. Each lifetime's experiences were poignant, and your calm narration added a layer of mystery. Luo Qingya and Zhao Shuiying each fell into their own thoughts, one reminiscing about the past, the other puzzled while you quietly watched them, as if waiting for something. The love between the young man and his master was like a budding flower tightly bound by the chains of fate. They both knew that the master was a descendant from the young man's past life, a relationship that acted as an invisible barrier, preventing them from taking the final step. Time flew by, and the young man eventually reached the pinnacle of martial prowess, while his master grew old and frail. At the end of her life, with the young man's help, she attempted to break through but ultimately failed. Her form began to fade as she murmured about the dreams they had shared. In that moment, the young man was struck by a revelation. He had never spoken to his master about his past life, yet she knew everything. Realization dawned on him that his master was the reincarnation of his wife, but it was too late, and he was filled with regret. Soon after, chaos erupted across the divine martial continent. Abysses appeared one after another, and fierce beasts roamed freely, including powerful beings of the 8th rank and beyond. The young man fought alongside the divine martial sect, defending the continent for hundreds of years. However, they eventually succumbed, and the young man perished in the great calamity. Yet fate had other plans. When the young man opened his eyes again, he found himself back before he had first met his master, retaining the martial skills of his past life. Presented with a second chance, he resolved not to let go this time. You take a deep breath and slowly recount this love story that transcends time. Zhao Shuiying listens in shock, staring at you both in disbelief, speechless. Meanwhile, Luo Qingya's expression shifts from surprise to understanding, and then to heartache, silently confirming this incredible past. "I'm back. This time, I won't let go," you say with a smile, holding Luo Qingya's hand with determination in your eyes. Luo Qingya, feeling the memories become clearer in her mind, tears up and chokes out. "I thought they were just dreams, my fantasies. I never realized how much you suffered every time I died." You both finally break through the barriers of fate and walk together hand in hand. The next day, you visit Divine Martial Mountain and see the now aging Xiao He. Initially astonished to see you, it only accepts the truth of its master's reincarnation after your explanation. You produce a 9-turn Nirvana pill to boost Xiao He's power, helping it reclaim its status as the fearsome demon Emperor Black Moon. 3 years later, Your grand wedding with Luo Xiao shakes the entire divine martial continent. Countless powerful figures attend to offer their congratulations, making it one of the grandest events in the continent's history. A few years later, your first son is born, and you name him Luo Xiao. As Luo Xiao grows, you begin teaching him martial arts. His extraordinary talent surprises even you. By the age of 20, he reaches the martial sect level and masters the formidable dual sword intent. His abilities give you hope for the protection of the divine martial continent. In the 78th year, Luo Xiao successfully breaks through to the divine martial realm, with his sword intent reaching the 4th level. You choose not to distract him with the concept of slaughter, instead guiding him to focus on refining his character and sword intent. In the 168th year, the first cycle of nirvana flowers blooms. You harvest 200 flowers, refining them into 22 9-turn nirvana pills. The remaining 200 flowers become seeds for future cultivation. Then, you begin nurturing the dying martial sect peak experts into divine martial realm masters. In the 312th year, the second cycle of nirvana flowers blooms again. By this time, the divine martial continent's territory has expanded to 18,000 kilometers, with a population in the trillions, far exceeding Earth's population. The nirvana flower has bloomed once again, and you have harvested 200 blossoms for crafting nirvana pills, while continuing to carefully cultivate the remaining ones. Your nirvana tree garden has expanded to 1,000 trees, and the next harvest will be a crucial moment for abundance. In preparation, you issued a decree that shook the entire Xinwu continent to large-scale selection of talents, aiming to rapidly cultivate 100 peak martial masters to lay the foundation for the future realm of Xinwu. As the decree spread far and wide, talents emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Meanwhile, you focused on using the 7th-tier herbs harvested to refine elixirs. Over the years, the herb garden you personally oversee has become a vast sea of herbs, with hundreds of thousands of lush plants, all of at least 6th-tier quality, standing firm and unyielding. In the 385th year, the wheels of fate began to turn, and the first cavern appeared as foretold. Although a single Xinwu realm expert would suffice to handle it. On that day, you led more than 50 Xinwu realm experts to the site. They were all astounded at the sight of the sudden fissure. Your prophecy had come true, strengthening their trust in you. The thought of the desperate scene you described centuries later weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. However, your promise to cultivate 100 Xinwu realm experts in a few decades gave them hope. They firmly believed that under your leadership, the human race would overcome this catastrophe. Time flew by, and by the 468th year, the number of caverns continued to increase. Yet, you seemed detached, fully dedicated to researching in the herb garden and refining elixirs, tirelessly working to nurture strong human warriors. The daily affairs of the Xinwu Empire were entrusted to your eldest son, Luo Xiao, who became the second emperor of Xinwu. Of course, you remained the supreme Xinwu emperor, with your position unchallengeable. Under your careful guidance, Luo Xiaotian's power grew rapidly. He not only mastered the fourfold sword intent, but also possessed an impressive physical strength of 50 million, and had comprehended 2 levels of slaughter intent. It must be said, his talent even surpassed yours. Unfortunately, he lacked a system and the powerful augmentations it provided. If it came to a real confrontation, you were confident you could defeat him in an instant. Nevertheless, with him holding the fort, the entire Xinwu continent would remain unshakable for the next 800 years. As for you, you focused on cultivating herbs, and more importantly, enjoying life with Luo Xiao. Despite the passing centuries, your bond remained as strong as ever, deeply in love. Only Zhao Shuiying truly understood the profound connection between you two. In the same year, you gathered dozens of 7th-tier supreme crafting masters, the fruit of your long-term efforts. Together, you successfully forged the Xinwu blade, with power reaching that of an 8th-tier supreme, far surpassing its predecessors. By the 812th year, the third batch of 1,000 nirvana flowers had finally been cultivated successfully. By combining various powerful beast blood pills and rare herbs, you once again managed to cultivate 110 Xinwu realm experts. With this, the number of human Xinwu realm experts reached an astonishing 350, laying a solid foundation for future battles. These numbers have diminished somewhat in recent years. The lineup of formidable warriors in the Xinwu dynasty remains impressive. Over 100 cultivators at the 2nd celestial level, 5 at the 3rd, and at the pinnacle of the 4th celestial level. Apart from you, only Luo Xiao and Luo Jun stand. As time passed, more powerful fierce beasts emerged. You had to devote more energy to combating these threats, leaving little time to guard the medicinal garden daily. Fortunately, Luo Xiao and Luo Jun took turns overseeing it, ensuring this beacon of hope for humanity remained safe. The first millennium marked a milestone. Under your protection, the Xinwu dynasty finally crossed this unprecedented threshold. However, you knew that the real test was just beginning. Time spares no one, and the older generation of Xinwu realm warriors gradually passed away. Even with the 9-turn nirvana pill extending their lives by a century, those over 100 years old could not escape the cycle of life and death. Luo Qingtian, Tianyin Demon Lord, and others departed, marking the end of an era for the Shenwu dynasty. Speaking of Tianyin Demon Lord, he bore some resemblance to his ancestor. In the first few centuries, he often tested your limits with minor provocations. Yet when he realized that even after advancing to the Shenwu realm, he was insignificant before you, he abandoned such futile attempts. With the emergence of fierce beast caverns, Tianyin Demon Lord transformed into a vanguard, mastering 4 levels of artistic conception and 2 levels of slaughter intent. His strength was second only to you and Luo Xiao, surpassing even Luo Jun. Perhaps your presence made him understand that destroying the Luo family was a pipe dream in this lifetime? 5 years ago, a prodigy emerged among your 7th-generation descendants. This youngster's martial talent rivaled that of Luo Xiao, prompting you to invest time and effort in nurturing this future hope. In the year 1168, Luo Qingya, over 1200 years old, finally reached the end of her life. At the same time, both you and Luo Xiao had entered your twilight years. You both had consumed at least 10 9-turn nirvana pills, extending your life to 1400 years, while Luo Xiao reached 1200. You speculated that your ability to reset the pill's resistance after each simulation allowed you to surpass normal limits. Unfortunately, Luo Xiao and Luo Qingya lacked this ability. Luo Qingya peacefully passed away in your arms, her youthful appearance rapidly aging before turning to a wisp of smoke. Silently, you collected her ashes and buried them on Shenwu Mountain as a testament to eternal remembrance. In the year 1205, an unprecedented disaster struck. An 8th-tier, 8-star fierce beast led a massive assault of 8th and 7th-tier beasts. At over 1200 years old, you once again stood up. This battle demonstrated the terrifying might of the Shenwu Emperor to the world. However, it also incurred significant losses for the Shenwu dynasty, with vast territories lost. Thankfully, with many Shenwu realm warriors defending, the dynasty quickly regained stability. In the year 1245, Luo Xiao passed away peacefully. Fortunately, you had already found a suitable successor for him, your 7th-generation descendant, Luo Yin. At just over 200 years old, this young man had mastered 4 levels of spear intent and 2 levels of slaughter intent, rivaling Luo Xuantian's talent. Even more astonishing, upon breaking through to the Shenwu realm, he awakened a powerful battle physique, bringing new hope to the future of the Shenwu dynasty. Luo Xuantian's strength advanced rapidly, enhancing all his attributes by 8-fold. His combat power not only surpassed opponents of the same level, but also nearly reached your own. You secretly felt relieved to have such a powerful guardian, ensuring the stability of Shenwu continent for at least a millennium. Looking around, you felt a sense of comfort. The most formidable beasts in this world were only at the 8th tier, 8-star level, posing no higher threat. To further boost Luo Yan's strength, you took out a second piece of mutated meteorite and personally crafted a divine spear for him. Time flew by, and it was already the year 1398. You felt your life force waning, aware that your days were numbered. As you expected, the strongest beast that appeared never exceeded the 8th tier, 8-star level, and Luo Yan could easily handle them with his immense power. You called Luo Yan to the medicine garden, your gaze sweeping over the lush herbs with a contented smile. You informed him that the method to refine the 9-turn nirvana pill had been passed on to the empire's alchemists. You urged him to carefully cultivate these nirvana flowers, emphasizing that they were the foundation of the human race. After giving him many instructions, you sent Luo Yin away. Sensing something, Luo Yin knelt and bowed deeply to you. The following month, an old man with a black dog appeared on Shenwu Mountain. You sat in your old courtyard, with Xiao He silently lying by your side. You gently stroked Xiao He's head, sighing helplessly. Xiao He, you saw us off last time, and now you have to see us off again. You really are long-lived. Xiao He let out a low howl, tears streaming from its eyes. You smiled meaningfully, saying, "After I'm gone, take good care of yourself. Perhaps one day, we might meet again." With that, you slowly closed your eyes. In the next moment, your body rapidly disintegrated, turning into dust. You died, and the simulation ended. Luo Xiao looked at this perfect ending and smiled. He originally thought achieving a perfect ending required stacking talents like last time, but now it seemed that being a spiritual plant master was the most powerful profession. He made a mental note that this profession might prove very useful in the future. The system notification sounded. Settlement complete. Congratulations to the host for reaching the limit of Shenwu continent in this simulation. You protected Shenwu continent for nearly 1,000 years and reunited with your loved one. More importantly, after your passing, Shenwu continent continued to thrive for thousands of years. You achieved a perfect SS level rating. You will receive all the following rewards directly. The system began listing the rewards. 1. Cultivation and martial arts experience. 2. Martial arts cultivation increase. Physical value, soul, and vitality each 99,990,000. Lifespan 168 years. 3. Fusion talent. Martial arts prodigy purple. 4. 1,000 nirvana flower trees. 609 turn nirvana pills. Various 7th tier, top grade medicinal plants totaling 941. 5. Skill training insights. 6. All professional training experience from this simulation. Alchemist 8th tier medium. Perfect spiritual plant master 8th tier medium. 7. Weapons. Divine blade 8th tier top 5 star. Divine spear 8th tier top 5 star. 8. Fusion of unique options from this simulation above SS level, with only one choice per world. Rewards are being distributed. Please prepare yourself. The system's voice sounded again, and Luo Xiao held his breath, ready to receive all these abundant rewards. A sudden sound pierced the silence of the night like a clap of thunder. Luo Xiao felt his vision go black and lost consciousness instantly. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dense, primeval forest. The towering ancient trees stood like giants, their interwoven branches and leaves obscuring the sky. Luo Xiao realized that this was his new body in the simulated world. As if driven by an invisible force, Luo Xiao began to follow the predetermined path of the simulation. He quickly reached the Tianyan demon sect, and, with his formidable strength and methods, easily subdued the Tianyan demon lord and his elders. It must be said that the Tianyan demon lord was extraordinarily handsome, the kind of dark, charming male lead one might find in a romance novel. Unfortunately, in Luo Xiao's storyline, he was destined to be a mere supporting character. Following the simulation's plot, Luo Xiao began establishing the Shenwu Empire. During this process, he finally met Luo Qingya at the Shenwu sect. Her face, identical to Li Ruoxi's, made Luo Xiao's pupils contract, stirring emotions in his heart. At that moment, he understood why. In previous simulations, he couldn't resist the urge to approach her, even knowing it might lead to unfavorable outcomes. Fortunately, this time the ending was a happy one. Luo Xiao and Li Ruoxi reunited, got married, and embarked on a honeymoon journey across the continent. When their child was born, they clumsily but lovingly cared for the new life. Luo Qingya couldn't help but tease Luo Xiao, saying that despite having taken care of so many children in his past life, he seemed so inexperienced this time. Luo Xiao explained helplessly that it had been many years since he last looked after a child, so it was natural to feel a bit lost. Time flew by, and 1,000 years passed quietly. Through the millennia together, plus the century from their previous lives, their love remained as strong as ever. However, unlike in their past life, where Luo Qingya bid farewell to Luo Xiao, this time it was Luo Xiao's turn to say goodbye to his beloved. In the pavilion on Danfeng, Luo Qingya leaned against Luo Xiao's chest. In the nearby garden, Xiao He was chasing butterflies, its silly antics drawing a fond scolding from Luo Xiao. Luo Qingya reminisced with a smile about how, in their past life, after they passed away, this foolish dog guarded their graves for thousands of years. She wondered aloud how long it would watch over them this time. Luo Xiao understood the deeper meaning in her words and remained silent. Suddenly, Luo Qingya spoke. Husband, if there's a next life, can I be the one to find you? She weakly raised her hand to gently caress Luo Xiao's face. He held her hand and replied with a smile. Just make sure you don't find the wrong person. Luo Qingya earnestly assured him. No matter what you become, I could never mistake you. You must wait for me. Luo Xiao took a deep breath and solemnly promised. All right, I'll wait for you. I'll always wait for you. Hearing this, Luo Qingya smiled in relief. But the next moment, her breath became faint, and her hand fell limply. In her final moments, she gazed at Luo Xiao's face, as if to etch his image into her soul forever. Gradually, her world darkened, and she closed her eyes for the last time. As the seasons changed, hundreds of years slipped by unnoticed. Every year, Luo Xiao would visit Shenwu Mountain, spending an entire day at their shared graves, pouring out his heart to Luo Qingya and Li Ruoxi. And this year, Luo Xiao returned once more to this familiar place, but this time, his eyes were filled with determination, as if he was ready to stay forever. He rambled on for a long time, as if trying to pour out millennia of longing. Ruoxi, Luo Xiao's voice was choked with emotion. If there really is a next life, come find me early. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist seeking you out first. As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle smile appeared on his lips. The next moment, his eyes slowly closed, and his body gradually turned to dust under Xiao Hei's pained gaze. A mournful howl echoed for hundreds of miles. Xiao Hei's final farewell to his master. After Luo Xiao's passing, the Shenwu Empire developed steadily under Luo Yan's protection. Luo Yan, whom Luo Xiao had raised and groomed as his successor, was not only powerful but also well-versed in governance. He was dedicated to finding and nurturing talent, regardless of background, as long as they had enough potential. At over 700 years old, Luo Yan finally encountered a top-tier talent Yifeng. Surprisingly, This genius hailed from the Yi family. Over millennia, the Yi family had abandoned their old rules and frequently intermarried with the Luo family. So despite being a member of the Yi family, Yifeng also carried Luo blood. After 300 years of careful nurturing, Yifeng reached the fourth level of the Xinwu realm, with physical strength valued at 99.99 million. His will to kill and mastery of intent met the standards, and although his innate physique only doubled his combat power, his strength allowed him to rival ordinary 8th-tier, 8-star warriors. Centuries later, Luo Yan passed away, and Yifeng succeeded him as the new Xinwu emperor. Under his rule, the Xinwu continent enjoyed another millennium of peace. Yet, despite his extraordinary talent, Yifeng was not free from personal bias. His great-grandson possessed immense potential, likely to reach the limits of the Xinwu continent, but lacked a special physique and the gift of mastering the will to kill. At this time, a prodigious talent emerged in the Luo family, whose abilities rivaled even Luo Yan's. However, due to personal reasons, Xinwu Emperor Yifeng did not nurture this Luo family genius. With the emperor monopolizing all resources, without his support, the Luo family prodigy couldn't even reach the Xinwu realm. Ultimately, Yifeng passed the title of Xinwu Emperor to his descendant. Initially, everything remained stable, but a few hundred years after Yifeng's death, problems arose. An 8th-tier, 8-star beast appeared suddenly, against which Yifeng's descendants were no match. They resorted to a strategy of overwhelming numbers, eventually killing the beast at the cost of over 100 Xinwu realm warriors. This battle inflicted heavy losses on the Xinwu Empire, with billions perishing and the land littered with corpses. Some members of the Luo family and other Xinwu realm warriors suggested that Yifeng's descendants nurture the Luo family prodigy, who had been stalled at the peak of the Wuzong realm for 300 years, possessing terrifying triple-killing will, quadruple intent, and innate 8-fold combat power enhancement. Reaching the limits of Xinwu, they could surely protect the Xinwu continent for at least 8 or 900 years. However, Yifeng's descendants, fearing this potential, rejected the proposal. They strictly controlled the distribution of the 9-turn Nirvana pill, mandating that anyone attempting a breakthrough must do so under their supervision. This decision led to the loss of another 100 Xinwu realm warriors and billions of citizens over the next 100 years, causing widespread discontent and unrest throughout the Xinwu Empire. Finally, an exceptional 7th-tier alchemist from the Xinwu Empire risked his life to secretly hide a precious 9-turn Nirvana pill. Although this pill held immense potential, it also carried the risk of failure. The wheels of fate turned quietly, and the descendants of Yifeng remained unaware of the pill's existence. By a stroke of luck, a prodigy from the Luo family, at the age of 466, acquired the 9-turn Nirvana pill. Fully aware of the importance of a breakthrough, he chose to retreat to a secluded place. At the moment of success, he felt an overwhelming surge of power within and unhesitatingly advanced towards the core of the Xinwu Empire. A colossal battle erupted in the skies above the Xinwu Empire. The Luo family prodigy and Yifeng's descendant clashed tens of thousands of times, exchanging fierce blows. Ultimately, the Luo family prodigy, wielding his newfound power, delivered a decisive strike, vanquishing Yifeng's descendant. This news spread like wildfire across the land, causing a massive uproar. A newly ascended powerhouse managed to defeat an opponent whose physical strength was 10 times his own, a testament to the terrifying might of the Luo family prodigy. In the years that followed, the Luo family prodigy voraciously absorbed vast resources, his power escalating exponentially. Over the next 700 years, the entire Xinwu continent remained impregnable under his protection. His strength became second only to the legendary Luo Xiao. However, fate is fickle. 700 years passed, and the Luo family prodigy never found a suitable successor. As his end approached, he had to entrust the burden of the Xinwu continent to a strong warrior named Zhou Yan. Although Zhou Yan also reached the pinnacle of strength in the Xinwu continent, he lacked in realm comprehension and killing intent. After assuming control of the Xinwu continent, Zhou Yan managed to hold on for 300 years. Ultimately, he perished in an unprecedented massive beast tide. From that point on, the Xinwu continent began to decline and was completely extinct within a century. From the time Luo Xiao founded the Xinwu Empire, it lasted over 4,700 years before finally coming to an end, becoming an eternal part of the continent's history. All of this was witnessed by Luo Xiao's consciousness. With the complete downfall of the Xinwu Empire, his consciousness returned to his body. In an instant, his eyes reflected endless vicissitudes. Witnessing the empire he created fall into ruin, Luo Xiao felt a mix of emotions. He pondered that sustaining it for over 4 millennia was already remarkable, given that geniuses like Luo Yan were extremely rare. Finding such talent required extraordinary luck. Moreover, this was in an environment where martial arts were widespread. In an era of fragmented powers, even with 10 times the 9-turn Nirvana pills, it would be challenging to safeguard the Xinwu continent. Luo Xiao couldn't help but sigh. recognizing the immense power of the fusion simulation. His memories of the Shenwu continent far exceeded the 20 years of real-life experience. Thinking of Luo Xiao, a wry smile appeared on his lips. He wondered if he would ever see her again. After all, the Shenwu continent was completely extinct and did not evolve into the Shenwu continent like the first simulation. Luo Xiao shook his head and decided to take things one step at a time. He hoped that perhaps, if his strength reached a certain level, he might have the chance to see her again. With a complex mix of emotions, Luo Xiao opened his attributes table. Luo Xiao gazed at his attribute panel, feeling a mix of awe and reflection. His power had reached an astonishing level, an 8th tier, 4-star physique, with soul, energy, and comprehension all maxed out at 99,990,000. His bone structure and fortune were at an impressive 210 points, and his appearance was rated at 130 points. As an 8th tier intermediate alchemist and spiritual plant master, he had mastered various powerful techniques and martial arts, each reaching an 8th tier superior for Indefinitely level. His special ability, the Crimson Flame Battle Body, was at an SS level, enhancing his fire attribute by an incredible 1600. His talents were diverse: a purple swordsmanship genius, a blue blade technique genius, a green spear technique genius, and a blue Herculean talent that boosted his strength by 800. Luo Xiao was well aware that with his current power, he could confidently face opponents of 8th tier 9-star or even 10-star levels. However, his potential was far from exhausted. Among his basic physical attributes, only his strength had reached the blue level, while his speed and defense remained at green. With enough resources, he could elevate these attributes to purple, doubling his power once again, or even more. As Luo Xiao pondered his strength, a question suddenly occurred to him. After achieving perfect simulation, could he continue to simulate? At that moment, the system's prompt appeared. Yes, but the process will be skipped. Only talent rewards can be obtained. This answer momentarily stunned Luo Xiao. What? So, I can't gain any strength or other benefits? The system explained further. Correct, to prevent the host from exploiting resources maliciously, which could destabilize the river of time and space. The river of time and space destabilized? What does that mean? Luo Xiao frowned, feeling as though he had stumbled upon something significant. Unfortunately, the system offered no further explanation. Soon, Luo Xiao came to terms with it. After all, spending 1,000 simulation points each time to acquire resources worth billions or even trillions was indeed quite extraordinary. Suddenly, a thought sparked in Luo Xiao's mind. But skipping the process is like being able to directly buy talents, right? Does simulating once no longer take several hours? Realizing this, Luo Xiao's eyes lit up. If true, he could save a significant amount of time. Previously, each simulation took several hours, and there were dozens of purple talents, some of which could be refreshed repeatedly. Calculating for 100 simulations, that would be 200 hours, nearly 10 days without rest. Being able to directly purchase talents would undoubtedly be the best option. The system confirmed Luo Xiao's assumption. Yes, skipping the process is equivalent to directly purchasing talents. This news filled Luo Xiao with excitement. He immediately began planning how to quickly earn money. His storage space contained tens of thousands of pills, with the lowest being 7th tier and hundreds of 8th tier pills, all of perfect quality. More importantly, he possessed 1,000 priceless Nirvana flowers, each worth billions. In addition, he had several hundred 9-revolution Nirvana pills, equivalent to thousands of Nirvana flowers. Although selling so many Nirvana flowers at once could crash the market, selling just a few would be more than enough to max out all his purple talents. With this in mind, Luo Xiao asked, "System, how much does it cost to simulate a more advanced world once?" The system's response took Luo Xiao by surprise. Ding! Simulating a high-level world requires 1 million simulation points per attempt. Hearing the number, Luo Xiao wasn't surprised. The price wasn't high, equivalent to a purple grade talent, which is about 1 billion for one simulation. A single Nirvana flower could simulate dozens to hundreds of times. The value mainly lies in the talent itself. Luo Xiao thought to himself. Following the pattern, the next simulation might yield a talent higher than purple. He couldn't help but ponder how many simulation points would be needed to achieve this. Fortunately, the human population had reached over 100 billion, several times what it was before the catastrophe. The emergence of fierce beasts had also significantly increased the wealth of human elites. Luo Xiao roughly estimated that the total value of all beast cores in the human inventory was at least 100 trillion. If all were converted into beast cores and then into simulation points, there would be at least 1 trillion. I wonder what level of talent I can obtain with these simulation points. Luo Xiao thought expectantly. He then realized that Kaiyun City was no longer suitable for a prolonged stay. Transporting even hundreds of billions worth of beast cores took 7 to 8 hours, not to mention the later stages involving trillions. The time was almost up, so Luo Xiao decided to deliver a regular Nirvana pill to Su Jinyu to restore her talent before leaving Kaiyun City. He stepped onto the balcony, leapt off, and instantly transformed into a crimson flame, speeding towards the distance. Meanwhile, at the military hospital, Su Jinyu was communicating with her master, the Skyfire Martial Saint, via video. Master, are you saying? I'm now a cripple. Su Jinyu's face remained calm, but her heart was filled with despair. She had felt something was wrong, unable to gather source energy, initially thinking it was due to severe injuries, but hadn't expected her Dantian to be damaged. The Skyfire Martial Saint comforted her. Jinyu, don't worry. I've found the information. You just need to find a Nirvana flower from the Divine Martial Continent to repair your Dantian. I'm in the process of acquiring it, and once I handle my current tasks, I'll personally go to find it. Rest assured, I will restore your talent. You don't need to worry about Cayenne City. I've already dispatched other martial emperors to guard it. Just focus on recovering. The Skyfire Martial Saint explained that the reason the Nirvana flower was so expensive was due to its rarity. On the entire Earth, it only grew in the Divine Martial Cavern located in the Divine Martial Continent. Moreover, the more the Divine Martial Cavern was explored, the more powerful fierce beasts were discovered. Many 8th-tier beasts had already surpassed the ordinary beast boundaries, stronger than S-level talent holders. Originally rated as an 8th-tier cavern, it had now been upgraded to a 9th tier, possibly even mid to late 9th tier. More astonishingly, the Divine Martial Cavern was not yet fully explored. The difficulty of finding a Nirvana flower was evident. This information only heightened the curiosity of the human elite about the Divine Martial civilization. I understand, Master. Su Jinyu replied, a hint of hope in her voice. Su Jinyu gazed out the window, a bitter smile playing on her lips. In the century-long evolution of humanity, the term shattered Dantian has become synonymous with cripple. Her eyes fell on the distant, damaged city walls being repaired, where the massive corpse of a beast still lay, not fully decomposed, silently recounting the fierce battle that had just taken place. The image of the celestial fire martial saint flickered on the communicator, hesitating to speak. Finally, he took a deep breath and said firmly, "Wait for me. Master will surely find the Nirvana flower." With that, he decisively cut off the video call. Su Jinyu fell into deep thought. Regrets? Perhaps. If she hadn't fought so desperately, the beast would still have been slain once Luo Xiao arrived. Yet, she didn't regret it, for if she had faltered, countless innocent lives might have been lost. Suddenly, a crimson flame shot towards her at an astonishing speed. Within the fire, the silhouette of an extraordinary young man flickered in and out of view. Su Jinyu's pupils contracted. Her heart raced. It was Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao gracefully flew in from the balcony. He glanced at Su Jinyu, a slight smile on his lips. "Commander, you seem to be recovering quickly. You don't look as injured as you should be." Su Jinyu suppressed her inner turmoil, managing a faint smile. "My master sent healing pills overnight, and I'm almost fully recovered now." She paused, speaking sincerely. "I heard you saved me this time. Thank you. If you hadn't arrived in time, I would have been a goner." Luo Xiao waved his hand nonchalantly. "No worries, it's what I should do." He approached Su Jinyu, gently holding her wrist. "Let me check your injuries." Feeling the warmth of Luo Xiao's hand, Su Jinyu's cheeks flushed slightly. She suddenly recalled being nearly naked when Luo Xiao brought her back last night. Although he had given her his clothes, did that mean he had seen everything? While Su Jinyu's mind wandered, Luo Xiao had already let go. He stated directly, "A shattered Dantian isn't too bad. It's not severe. You won't even need a Nirvana flower to fully heal." Su Jinyu forced a smile. "You knew? Did Xiao He and the others tell you? This is already better than being dead." Luo Xiao smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, it's just a minor issue. It's not difficult to resolve." Su Jinyu thought Luo Xiao was merely comforting her and tried to remain calm. "It's fine. I know how serious a Dantian injury is. Worst case, I won't practice martial arts anymore and just find someone to marry." Luo Xiao sighed softly at her words, then suddenly commanded, "Open your mouth." Su Jinyu was taken aback but obediently opened her mouth. With a flick of his fingers, Luo Xiao conjured a translucent pill out of thin air and quickly placed it in Su Jinyu's mouth. Before she realized it, the pill had dissolved, and its healing power spread throughout her body. Su Jinyu asked in surprise, "Did you give me a healing pill? I'm almost healed. I didn't need it." Su Jinyu furrowed her brows, her confusion unresolved. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged through her like a tidal wave, rapidly transforming her body as every cell vibrated intensely. She realized it was the effect of a third-stage Nirvana pill. Taking it for the first time not only extended her life by 50 years, but also repaired her damaged Dantian. Indeed, she could clearly feel the once-dissipating source energy stabilizing instantly, and her Dantian being reconstructed at an incredible speed. Simultaneously, an indescribable sensation enveloped her entire body. With a loud roar, terrifying flames erupted from within Su Jinyu. Luo Xiao's eyes narrowed, immediately recognizing it as a sign of her power upgrading. Without hesitation, he scooped Su Jinyu into his arms and dashed off the balcony, heading straight for the skies above Cayenne City. The raging purple flames gradually consumed Su Jinyu's clothing, yet they had no effect on Luo Xiao, not even damaging his clothes. This did not mean the flames were weak. Su Jinyu's originally S-level fire ability had now doubled in power, directly ascending to SS level. Luo Xiao keenly observed that Su Jinyu's muscles and cells were undergoing a qualitative transformation, significantly enhancing her physical strength, as if she had awakened a new physical talent. He couldn't help but marvel at Su Jinyu's good fortune. At this moment, Su Jinyu's talent and combat power had seen a tremendous leap. Her physical strength increased to roughly 4 times its original state, and with the fire ability upgrade, her overall combat power had at least increased 7 to 8 times. In disbelief, Su Jinyu looked around and found herself and Luo Xiao surrounded by a massive purple fireball with a diameter of 100 meters. She was astonished to find she could effortlessly control this powerful flame, and her strength had significantly increased, although her realm seemed unchanged. She looked in amazement at Luo Xiao, who was holding her, and urgently asked, What's happening to me? What kind of pill did you give me? Luo Xiao looked up and explained, your talent has upgraded, and you've awakened a physical type talent as well. But this has little to do with my pill. The pill I gave you is just a nirvana pill made from nirvana flowers, meant only to repair your dantian. Su Jinyu noticed that Luo Xiao wasn't looking at her while speaking. Following his gaze, she looked down and cried out in shock. Her scream echoed across Kaiyun City, drawing countless citizens' attention skyward, where they saw a massive fireball hovering, its contents a mystery. Within the flames, Su Jinyu had already donned the clothes Ling Feng gave her, though they were a bit loose. She was extremely embarrassed, unsure how to face Luo Xiao, considering he had seen her completely exposed twice in one day. Luo Xiao also felt slightly awkward and cleared his throat before saying, well, besides bringing you the pill today, I also came to say goodbye. Su Jinyu was taken aback by his words and cautiously asked, Are you going to the capital? Luo Xiao's words made Su Jinyu look up suddenly, a spark of excitement in her eyes. The limitations of Kaiyun City indeed restricted her growth. To acquire beast cores and encounter more formidable beasts, she needed to leave this small city. Luo Xiao smiled and explained that he had faced countless 8th-rank beasts and had even slain several formidable 8-star ones. Su Jinyu fell into thought, then, as if making a firm decision, looked up at Luo Xiao. I want to go with you too. Luo Xiao was slightly surprised. You want to go too? Su Jinyu quickly found an excuse. Yes, my talent has improved, and I want to see if I can get into the human race's elite training camp. In truth, she just wanted to stay with Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao suddenly realized, oh, I forgot about that. With your improved talent, proper training will surely make you a formidable latest-stage martial saint. You might even become a martial god. Su Jinyu shook her head with a smile. Becoming a martial god is too much to ask for. Becoming a martial saint would be enough to honor my master's teachings. Her spirits were high, not only because her dantian had recovered and her talent had improved, but also because she could continue being with Luo Xiao. Just then, Luo Xiao's smartwatch rang. He answered, and a middle-aged man's voice came through. Hello, is this Luo Xiao? I'm sent by the Skyfire Martial Saint to take you to Imperial Capital University. Are you ready? I can be there in half an hour. Luo Xiao replied briefly. Yes, I'm ready. Just contact me when you arrive. After hanging up, Luo Xiao turned to Su Jinyu. Commander, is half an hour enough for you? Su Jinyu nodded. It's enough. I don't have much to handle. There are people managing Kaiyun City. She understood that when her master told her a replacement had been found, it was a hint that the Nirvana flower might not be found. Although she didn't know Luo Xiao's background, she was sincerely grateful to him. Without him, she might have been a cripple for life. Later, in the military district's council hall, all the leaders gathered. Upon hearing Su Jinyu's news of returning to the capital, they were both surprised and delighted. What? Commander, you're going back to the capital? That's great. We were so worried when we thought your dantian couldn't be repaired. Going back is good, Commander. Train well, and when you're stronger, send a martial master back to Kaiyun City for us to enjoy. Haha, with the commander's current talent, she'll definitely become a latest-stage martial saint, and a martial master is as good as done. The joy among the group was palpable. Su Jinyu had just graduated when she came to protect them, nearly dying from severe injuries, which left them deeply uneasy. Now that they heard she was not only recovered but also had enhanced talent, they were genuinely happy for her. Su Jinyu addressed everyone solemnly. I'm entrusting Kaiyun City to you after I leave. My master has sent a latest-stage martial emperor to take over. You just need to cooperate well. If anything urgent happens, contact me immediately, and if I can return, I will as soon as possible. Su Jinyu continued to give orders to those present with her usual cold demeanor. Even when dealing with her comrades, she maintained her icy persona. Only in front of her mentor and family did she ever show a rare smile. Of course, now there was one more person added to this special list. The commanders nodded in understanding upon hearing her words. Su Jinyu briefly said, All right, I'm leaving now, and then strode out of the hall. Her figure instantly transformed into a streak of purplured flame, shooting straight into the sky. Meanwhile, at the ancestral home of the Luo family, Luo Xiao was paying his final respects in front of his family's memorial tablets. He murmured softly, "Grandma, Mom, Dad, I'm leaving Cayenne City. Wait for me to come back here." With that, he turned decisively and left, leaving the Luo family home in silence once more. Above Cayenne City, a massive warship, thousands of meters long, appeared silently. Luo Xiao approached the warship and immediately saw Su Jinyu, who had been waiting for some time. Their eyes met, and without a word, they seamlessly flew through the hatch into the warship. In the council chamber of the 8th tier warship, a burly man of martial honor greeted Luo Xiao and Su Jinyu with a broad smile. He said enthusiastically, "Su, we meet again. I can't believe it's been such a short time since we last met, and your talent has already advanced again." Su Jinyu nodded slightly and introduced him to Luo Xiao. "Director Li, I didn't expect you to be the one picking us up this time. Luo Xiao, this is Li Gang, the director of the warship department at Imperial University, responsible for the deployment of various warships." She added, "This position carries a lot of power. It's said that Li Gang is the brother of a significant figure, which is how he got this honor." Li Gang laughed heartily. "Ha! This must be Luo Xiao, right? You're even more handsome than in the files. Going to Imperial University, I wonder how many young girls will have their hearts broken. Besides, Luo Xiao is an SSS-level super genius. I gotta pick you up thanks to the favor of the Tianhua Martial Saint. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been my turn. And who would have thought you would awaken suddenly? Thanks to you both, my year-end bonus will get quite a boost." Luo Xiao looked puzzled. "Heartbroken? What?" Li Gang teased. "Of course, it's because of Su. Aren't you two a couple? Those girls don't stand a chance. Wouldn't they be heartbroken?" As a seasoned observer, he immediately noticed that the usually aloof Su Jinyu's attitude towards Luo Xiao was noticeably different. Their positioning alone suggested that this ice-cold beauty was starting to thaw. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, a hint of redness appeared on Su Jinyu's cold face. She gritted her teeth and said, "Director Li, you talk too much." Luo Xiao quickly explained, "Yes, Director Li, we're just friends, don't misunderstand." Seeing this, Li Gang laughed heartily. "Oh, is that so? My mistake, my mistake. I'll get back to work, and you two can relax and explore. By the way, there's a couple-themed restaurant on my warship. You should try it, the food's pretty good." With that, he left, leaving Luo Xiao and Su Jinyu in an awkward silence. Luo Xiao sighed helplessly. "You were right, Director Li sure does talk a lot." Hearing this, Su Jinyu suddenly looked up at him and said softly, "I'm no longer the commander of Cayenne City. You can just call me by my name from now on." Su Jinyu, a captivating woman, was intently watching Luo Xiao with her bright eyes. Her gaze seemed to carry a special emotion, which made Luo Xiao's heart skip a beat. Could his charm really be so powerful that even such a stunning beauty was interested in him? Luo Xiao was secretly surprised, but he maintained his composure on the surface. "All right, I understand, Sister Su." Luo Xiao nodded slightly, choosing a relatively distant form of address. This detail didn't escape Su Jinyu's notice. Although she wore a smile, a hint of disappointment flickered in her heart. At that moment, Luo Xiao suddenly remembered that he hadn't had a proper meal in days. With a quick thought, he smiled and asked, "By the way, Sister Su, you probably haven't had much time to eat either, right? How about we grab something together?" Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu's eyes lit up, and she immediately agreed. "Sure, I'm hungry too." A few minutes later, the two were seated in the ship's couples restaurant. This arrangement seemed to have been specifically instructed by Director Li, catching them a bit off guard. Surrounded by affectionate couples among the crew, Su Jinyu tried to appear calm, but her ears were already turning red. In contrast, Luo Xiao seemed unfazed, chatting leisurely with Su Jinyu like an old hand. This atmosphere made Su Jinyu feel particularly awkward, and she hurriedly finished her meal and took her leave. In the following hours, the aircraft embarked on a long flight. To avoid attracting the attention of powerful beasts along the way, the flight speed was kept slow. However, the danger did not come from the anticipated beasts but from an unexpected source. As the warship flew over a mountain range, a sudden change occurred. Out of nowhere, hundreds of dazzling light cords emerged, quickly converging into a massive conical trap, ensnaring the entire warship. Sensing trouble, the commander immediately ordered an emergency halt. The aircraft barely stopped in midair, but the sharp light cords had already sliced through the front. Shrill alarms echoed throughout the warship. "Alert! Alert! The aircraft has been damaged. Please immediately assess the danger." Everyone rushed to the hall, where screens displayed real-time footage of the surroundings. Director Li, seeing this, was furious. "This is the latest technology from the beautiful country's tech vault, an 8th-tier aircraft capture net. Are they insane? They're targeting the geniuses of our Huaxia nation. Humanity is at such a critical juncture, and they're still playing these petty games." Su Jinyu frowned and asked, "Are they after us?" Li Gang responded with a serious expression, Probably not. Their target is Luo Xiao. Because the news of your talent awakening was sent out temporarily. Only your master and I know about it. Hearing this, Luo Xiao's lips curved into a playful smile. Interesting. So they're after me. Upon hearing that someone had come to them, Luo Xiao couldn't help but smile. He had been worried about not having enough simulation points, and this opportunity came at just the right time. Su Jinyu, with a serious expression, reassured, Luo Xiao, don't worry. Director Li is a formidable fighter at the 5th level of Martial Sovereign and possesses an SS-level talent. We'll be fine. Li Gang was about to confidently assure them when he noticed a small supersonic jet landing outside the battleship. A burly man in black armor emerged, grinning at the battleship with an expression reminiscent of a gorilla. Who is that gorilla? Luo Xiao asked curiously. Li Gang's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and explained. He's Steiner, a top agent from the beautiful nation CIA, a Martial Sovereign 8-star powerhouse, and an SS-level shapeshifter who can transform into a berserk giant ape. Luo Xiao's eyes lit up. An 8-star Martial Sovereign with SS-level abilities had combat power ranging from 160 to 400 times that of an ordinary 4-star Martial Sovereign. However, to him, this wasn't particularly strong, not much more formidable than the 8th tier 8-star beast he had defeated in simulations. At that moment, an operator anxiously asked, Director, we can't send out any messages. What should we do now? Li Gang cursed. No use. Under this capture net, no message can get through. If we survive this, I'll make sure my brother pays them a visit in the beautiful nation. Steiner had already flown into the capture net and shouted disdainfully. Hey, brothers from Huaxia, hand over your genius, Xiao Luo, or I'll have to take action. Li Gang, furious, conjured a giant axe in his hand from thin air. Damn it, a black-skinned gorilla dares to act up here. Open the hatch. I'm going out to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, Luo Xiao intervened. Director Li, let me go out. You're not his match. Su Jinyu quickly added, I'll go with you. Li Gang sternly ordered, Stay put. All of you. No one's going out. I won't let you throw your lives away. If we must die, we'll die together. Let's see how the beautiful nation handles this diplomatic incident. Before he finished speaking, a hand suddenly pressed down on Li Gang's shoulder. An overwhelmingly terrifying force immobilized him, and he stared in disbelief. Luo Xiao's voice came from behind. Director Li, I said, I'll go. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already leaped over Li Gang, heading towards the open hatch. Luo Xiao? Wait for me. Su Jinyu exclaimed in shock and rushed to follow him. A massive axe suddenly blocked Su Jinyu's path, and Director Li's voice followed. What are you doing? Su Jinyu's eyes turned cold, and his tone dropped sharply. Whether I risk my life or not is my decision. Director Li shook his head with a bitter smile, his expression grave. Risk your life? Are you kidding? This guy's strength far surpasses that of the gorilla. We've all been deceived by him. Far surpasses? Su Jinyu couldn't believe it, anger rising within him. How is that possible? He's so young. Before the words were fully spoken, a thunderous blade sound suddenly echoed through the sky. Su Jinyu quickly turned to look at the screen, stunned like everyone else. A terrifying blade light tore through the void, heading straight for Steiner. Steiner, who had been calm and composed, turned pale, and in a panic, he roared, his body swelling rapidly. Countless black hairs burst from his body as he tried to transform into a raging giant ape. However, before he could fully transform, the terrifying blade light had already sliced him in half. Even his 8th tier high-grade battle armor couldn't withstand it. Pathetic. Luo Xiao sneered as he looked at the two halves of the body falling from the sky. With a casual gesture, a blazing flame cut through the air, engulfing the 2,000-meter-tall halves. Under the intense heat, the bodies instantly turned into two pools of liquid, one formed from the soul, becoming a soul essence liquid, and the other from flesh and blood, becoming a blood spirit essence liquid. Everyone on the battleship witnessed this scene, feeling a chill down their spines. An 8th tier, 8-level martial master was killed in an instant and quickly refined into a potion. Who exactly was this Luo Xiao? A pity, still human, no beast core evolved. Luo Xiao muttered regretfully. The other stuff can't be absorbed, but at least it can be sold. He collected the liquids and retrieved a storage ring separated from the blood. Using his mind, he sensed a small space with a diameter of about 20 to 30 meters, filled with energy crystals and miscellaneous items. Luo Xiao absorbed all the energy crystals from afar, and a system prompt sounded. Ding. Absorbed a large amount of pure energy. Gained 2.54 million simulation points. Luo Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Though not much, it was enough to purchase 2 purple talents. He thought to himself that if it were a beast core from an 8th tier beast of the same level, it might buy dozens of purple talents. Thinking this, he couldn't help but curse again. Pathetic. Then, Luo Xiao turned towards the fighter jet ahead and asked inside the battleship. Director Li, how much is the battleship in front worth? The voice snapped Li Gang out of his shock. He quickly replied. This is an 8th-tier advanced small fighter, specifically for assassination, extremely valuable, at least worth hundreds of billions. Hundreds of billions. Luo Xiao pondered for a moment. Not too expensive, forget it. I'll keep it for use. Luo Xiao shook his head, his gaze landing on the valuable equipment. He initially planned to sell it, but then reconsidered, realizing its worth was not even comparable to a nirvana flower. It might come in handy for his future travels. As for the system's decryption issue, he was confident that the higher-ups in Huaxiao would assist in resolving it. His attention then shifted to the capture net on the ground, shimmering with a strange glow. This was the real treasure, worth at least 1 billion. Luo Xiao calculated silently, recognizing it as a genuine trophy of war. Just then, Li Gang's voice came from outside. He had arrived with Su Jinyu outside the warship. Luo Xiao raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, and asked, Is it that expensive? Then I'll trouble directly. Li Gang waved his hands repeatedly. No trouble at all. A hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect your strength to be so formidable, Luo Xiao. Your level must have reached the 5th tier of martial sovereign, right? And if I'm not mistaken, that strike you just used contained the 4th level of blade intent, correct? Hearing this, Su Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief, murmuring, What? 4th level intent? How is that possible? Her heart was in turmoil. The 4th level of blade intent was extremely rare in the century-long history of human cultivation. Even those with the 3rd level of intent were fewer than 100 people across the entire human race, with only about 20 being true humans. After all, cultivating intent requires a long time and immense talent. Yet Luo Xiao, this young man, had already mastered the legendary 4th level of intent. This number was so secretive within the human race, but it was certain to be fewer than 5 people. Su Jinyu couldn't help but imagine. Luo Xiao was still so young, yet he already possessed such terrifying intent strength. If given another 100 years to grow, could he reach the 5th or even 6th level of intent? By then, the title of the strongest intent master in the human race would undoubtedly belong to him. Luo Xiao smiled calmly, not hiding anything. Directorly, you have a keen eye. It is indeed the 4th level of intent. He thought to himself, it's just the 4th level of intent, nothing that can't be revealed. In fact, his intent had already reached the 5th level. However, revealing the 4th level of intent and the corresponding strength was enough to propel him into the upper echelons of the human race, making future transactions much more convenient. Hiss! Both Li Gang and Su Jinyu gasped simultaneously. The news was simply too shocking, almost unbelievable. Luo Xiao didn't dwell on the topic, but instead focused on the immediate issue. He looked up at the energy lines forming a cage in the sky, frowning as he asked, By the way, how do we deal with this capture net? The gaps between those beams were only a few meters apart, making it impossible for the aircraft to break through. Moreover, each beam contained terrifying power, and forcing through would only result in the warship being instantly shredded, leading to a catastrophic disaster. Li Gang explained with a smile, Don't worry about that. This capture net is designed to trap aircraft, not restrict personnel movement. As long as we get out, we can contact the Imperial City. The tech department will send someone to dismantle it, and once it's done, the funds will be directly transferred to your account. Luo Xiao nodded, understanding the situation. All right, then we'll wait a bit. Subsequently, Li Gang exited the capture net's range and immediately contacted the Imperial City, reporting the situation and requesting support. I must say, the intelligence network of the beautiful country is astonishingly precise. They not only tracked the warship's movements, but also knew its exact destination. Such accuracy can only mean one thing. There is a high-ranking spy within the warship. Li Gang was well aware that once they returned, even he might not escape a thorough investigation. The news was quickly reported to the capital, and the response was swift. In just over 2 hours, another 9th-tier warship arrived. As the hatch opened, an elderly man with silver hair and a long beard stepped out slowly, carrying a long sword and exuding an otherworldly aura. This was none other than one of the vice presidents of the Imperial University, the renowned Sword Saint Tianyan. Sword Saint Tianyan's gaze was sharp as lightning, locking onto Luo Xiao from a distance. In an instant, his vast sword intent transformed into countless flying swords, whistling towards Luo Xiao. Just as these thousands of sword lights were about to strike Luo Xiao, a monstrous blade aura suddenly erupted. The blade light surged like a flood, instantly swallowing all the sword intent. The terrifying blade aura did not lose momentum and charged straight at Sword Saint Tianyan. Facing this blade aura filled with endless killing intent, Sword Saint Tianyan's pupils contracted, and he involuntarily took a step back in midair. He widened his eyes in disbelief, his heart in turmoil. Fourfold blade intent. It was truly fourfold blade intent. When Li Gang reported this, he thought it was nonsense. Possessing fourfold blade intent at the age of 20? It was simply a fairy tale. But now, witnessing it firsthand, he had to believe it. What shocked him even more was that this blade intent was clearly honed through endless battles, several times stronger than ordinary fourfold blade intent. Realizing his rudeness, Sword Saint Tianyin quickly flew in front of Luo Xiao and respectfully bowed, saying, "I apologize for the rashness of a student. I hope the Grandmaster will forgive me." This scene left Su Jinyu dumbfounded. Seeing this, Li Gang quietly explained, "In the realm of intent cultivation, one's level is determined not by cultivation or experience, but by the level of intent. Twofold intent is considered a master, threefold intent a grandmaster. The legendary fourfold intent is revered as a grandmaster." Luo Xiao looked at Sword Saint Tianyin and commented seriously, "Your sword intent foundation is decent, but you lack practical experience. You can't shut yourself away and expect to succeed. A swordsman should be able to cut through all enemies. Entering the path through battle is the superior method. Mere arduous cultivation will not lead to greatness." Upon hearing this, Sword Saint Tianyin trembled. He suddenly realized that in his pursuit of fourfold sword intent, he hadn't truly shed blood in decades. Unexpectedly, this had put him at a disadvantage. He bowed again, sincerely saying, "Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. I will remember your teachings." At this moment, Li Gang stepped forward and said somewhat helplessly to Sword Saint Tianyin, "Principal, I've already reported the situation to you. I think this senior Luo Xiao no longer needs to attend our school." Sword Saint Tianyin quickly agreed. Of course. With the teacher's prowess, he could be a martial arts instructor at our school. If he were to teach blade techniques, we would all attend his classes. He added, although blade techniques and swordsmanship differ slightly, among all weapons, these two are the most similar. Luo Xiao's guidance would be impeccable. The head of the martial arts department at the Imperial University, the strongest in the martial sovereign realm within the institution, seemed far less significant in the eyes of the Sword Saint compared to Luo Xiao. The Sword Saint gazed at Luo Xiao with a mix of anticipation and reverence, cautiously speaking, "Teacher, would you be interested in becoming one of the vice presidents of Imperial University? You would be responsible for overseeing all the students in the Intent Realm department. In terms of compensation, the annual budget will definitely not be less than 10 billion. Our nation greatly needs powerful figures like you." Luo Xiao smiled slightly and responded calmly, "I don't have much to do here in the capital, so finding something to occupy my time is certainly feasible." "That's wonderful," the Sword Saint exclaimed with excitement, his face beaming with undisguised joy. He quickly gestured invitingly, respectfully guiding Luo Xiao towards his ninth-tier battleship. Nearby, Su Jinyu observed this scene with a slight frown and turned to Li Gang, the director, asking softly, "Director, why is Principal Tianyin so respectful to Luo Xiao? Is it just because of the 4 levels of intent?" As a student of the ability department, she possessed perfect-level swordsmanship but knew little about the intent realm department. Li Gang's expression was serious as he slowly explained, "It's normal for those in the ability department to be unaware of matters concerning the intent realm department. In fact, it was only in recent years, after the discovery of the divine martial cavern, that our human race truly recognized the power of intent." He paused and continued, "Do you know how powerful the beasts in the divine martial cavern are?" Su Jinyu shook her head, admitting, "I don't know much. I only know it's an 8th-tier heritage cavern where civilization once existed, leaving behind many strong legacies." Li Gang nodded and elaborated, "According to some fragmented documents from the Divine Martial Dynasty and recent exploration findings, the 8th-tier beasts in the Divine Martial Cavern are extremely powerful. During the peak of the Divine Martial Dynasty, the strongest beasts reached 8 stars of the 8th tier, comparable to Stainer, and some even surpassed it. However, the strongest individuals of the Divine Martial Dynasty were limited by the world level to the 4th heaven of the Martial Sovereign. More surprisingly, the Divine Martial Continent almost never saw the emergence of ability users." He paused, allowing Su Jinyu to absorb this information, then continued, "The reason the Divine Martial Continent could protect its civilization for thousands of years was due to the power of intent. In the past 2 years, with archaeologists' deeper excavations, the Divine Martial Cavern has been upgraded to a 9th-tier heritage cavern. This is because records of a 5-level intent mastered a legendary Divine Martial Emperor were found in the cavern. It was he who created the Divine Martial Dynasty, ensuring the continuation of civilization for millennia." Li Gang's tone became more solemn. "Through the study of these documents, experts worldwide have reached an important conclusion." His words piqued Su Jinyu's great interest, and she held her breath, eagerly awaiting the director's further explanation. Li Gang spoke with gravity. "In the future, our human race may also need to rely on the cultivation of intentions to protect our territory. This is why students specializing in intentions have become increasingly sought after in recent years." His words struck Su Jinyu like a heavy hammer. Li Gang continued to explain that when the Shenwu caverns first appeared, Hua Xiao failed to pay timely attention, resulting in many methods of cultivating intentions being lost abroad. This oversight directly led to Hua Xiao not producing any 4th-level intention experts to this day, falling behind beautiful country and Fuso country in the realm of intentions. The emergence of Luo Xiao might change the landscape for Huaxia. A glimmer of hope flashed in Li Gang's eyes. Hearing this, Su Jinyu couldn't help but gasp. The fourth level intention was actually tied to the rise and fall of Huaxiao and even the human race. This realization left her utterly shocked. As someone who majored in supernatural abilities, she had never considered before that even the strongest third-level sword intention, with only a 15-fold enhancement, could be so crucial. Soon, Su Jinyu calmed down and began to analyze the key points. Supernatural abilities are determined by birth. One either awakens them or remains without them for life. However, the intention cultivation system is different. Even if one cannot reach the level of intentions, achieving a subtle level can significantly enhance combat power. This system could benefit every martial artist in Huaxia. She realized that with the emergence of many first-level intention holders, Huaxia's strength would steadily increase. After all, a first-level intention is already comparable to an A-level supernatural ability. In this scenario, Luo Xiao's status might surpass all martial saints, becoming the foremost figure under the martial god. Su Jinyu couldn't help but marvel at Luo Xiao's talent and potential. At just 20 years old, he had already reached such a terrifying level. With an S-level fire talent and 4th-level intention, once he breaks through to the martial god level, Luo Xiao's combat power would be the pinnacle of the human race, and other countries' martial gods would likely seem like ants before him. Thinking of this, Su Jinyu felt a bit melancholic. Such an outstanding person, I wonder how I could ever be worthy of him, she pondered silently. Li Gang seemed to read Su Jinyu's thoughts and smiled. Su, you better seize the opportunity. I think Luo Xiao is interested in you too. With your looks and talent, there are hardly any in Huaxia who can match you now. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu blushed slightly, gave Li Gang a playful glare, and then headed towards the 9th-tier spaceship. The speed of the 9th-tier battleship was indeed remarkable. In just an hour, it had crossed a distance of 20 to 30,000 kilometers. As the massive battleship reached the sky above the capital, its speed drastically reduced. Luo Xiao stood before a large glass dome, overlooking below. A massive city with a diameter of over 3,000 kilometers lay sprawling across the land, the Huaxia capital, a super city housing nearly 1/10 of Huaxia's population, numbering over 20 billion. His gaze swept toward the city's surroundings, where dense caverns gaped like giant mouths leading deep underground, some even housing 9th-tier fierce beast caverns. Luo Xiao was secretly amazed. In just 150 years, Earth had already developed 10th-tier caverns, and this speed was astonishingly fast. Luo Xiao gazed into the distance, his brow furrowed with concern. The plight of the human race weighed heavily on his mind. The rapid development of the caverns was far beyond expectations, leaving no breathing room for humanity. He pondered silently, thinking that if the martial saints were given a few hundred years, they could surely ascend to the level of martial gods. However, by then, the 10th-level caverns might already be rampant. This rate of development was far beyond anything imagined in the Shenwu continent. Luo Xiao sighed softly, silently hoping that his system could resolve the crisis facing humanity. At that moment, the Sword Saint of Tianyan approached him and said earnestly, Master, you must be aware of the precarious situation our people are in. A slight misstep could lead to our downfall in the future. Therefore, I earnestly request, if you have the time, to guide the young generation of Huaxia. The realm of intent is crucial to our people. The Sword Saint of Tianyan recalled the brief 1-hour guidance he had received earlier, feeling both astonished and delighted. Luo Xiao's guidance had advanced his sword intent more significantly than decades of hard training. In that moment, he was convinced that there was hope for humanity. Luo Xiao's prowess was unmatched by grandmasters from other nations. Luo Xiao nodded slightly and replied, That won't be a problem. I am also from Huaxia and wish to see its rise. I have some free time in the near future, so if you need me to teach, just schedule it and let me know in advance. Hearing this, the Sword Saint of Tianyan was overjoyed and quickly said, Thank you so much, Master. I will announce your involvement to all of Huaxia right away. Many graduates and external practitioners of intent may come, so we will rely on you then. Sure, Luo Xiao agreed succinctly. Soon after, the spaceship slowly descended at Imperial University in the heart of the capital. Su Jinyu and Luo Xiao disembarked, looking around the familiar campus with a sense of nostalgia. We're back again. It feels like it hasn't been that long since we left, Su Jinyu remarked softly. The Sword Saint of Tianyan stroked his beard and smiled. 2 years have flown by. Are you planning to join the Tianjiao training camp this time? With your talent, if I recommend you, you'll surely be selected quickly. Su Jinyu smiled and replied, Not for now. I'd like to try practicing in the realm of intent. The Sword Saint of Tianyan nodded approvingly. That's the spirit. I've always told your master, old Tianhua, that relying on supernatural abilities is ultimately unreliable. Only the realm of intent is the true path, but he wouldn't believe me. With the master here, you should study hard. If you can achieve more than 2 levels of intent in the future, your talent will surpass 99 of the geniuses from the Tianjiao training camp. It felt like witnessing a prodigal son returning, bringing a sense of joy. Su Jinyu furrowed her brows, filled with doubt. Can I really do it? Luo Xiao's face lit up with a confident smile, and he said firmly, if you are above the second level in the realm of artistic conception, it relies on understanding and effort. Only above the second level does it require talent. Besides, you do have a knack for sword intent. Reaching the second level shouldn't be a problem. Before Su Jinyu could respond, the sword Saint Tianyan beside them suddenly looked shocked and eagerly asked, is there such a theory? But why do many of our talented individuals in Huaxiao find it difficult to reach even the first level of sword intent? Luo Xiao explained slowly, time, talent, effort, guidance. They are all important. You have decent talent and put in enough effort. What you lack is time and guidance. With proper guidance, you could definitely be at the 4th level now, and with enough time, you could reach the 5th level in the future. However, what we humans lack the most now is time. So we must improve in the other areas. With effort and guidance, reaching the first level of intent is simple for anyone who isn't a complete novice, and the second level requires some time and talent. Upon hearing this, the sword Saint Tianyan eagerly said, ah, the teacher's words are very true. Everything depends on the teacher. I'll go ahead and arrange for your stay at our school. With that, he leapt into the sky and sped off into the distance. Luo Xiao turned to Su Jinyu, smiling. Su, the teacher's residence is at the Tianji Academy. Could you show the way? I've arranged everything. Su Jinyu nodded in agreement. Sure. I haven't been back for a while. It would be nice to see if anything has changed. As they strolled through the campus, their striking appearances quickly caught the attention of the surrounding students, sparking discussions. Wait, isn't that Su Jinyu, the top beauty of our Imperial University from a couple of years ago? Why is she back? Is that really Su Jinyu? Wow, she's so beautiful. People have been saying that Mo Shiyun is the most beautiful campus belle in recent years, but compared to Su Jinyu, they're about the same, right? Mo Shiyun, she's pretty, but a bit arrogant. I heard she even turned down Long Xian, the top guy on campus. That's not really arrogance. If she doesn't like him, what can she do? But speaking of Long Xian, it seems he's not quite on par with this guy. Being handsome doesn't feed you. Long Xian is a martial saint-level powerhouse, the grandson of Long Batian, and he's already a martial emperor at just 22. How can this guy compare? That's his business if he's impressive. Why are you praising him here? People might think you're Long Xian himself. Exactly, if you want to flatter him, go find him. What's the point of doing it here? Luo Xiao and Su Jinyu ignored the chatter, continuing on their way. As they passed the teaching building, a young woman emitting a faint glow walked out. With a proud expression, she headed towards her residence, but her gaze suddenly fixed on the two figures moving away, her brow furrowing slightly. For some reason, she felt that the figure seemed incredibly familiar. Mo Shiyun's gaze was fixed on the silhouette, and her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. That figure was exactly like the one she had been dreaming about frequently these past days. Mo Shiyun, once an ordinary girl, had undergone a transformation. Through relentless effort and the accumulation of various resources, her strength had reached the 4th tier. Although there was still a gap before reaching the 5th tier martial king, her progress was impressive. However, as her strength grew, so did the inner conflict within her. Whenever she immersed herself in training, the image of a figure who had accompanied her for 4 years would inevitably surface in her mind. Luo Xiao. How could there not be feelings after 4 years of being together day and night? Not only did such feelings exist, but they were also deep and hard to let go. Just recently, she had been convinced that she would marry no one but Luo Xiao. Mo Shiyun found herself lost in memories. Before her talent awakened, she was already quite attractive, but only at the level of an ordinary school beauty. In this era, such beauties were common. However, after her talent awakened, she not only gained powerful abilities, but also unparalleled beauty. This drastic change made her ponder whether she had better options. Under the constant persuasion of her parents, Mo Shiyun decided to step out and see the world's geniuses and outstanding individuals with her own eyes. However, after a few days at Imperial University, she gradually discovered a surprising fact. Whether it was a genius with extraordinary talent or a scion of a powerful family, she would involuntarily compare them to Luo Xiao whenever she met these people. And each comparison made her realize that although these people had their merits, they paled in comparison to Luo Xiao. These experiences over the past few days led Mo Shiyun to a sudden realization. The person she had always loved deeply was none other than Luo Xiao. However, she dared not contact him proactively, only hoping in silence that Luo Xiao would reach out to her. She secretly vowed that if Luo Xiao ever spoke to her, she would not hesitate. But as the days passed, Luo Xiao never sent a single message. He couldn't possibly be here. Mo Shiyun furrowed her brow, watching the figure resembling Luo Xiao's silhouette gradually fade into the distance. Reluctantly, she withdrew her gaze and then bit her lip, taking out her smart wristwatch to open Luo Xiao's contact. Looking at the chat history, which had stopped the day before they broke up, Xiao's heart tightened again. She recalled their conversation from that day. Luo Xiao. Honey, Zhao Wu and the others invited me to work outside the city for the summer. Should I go? It might be for a month. Xiao, outside the city? What could you possibly do there? Scavenging. No way. It's too dangerous. Luo Xiao. It's not that dangerous, mainly because the pay is good. By the time school starts, I could buy you an extra energy crystal. Xiao. No way, what would I do if you died? If you dare to go, I'll break up with you immediately. I'd rather return the energy crystal. Luo Xiao. Okay, I won't go. I'll see if I can find a sparring job or something. You should absorb that energy crystal quickly. Don't save this money, or your parents might give it to your brother. Xiao. Got it, love you, hubby. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. Mwah. Looking at these once sweet exchanges, Xiao felt a sharp pang in her heart. She couldn't help but murmur. It's been so many days. Why haven't you sent me a message? Have you really moved on? If you really sent me a message to reconcile, I definitely wouldn't hesitate. Though deep down, she was shouting for a reunion. Logic told her it was impossible. Xiao was caught in a deep conflict, yearning for Luo Xiao's contact, but dreading facing reality. Her heart seemed torn in two, wavering between love and reality. Xiao stared at the quiet chat window, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over her. She knew Luo Xiao's personality all too well, sensitive and fiercely proud. She had spoken so decisively before that there was no way he would make the first move to reconcile. Yet, she felt at a loss for how to reach out herself. Overwhelmed by longing, she finally typed a message in the input box. Xiao, are you there? I need to talk to you. Before sending it, she couldn't help but imagine Luo Xiao's response, dreaming of the scene where they would make up. At that thought, a smile crept onto Xiao's lips, captivating the nearby students who were surreptitiously watching her. However, the moment she hit the send button, a system notification shattered her fantasy. You are not friends yet. Please send a friend request before messaging. Xiao felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her smile freezing instantly. She stared in disbelief, her mind buzzing. Luo Xiao had actually deleted her? How could this be possible? Why did he do this? Why not wait a few more days? In a daze, Xiao found herself back in her dormitory. She sat numbly on the sofa, her gaze falling on a photograph in front of her. It was taken at the university entrance when they first started college, both of them beaming with happiness because they had finally gotten into the same school and could be together every day. Looking at the photo, Xiao could no longer hold back, and the tears she had been suppressing for days finally broke free. However, Xiao had no idea that the person she longed for was in the same school, just a few hundred meters away. As a top genius, Xiao's residence was near the high-level area of the school, a form of indirect protection. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao was in the Tianji courtyard, one of the most prestigious estates in the school, on par with the principal's Tianshu courtyard, guarding the east and west sides respectively. Xiao's estate was located around the Tianji courtyard. At that moment, a warship was docked within the Tianji courtyard, with a team of powerful warriors moving a large number of crates into a warehouse. These crates contained beast cores. Just over an hour ago, Luo Xiao had received funds from the sale of a warship's capture net, totaling a staggering 230 billion. He had immediately converted all the funds into beast cores. The efficiency of the imperial capital was astonishing, delivering such a massive quantity of beast cores in just over an hour. In Silent City, it would probably take several days to gather so many. The delivery was made by a martial artist at the peak of martial respect, who respectfully said to Luo Xiao, "Principal Luo, here are the goods you requested. Please sign for them." Clearly, he had been informed that the person before him was one of the new vice principals of Imperial University, and the headquarters of Huaxiao Mall had specifically instructed him to treat Luo Xiao with courtesy. News of Luo Xiao had already spread throughout the upper echelons of Huaxia, and almost everyone was aware of his situation. Luo Xiao responded with a smile. "Thank you for making the trip." The delivery person replied politely, "No trouble at all. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave, Principal Luo." The powerful martial artist quickly waved his hand and hurriedly left with his subordinates. The transport battleship slowly ascended, carrying everyone away into the horizon. Luo Xiao stood still, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Just how many simulation points could the 230 billion beast cores bring him? He secretly estimated that it must be at least several hundred million. With this thought, Luo Xiao hesitated no longer and made a sweeping gesture. In an instant, a violent crimson flame erupted from his palm, sweeping out like a fire dragon and instantly enveloping all the code-locked boxes. Under the intense heat, the boxes swiftly melted, revealing the densely packed beast cores inside. Focusing his gaze, Luo Xiao clenched his fist suddenly. An invisible force emerged out of nowhere, compressing tens of millions of beast cores together into a massive energy sphere with a diameter of several dozen meters. The surface of the sphere shimmered with various colors, as if containing endless power. Before the energy sphere could stabilize, Luo Xiao eagerly placed his hand on it. Ding! Large amount of energy detected, beginning absorption. The system's notification echoed in his mind. The next moment, an indescribable terrifying power surged into Luo Xiao's body like a flood. However, as soon as this energy entered his body, it vanished as if swallowed by some mysterious force. Meanwhile, the massive beast core sphere began to shrink visibly. This absorption process lasted for over 10 minutes. When the last trace of energy was fully absorbed, the system's notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 314 million simulation points. Hearing this figure, Luo Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile. Over 300 million simulation points were enough to significantly enhance his strength. Without hesitation, he issued a command. System, open all the purple talents. I want to start purchasing talents. Ding command accepted. Displaying all purple talents, the system promptly responded. In an instant, a myriad of talent information appeared before Luo Xiao. The array of powerful abilities was dazzling. From physical enhancement to demonic disassembly, from various martial arts talents to elemental control, and even the great fortune to change fate. The number of talents far exceeded Luo Xiao's expectations, each containing infinite possibilities. Faced with such a wealth of choices, Luo Xiao fell into deep thought. How should he choose to maximize his strength? Luo Xiao took a deep breath as he embarked on his journey of talent selection. He understood clearly that special talents like combat power and the body of thunder could only be chosen once, but attributes like bone structure, comprehension, and appearance could be enhanced multiple times. He decided to focus first on improving his bone structure and comprehension to see how far he could go. Ding! The system notification continuously chimed, each time accompanied by the message, "You have purchased the talent martial arts prodigy. Bone structure 50, comprehension 50. Luo Xiao could distinctly feel the speed at which he absorbed the world's elemental energy increasing rapidly. After purchasing the martial arts prodigy talent 7 or 8 times, the system finally notified him. Your bone structure and comprehension have both reached the intermediate world's limit of 500 points. Luo Xiao paused slightly, calculating in his mind. Although his bone structure had only increased from 230 to 500, his cultivation speed had increased by more than 5 to 6 times. Compared to when he initially had just 1 point in bone structure, his cultivation speed had now increased by at least 1,000,000 times. This meant that while he might have only ever reached the second-tier warrior stage in his lifetime, he now had the potential to easily break through to the martial saint realm, and possibly even strive for the martial god realm. Next, Luo Xiao turned his attention to other attributes. He began purchasing the appearance talent. Ding! You have purchased the talent Supreme Beauty 5. Appearance increased to the limit of 100. Instantly, an invisible force surged throughout his body, subtly altering his appearance. Although the changes were not drastic, the impression he gave off was entirely different. Luo Xiao was now not only incredibly handsome, but also exuded an aura that made others feel inferior. Luo Xiao quickly realized he could adjust the intensity of this aura at will. Even at a lower intensity, he remained the center of attention, without causing passersby to become instantly infatuated. He secretly rejoiced at being able to avoid the awkward situation of being confessed to by both men and women everywhere he went. Finally, Luo Xiao focused on the luck attribute. Ding! You have purchased the talent Great Fortune 4. Luck increased to the limit of 500. With this final attribute enhancement, Luo Xiao completed his foundational attribute strengthening. In this brief, yet critical moment, Luo Xiao had dramatically enhanced his various attributes, laying a solid foundation for his future cultivation journey. Each of his choices held infinite possibilities, marking just the beginning of his legendary story. Luo Xiao looked at the numbers on the system panel, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Over 10 million simulation points seemed like a mere drop in the ocean to him now. His gaze swept across the list of elemental talents. The foundational 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, plus the derived elements of thunder, wind, ice, darkness, and light, making a total of 10. Fewer than I imagined, Luo Xiao mused to himself. The more advanced elements must be hidden in higher-level talents. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, and 9 million simulation points flowed out like a river. System notifications echoed continuously in his mind. Ding! You have purchased the talent Thunderbody. Cost: 1 million simulation points. Ding! You have purchased the talent Earth Spirit Body. Cost: 1 million simulation points. Ding! You have purchased the talent Wind Spirit Battle Body. Cost: 1 million simulation points. As the notifications ceased, a terrifying elemental power surged into Luo Xiao's body like a tide. At times, his body erupted with violent thunder. At others, it surged with endless torrents or radiated dazzling light. In his sea of consciousness, crystal-clear ability nuclei slowly formed, joining the original fiery red nucleus of the Scarlet Flame Battle Body. suspending in a massive circle and rotating slowly. Luo Xiao was thrilled to discover that the 10 ability nuclei not only operated independently, but also boosted his soul cultivation speed nearly tenfold. I didn't expect such benefits, he thought with delight. These talents must hold many more surprises. With the elemental talents fully integrated, Luo Xiao immediately set about merging the physical enhancement talents. Boom! A terrifying force swept through his entire body, frantically strengthening every cell and every bone. Originally, his physical enhancement excluding strength was only fourfold, but it now skyrocketed to 16-fold, quadrupling his overall power. Even better, the purple talents unified the enhancement of physical strength, speed, and defense. Next came the weaponry, or rather, the intent-type talents. These talents were numerous. Physical burst techniques like fist, palm, leg, and finger techniques, as well as the 18 types of weapons such as swordplay, blade techniques, spear skills, staff, dual blades, whip techniques, and daggers. Luo Xiao spared no expense, acquiring over 20 different talents in one sweep. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, Luo Xiao's understanding of all intents significantly improved. He recalled his discovery from the first simulation. Once the intent power of different weapons was elevated to the same level, breaking through to the next intent level became much easier. Luo Xiao stood at the edge of the simulated world, a glint of wisdom in his eyes. He was fully aware of his uniqueness, possessing the rare ability to simultaneously master all types of artistic concepts. This ability not only granted him equal strength in each concept, but also allowed them to mutually enhance one another, significantly accelerating his comprehension of any single concept. His gaze became resolute as he realized that elevating one concept to the 6th level would greatly speed up the advancement of the others. The more 6th level concepts he achieved, the faster the remaining ones would progress. Although this process might take twice the usual time, Luo Xiao understood it was a worthwhile investment. A slight smile appeared on his lips, knowing that these artistic concepts were the key to breaking through to the next level. Without them, even spending 1,000 times the effort would not yield such a breakthrough. A flicker of anticipation crossed Luo Xiao's eyes. He felt that given another chance at simulating an intermediate world, he could directly simulate all the 6th level concepts. However, he also recognized that this might only be possible in a simulated advanced world. As he concluded his selection of artistic concepts, Luo Xiao turned his attention to the final category of special talents. His brow furrowed slightly, as this category included some with adverse effects, such as the Lone Star of Calamity, the reincarnation of a killing star, and an incorrigible flirt. There were also targeted talents like the Prodigy of Buddhism, Soul Cultivation Prodigy, and Body Cultivation Prodigy, which were only effective when cultivating specific types. Luo Xiao's gaze grew profound as he recalled the terrifying aspects of the Demon Path Prodigy talent he had once experienced. But he soon relaxed, knowing that watching advertisements could counter the side effects. He decisively filtered out those talents that only enhanced basic attributes with negative effects, leaving only the reincarnation of a killing star and the demonic disintegration talents. His eyes sharpened, understanding that the reincarnation of a killing star was essentially an artistic concept talent, albeit one centered on the fearsome concept of slaughter. Having reached the 3rd level of this concept, he pondered whether he could withstand the intense murderous intent at the 4th level. With a raised eyebrow, Luo Xiao quickly made his decision. He considered that enduring the effects was one thing, but choosing whether or not to cultivate was another. He decided to purchase them first, thinking that if they proved too terrifying, he could simply choose not to activate them after simulation. With this in mind, he selected all the talents without hesitation. A flicker of caution crossed his eyes, aware that each talent carried corresponding side effects. For instance, the Prodigy of Buddhism could lead to renouncing the world. The Soul Cultivation Prodigy might result in self-destruction to cultivate purely as a soul, and the Body Cultivation Prodigy could turn him into a muscle-bound behemoth. The thought of becoming a hulking mass of muscle sent a shiver down his spine. Resolute, Luo Xiao vowed to watch every advertisement to eliminate these side effects. With determination, he selected all the talents. Suddenly, a booming sound echoed, and darkness enveloped his vision. One by one, advertisements began to materialize before him. These ads gradually normalized, featuring classics like Water Margin, leaving Luo Xiao with images of men passionately calling each other brother. There were also various novels and anime. Due to the sheer volume of advertisements he needed to watch, Luo Xiao spent several long months in the ad space. When he finally emerged, even with his formidable soul strength, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiao braced himself for the challenges ahead. Luo Xiao gazed at the attributes panel in front of him, feeling a sense of awe. Is this the price of growth? It's practically mental torture, he thought, shaking his head. His attention then shifted to the row of purple secondary profession talents. Artifact Forger, Formation Master, Rune Master, 10 in total. Without hesitation, he selected them all. Even though they're just talents now, After a few simulations, I should be able to gain actual profession levels, Luo Xiao mused. With the selection of secondary profession talents complete, the current talent selection finally came to an end. Luo Xiao glanced at the cost. Over 70 million simulation points, equivalent to more than 70 purple talents. It was less than the hundreds he had anticipated, but still a considerable expense. Just as he was about to close the panel, a question crossed his mind. System, what level is above purple talent? How many simulation points does it require? The system promptly responded. Ding. Above purple is silver talent. Each silver talent requires 100 million simulation points. They are only produced in advanced worlds. This answer piqued Luo Xiao's curiosity. Are there even higher talents in advanced worlds? Just like in intermediate worlds, where blue isn't the highest. The system responded again. Ding. Indeed. Above silver is gold talent. Each selection requires 10 billion simulation points. Luo Xiao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Wow, gold talents are that intense. One costs 10 billion? That's equivalent to 10 trillion federal credits each. This price is absurd. The combined funds of all humanity could probably only simulate a few hundred times. Is this system a swindler? Sensing Luo Xiao's skepticism, the system quickly countered. Ding. The host might find it expensive, but the system can assure you. Choosing any gold talent means that unless you meet an untimely demise, you can grow into a force beyond a martial god. By then, unifying the entire Earth would be a breeze. Do you still think it's expensive? Luo Xiao coughed awkwardly. You see, I was just saying. He pondered to himself. Even the price of silver talents is a bit outrageous. I thought I was wealthy enough, but it seems I overestimated myself. Despite this, Luo Xiao was quite satisfied with his gains this time. After all, he had acquired over 50 purple talent entries. He had considered doing a simulation with no talents, as his current talents combined were already on par with a regular silver talent. But recalling the mental strain from consecutive simulations a few days ago, he decided to take a 2-day break. Anyway, my strength is already formidable enough, and in this world, I can enhance my power through self-cultivation, Luo Xiao reassured himself. It's just the source of money. Should I sell nirvana flowers? But I only have nirvana pills. What if people don't recognize their value? With this question in mind, Luo Xiao opened the query network and logged into the Imperial Capital University library account he had just obtained. He typed 9-turn nirvana pill into the search bar and began his research. In an instant, a vast array of documents from the Xinwu continent appeared before Luo Xiao's eyes. Among them, a detailed introduction of the 9-turn nirvana pill was particularly intriguing. The records indicated that the 9-turn nirvana pill, a potent alchemical creation personally crafted by the Xinwu Emperor, ranged from the lower to the highest tier of the 8th grade. It primarily used 9 nirvana flowers as its main ingredient and possessed the miraculous ability to instantly heal Dantian injuries, even to the extent of reconstructing a completely shattered Dantian. Additionally, consuming the pill could extend one's lifespan by 100 to 200 years. When combined with physical enhancement pills, it could even allow a peak-level martial master to leap directly to the martial sovereign realm. Although using it solely for breakthroughs seemed somewhat wasteful, this was precisely its most valued application on the Xinwu continent. After reading the introduction of the 9-turn nirvana pill, Luo Xiao became curious about how this era evaluated him. He immediately began searching for information about the Xinwu Emperor. Soon, a detailed profile appeared before him. The Xinwu Emperor, bearing the surname Luo, with an unknown given name, had reached the 4th level of martial sovereign cultivation, wielding an 8th-grade supreme Xinwu blade with potential for further enhancement. His family included his wife Luo Qingya and his son Luo Xiantian, who succeeded him as the 2nd Xinwu Emperor. His pet, the demon Emperor Black Moon, was rumored to have been a pet of the martial ancestor and became the most powerful creature on the Xinwu continent after the revival of spiritual energy, until it was subdued by the Xinwu Emperor. After the Emperor's death, Black Moon seemed to vanish from history, possibly having passed away of old age. The profile continued. The Xinwu Emperor was the founder of the Xinwu dynasty in the Xinwu cavern, hailed as the guardian and savior of the Xinwu continent. During the peak of his reign, the population of the Xinwu dynasty exceeded 1 trillion, and powerful warriors were abundant. It was rumored that the Xinwu Emperor mastered the quintuple intents of blade, sword, spear, and staff. Although this record was questionable, his unparalleled combat prowess was undeniable. It was estimated that even the strongest human prodigies of today would struggle to withstand 10 moves against him at the same level. What was even more astonishing was the Xinwu Emperor's presence in history for over 1,300 years. By his 20s, he was already a world-class peak martial sovereign, and if not for the world's limitations, he would undoubtedly have surpassed the martial god realm. Xinwu historians asserted that without the Xinwu Emperor, the Xinwu continent might not have survived 300 years post-cataclysm. If humanity today could thoroughly study the martial arts and techniques left by the Xinwu Emperor, there might be hope to save the current human predicament. Luo Xiao finished reading this lengthy description and fell into contemplation. Clearly, this era held him in high regard, but he knew in his heart that these people might have overestimated his abilities. Earth's problems were far more challenging than those of the Shenwu continent. Even if he were to share all his martial knowledge and skills now, it might still be insufficient to save Earth. With this thought, Luo Xiao couldn't help but sigh. However, these documents also made Luo Xiao realize that people on Earth were indeed aware of the 9-turn Nirvana pill and its value. If he were to sell it, a single pill could fetch at least 1 trillion. And he had hundreds of them. Of course, releasing them all at once would surely cause the price to collapse. But even so, their total value should easily reach tens of trillions. After careful consideration, Luo Xiao decided to test the waters on a smaller scale first. He immediately listed 29-turn Nirvana pills on the trading platform at a price of 1 trillion each. This move would undoubtedly cause a sensation in the Earth's cultivation community, but whether they would sell successfully remained to be seen. Luo Xiao gazed at the 9-turn Nirvana pill in his hand, contemplating the immense potential wealth it represented. If he could sell them all, the price of 20 trillion would at least yield 300 billion simulation points, enough for 3 rounds of golden talent simulations. He secretly anticipated this, deciding to skip the silver simulation and aim directly for the higher-level golden simulation. Despite the true value of the 9-turn Nirvana pill being far beyond that figure, considering that during times of scarcity, a single Nirvana flower could fetch 1 trillion, the reality was less optimistic. In this era, the Nirvana flower had 3 main uses: breaking through to the 8th tier, extending lifespan, and repairing the Dantian. However, Earth's spiritual energy resurgence had only been occurring for a mere 150 years, and no martial emperor-level powerhouses had yet died of old age, let alone cultivators of other realms. This rendered the first 2 effects less appealing, and while the Dantian repair effect was strong, usually 1 Nirvana flower was sufficient. Just as Luo Xiao was deep in thought, a message from Tian Yin Sword Saint interrupted him. "Teacher, I have arranged your public lecture for tomorrow. Will that be convenient for you?" Luo Xiao was slightly surprised but replied promptly, "That's fine, just send me the time and location." He then received the details of the lecture. As night fell, Luo Xiao prepared to rest. However, at that moment, a message on the Huaxiao official website dropped like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire internet. Good news. Our first fourfold intent grandmaster of the human race, Luo Xiao, will be giving a lecture at Imperial University tomorrow at 2 p.m. All cultivators within our territory who have reached the first level of intent can register in advance to attend. This announcement set the enthusiasm of tens of thousands of cities across Huaxiao ablaze. Online, countless netizens were excitedly discussing, "Wow, a fourfold intent grandmaster. When did Huaxiao produce such a powerful figure? After so many years, our land finally has a grandmaster. Now, the path of intent won't be blocked anymore." If it weren't for the Americans taking almost all the techniques and martial skills related to intent back then, Huaxiao would have already had a supreme-level expert with 5-fold intent. Exactly. Intent isn't something they can fully comprehend. Now that our race has a 4-fold intent grandmaster, can 5-fold intent be far behind? Amidst the heated discussions, someone suddenly wondered aloud, "Luo Xiao? Why does that name sound so familiar? Wasn't the ex-boyfriend of Mo Xiun, the goddess of the Imperial Capital University, named Luo Xiao?" This news caused quite a stir online. People were buzzing with discussions, some amazed by the coincidence of the name, while others questioned if it could possibly be the same person. Amidst the debates, a voice of reason emerged. A 20-year-old from a small town, no matter how talented, couldn't possibly reach the 4th level of comprehension at such a young age. It's an insult to the achievements of a grandmaster. This statement made everyone realize the improbability. Consequently, attention turned to the upcoming grandmaster's lecture. Someone regretfully noted, "It's a pity these lectures are bound to be top secret. Otherwise, we could have witnessed it firsthand." Another netizen explained, "Even if it were live-streamed, those without talent wouldn't understand. Public streaming might lead to confidential leaks. We've finally got a grandmaster, and we can't let other countries steal his achievements." The whole of China's internet was abuzz with discussions about the emergence of this grandmaster. Meanwhile, many people were scrambling to secure a spot for the lecture. However, the martial god of China personally decreed that only those who have mastered the realm of intent could attend. Even those with backgrounds as martial saints or connections to the martial god couldn't secure a spot. In the office of the Celestial Sword Saint, Mo Xiun was striving to obtain a spot. The Celestial Sword Saint explained helplessly, "Mo, it's not that I don't want to give you a spot. This is the first time we've invited this master for a lecture, and we're concerned that including those without comprehension might be seen as disrespectful. Do you know the young man from the Long family? He's reached the perfect pinnacle of spear intent, yet his grandfather, Long Batian, tried every connection, even appealing to the martial god, only to be scolded." As he spoke, the Celestial Sword Saint had a peculiar look in his eyes. He knew Mo Xiun and Luo Xiao had been in a relationship until just a few days ago, and that Luo Xiao had broken up with her after awakening his S-class talent. Clearly, Xiun was unaware of Luo Xiao's current capabilities. Xiun bit her lip, unwilling to give up. Isn't there anything the principal can do? I've recently started learning swordsmanship, and I've reached the peak of subtlety, just a step away from mastering the perfect level. The celestial sword saint was shocked. What? You've reached the peak of subtlety. His voice was filled with disbelief, considering it had only been a few days. Xiun's talent in swordsmanship is truly formidable. Without hesitation, she reached into the void, and a long sword instantly formed in her hand. Clang! The sword's light flashed as Xiun struck towards the heavenly sword sage. In an instant, a powerful beam of sword energy erupted, like a torrent from the Milky Way. The power of this strike caught the heavenly sword sage's attention. With a mere point in the void, a concentrated sword intent collided with Xiun's sword. Clang! The terrifying force shattered Xiun's sword energy, causing waves of air to surge. Very good. Your swordsmanship has indeed reached a subtle level. Your talent is impressive. The heavenly sword sage nodded approvingly. A gleam of joy flashed in Xiun's eyes as she eagerly asked, "Can I earn a spot in your class?" No. The heavenly sword sage's response was like a cold shower, freezing Xiun in place, her joy instantly fading. With a softened tone, the heavenly sword sage explained, "Rules are rules. You will have to wait, perhaps until next year, or a few years down the line when I hold classes again. You might have developed a stronger sword intent." Xiun nodded in disappointment. "I understand. I will keep trying." With that, she turned and left, her silhouette filled with reluctance and dejection. The heavenly sword sage watched her leave and sighed softly. He thought to himself, "This girl has remarkable talent. In the past, I would have surely taken her as a disciple." Unfortunately, knowing her past with Luo Xiao, he understood her selfish nature. Even if she were nurtured, she might defect to another country's offer. Such a person is not worth the effort. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the campus of Imperial University. Xiun focused on the latest news, her gaze lingering on the words Grandmaster and Luo Xiao, lost in thought. The image of that handsome young man appeared in her mind, recalling how he had treated her with constant kindness over the years. In contrast, she had grown up enduring beatings from her parents and even her brother. If not for Luo Xiao, she might have been forced to marry an old martial artist over 50 and bear children. Why? Why do people with the same name have such different fates? Xiun murmured to herself, "Luo Xiao, if only you were that grandmaster, then I wouldn't have broken up with you." She took a deep breath, her eyes gradually becoming resolute. At this moment, she realized a truth. The so-called genius, the so-called noble family, were not as important as she had imagined. Just like this time, even the eldest son of the Long family, without talent or strength, couldn't even meet the grandmaster. "I have a strong talent in swordsmanship," Xiun resolved. "As long as I work hard, seek more guidance from Principal Tianyin, I will surely grasp sword intent in a short time. Then, with my talent, perhaps even the grandmaster will take me as a disciple. Then, the best resources and the strongest background of the human race will be mine." She looked determinately towards the direction of Kaiyun City, as if she could see through thousands of miles. "When that time comes, I will go back to find you." That night, martial artists from all over Huaxia flocked to the capital like a tidal wave. By the next morning, the Grand Assembly Hall of the Imperial University was buzzing with activity. This massive meeting room, covering 1,000,000 square meters, had only been used once since the university's establishment. Today, its doors opened once again to welcome martial arts elites from across the nation. In the center of the hall stood a majestic circular platform, 100 meters in diameter. Nearly 50,000 martial artists, all at the realm of intent, filled the seats surrounding it. In the front row, more than 10 martial masters of the third level, including the renowned Tianyin Sword Saint, sat with a solemn demeanor. Yet, it was the distinguished middle-aged man before them who captured everyone's attention. This man was none other than Li Jingwu, the sole martial god of Huaxia. Every person present was filled with excitement, as Li Jingwu's legendary story was well known. Before the Great Catastrophe, he had already been a major general in the military. After the catastrophe, he awakened an SS-level talent and became the first of humanity to reach the third level of intent, thanks to his exceptional swordsmanship. However, even a genius like Li Jingwu was held back by the absence of higher-level intent cultivation techniques. With a complete 7th level or higher intent cultivation method, he might have already reached the 4th level. Today, he sat among the students with anticipation, awaiting the arrival of the legendary 4th level blade intent grandmaster, Luo Xiao. Suddenly, the secret passage of the hall opened slowly, drawing everyone's gaze. Yet, it was a young man in his early 20s who emerged from the passage, leaving the assembled experts puzzled. Was he the grandmaster's disciple? Where was the grandmaster himself? Could he be late? While everyone was in doubt, the young man confidently ascended the platform, his eyes scanning the audience like lightning. He smiled slightly and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo Xiao. This statement was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire auditorium. Thousands of martial artists murmured in disbelief, discussing among themselves. Soon, someone proposed a plausible explanation: rejuvenation techniques. Just like martial god Li Jingwu, Luo Xiao, despite being nearly 200 years old, maintained a youthful appearance. In fact, many of the experts present, though appearing around 20 years old, were actually over a century old, survivors from the early days of the catastrophe. Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, Luo Xiao continued. Last night, I pondered over what I should discuss with you all today. Since each of you comprehends different intents, it would be unfair for me to solely talk about blade intent or sword intent. These words plunged everyone into confusion once more. Solely talk about sword intent. Wasn't Luo Xiao introduced as a grandmaster of the 4th level blade intent? How did sword intent come into play? Even martial god Li Jingwu and the Tianyin sword saint were bewildered by this unexpected twist, exchanging puzzled glances. After careful consideration, Luo Xiao made a monumental decision. He smiled slightly, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. If we're doing this, let's showcase all the realms together. As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming sword intent erupted from within him. The intent shot skyward like an arrow, piercing hundreds of meters into the air. Had he not intentionally restrained his power, this terrifying sword intent could have easily torn the ceiling off the entire council hall. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap exploded in everyone's minds. Tianyin sword saint and others instantly widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were witnessing. All the sword cultivators stood up excitedly, their faces filled with shock and ecstasy. Quadruple sword intent. This is the legendary quadruple sword intent. My sword intent is trembling. It's too powerful. Is this heaven-rending intent really just sword intent? I feel that even at the same level, my sword intent would be shredded to pieces in front of this. The Grandmaster is actually a quadruple sword intent comprehender, not a blade intent one. Ha ha! The heavens are favoring the path of swordsmanship. The entire hall erupted with excitement, with some veteran sword cultivators moved to tears. After more than 100 years, sword cultivation was finally on the rise. Meanwhile, practitioners of other intents, especially those of blade techniques, were left utterly bewildered. They looked at each other, faces filled with confusion. Weren't we told he was a blade grandmaster? How did he become a sword grandmaster? Li Jingwu was equally puzzled by the scene, turning to Tianyin Principal. Principal Tianyin, what's going on? Didn't you say he wielded quadruple blade intent? How did it turn into sword intent? Tianyin sword saint, jolted by the question, quickly explained. Oh, this. I don't know either. I saw the quadruple blade intent with my own eyes. There's no mistake. The teacher must possess both sword and blade intents. Achieving quadruple level in both intents. How is that possible? How old is Luo Xiao? Li Jingwu muttered incredulously. At that moment, the sword intent around Luo Xiao gradually dissipated. Suddenly, an earth-shaking blade resonance erupted. Clang! The piercing blade sound instantly silenced the previously buzzing hall. Li Jingwu's words caught in his throat as he looked at the towering blade intent, scarcely believing his eyes. It was indeed two kinds of intents. Luo Xiao had mastered both quadruple-level intents. Moreover, the strength of these intents was such that even a triple-level one could instantly crush his blade intent. What kind of blade intent is this? Li Jingwu murmured in disbelief. Wow! Just then, the previously deflated blade practitioners burst into cheers. Quadruple blade intent. He's indeed a blade grandmaster. Mastering both sword and blade. The grandmaster is incredible. This grandmaster must be chosen by the heavens. To master two intents so powerfully. I'm starting to doubt if he's really just in his early 20s. Ha ha ha. The path of blade techniques will also rise. At that moment, all the blade practitioners were excitedly discussing. Meanwhile, practitioners of other intents like spear, staff, and fist techniques were even more bewildered. They glanced at each other, thinking, wow, mastering both sword and blade. Are we just here as side characters? However, they soon became excited too. To master both sword and blade, and reach a grandmaster level in both, Luo Xiao's understanding of intents far surpassed that of ordinary grandmasters. Even if they hadn't practiced the same intents, they could gain enormous insights from this experience. Sword and blade share the same origin. Mastering one makes learning the other much easier, someone remarked. In the hall, all eyes were on Luo Xiao, eagerly anticipating what astonishing feats this young grandmaster would display next. While it's possible for ordinary individuals to draw inspiration, it's generally not advisable to practice two realms simultaneously. Luo Xiao began to speak, his voice flowing like a clear stream, filled with the light of wisdom. The audience listened eagerly, scribbling in their notebooks, their pens moving swiftly. Although they couldn't use recording devices, this traditional method of note-taking allowed them to infuse their personal insights into their notes, helping them recall the experience during future reviews. Luo Xiao's lecture lasted over 3 hours, during which he eloquently shared his insights on the creation of heaven and earth. Each segment was as brilliant as a pearl, offering profound benefits to all present, especially for Li Jingwu, who, after an hour, seemed to enter a mystical state. Luo Xiao merely glanced at him briefly and continued his lecture. Suddenly, as the fourth hour began, a thunderous blade sound echoed through the entire council hall. A terrifying power erupted from Li Jingwu, sending Tianyan's sword saint and others flying backward, their bodies instantly marked with blood. Everyone quickly retreated hundreds of meters, staring in awe at the powerful sword intent emanating from Li Jingwu. Fourfold blade intent. The martial god has broken through, someone exclaimed. A second grandmaster of the fourfold realm. Our people have hope, another shouted excitedly. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Some marveled at the benefits they had gained, while others dreamed of future breakthroughs. However, someone raised a question. Why is it that in other countries, even with grandmasters of the fourfold realm, there doesn't seem to be a surge in ordinary realm practitioners? What do those foreigners know about realms? Someone scoffed. They just mimic the techniques left by the divine martial emperor. Exactly. The teacher's lecture content is all from his own insights, as profound as if accumulated over thousands of years. As discussions continued, people were amazed to realize that Luo Xiao seemed to have the ability to see through each person's cultivation issues and tailor his explanations accordingly. Even those practicing martial arts found immense inspiration. As the discussion deepened, everyone was astonished to discover the magical nature of Luo Xiao's lecture, as if it opened a whole new door for them. Luo Xiao's lecture seemed tailored for everyone present, making complex concepts easy to understand and captivating his audience. However, not only were the listeners astonished, but Luo Xiao himself was also amazed. He keenly noticed that every trainee had the gift of at least 3 levels of understanding. Even more astonishing, the likes of the Tianyan sword saint displayed potential for 5 levels, while Li Jingwu possessed an extraordinary talent of 6 levels. Luo Xiao calculated that given a millennium and the right cultivation techniques, these individuals would surely reach the heights of 6 levels. Such a talent ratio was almost unbelievable compared to Shenwu continent. He pondered whether this was related to the level of the world itself. Although these trainees were also at the 3-level realm, their foundational grasp of concepts was not as strong as Luo Xiantian or Luo Qingtian. Yet, they could blend with their weapons more harmoniously, which was undoubtedly a unique gift. Luo Xiao wondered if this talent was a blessing from heaven or a trait of their race. Nonetheless, it was foreseeable that under his guidance, their progress would be rapid. At that moment, the intimidating blade aura surrounding Li Jingwu gradually subsided. He slowly opened his eyes, overwhelmed with disbelief and joy. He had broken through. His blade aura had reached a new level. Excited beyond measure, Li Jingwu realized that without his teacher's guidance, it might have taken him at least another decade to achieve this breakthrough. Li Jingwu immediately stood up and respectfully bowed to Luo Xiao in a formal student salute. Before his breakthrough, he hadn't fully grasped Luo Xiao's prowess, but now he clearly felt the terrifying blade aura of Luo Xiao. Despite being at the same 4-level realm, Luo Xiao could easily defeat him. More awe-inspiring was Luo Xiao's understanding of concepts, which was leagues beyond his own. Seeing one of the strongest protectors of Huaxiao and one of the most powerful human fighters show such respect to Luo Xiao, the others found it completely natural. Luo Xiao smiled slightly and said to Li Jingwu, "Your understanding of the world is sufficient, but your foundation is lacking, which is why you broke through so quickly. Many of you are stuck at certain levels for the same reason. Sit down and continue to learn some foundational knowledge, and your next breakthrough won't be far off." He paused, then added, "Also, many will break through today, so let's keep it under control, or we'll all end up having lectures outdoors." This remark brought a wave of laughter from the audience. Li Jingwu glanced around the disordered venue, his face reddening, and quickly said, "Ahem, I got a bit excited during the breakthrough. The teacher is right, it won't happen again." With that, he began tidying up the area, and the others followed suit. In no time, the venue was restored to its original tidy state. Luo Xiao resumed his lecture, and the powerful martial artists listened intently. On Earth, those mastering even one level of understanding were at least at the level of a martial king, so they did not feel hunger or fatigue. In the ensuing time, nearly every few minutes, someone would break through from 1 to 2 levels, and every 40 to 50 minutes, someone would reach 3 levels. As for reaching 4 levels, apart from Li Jingwu, no one else had yet succeeded, as their foundations were still lacking. But with Luo Xiao's guidance, that day was not far off. Luo Xiao's lecture lasted a full 24 hours until he finished explaining the most basic concepts. He glanced at the time and couldn't help but remark, "Class, today's session is over. I originally planned for 10 hours, but it unexpectedly went on much longer." Contrary to Luo Xiao's expectations, the students didn't complain about the extended session. Instead, they became eager when they heard it was time to end. Tian Yan's sword saint was the first to stand up, with a hopeful smile on his face, saying, "Teacher, please continue a little longer. I feel like I'm on the verge of a breakthrough." Other students chimed in, and the room became lively. Luo Xiao raised his hand to signal for silence and explained, "Biting off more than you can chew is not wise. You've all taken notes, so go back and digest them well. Only then will you gain more from the next lecture. Your foundational theory is too weak and needs improvement. Otherwise, understanding deeper realms will be difficult." Upon hearing this explanation, the martial artists present suddenly understood. It wasn't that Luo Xiao was unwilling to continue. It was that their foundational knowledge wasn't strong enough. Indeed, in the last few hours, many had been lost, while only those with higher-level insights remained focused. Luo Xiao clapped his hands to announce the end of the class. Suddenly, Li Jingwu stood up and shouted, "Stand up." All the students stood in unison and respectfully bowed, saying, "Goodbye, teacher." This scene momentarily took Luo Xiao back to his high school days. He smiled and loudly responded, "See you next time, everyone." Meanwhile, outside the council hall, students from Imperial Capital University had gathered, along with many realm cultivators who had rushed over but missed the lecture. As the doors slowly opened and a group of strong individuals, exuding profound insights, walked out discussing, the crowd outside erupted, rushing forward. Long Batian, the middle-aged man carrying a large sword, was the first to approach. He eagerly asked, "Brother Tianyan, Brother Lu, what did you gain from this day and night of lectures?" Tianyan's sword saint frowned upon seeing Long Batian. "Brother Long, why didn't you attend the lecture?" The surrounding dozens of Grandmaster-level realm experts were also taken aback, as they all knew this martial saint renowned for his SS-level physical talent. Long Batian awkwardly chuckled, "Well, I'm not one for classes. Besides, it's just one lecture, whether I attend or not won't make a difference." In his heart, he was rather dismissive, thinking that if a single lecture was so beneficial, there would already be countless triple-realm grandmasters in other countries. Moreover, he was still upset about not securing a spot for his grandson the day before. Just a grandmaster? Long Batian pondered to himself. In the end, the power boost from a grandmaster is only about 20 times. That's still far from my SS-level talent. Plus, I have one realm insight myself. Long Batian stood proudly, a glint of disdain in his eyes. He thought to himself that even against opponents of the same level, he was confident he could defeat them instantly, let alone this so-called grandmaster, who was merely a martial venerable. In his eyes, they were as insignificant as ants. At that moment, the voice of the heavenly sword saint echoed, tinged with a hint of regret. "Alas, you missed a great opportunity. Your comprehension has already reached the peak of the first stage. If you attended this class, you could definitely break through to the second stage. By then, your strength would double." Upon hearing this, Long Batian exclaimed loudly, "What? Reach the second stage? Just by attending a class? Don't be ridiculous. How could merely attending one class lead to a breakthrough? If that were true, countries with grandmasters would be overflowing with experts at that level." The tens of thousands of onlookers around nodded in agreement with this sentiment. Among the crowd, Luo Xiao, who had also missed the class, felt that Long Batian made a valid point and began to question whether they had overestimated the importance of the class. However, Long Batian's words ignited the fury of all the present experts at the comprehension level. They retorted, "Nonsense. How can those worthless grandmasters compare to the teacher? They're not even in the same league. They don't even deserve to be called grandmasters compared to the teacher." Faced with the sudden outburst of collective anger, Long Batian, despite his formidable strength, felt a bit flustered and hurriedly defended himself. At this moment, Principal Tianyan sneered, his gaze sharp as he scanned the crowd. He knew full well that there were spies from other countries mixed among the crowd. Worse still, the scene was being broadcast nationwide. If Luo Xiao's first lecture didn't yield significant results, it would crush the confidence of countless citizens, and those who were initially undecided might completely side with foreign powers. Although the Heavenly Sword Saint and all of Huaxiao looked down on such indecisive people, it was undeniable that if they defected, Huaxiao would suffer significant losses. Even worse, this could trigger a chain reaction, leading more people to hesitate and eventually be swayed by other countries. In this era of catastrophe, many of the younger generation had lost their patriotic spirit. After all, each city was isolated by insurmountable zones of fierce beasts. As long as they could find protection, these people didn't care about being labeled as traitors. This was the stark reality. With this in mind, the Heavenly Sword Saint once again surveyed the comprehension-level experts around him and said solemnly, "Ladies and gentlemen, since they believe the teacher's class is useless, let us prove them wrong with our actions. Show them our achievements." As soon as he finished speaking, terrifying auras of comprehension surged into the sky. Astonishingly, there were as many as 40 Grandmaster-level experts at the third stage of comprehension. The number of second-stage experts had more than doubled, soaring from over 300 to more than 1,000. Boom! With the eruption of this formidable aura, the entire venue shook. leaving everyone in awe of this sudden transformation. In an instant, the square outside the venue erupted with excitement. Exclamations of disbelief echoed through the crowd. No way, did I see that right? 40 grandmasters. Aren't there only a dozen registered in China? These are all Chinese, right? Not imposters from other countries. The air was filled with astonishment as people scanned the powerful figures on stage, trying to confirm what they were witnessing. Even more incredible was the sight of over 1,000 master-level experts, aligned in neat rows, exuding an overwhelming presence. Someone couldn't help but shout, "That's 200 more than the United States." Those just learning of the situation were utterly stunned. A single day and night of lectures had somehow propelled the number of Chinese experts beyond that of the United States, shattering everyone's expectations. Mo Xiun was utterly dumbfounded. Initially, she had thought nothing of Long Baishan's words about the lecture, but now, witnessing the scene, she was shocked to realize that if she had attended, she might have broken through to the level of intent. At that moment, the Sword Saint Tianyan spoke with a smile. Additionally, there's something else I need to announce. Instantly, the entire venue fell silent, all eyes fixed on him. With great enthusiasm, the Sword Saint Tianyan declared, "Today, our Chinese war god, Li Jingwu, has also attended the master's lecture and successfully broken through to the 4th level of blade intent during the class. This means that from today onward, China now has 2 grandmasters." Boom. The entire venue exploded with disbelief. Wide-eyed, the crowd buzzed with shocked discussions. The war god also broke through. Just one lecture, and China gained 30 more grandmasters and another grandmaster? Is this Grandmaster Luo Xiao really only at the 4th level of intent? No wonder Lord Tianyan said that compared to Grandmaster Luo Xiao, other countries' grandmasters are nothing. With Grandmaster Luo Xiao, China's rise to the top of the world is no longer a dream. Cheers erupted, and the crowd was in a frenzy. Such a thing couldn't possibly be fake, especially when proclaimed by one of the top 10 human powerhouses, the martial Saint Tianyan. Long Batian cursed repeatedly, nearly fainting from the rush of blood. He knew that an increase in intent would significantly enhance his strength at the peak of martial saint level. He was only one step away from becoming a war god, a step that would take at least a century to cross. The only way to break through was through intent, but his talent in that area was not particularly strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken 150 years to reach his current level. Seeing many with less talent than himself breaking through ignited a strong desire within Long Batian. If he could break through, the enhancement in intent would boost his strength from 500 to 1,000. This temptation was almost irresistible for him. Old Man Long's face darkened instantly, like a sky covered with thick clouds. His pancake-like face twisted with anger, and his eyes sparkled with dissatisfaction. He couldn't believe that his incompetent grandson had missed such a precious class out of spite. It was an opportunity equivalent to doubling his combat power, not to mention his SS-level talent, which, if properly harnessed, could potentially make him the second super-strong fighter in China with combat power on par with a martial god after Li Jingwu. Thinking of this, Old Man Long could no longer contain his anger. He turned abruptly, his figure like an arrow, racing toward the Long family estate. He moved so quickly that he left a blurred afterimage in the air, drawing the attention of the surrounding martial saints. "Why is Old Man Long flying so fast?" one martial saint asked curiously, his eyes full of confusion. Knowing the inside story, the Sword Saint Tianyan shook his head helplessly, his mouth twitching slightly. What else? Going back to scold the kid. Tianyan Sword Saints gazed and swept over those traitors secretly communicating with their countries. He smiled coldly, thinking to himself, "Go ahead, spread the news. Once I broadcast this globally, geniuses from other countries will probably rush to China." Of course, Tianyan Sword Saint knew well that these traitors were not to be trusted. Those who betray their country are never good people. But that didn't stop him from using this to disgust the betrayed countries. Besides, if these geniuses stayed in their original countries, who knows if they might become future enemies of China. Keeping them under control was definitely a good thing. And all of this was merely a chain reaction triggered by a single class taught by Luo Xiao. The Sword Saint couldn't help but marvel inwardly. "Teacher, who exactly are you? At such a young age, you possess such profound understanding of artistic conception." At this moment, Tianyan Sword Saint realized that from now on, Luo Xiao had become one of China's most important figures. In some respects, his importance even surpassed that of the martial god Li Jingwu. However, the Sword Saint also understood that as long as Luo Xiao stayed in the capital of China, nothing could happen to him. After all, if even the capital wasn't safe, then China would have fallen countless times. This was precisely why he decided to make Luo Xiao's presence known to the world. In the crowd, Mo Xiyun's eyes gleamed brightly, her heart filled with excitement. She secretly resolved, "This Grandmaster Luo Xiao is incredibly powerful. I must become his disciple, even if he only practices sword intent." Mo Xiun was confident that her strong talent and artistic conception meant her potential was no less than those so-called prodigies, and might even surpass them. Her holy light angel profession could increase her strength 15-fold. Achieving just one level of sword intent would grant a 75-fold enhancement. According to the Academy's mentors, the standard for ordinary prodigies was only about a 50-fold strength enhancement. After all, while those prodigies also trained in weapon techniques, they typically only reached a subtle or perfect level. Mo Xiun was confident in her talent, believing that one level of artistic conception was merely a starting point. In the future, she might even reach 3 or 4 levels. At that time, with her talent, she would have the potential to become China's strongest prodigy. To achieve all of this, her greatest hope was to become a disciple of Grandmaster Luo Xiao. Just then, Mo Xiun's attention was drawn to an unusual figure in the crowd. This person walked nonchalantly through a group of artistic conception-level experts, heading into the distance. Surprisingly, the surrounding experts seemed to intentionally or unintentionally avoid this figure. What shocked Mo Xiun even more was that she glimpsed a hint of respect in the eyes of those experts. However, these experts hid their emotions well, and since everyone was focused on the Marshal Saint Tianyin, almost no one noticed this unique figure. Mo Xiun's heart stirred, and she couldn't help but speculate. Could he be the Grandmaster? Suddenly, an unbelievable thought flashed through Mo Xiun's mind. Her heart raced as she suppressed her excitement and quietly slipped away from the crowd. Her gaze followed the familiar figure, and her feet unconsciously moved in pursuit. The figure grew increasingly familiar, yet disappeared around a corner in the blink of an eye. Mo Xiun's heart tightened as she quickened her pace to catch up. However, when she reached the corner, the figure had vanished without a trace. Have I been discovered? Mo Xiun wondered in surprise, then smiled wryly. She realized that the person was a grandmaster, with a keen sense of the world, so detecting her presence wasn't unexpected. Clenching her fists, Mo Xiun resolved in her heart. No matter what, I must find the master and become his disciple. With that, she turned and left, unaware that from the top of a building several hundred meters away, Luo Xiao was calmly watching her retreating figure. Her determination for strength is truly astonishing, Luo Xiao murmured to himself. It seems I never really understood what she truly wanted. Reflecting on the past, Luo Xiao couldn't help but feel sentimental. If it weren't for the simulations, he wouldn't have let go of Mo Xiun so easily. Those 4 years of mutual healing and dedication were significant. To Luo Xiao, who lost his parents at a young age and was raised by his grandmother, Mo Xiun was one of the few lights in his life. During their breakup, Luo Xiao appeared carefree, but only he knew his true feelings. However, through repeated simulations, Mo Xiun's presence gradually faded from his memory. His 150 years with Li Ruoxi and the subsequent companionship of over 1,000 years rendered those 4 years insignificant. He no longer cared about Mo Xiun's past betrayal. With that thought, Luo Xiao lightly tapped his toe, transforming into a shadow, and disappeared into the night. The scene shifted to Tianji Academy, where Luo Xiao sat cross-legged in midair, his gaze on his smart wristwatch. The screen displayed his conversation with Li Jingwu. Li Jingwu. Luo Xiao, I found buyers for the 9-turn Nirvana pills you sold. A total of 35 have been sold, and the payment has been transferred to you. However, since there are so many, selling them all will take some time. Luo Xiao. All right, thank you. Just keep the other pills listed. I'm not in a rush. Luo Xiao had entrusted 100 Nirvana pills to Li Jingwu for sale. As a martial god, Li Jingwu's market influence far surpassed his own. Just then, his smart wristwatch chimed. Ding, your personal account has received 35 trillion federal coins. Luo Xiao calculated that this sum could theoretically be exchanged for at least 500 billion simulation points, enough for 10 advanced simulations with golden talents. He pondered how much these simulations could enhance his abilities. His existence was already exposed, with not only the alien races watching him closely, but also other human nations harboring deep animosity. Luo Xiao understood that if he didn't quickly improve his strength, the only outcome awaiting him would be assassination. Luo Xiao stood in front of the simulator, his brow slightly furrowed as he weighed the choices he was about to make. Taking a deep breath, he decisively reached out to activate the device. System, initiate advanced simulation. Luo Xiao's voice was firm and clear. Immediately, a series of prompts echoed in the empty room. Ding. Command received. Initiating advanced simulation. Ding. Host detected initiating advanced simulation. Future simulation mode activated. The host can spend 100 million simulation points per session to simulate the future. Please choose to initiate either the advanced future world simulation or the advanced alternate world simulation. Just as Luo Xiao was about to make his choice, another prompt came through, leaving him momentarily stunned. A future world simulation? This meant he could glimpse the future of Earth itself? His eyes lit up instantly as countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Reflecting on his previous simulation experiences in two different worlds, he deeply understood the vast difference between knowing the future and being completely in the dark. If he had foreseen the future in the first world, he would have cleared it long ago, without the need for so many repeated simulations. Luo Xiao's thoughts raced as he absorbed more information from the system's prompts. The limit of the divine martial continent was the fourth heaven of the martial venerable realm in a mid-level world. Even with exceptional talent, breaking through was difficult. Earth was likely similar, though its limits were unknown. Assuming a low-level world's limit was a 5th-tier expert, a mid-level world's was a 9th-tier expert, then a high-level world's limit should reach the 13th tier. Currently, the strongest human was only at the 10th tier. No wonder the system said that possessing a golden talent, as long as one didn't die prematurely, could make you the strongest among humans. Luo Xiao took a deep breath and made his decision. Let's proceed with the future simulation. The system immediately responded. Ding, command received, future world simulation activated, consuming 100 million simulation points. Please select one of the following talents as your initial talent. The system then presented 4 talent options, 2 silver talents and 2 gold talents. Luo Xiao carefully read through each option, particularly drawn to the 2 golden talents. Phoenix Nirvana Body and Heavenly Stars Body. Each one was immensely tempting to Luo Xiao, especially the ability to be reborn like a phoenix. Despite the 1,000-year cooldown, it meant an extra life in each simulation. If he could break through to the martial saint realm, with greatly increased lifespan, the value of this ability would be even more remarkable. Luo Xiao's eyes gleamed with anticipation, eager to embark on this simulation journey. Luo Xiao carefully weighed the pros and cons of the Heavenly Star Body and the Phoenix Rebirth Body. Although the Heavenly Star Body could significantly enhance his light attribute comprehension and strengthen photosynthesis, the rebirth ability of the Phoenix Rebirth Body was more crucial. He decisively chose the latter and allocated all his attribute points to resilience. Choose the Phoenix Rebirth Body. Allocate all attribute points to resilience, Luo Xiao commanded, thinking to himself, with this ability and 500 luck, I should be able to live for several hundred years at least. As the system's notification sounded, the simulation instantly began. Luo Xiao opened his eyes to find himself hovering above a desolate futuristic city. All around him were broken holographic projections, flickering with distorted images. The level of technology far exceeded his imagination. Clearly, he had traveled to a distant future. He slowly ascended, wanting to take in the full view of the city. After only a few hundred meters, a massive sculpture caught his attention. It was the likeness of a young man, towering tens of thousands of meters high. Luo Xiao's pupil's contract at it was a sculpture of himself. Driven by curiosity about his past fate, Luo Xiao began to explore the vast city. Within minutes, he encountered over a dozen 8th-tier beasts. The danger level of this world was evidently far beyond his expectations. To avoid alarming these powerful creatures, he carefully concealed his presence. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed from afar, followed by the roar of a beast. Luo Xiao's eyes lit up, and he transformed into lightning, racing towards the source of the sound. Outside towering city walls in the distance, he saw a terrifying beast, thousands of meters tall, battling a figure flickering with flames. Sensing the situation, Luo Xiao realized the beast was a 9th-tier 2-star, far beyond his ability to handle. He hesitated for a moment, deciding not to intervene recklessly. At that moment, a dragon's roar resounded from the sky. Luo Xiao looked up, speechless with awe. A colossal golden dragon, with a wingspan of 10,000 meters, descended from the heavens, blotting out the sun. The dragon opened its mouth, unleashing a ferocious golden flame that instantly reduced the beast to nothingness. Luo Xiao gasped in shock. The power of this golden dragon was far beyond his understanding. The golden dragon slowly lowered its head, its gaze fixed on you. Instantly, you felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if facing a being of at least 9th tier, 5-star strength. Atop the dragon's head stood a young woman clad in golden armor. Her eyes swept across your face, first showing surprise, then turning to anger. Where did this imposter come from, daring to impersonate the martial ancestor of Huaxia? Her furious voice echoed like thunder. With a grip in the air, countless golden chains burst from her palm. Sensing danger, you turned to flee, but the disparity in power rendered your efforts futile. Her light-based abilities were clearly at an SSS level, and in an instant, you were tightly bound by those golden chains. The young woman pulled you onto the dragon's head, examining you closely. Soon, she noticed the anomaly. You bore no disguise or foreign aura, yet your appearance was identical to the martial ancestor. After some thought, she suspected you might possess advanced disguise techniques and decided to take you back for further study. You tried to explain that you were just an ordinary person from Earth, but she ignored you. Communicating with the dragon, she flew towards another part of the city. Along the way, she slew numerous fierce beasts, saving many survivors. Through her conversations with other powerful individuals, you gradually learned her identity. Murong Xingyun, a prodigy of the Human Federation and rumored to be a disciple of the Light Supreme. Earlier that morning, Tianxian City had faced a 9th-tier beast tide, with several 9th-tier beasts leading a horde of 8th and 7th-tier beasts to attack the city. The 9th-tier city quickly fell, but Murong Xingyun arrived in time to quell the crisis. You witnessed Murong Xingyun's immense strength firsthand, SS-level light abilities, dual sword intent, and a martial saint's 4th-level realm, making her overall combat power formidable and far beyond your reach. The difference in realm alone was 1,000-fold. However, she seemed to have her doubts about your identity, so she refrained from harming you. Once the crisis was averted, Murong Xingyun took you out of Tianxian City. Throughout the journey, you tried to engage her in conversation, seeking information, but she remained unresponsive, leaving you feeling helpless. After a day and night of flight, you arrived at a vast city. Spanning tens of thousands of kilometers and home to over 1 trillion people, its prosperity exceeded your imagination, leading you to wonder just how far into the future you had traveled. Upon entering the city, you were astonished to find another statue of yourself, even more grand and majestic. This deepened your confusion. What earth-shattering deeds had you done to be revered by so many cities? Finally, Murong Xingyun brought you to the Alien Research Center. However, the moment they saw you, everyone there was utterly stunned. When the test results came out, the entire research center was plunged into a stunned silence. Your DNA matched perfectly with that of Wu Zhu, who had been deceased for many years. This astonishing discovery left everyone bewildered and speculating. The researchers exchanged glances and whispered about 2 possibilities. Either the alien disguise technology had reached an unprecedented level, undetectable by even the most advanced equipment, or you were a clone of Wu Zhu, a perfect replica of life. You stood there, observing the reactions around you, secretly smiling. Could they not consider the possibility that you were indeed Wu Zhu himself? Despite the uncertainty surrounding your identity, no one dared to act rashly. Eventually, you were placed in the Alien Research Center, under strict yet respectful surveillance. During this time, you began to delve into the current state of the world. Within just a few days, you gathered a wealth of information. It turned out that it was now 1,000 years after the cataclysm. Throughout this long period, Earth had continuously expanded, with its diameter now over 30 times its original size, and its habitable area astonishingly increased by 1,000-fold. This led to an explosive population growth, with the total number surpassing tens of trillions. The strength of humanity had also qualitatively improved, with the strongest individuals reaching the 11th tier, honored as supreme. Although there were already several hundred supremes, you were surprised to find no existence of a 12th tier. You couldn't help but wonder if humanity's adversaries had already reached the 12th tier, while humanity's strongest remained at the 11th tier. If that were the case, the situation could be quite unfavorable. It seemed you might have to rely on yourself once again to break through the limits of the world, just like in previous simulations. The city you were in was called Bright Holy City, one of the most powerful cities of humanity. It was guarded by an 11th tier supreme, the Bright Supreme, who wielded the power of light. It was said that the Bright Supreme was once a close friend of Wu Zhu, and only he could confirm your identity. However, the Bright Supreme was currently on a secret mission, with no set return date. While waiting, you began training at the Alien Research Institute. Since your DNA matched that of Wu Zhu exactly, the people here treated you kindly, and even the powerful deity-level guards showed you great respect. You were given a private residence, allowing you to train in peace. The large number of 8th-tier pills you obtained during previous simulations had a remarkable effect in this world, where the source energy concentration was more than 10 times greater. Your strength rapidly increased, and by the 15th day, after consuming an 8th-tier mid-grade beast blood pill, a beast essence pill, and a soul pill, all your attributes soared to 160 million, and your realm advanced to the 5th level of martial sovereign. During this period, Murong Xingyun frequently visited you, occasionally seeking your advice on sword intent. With your expertise in the 5th level peak intent and thousands of years of cultivation experience, you easily pointed out the flaws in her sword technique. As a result, Murong Xingyun's attitude towards you improved noticeably. When you inquired about the Bright Supreme's return, Murong Xingyun seemed evasive, vaguely stating that her master was on a secret mission. With no other choice, you continued to focus on your training, patiently waiting for the right moment to come. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.